The story begins with a majestic castle emerging amid flashes of light exactly at the moment it is called in a cloud of fog. A cohort of confused people suddenly finds themselves on a chessboard floor, mostly students who were just heading to school. And in the crowd sits a man in a suit, all of them bewildered and not understanding how they ended up in this strange place. After several confused stares into the void, they freeze in the grand hall. They are informed that the human race is already on the brink of collapse after years of exhausting war against demonic nations. The voice adds, they were summoned from another world because they are gifted with power. And then a self-satisfied official loudly proclaims, these are the great heroes called by King Genesis the 18th. The court official froze, then immediately blossomed with delight when he learned that Ira has a rare skill known as Scythe of the Goddess, and called her incredibly lucky. The courtier solemnly and emotionally declares, those who come from other worlds to serve the greater good are called heroes, as such skills are almost non-existent in their world. Norio, Itanami, and others react confused and surprised. Then the official turns to King Genesis the 18th and states that the summoning is a great success. Separately, he emphasizes Ira, saying her Scythe of the Goddess is so powerful that with one swing it can completely wipe out high-class demons. Because of this, Ira blushes. While status checks continue, Norio's autonomous turn comes. From under his hood, the official pulls out a screen with his data, but the result is unexpected. In the line of his special ability, it says none. Norio freezes, not believing his eyes. It shocks him that in this new world he has no special power at all. A flashback shows Norio Atomi's life before the summoning. He recognizes himself as a corporate puppet, endless hustle, exhausting trips in crowded cars, and cold looks from other passengers that tighten his chest. In the whirl of the daily commute, Norio is pushed forward and he crashes right into a man. The impact is surprisingly soft, and Norio is momentarily completely confused until the strange man calls him a god. Aha! The mysterious man explains, Norio will soon be summoned to another world. He was personally chosen by his father, Zeus, king of the gods. Norio listens as the mighty god reveals details. Previously, Athena handled this, but now he will be responsible due to complaints about her bias against men. The god introduces himself as Hephaestus, the administrator of summons, who is skillful at forging. He presents Norio with a shining orb specially made for a unique gift, Master of Supremacy. Although Hephaestus admits he is nervous because this is his first time giving a skill, he still passes it to Norio and confidently states, he will manage despite the difficulty. The god proclaims that he poured his soul into creating the mastery of the skill of supreme power and urges Norio to make good use of it in his new world. As the power sharply grows, a deafening screech sounds. This is the signal for the final moment of transition. Returning to the present, Norio tries to piece together the strange events that led to his summoning. Nearby, the court is in turmoil. Officials are confused by the unprecedented case. The summoned hero has no skills. King Genesis the 18th sighs and laments the situation, then cuts off. There is no way back. Norio breaks the silence and decides to ask the king a question. King Genesis the 18th delivers a stunning truth. Heroes can be summoned, but sending them back is impossible. Ira and Ray panic. Ray shouts almost in disbelief. The king explains, only the Demon King knows the secret of returning home, so they will have to buy time in the ranks of armies. And Norio remains without any magic or powers. He simply says he does not know how. His honest answer completely confuses and irritates King Genesis the 18th. Seeing the king boiling with despair, Norio suddenly offers another option. He asks if he can simply get a piece of land no matter how far from the Satisto, cultivate and live peacefully. Clenching his fist, Norio realizes, if there is no return home, this is his chance to permanently close that unbearable corporate job and start differently. With a determined look and a clenched fist, Norio silently makes a vow. As if shedding the burden of his former corporate life from his shoulders, he declares he will live his second fate on his own terms. Norio stands before the vast, empty expanse and gazes at the horizon with wonder in his chest. His guide says, now all this spacious land belongs to him. The king bought it so that he could live here as he wishes. Norio has just been knighted and received his pay, so he thinks. These places were not explored before. They lay beyond the kingdom's borders, inside gratitude and curiosity for a new beginning. The guide explains to Norio, the land is outside the kingdom's jurisdiction, so he won't have to pay any taxes for his farming. As soon as Norio gives him the payment, the guide cuts in. Do whatever you want, spend everything to the end no matter if you live or die, and walks away, leaving him alone in the boundless wild expanse. Norio watches the guide disappear beyond the horizon for a long time and feels a slight guilt. The kingdom, they say, should provide for him, but he has no special abilities. Yet as soon as he gazes through the empty spaces, only determination remains on his face. This is where, truly, his new life begins. Step by step, struggling through wild, uncomfortable terrain, Norio thinks about the despair of the king and his peopling does not feel like a savior. He knows the rules of the old script. The Chosen One finds companions, defeats great enemies, and sets off on a grand journey to gain glory. But Norio does not need this. He tells himself, let life be safe and peaceful. So he decides to settle where the kingdom does not reach, in a place where in the new world he can finally be left alone. Norio wanders until he comes across a space that feels perfect for him. He smiles contentedly and decides this is his home. Filled with determination, he declares he will stay and build his own little kingdom in this quiet land. To establish his kingdom, Norio understands simply. First, he must secure a water source. He approaches a nearby body of water, initially thinking it is seawater, but as soon as he tastes it, he freezes. It is a freshwater lake that provides him with exactly the resource he cannot do without. For the prospect of a hearty meal, Norio notices an octopus in the freshwater lake. A moment of hesitation. Do octopuses even live in shallow freshwater? But he immediately dismisses the doubt, lunges forward to grab the prey, shouts triumphantly, and then loses his footing and slips. Norio screams and dives into the water and in a moment surfaces. An octopus is sitting on his head. Climbing back onto the shore, he tastes the water. He realizes it is incredibly salty. Confused and irritated, he cannot understand why it seemed so sweet before and concludes that it is indeed seawater. All confused by this inconsistency, Norio scoops some water into his palm and tastes it again to complete bewilderment. The water becomes sweet again. Norio concludes that water will not be a problem, and a wave of excitement overwhelms his thoughts about the mysteries of this other world. He decides to focus on food and boils an octopus in salt water as he has no other seasoning. When he manages to light the first fire, he takes a knife and makes a notch in a dry wooden board, the first practical steps towards setting up his new home. Now Norio understands to set fire is easier said than done, but he stubbornly does not give up and puts his whole heart into the task. He twists the stick on the wooden board with all his might. Suddenly a burst of energy and he manages to spark a flame. Norio shudders and exclaims in surprise and delight. A moment, Norio savors the food and he is amazed at how easily he managed to start a fire and craft a bowl and chopsticks. As he reflects on his own amazing survival, a memory suddenly surfaces of Hephaestus, the god of the forge, who gifted him the mastery skill Master of Supremacy. And Norio immediately guesses it was this divine ability that was the reason for his effortless success. Determined to find out what his new power is capable of, Norio decides to test everything right away. He activates Master of Supremacy and with one mighty swing wields his tool easily, without the slightest effort, cutting through all the surrounding vegetation. Norio is completely stunned by the result. With a single light stroke, he cuts a huge path through the thicket. The grass lies cleanly cut down to the very stem. He freezes, unable to believe how simply this skill turned out to be powerful. After success with the grass, Norio decides to plow the land. He makes one powerful swing and pauses for a moment. The soil is perfectly turned over, so the field is ready for sowing, exactly as he imagined, even with earthworms in the ground. Norio suddenly realizes the essence. The mastery of supremacy granted by Hephaestus multiplies the effectiveness of any tool he holds. And with such devastating power, he is confident the farm will go smoothly. He takes the strange seeds he got in the city and eagerly gets to work. The fields are evenly plowed, the seeds sown. Norio exhales with relief. He is not entirely sure what exactly he planted, but sincerely hopes for a good harvest that will feed him. Changing his rhythm of life far from the days when he worked in a corporation, he goes to the lake to catch fish for dinner and feels gratitude to Hephaestus for the power that makes this new beginning possible. Just as he waits for a bite, Hephaestus comes to mind. Norio promises to offer the god a sacrifice of several rice balls as thanks for the wonderful skill that has just appeared on his farm and is supposed to bring fertility. But suddenly the fishing rod sharply bends. Norio immediately understands. He hooked a big beast and now, straining all his strength, pulls the catch from the water. A jerk, the tackle groans and Norio pulls something incredibly heavy from the depths. And from the water, splashing the surface, a beautiful mermaid jumps out and looks at him as if he himself shocked her. Norio completely freezes in place as he pulls the line and shouts in disbelief that he finally caught a girl. But as soon as she touches the shore, he notices the tail and immediately understands. This is not a human girl, this is Nico. Nico angrily shouts at Norio and accuses him of pulling her out of the lake. Norio is stunned by her hostility and only one thought spins in his head: how strange it is to find Nico in this world. But Nico does not let him come to his senses. She makes a sudden, shocking demand if he caught her, then now he must marry her. Norio is confused. Nico suddenly closes the distance. Norio panics and feverishly denies what is happening, and Nico groans in humiliation and explains. Since Nico, who was caught by the locals, is now exiled, she must give him her heart and body. When the story moves to the second chapter, the tension dissipates. Smiling Norio pulls a basket with the harvested crop and Nico swims nearby with a bright, joyful face. Once Norio notices that Nico looks completely different from the illustrations in the books. At the same time, Nico despairingly complains that she was caught by some miserable land dweller and feels as if she has been dirtied, so she is sure returning to the ocean is now impossible. When Norio tries to say that since she was caught it's not a big deal, Nico snaps and shouts, "The merman race has always despised land dwellers." Norio remains completely stunned by her outburst. Nico continues to scream wildly, declaring that her pride has been completely destroyed by being caught by the local land inhabitants. She insists that in shame she will never return to the ocean, and then suddenly demands Norio must take responsibility and become her husband. Completely stunned, Norio tries to argue with her, advises her to think it over, and explains that relationships between different species are often incredibly complicated. Nico takes Norio's concerns about interspecies relationships literally and directly, dryly cutting off, due to their physical differences, mating is impossible. This causes Norio to panic completely and become confused, trying to explain something. To lighten the mood, Norio suggests she drink, and Nico immediately drinks the whole bottle to the bottom with enthusiasm. A sudden flash of light blinds Norio while Nico shows an unexpected ability. With a self-satisfied expression, she transforms her tail into human legs as if the physical barrier they just talked about never existed. Norio freezes speechless, completely stunned by the sharp change. Nakat swallows the fact that she can now live on land without any problems and even bear children, and leaves Norio in complete panic. Frightened, he finally realizes. In the heat of the moment, he actually accepted her as his wife, so he feverishly orders her to put on clothes, but he has nothing suitable and hastily makes something. But Nico is not pleased. She says that this outfit is worthless. Norio firmly tells Nico that he will not take her as his wife until she puts on pants. Promising to give her better clothes later, he immediately worries about something else, where they will sleep, because he has nothing except the field. But as soon as he notices something in the ground and looks closely, he excitedly realizes the seeds he planted are already sprouting. Norio thinks about the gift from Hephaestus and concludes it is the power of his master of domination, enhancing any tool in his hands, that made the crops sprout so quickly. Nico asks what he is growing, and Norio honestly admits he is not sure if it is edible or not, nor what it will eventually become, but confidently says he will use the plants to start being self-sufficient. Norio considers the essentials: food, home, and buying tools to build a modest life and create everything with his own hands. Nico sighs, noting how troublesome farmers are they can be compared to the lives of people from measure, but quickly softens. She accepts this way of life because this is exactly what Norio wants as her husband. She tells him to leave it to her, and Norio still doubts her sudden change of mood a little. Nico proudly declares healing magic is an ancient specialty of her race, and in this she is truly very famous. But Norio's skeptical reaction only makes her frown. Suddenly, Nico begins to take off her clothes to demonstrate her skill and speaks in an overly thick, unusual manner. Panicked, Norio freezes, not understanding either her sudden nudity or that strange manner of speech. Nico suddenly rushes away and Norio explodes with a scream of confusion. She quickly explains she wants to take her things at home before diving back into the sea and splashing loudly. Left alone in complete silence, Norio can only stare at the water, completely bewildered by what happened. Walking through the grass, Norio suddenly catches himself thinking about the mermaid who just declared she wants to become his wife. He exhales with a sigh. Will Nico even return? But he still holds on to his vision of a peaceful life. Grabbing a tool, he starts working on the tree and decides that at the start the first thing to do is to build a simple house. Norio proudly stands in front of his newly built wooden house and cannot believe he managed it in just 1 hour. It seems like a dream to him. He marvels at the power of Hephaestus's gift, but as soon as he, exhausted, finally falls onto the bed, reality makes itself known. His body burns with fatigue. He is completely worn out. Exhausted, Norio lies down and lies there, thinking whether Nico will ever return and whether she is the real reason for his fatigue. Just as he begins to fall asleep, Norio suddenly appears, cheerfully announces that she has already arrived, and he jerks awake sharply. Norio is immediately shocked by her lack of clothing and impatiently rushes to ask her to put something on. Nico tries to hide her own anxiety for Norio and brushes it off. Supposedly, Landvalura does not need her worries, but she still admits it took her time to pack her things. To Norio's complete shock, she sees her belongings, a pile of complex equipment and tools for healing magicaire simply dumped near the house. Nico enthusiastically begins to explain, healing magic is born when plants are mixed with magic, and it is useful even for those who cannot use magic. Norio asks if it can cure a cold. Nico confirms. But the next moment he suddenly changes his mood. Grunting, he slaps a huge fish in front of him and Norio is left completely bewildered. Nico presents a giant fish called Bahuringi, explaining that such monster fish are rich in mana. Norio silently stands and watches, not understanding. but Nico quickly shows everything step by step, cuts the fish with bare hands, boils it, extracts the essence, dries it, and finally grinds it into powder. With a proud smile, he hands the finished product to Norio the fertilizer behind G. Nico says if you scatter this fertilizer on his field, the plants will grow faster and asks to use it right now. Norio is touched. He understands that she went through all this just for his farm. The next day, Norio is shocked by the result. The plants have already fully grown. Norio understands that what grew quickly are tomatoes and takes a bite. The taste instantly overwhelms him. He praises what has come out, and Nico proudly emphasizes that the behind G fertilizer really works. Triggered by Norio's reaction, Nico takes a sip of tomato. Norio looks at her, wondering if this is even a fruit suitable for her species' diet, but Nico is immediately impressed by the taste. Her eyes light up with joy. Unable to resist the aroma, she exclaims that it is incredibly delicious and asks if the landdwellers always eat such amazing things. Captured by a new love for landdwell or food in general, Nico joyfully asks if she can eat other vegetables. Her enthusiasm overwhelms Norio, who has almost no choice but to give in, and after explaining that some vegetables are tasteless when eaten raw, Norio prepares a simple mixed vegetable digest boiled in seawater to satisfy her appetite. Night, Norio extends a bowl of food to Nico and nervously asks how it tastes. Nico takes a bite and at that moment her face lights up with pure happiness. She exclaims enthusiastically that it is incredible, incredibly delicious, and Norio stares frozen. While Nico enthusiastically devours the dish to the last bite, she wonders if the landdwellers always eat such delicious food. Norio looks at her with a quiet smile and decides he can handle her emotions. He begins to imagine how to improve the dish by adding meat and fermented herbs to make it even more aromatic. Nico is shocked to learn that a dish can become even tastier if the ingredients are chosen correctly. Norio enthusiastically makes plans for the future, imagining planting soybeans for miso and soy sauce, how he will get meat and herbs. When he says more kitchen utensils are needed, Nico looks at him, and in that look, surprise and admiration are mixed. Norio joyfully enjoys the sweetness of the vegetables, and Nico quietly admits that he is a good person. Norio understands he never asked the girl's name, and she has already introduced herself Plotty and now asks him to say his name in return. Norio opens his mouth to say his name but suddenly stops. Should he use his real name here or maybe choose something more appropriate for this new world? Norio decides on a new identity for himself and introduces himself to Platyfish as Kitten, saying he is waiting for their time together. Platyfish quietly repeats his name, promising to remember it. They sit down and eat together. Norio allows her, if she wants, to continue calling him Landdweller, thus marking a calm start to his new life in another world. Norio wakes up, stretches, and grumbles that the floor is too hard. He calls himself Keaton, a man summoned from another world who found a quiet life with a mermaid. She insisted that he marry her. Getting up, Norio suddenly realizes that Platyfish has already disappeared. He woke up earlier. He thinks whether Plotty, despite her human appearance, was uncomfortable falling asleep on the bed. He jokingly imagines that it is like lying on a cutting board. Norio hopes she is not bothered and recalls that bright moment when he first noticed her like a splash of water. A sudden scream pierces the air and Plotty panics. She sees someone in the field. Norio rushes to her, confused, but quickly concludes she was scared by his latest project. Norio proudly shows this is his scarecrow at a scale of 1.1. Norio proudly shows the details of his work. He points at the hinges and demonstrates a wooden sword made to scare away birds. Plotty freezes and imagines that this thing is a doll that kills birds, but Norio quickly clarifies the sword is a complete joke and the figure is motionless. Unexpectedly, to their shock, the scarecrow suddenly comes to life and with incredible speed swings the wooden sword. When it bangs the blade on the ground, Norio and Plotty freeze in complete disbelief. Norio, confused, asks why it is moving. If it just wants to stand in a pose, isn't that the secret that he made it with his own hands? Poria shyly admits the truth to Platyfish. He was summoned to this world by the king himself. He thinks that the divine power given during the summoning manifested in the scarecrow he made. Completely confused, Plotty silently stares at him and distrustfully asks if he is really a hero. Plotty snorts in response and admits that she knows well. Summoning heroes from other worlds is a well-known magical ritual. But when Plotty imagines some warrior fighting a demon monster, she is touched by the thought, do they expect those heroes to use their powers against demonkind? Norio simply agrees. Plotty asks why the hero lives in such a remote wilderness. Norio honestly admits he simply did not like the role, so he decided to retire and return to his farming estate. Plotty finds his choice interesting but herself reflects on the harsh truth of this world. People need to stick together in cities to avoid being killed by monsters. Norio agrees with Platyfish's observation about his differences. He nods. He is from the same race she talked about. Meanwhile, he happily crunches fresh tomatoes and thinks about what to have for breakfast. Platyfish quietly wonders, is Norio really strong or weak? Suddenly, Norio notices Platyfish has disappeared from his side, but she immediately appears and teasingly laughs at him for waking up so early. Finally, Platyfish is completely embarrassed and yells at Norio about the lack of manners among land dwellers when it comes to the toilet. Norio shyly apologizes, immediately understanding where her anger comes from. Platyfish, interested, asks where he actually went. Norio calmly replies that he did it in the ocean. Platy is finally furious at Norio's. Due to lack of hygiene, she yells at him, calling him a complete fool for spoiling the water. Confused, Norio tries to justify himself, saying he heard sailors do the same. He even goes so far as to say his belt feeds plankton and supports the food chain, but his logic only makes Platy look at him with a threatening, disapproving gaze. Platy explodes with anger, shouting that the ocean inhabitants are just finishing the food cycle, and scolds the land-dwellers for their indifference. Norio, swept away by her fierce passion, quickly bows and pours out deep apologies. But Platy does not quiet down, continues to scold and warns him not to impose his dirty customs from another world. Declaring that land-dwellers are simply not as refined as her kind, she orders him to wait and shoots away like an arrow, leaving Norio bewildered. Point: when Platyfish releases the dashes, Norio freezes for a moment and breathes in the new reality of his life. He remembers how much he missed the convenience of bathrooms in his world. Here you have to dig holes just to get by somehow. But this quiet everyday life is exactly what he wanted, and at the same time Norio realizes how defenseless people are against the wild force of nature. Despite all these difficulties, he feels relief. Platyfish is nearby. Norio begins to doubt whether Platy is truly happy living with him. Memories of her former complaints about his bravery are abruptly interrupted when Platy returns and slams a bowl with strange creatures on the table. Confused and a little disgusted, Norio asks what they are. Platy explains, starfish-shaped monsters are cleaners of the ocean, creatures that absorb organic matter from the water. Platy gives a practical explanation and tells Norio that for starfish monsters, it is enough just to put them in a box and you will have an instant toilet to see for yourself. She demonstrates right now, throws some waste into the water and the creatures immediately dilute everything. Platy proudly shows the result, and Norio remains completely stunned by the efficiency of the ocean's cleaners. Suddenly, a terrifying memory surfaces. Norio looks frightened and involuntarily apologizes while Platy is stunned and crushed by the sight of blood. Norio is overwhelmed by guilt. He cannot understand whether things could have turned out differently if he had not caught her that day. Norio recalls how Platy supported him from the very first day. From the moment they met, and his warm words are immediately torn apart by his own panic, revealed by the smell of blood. Platy is not worried at all and scolds him for people always being scared without reason. She extends her hand to him as if to prove this wound is not a problem for Harem. Norio freezes in shock at Merman's abilities. Still lost in thought, Norio shyly apologizes for being scared and acting uncontrollably. Feeling bitter about himself, he tells Platy she can freely return to the ocean if she wants, but Platy boldly refuses, impressing him by confessing she already likes him. Platy boldly declares that he wants to stay close to Gorio as his fiancé. He seems to be struck by lightning. Gorio blushes from surprise and warmth but cannot find words to respond. Norio thanks Plata for her kindness, but she immediately starts teasing him. No matter how cozy their life is, breakfast still needs to be prepared. Norio blushes and agrees. Then the scene shifts from the memory to a wide shot of the rocky shore, and it all ends with a sudden splash into the water. In the deepest depths of shadows awakens the terrible king of the undead. Shining eyes pierce the darkness like a knife. At the sudden noise, he becomes alert, feels a strange mana stretching somewhere very close. Platy excitedly shows Norio her new clothes. She took the wrapping fabric from the luggage and turned it into a skirt. Norio immediately feels guilty and apologizes, saying that she is probably struggling due to lack of resources. Platy beams with happiness. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, a wife has the right to dress up for her husband. Platy tells Norio that she wants to go out for the first time in a long while because she came across a dungeon. Shocked, Norio begins to imagine a classic exploration. Continuous walking underground, treasure hunting, fighting monsters, and a final boss. When he asks if it really is a dungeon, Platy just advises him to look at it himself. After an exhausting 2-hour trek, Norio and Pla finally reach the place. Gasping, Norio asks how she even found it, and Pla calmly replies that she discovered it while he was busy working in the field. Looking at the entrance, Norio notes that it all looks like an ordinary cave here, but Pla clarifies it is a cave-type dungeon formed in areas where mana is being. As soon as Norio enters the cave, he is suddenly thrown back by a powerful burst of energy. Confused and pushed away, he feels as if an invisible giant beast is licking his face. Although the energy here is just stagnant mana, typical for such places, Plotty cannot help but marvel at the incredible words of the stranger. Plotty continues the explanation. Stagnant mana in the dungeons becomes thick and eventually turns into monsters, so she warns if no one intervenes, these creatures will break out and seize the land and oceans. Norio exclaims in horror that it sounds terrible, and Plotty calmly replies, "That's exactly why they are here." Norio asks if there is any way to deal with the situation. Plotty explains that completely and thoroughly clearing the dungeon is almost impossible, but they can periodically return and fight the monsters again. Surprised by her straightforwardness, Norio still feels obligated as her husband and firmly states that he will go with her. When Plotty is about to leave and thanks him for carrying her bag, Norio suddenly realizes to go out means hunting monsters. As soon as they go deeper, Norio stops, amazed. Inside, everything is completely different from the entrance, like a shining castle. Plotty is surprised by the strange architecture, but the admiration does not last long. A pack of monsters with terrifying groans emerges from the shadows, and Plotty realizes she has already met the inhabitants of this dungeon. Suddenly, a whole horde of monsters attacked them. Norio was caught off guard. Plotty quickly jumped in front of him, shouting for him to stay back while she readied her weapon and fought off the attackers. Plotty rushed into battle and, shouting something, threw her mysterious instruments. The strike exploded with a giant flame, wiping out the monsters with a vulnerable, powerful blast, while Norio remained safe behind her. Plotty excitedly began to explain. Explosions are not just ordinary luxuries, until Norio noticed the monsters are burning. She boasts about how multifunctional her tools are. They can cause melting, strike with lightning, and even freeze. Laughing loudly and praising the skill of the morefolks who prepare battle potions, Plotty sprinkles words, while Norio stands aside a little embarrassed by her excessive abilities. Altai laughs heartily and urges Norio to move on. Norio feels her power envelop him and fears that he won't be useful without a weapon, at least to defend himself. But as soon as they set off again, Norio suddenly notices a mark on the floor, a sword, the one left in the dungeon. Norio excitedly grabs the sword and wonders how it ended up in the dungeon, but quickly realizes that with Plotty's strength he might not have time to use it. While Plotty is already dealing with a bunch of monsters, Norio suggests going home, but Plotty objects as if wanting to continue his walk. Norio tells Plotty that something is wrong in the dungeon. The strange layout and the feeling that someone is keeping the monsters tied together do not let him rest. Because of this, he concludes that there is a master controlling theme, and Plotty freezes in surprise when this assumption comes to the surface. Plotty asks if Norio means that there is a boss in the dungeon. Norio confirms and explains that dungeons with a master are extremely rare and deadly. When Plotty, shocked, asks for clarification, Norio says that only two types can become dungeon master, so it could be a dragon or someone else. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind bursts forth. Norio and Plotty are pushed, losing their balance. The phantom air swirls around, and Plotty's face becomes focused and serious. She recognizes that cold immediately. It is confirmation that the dungeon master is really here, and, worse, it is the most dangerous of the two types Norio just warned her about. Norio nervously asks if he is the dragon master, and Plotty quickly corrects, it's someone else. Suddenly, a menacing figure looms over them, and the true identity of the dungeon master is revealed, the undead king, the mighty king of the undead. Norio is stunned while Plotty explains the nature of the creature before them. She says, Undead King is a powerful mage or high priest from a past life who chose to become undead to rule as an immortal monarch. The skeletal king looms over them in luxurious robes, and the cold reality sinks in. To meet him is to meet death. The undead king stares intently, sensing something unusual, and recognizes a special mana in Norio. Shock bursts from Norio without a word. He only watches as the skeletal monarch proclaims his grim will to turn Norio into a corpse and accept him as a new ally in the realm of the dead. But Plotty does not hesitate. She launches a fierce attack on the undead king and shouts, "Eat this!" The blow is devastating. It shatters the skull of the skeletal monarch with an energy explosion. But the victory lasts only briefly. The skull instantly regenerates, stunned and dazed. Norio exclaims, amazed, the monster just healed itself, and Plotty grimly cuts in. This is the terrible power of the immortal. The undead king advances on Plotty, tauntingly insisting that he still has potions. Plotty, determined to protect Norio, yells for him to run and leave the fight to her, but Norio cannot just stand aside. He responds, refusing to leave her. Norio does not retreat. With fierce determination, he rushes forward with words and shouts to the undead king, "I am your man." These words jammed the skeletal monarch. Plotty freezes in shock, unable to form a word while processing Norio's unexpected statement. Suddenly springing up, Norio strikes or pushes the undead king, and the skeletal monarch flies backward. At that moment, a blinding light flashes, filling the scene. To everyone's surprise, the undead king completely lays down his arms and admits defeat. Norio is initially confused by the sudden capitulation but quickly realizes he raised a weapon that was actually a sacred sword. And yet the undead king admits although the sword helped, Norio's own strength remains terrifying. Norio apologizes because he thinks he took the weapon of the Lich King, but the Skeleton King reveals an unexpected truth. The holy swords have their own will and choose their masters. The sword separated from the Lich King to choose Norio, and with a stone face the king concludes that since he no longer possesses the holy sword, his purpose in this world has finally come to an end. The dead king tells Norio that he can strike Heimven, his immortal body can be laid to rest by the light of the sacred sword. Confused and hesitant, Norio realizes that he is not the true owner of this sword. He explains that he came from another world and was given the power to become a master of any instrument he holds, so he thinks that this ability is what resonated so powerfully with the sword. The fragile king is completely shaken by Norio's revelation. He declares that such an extraordinary ability is a legendary gift from the gods. Surpassing any ordinary skill, he calls Norio a saint, not just a hero, and suddenly falls prostrate in complete submission, offering the highest form of hospitality. Plotty playfully praises Norio as the perfect man and he blushes, embarrassed. But when the tension eases, the undead king asks why Norio came to such a place. Norio explains that he settled here and Plotty adds, destroying monsters provides materials for magical tools and also tasty food. Her view on the benefits of dungeons leads Norio to an unexpected conclusion. In this world, dungeons are essentially like neighborhood shops. Norio asks the undead king if they can visit there from time to time. He readily agrees. Norio's help in clearing out extra monsters is a real aid. Plotty beams, calls the undead king to the neighbor and introduces himself. He introduces himself and names Norio. But suddenly something seems to stop the undead king, who wonders if they forgot something important. While Plotty listens attentively, the undead king begins to recall the distant past. He says that in his former life he was an archbishop of a church and for unknown reasons became a fugitive. In despair he sought refuge in a dungeon, and a curse spoken by his own words forced him to turn into an undead creature. Hundreds of years later he solemnly admits he has even forgotten his own name. Plotty looks at him with sympathy while undead king contemplates his long, lonely existence, and honestly says he has become an old soul with no reason to live on, but feels that from now on his endless boredom will finally recede. Norio smiles warmly and sincerely invites Undead King to visit them and promises help with fresh vegetables from his farm. Undead King responds with deep humility, addressing him as Master. Norio recalls Undead Kings as he approaches one of the high-ranking clergymen and decides, from now on he will address him as Master. With a grateful farewell from the Undead King, Norio and Plotty head home happy to have found a friendly neighbor. But the peaceful moment is broken when Norio realizes the holy sword desires him specifically, and it does not let go of his hand to Plotty's delight. Norio radiates pride as he completes his latest project and solemnly declares that everything is finally ready. When Plotty asks what he has been doing, Norio shows the forge, holding the holy sword, marveling at its incredible sharpness and saying it cuts boulders like warm butter. Norio recalls the gift he received from the Undead King, making Plotty wonder why Norio even needed to build the forge. Plotty is amazed to learn that the gift from Undead King is a piece of an extremely rare mana metal. Recalling the king's generosity, she can't help but wonder what Norio plans to do with such a treasure. Norio only smiles. He can finally create what he has long desired and asks her to wait. As soon as he starts forging by the furnace, Plotty envisions how he will forge a priceless magical sword. With a triumphant cry, Norio shows his creation a simple frying pan and kitchen knife. Plotty is completely bewildered. Could he really use such a rare material for basic kitchenware? To prove its value, Norio puts on a demonstration, skillfully slicing vegetables and tossing them into the pan, transforming his area into a high-efficiency kitchen. As time passed, Norio finished the dish, a pinch of salt and pepper. He proudly serves the fried vegetables to Plotty and she is immediately overwhelmed by the flavor. While she savors it, Plotty wonders, have they always had such high-quality kitchen tools? Norio happily replies that no, he made them himself. Norio shines with joy and praises Mana Metal for being light, non-sticky, and conducting heat wonderfully. While Plotty composes himself and watches the extravagance of the legendary material, Norio is simply happy that his culinary repertoire has expanded. Plotty asks if Norio has anything else in reserve for his repertoire and he confirms he only needs a few additional ingredients. Norio pauses for a moment while Plotty is already reaching for the meat. Norio explains, adding meat and oil will greatly enhance both the richness and flavor of the dish. Enchanted by the luxurious idea, Plotty immediately declares they are going for the ingredients. Norio and Plottyfish walk through the forest in search of ingredients. Plottyfish, a true mermaid, admits that she has never seen a mountain-type monster and does not hide that she wants to eat it. Norio asks if such hunting is even considered normal for them. Norio recalls his experience in Cave Dungeon. There, monsters usually appeared in the world and they were controlled by the undead king. He reasons that if mountain-type monsters live in this land, then the mountain itself must be a dungeon. Platyfish is completely stunned by this guess, while Norio just wonders if there are any normal animals among them to hunt and eat. Suddenly the ground starts to hum. A pack of mountain-type monsters rushes from the forest. Norio is confused by the sudden onslaught, while Platyfish beams and excitedly shouts that they have finally arrived. Norio looks shocked at the group of aggressive square boars and does not understand why they are so eager to fight, but Platyfish beams. She sees the crowd of monsters as a sign that there are 2 dungeons nearby. So during preparations for the battle, she cheerfully encourages Norio, demanding to kill the monsters as cleanly as possible. Norio, barely catching his breath, begs her not to be too demanding while he fights. Norio lets out a scream as aggressive square boars attack him from all sides. Although he has no desire to meet Platyfish's high demands, he understands that there is nowhere left to retreat. With a series of quick and precise moves, he knocks out the boars one by one. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Norio stands over the fallen square boar battle holes. He unexpectedly defeated an endless wave of monsters. Platyfish beams with joy, praises his excellent performance, and impatiently suggests preparing the meat immediately. Norio is deeply moved by the amount of loot. The thought that they will need both a refrigerator and a cart to carry everything away frightens him. Platyfish calmly jokes, if he cuts the meat into convenient pieces, she will use her potion to freeze and preserve it. They are guided by Platyfish's magic. The cold storage is quickly completed to accommodate their huge haul of meat. Norio is impressed by how this will improve their daily life, but Platyfish is even more excited. She impatiently urges him to start cooking delicious dishes immediately. Platyfish asks if a wild boar is essentially a pig, and Norio immediately drifts into a reverie about the tastiest pork dish, tonkatsu. He imagines the crispy crust. His mouth waters. But suddenly he is struck by a problem. They do not have what is needed for breading. The biggest problem is that there are no eggs. Platyfish stands confused. Norio asks Platyfish if people in this world eat bird eggs. Platyfish explains, in the land of mermaids this is not customary, but the inhabitants of the mainland do. Rejecting the local bird as unsuitable for cooking, Platyfish advises returning to the mountains to find a bird-type monster there. Norio himself hesitated that they would have to go there again, but he understands. The eggs they need can only be obtained through hunting. A sudden fluttering sound makes Norio shudder. He senses a foreign, unusual presence. Norio and Platyfish raise their heads. A mysterious mechanical creature is soaring in the sky. Platyfish thinks it is a bird, while Norio hesitantly wonders, maybe it is actually a plane. The cursed creature descends with a loud rustling and its true form is revealed. Norio breaks into a scream of disbelief. What they took for a plane was actually a dragon. A giant dragon looms over them and demanding asks if they are the bastards who broke into the dungeon, violating the rules. Norio is completely lost, but Platyfish quickly puts the picture together. She points into the distance and asks if this dragon is really the master of the dungeon. The dragon coldly confirms yes, it is. Norio panics and turns to Platy, reminding her that she said there was no master in the dungeon. Platy calmly suggests the creature might have got hungry because of Norio's strength. Then the dragon introduces itself. Grinzel Dragon Valen demands angrily who dared to invade his dragon royal mountain land and kill his subjects. Norio trembles and tries to explain they did not know about the master of the mountain. Stunned, Norio and Platy beg for mercy, swearing they will never return to Dragon Mountain. But Grinzel Dragonville, despising them as worthless beings who stained his honor, declares he will erase their existence to the last. With a roar of absolute power, Grinzel Dragonvale unleashes his colossal might. Declaring that he will cleanse their sins, the dragon commands them to end. A massive burst of energy crushes everything around. Gurkachuchi Grinzel Dragonvale unleashes a colossal beam of energy, covering the landscape, while Norio and Platy stand helpless before the devastating attack. Platy screams in pure horror. It seems the beam is about to incinerate them. But Norio's fear instantly turns into focus. He tightly grips his instrument and prepares to fight back against the onslaught. Norio, with an expression of complete determination, swings his weapon, releasing a powerful shockwave that cuts right through the dragon's destructive beam. A massive shockwave clears the space and Dragon Ren is thrown back, momentarily stunned by disbelief. The dragon, shocked by the unexpected turn, only gasps for air. Norio freezes with a dizzy breath and finally realizes he truly stopped the devastating attack. Platy screams with delight, completely conquered by Norio's unexpected power. The dragon freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how an ordinary man so easily withstood its deadliest attack. Amid this tension, Norio ignores the creature's distrust, smiling with relief as he realizes his precious field is intact and unharmed. Norio begins with a bow and apologies for entering the dragon's dungeon without permission, but his tone immediately changes to sharp, unwavering determination. He vows to do everything to protect what is important to him, directing his instrument at the creature and boldly challenging the dungeon master to a fight to the death. The dragon suddenly shudders in shock, just recognizing the weapon in Norio's hand. It's a sword, and don't pretend, the creature whispers something in disbelief, not knowing how the dragon trembles. Norio glances at the blade and asks, "Is this it?" Then solemnly declares that it is a holy sword granted to him by the king of the undead, confidently boasting that he is strong. The dragon's gaze sharpens as soon as he corrects Norio and declares the sword is actually his. With a thunderous roar, the beast lunges forward, blurring in swift motion. Norio can only watch, completely bewildered, thrown off by the sharp, whistling strike. The dragon, known as Grinzel Dragonveal, freezes in utter shock upon seeing the undead king and calls him master in awe. Before he can comprehend what is happening, a powerful shockwave bursts outward, forcibly throwing the dragon back. The dragon suddenly hurls into flight from a sharp and powerful blow. The undead king, apologizing for the commotion, steps back, and Norio and Platt stand as if struck by thunder while the dragon angrily screams about its territory. The undead king coldly calls it just a corpse, explaining that the creature was looking for those who entered the mountain. Then he speculates, maybe the dragon is not talking about them at all, but about their neighbor. The dragon screams madly with rage, shouting that the late king is a cursed neighbor, and flies away. Norio admits they were wrong to climb the dragon's mountain without permission, and the undead king, recalling his life as a human, says he understands. He then explains, for humans, dungeons are vital sources of raw materials and everything needed, so travelers often gather in packs to challenge them. The undead king casts a stern look at the dragon and reads him a lecture about the duties of a dungeon master. He emphasizes that raids happen daily, and getting angry and leaving the dungeon just because the shallow waters were breached is completely unwise. Norio and Nico stand nearby and watch as the skeletal king puts the dragon in his place. While the undead king continues his lecture, he calls the dragon narrow-minded and childish, and asks if he's even worthy to be the successor of the geyser dragon. When the undead king orders him to return to the mountain, Norio freezes with a confused face. But the dragon does not back down. He bursts out in a shout of helpless irritation. He cannot leave. And it turns out that some miserable human boy is holding the sword that his father ordered him to retrieve from the corpse's body. The undead king calmly explains, the sword has its own will and chose Norio. He adds that the dragon's father feared his power, so the sword became a natural price. The admission fuels the dragon's rage. He shouts that he cannot accept such a reason, since the sword is what holds the bet for the geyser dragon's succession. The undead king barely laughs and offers to become the dragon's rival. Frightened or simply deciding not to fight for now, the dragon retreats and shouts that they should remember this day. Norio, stunned by the sudden turn, reaches forward and begs the dragon to wait. Norio extends his hand and grabs the dragon, and the giant creature crashes to the ground with a rumble. The dragon, outraged, growls in disbelief. How can some human dare to touch his body? Meanwhile, the undead king apologizes and teases the dragon for the lack of victory. Despite the tension, Norio makes a friendly gesture and asks if he wants to join them for dinner. Confused by the sudden invitation, the dragon freezes in surprise as Norio brings a plate of food so appetizing that it is hard to resist. Norio explains, he prepared a steak using square boar he got in the dungeon, and honestly admits he is not sure if the creature will like it. The dragon, captivated by the dish, cannot hold back. He swallows his saliva in anticipation. As soon as the dragon bites into the steak, a wave of such flavor overwhelms him that it takes his breath away. The taste is insanely intense, as if a giant explosion happened, and the dragon literally freezes from the incredible deliciousness of the dish. The dragon exclaims with joy. Norio is delighted. Everyone likes the dish. But very quickly a wave of desires overwhelms him. Both the dragon and Nico demand seconds. When Norio is already thinking about how much more he needs to cook, a dazzling light suddenly bursts from the dragon and Norio shudders, remaining stunned and confused. The dazzling light becomes even brighter as the dragon begins to shine incredibly. To the complete bewilderment of Norio and Nico, the giant creature starts to shrink as if melting. They stand frozen in place in total shock, not taking their eyes off what is unfolding right before them. The undead king reveals that dragons can transform into humans, and Norio is shocked when he realizes before him was a dragon girl. Choked up to the point of speechlessness from the taste of the steak, she enthusiastically declares that she is in love with Norio's cooking and demands meat right now. Nico, not wanting to be left out, insists next is she, and Norio, embarrassed, is already calculating how much more he needs to grill. While Undead King tastes the steak and freezes with delight, he notes, grilling is wonderful, but the main thing is the spices. Norio humbly explains that he only used garlic, salt, and pepper, but Undead King disagrees and says even the royal palace cannot prepare such a delicious dish. When the meal comes to an end, Undead King warns Norio not to get conceited, and Dragon Girl lets out a satisfied sigh and is completely full after the banquet. Dragon Girl tells Norio not to gawk because he can cook. She still intends to take his sword. Norio apologizes, explaining that the sword does not let go by itself, and Undead King remarks that Norio is still too early, too inexperienced to master it. But Dragon Girl secretly plans to burn Norio to ashes with her fire to claim the sword. Her plan immediately fizzles out as soon as Norio points out, if she does that, she will never taste his juicy steak again. The dragon solemnly proclaims a warning to Norio. One day he will take his sword, but for now he will often return to devour his cooking, so Norio is wildly embarrassed by the threat. Eventually, smiling, he solemnly invites the dragon and says that he can come anytime. Dragon Girl reveals curiosity about the eggs of bird monsters. She says that from them, Norio can make his already tasty meat dishes even better. Norio warns, in the mountain dungeon the monsters are bony and tasteless, but the dragon does not back down. Nico remains stunned on the ground and shouts for her to wait while the dragon disappears into the distance, and the girl herself transforms back into a huge dragon form and rises into the sky, declaring an immediate return to the dungeon. Dragon Girl enthusiastically tells Norio that she is well versed in monsterology and ecology, then declares she is going there. Norio immediately agrees and she shouts, "Let's go!" and takes off into the sky riding the dragon. Norio only watches them with his eyes, and Dragon Girl is already shouting that she will finally get those eggs. When the dust settles after the sudden departure of the Dragon Girl, Norio and the Undead King share a silence of reflection. The Undead King notices their companions have become livelier, and Norio, smiling, agrees these unpredictable bursts of joy are much better than a dull life. Norio proudly shows the newly made sword and says he made it from mana metal. Nico cannot contain her excitement for a moment. She knows how rare this material is and asks if he plans to sell such a precious weapon. Norio only smiles in response and declares that he has no intention to sell, and Nico is already trembling with excitement. This could become the strongest sword in the world, second only to the Holy Sword. Norio solemnly presents the mana metal sword as an upgrade for Kakashi the Kakashi. Nico freezes for a moment, asking herself if such a valuable weapon is really meant for Kakashi, and very quickly bursts with excitement. She imagines how Kakashi will now cut down any pesky birds that dare to swoop and feed on their fields. Norio himself is much more surprised by this. Norio zealously orders Kakashi to release Mana the Metal Sword Resonance, and Kakashi immediately cuts in a furious flurry of powerful but unstable strikes. Kakashi shouts wildly and slices the air. Norio panics and rushes about. Nico just watches with a stone face. The birds are now out of reach and they are simply mocking him. When the chaos finally subsides, Norio breathes a sigh of relief, but Nico is left with one question. Why did he even give such a dangerous sword to the clumsy Kakashi? Norio beams with joy and exclaims, "Cool," but Nico, looking at the fact that his size really cannot grasp the romance of a man obsessed with gears, catches nothing. Instead, Norio is already calculating what new equipment to gift Kakashi next. When the story moves to Chapter 7, Norio, Platy, Undead King, and the dragon find themselves together in a bright, cheerful group shot. But suddenly a mysterious note warns something has just appeared before Kitten and Platy. Norio finds some time for himself and goes fishing on the shore. He casts the line and a memory washes over him like a wave. Once he was fishing, but not for fish, for something much more unexpected: Nico. He smiles. That one amazing tug at the end of the line led him to meet Nico and eventually to marrying her. Here Norio recalls how he, a simple salaryman, suddenly found himself in another world. At first he dreamed of a quiet and measured life, but his days became hectic and full of meaning thanks to Nico. She demanded that he become her husband, and also that he get along with the neighbors, the Undead King and the Dragon Vale. To escape this hustle and grab some peace, Norio decides to go fishing and enjoys the quiet flow of time until suddenly, splash, and his thoughts are interrupted by a splash. A sharp splash reveals a mysterious figure. Fins emerge from the water. Norio is momentarily frozen with horror and confusion. When the stranger asks if he is friends with Platyfish, Norio can only freeze, eyes wide open, unable to look away from the fins on the newcomer. Just a moment ago, Norio felt curiosity, but the atmosphere instantly turns hostile. The stern man coldly orders Norio's death, and now he is surrounded by a squad of armored soldiers with tridents. As soon as the order to kill him and anyone who stands in the way is given, Norio can only watch in complete shock. Talai wastes no time. With a practiced strike, she hurls spears at Norio. Paralyzed by fear, he doesn't even have time to understand what is happening and screams, fleeing convulsively to dodge the deadly weapons. In a desperate moment, Norio sharply grabs the hilt of his sword and prepares to fight for his life. With a sharp and powerful swing of the sword, Norio releases a devastating shockwave. A fierce stream of water erupts, forming a giant whirlpool and throwing Tailai backward, completely broken by the incredible force of the blow. Norio stands on the shore bewildered and panicked, watching as Tailai's fallen soldiers helplessly float in the water. Suddenly Plotty appears and wonders what all the commotion is about. Norio tries to say something and then Marin suddenly jumps out of the water, shocking both Norio and Plotty as she calls him brother. Norio freezes, speechless, as the defeated Tailai soldiers get back on their feet and, trembling with panic, scream wildly Plotty princess, asking if she is safe and alive. He is thrown off balance by the revelation. It turns out Plotty is a true royal person. As the commotion dies down, Marin steps forward preparing to properly introduce herself to this company. Marin leaves Norio completely confused as she introduces him as her elder brother Prince Aravan, the next heir to the throne. While Norio is still trying to piece together what he hears, Platyfish steps forward and boldly declares to everyone, her husband was kidnapped. Norio is thrown off track and overwhelmed with emotions. But suddenly Platy's statement completely throws Marin off balance. In a fit of rage, she insists she will never return to the Mermaid Kingdom and orders the soldiers to relay this to her parents. Taking everything at face value, she accuses Norio of kidnapping and violating her sister, and shouts to Tailai soldiers to immediately resume the fight. Tailai soldiers rush forward at Norio with fury, shouting that they will tear him to pieces and return Princess Plotty. And Igniaro fights, trying to defend himself, protesting that he simply cannot attack Marin's own people. But Plotty does not waver for a moment. She encourages her, let her launch a counterattack without hesitation. Just as the Tailai soldiers move to attack, Norio is suddenly thrown off by a sudden commotion. He looks up and in shock he and Platyfish see a huge dragon descending from the sky. It demands to find out what this uproar is about. The frightened Tailai soldiers scream hysterically in panic. They fear the dragon will eat them or burn the entire area with one breath. They beg Marin to flee immediately and escape the trap. But the dragon pays no attention to them at all. Bending down to kindly ask Norio if he is okay, the dragon greets him with surprise but gratitude. Norio thanks the creature for the help and leaves a stunned Marin with a completely incomprehensible expression. She watches this scene. The dragon laughs loudly and admits that he cannot allow Norio to disappear, simply cannot live without his delicious dishes. Suddenly the editing cuts the plot. Someone calls the dragon stupid for getting so worked up over a simple thank you. Marin, looking around confusedly, hears the dragon has already noticed only one person remains. Marin realizes in horror that her entire army has vanished. Then the dragon seats Grinzel's Pooh's dragon, daughter of Gazer Dragon, on a bench and warns, whoever runs away will instantly turn into charcoal. Norio playfully poked the dragon and the atmosphere immediately shifted. The dragon ordered him to stop. Plotty informed the dragon that Norio supposedly had a connection to Marin, and the dragon suggested discussing everything first, saying they were strangers. Taking advantage of that quiet moment, Norio kindly invited Marin to eat with them and the princess froze, unable to utter a word. Marin remains hostile. She brushes off Norio as if he were a suspicious land dweller and does not listen to a single word he says. She strictly orders Plotty to immediately return to the Mermaid Kingdom, insisting that there is nothing more to discuss. While Plotty looks on sadly, Norio tries to intervene and quietly reminds Marin that the only reason she went through all this is her sister and her concern for her. Later, Norio speaks firmly. It is his responsibility to listen to what Marin will say. Plotty looks at him with tenderness and gently calls, "Darling." But when Norio does not understand what is happening, Marin coldly states that she has changed her mind and suddenly grabs him so that he is completely confused. Marin suddenly stands up straight like a prince. Their honor is at stake and there is no way to avoid the challenge, so they make a stunning move. Marin strips off their clothes and Norio goes crazy, completely embarrassed, cheeks burning. He panics. Norio begs Marin to cover their body, but Marin simply notes their audacity. Remembering that this could happen, Norio takes out a set of clothes he bought. While doing this, Norio cannot help but feel déjà vu and sighs, seeing how events have once again turned into chaos. Norio politely leads Marin and Plotty to the table towards the meal. The dragon and Plotty inside are trembling with joy. They can't wait to taste the new dishes, while Marin looks thoughtful and hesitates before starting to speak. The scene fades. Marin is completely stunned and freezes as soon as they arrive at Norio's home. Before them is a modest hut with a thatched roof, and Marin bursts out in indignation. How can Plotty, the royal mermaid, live in such poverty? Norio awkwardly scratches the back of his head, blushing with shame, and Plotty can't help but quietly giggle at his theatrical reaction. But Marin does not calm down. He continues to rage and accuses Gorio of using Plotty as a slave. Plotty simply replies, the brush is the same mistake, it should have been satisfied, and he himself shows where exactly his parts are located. Marin is stunned. Goryo explains, this is the place where meat and vegetables from the mountains and fields are stored. Marin is especially struck by those mysterious walls. He says they are made of plaster he found in the mountains in Lime. Meanwhile, Darren teases there is even more, and with a direct hint promises a discovery lies ahead. Marin is stunned to discover another building on the site. Norio leads Marin there and explains that it is where he makes seasonings like miso and soy saucing, that all of this is completely foreign to Marin. Watching the excitement in her eyes, Plotty beams with pride and eagerly boasts. Her husband is not only a great cook and fighter, knows much more than they do themselves. Plotty happily explains. The pantry also serves as her room for magical preparations, and adds that Norio always treats her well. Then Norio leads them to the garden table he recently made and suggests discussing everything over tea and a new dish he prepared. Suddenly, a young girl appears and demanding food. Marin is completely confused by her sudden appearance. Plotty reveals, this is actually a dragon in human form, who behaves this way every time food is involved. Norio grandly raises a bowl of zenzai, explaining that the adzuki beans grew next to his soybean silently, but with a strange tone in his voice. Plotty and the dragon immediately start eating the sweet treat with great delight, while Marin freezes and stares at the dish in complete stupor. She has never seen anything like it. Zenzai instantly becomes a sensation. Plotty, Marin, and the dragon plunge into pure euphoria. Marin falls in love with the rich, multi-layered sweetness, and the dragon wildly demands more. But when Norio admits that the quantity is limited, it's just a random harvest from his soybean field, the dragon freezes in complete stupor. Marin initially bursts in a flash of rage and lashes out with words, but her tone instantly changes as soon as she begins to contemplate Norio's unique abilities. Realizing that such skills are unmatched by anyone else in the world, she perceives him as a saint or sage. Stunned by the revelation, Marin bows deeply and apologizes for what she said earlier, concluding that now she understands why Plotty fell in love with him. Norio, embarrassed, implores her to stop. Stop, Marin solemnly asks Norio to take care of her sister for years to come. Norio, embarrassed and shocked, asks if she's really sure. Plotty is also stunned by her sudden statement. While this conversation continues, Norio realizes for the first time, Plotty is actually a princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. Marin explains that with such a high status, choosing a marriage partner is usually not simple. Norio remains completely stunned by this. Norio says that Plotty's royal status entails heavy expectations, but Plotty bursts with passion, shouting that only one thing matters to her: to be his wife, and that she alone is responsible for her life. Marin tries to hold back the heated Plotty, then throws out. Norio seems not to understand her sister's position and calls him Mr. Saint. Norio remains in complete astonishment. Marin exposes the harsh truth. The royal status of Plottas carries a burden she cannot escape. She explains that the conflict over surface sovereignty between humans and demonic beings has finally reached the neutral mermaids, and now they are imposing a political marriage. While Norio listens, stunned, Plotty bursts out roaring. She declares she knows all about it and refuses to let centuries of political pressure dictate her life. Life forms a coherent picture for Norio. He recalls his calling as a hero destined to fight magical creatures and suddenly realizes the cause of Plotty's suffering is the war between humans and magic as a whole. The royal mermaids are forced to choose a side due to political agreements, so Plotty found herself trapped in a conflict far beyond herself. Marin explains the consequences of Plotty's position. If you don't choose a side, they will become enemies to both factions. To save her kingdom, Plotty's decided the best thing is to disappear completely right now. And when Marin sees Plotty's living a quiet life with Norio, she declares, as the older brother, he must fulfill his sister's wish to stay close to Norio. Norio can only watch, completely stunned by the weight of this news. Marin looks at Plotty with a gentle smile, genuinely glad that her sister has found a good person. But her mood suddenly shifts. Marin throws herself to the ground with a theatrical bow and desperately begs Norio to officially marry and protect Plotty. Norio blushes with shame, unable to recover from her fervor, and quietly agrees, while Plotty screams in agony for her brother to immediately stop this humiliating show. The dragon shuddered upon hearing the news and began questioning Norio about his marriage. Norio shyly confirmed it, and the dragon excitedly decided she would marry him too, leaving Norio completely bewildered, while Plotty could only watch in amazement, unable to believe the dragon's sudden and impulsive declaration. The dragoness smugly explains her logic. Marriage will allow her to inherit the properties of the holy sword Norio and guarantee lifelong delicious meals. She confidently asks him to marry her, and in her opinion the fatal he already fell. Immediately a pause follows, and the sharp rejection leaves the dragoness completely stunned in a state of pure shock. The dragon, already in human form like a blonde and a maid outfight, enthusiastically scatters arguments. Supposedly, for a strong man, having several wives is normal. But Norio is not moved in the slightest and cuts dryly. He is not for polygamy and does not consider her a mistress. The dragon cannot stand it and bursts into loud, dramatically bitter tears. The dragon breaks down even more and asks if Norio hates her or considers her weaker than the undead king. Her sobbing echoes in Norio's head, and in despair he shouts for her to stop. but the dragon seizes this as a pretext to demand that he marry her. While she triumphs over her victory, Marin apologizes to Norio for all the commotion. Meanwhile, Platy watches the scene with a mysterious smile and brushes off the dragon as if it were mere annoyance. Walking along the shore, Marin says she has already informed her parents, then turns to Norio, gently calls him, and suggests that if the parents approve, they can officially become husband and wife. Norio cannot quite grasp it, and Marin looks at him sincerely and hopefully, asking if it is really possible. Marin opens up to Norio and tells the truth about her past. She admits she ran away from home when the burdens of the married kingdom became unbearable, and when she was caught she was essentially forced to become its bride. Despite such a complicated beginning, she sincerely says how much she loves living here and savoring its cuisine, and confesses that she really wants to stay with him forever, although she worries she might be a burden. Here Norio responds to Marin with a gentle smile and assures her he has no intention of changing the way they live. Then he reveals his own past. Although God gave him the power of mastery, he was considered useless in battle. Removing the illusions that he is a strong man that others want to see, Norio tells Marin that he really wants only one thing, for them to strive together for a happy life. Blushing and speaking sincerely, Norio asks Marin to be by his side from this day forward wholeheartedly. Marin gasps with happiness, her eyes shine as she accepts his frank request. Enchanted by Norio's words, Marin joyfully yells yay, and suddenly throws herself into his arms. But the tenderness lasts only a moment. The dragoness suddenly spoils the mood and throws a tantrum right on the ground, grumbling that she is hungry too. She lashes out at Norio, calls him slow, and demands to know how much longer she has to wait, mercilessly ruining their romantic embrace. Norio enthusiastically agrees to treat the dragon to food as a wedding gift. The dragon roars with delight and urges him on, hurry, and Marin just watches all this with a sigh until the chapter ends. Norio reflects on how the needs of his farm are growing and concludes he needs more help, but as soon as he says he needs an extra hand, the dragon mistakenly brings a starfish. Sighing at the misunderstanding, Norio once again spins his crazy schedule, juggling the harvest of ripe crops and the brewing of miso and soy sauce, feeling the full weight of his duties as a married man on his shoulders. Norio passionately declares that he wants to build a house, and the dragon, as if enchanted, catches every word. After that, Norio prays to the undead king. The undead king greets Norio as Mr. Saint, and this frights him terribly, but at the same time, as a gesture of friendship, gives him a souvenir made of mana metal to the dragon's delight. When the confused Norio asks if everything is alright, the undead king simply explains he was free and came to hang around. Norio freezes at the size of the mana metal and exclaims that this will be a tremendous help. When the undead king asks if it is really needed, Norio explains due to lack of people, he will be able to mass produce a whole bunch of household tools. But then the dragon bursts out and hisses that he is a bastard because he allowed her sisters to live in a shabby shack. Confused, Norio retorts that Platy's brother had already pointed out several problems earlier. Fueled by this, Norio fervently declares his determination to build a house he has never created before. The dragon suddenly finds an idea and suggests asking the undead king for help. Norio briefly wonders if he could arrange for everything to happen 3 times faster, but immediately rejects the thought unthinkable. The undead king, eager to help, asks how many people Norio needs and promises to bring 10. Norio, confused and embarrassed, asks where they will come from, and the undead king asks him to wait and begins to transform to bring reinforcements. Small Norio and the dragon freeze in silence as the undead king shows the workers he brought, 5 orcs and 5 goblins. The king proudly introduces them as humanoid monsters from his own dungeon who obey his orders directly. He adds that he has already ordered them to obey the Holy Saint and tells Norio to use them as he sees fit. Norio, stunned by the appearance of a whole army of monsters, can only stammer and babble in confusion. Norio tries to greet the silent group Aiden, but the undead king immediately stops him. They cannot speak. Then the king explains that they understand orders, but they have neither self-esteem nor the survival instinct of Taiao. And also, they feed by absorbing mana from the air, so they do not need food or rewards. Hearing this, the dragon bursts with joy and exclaims that all their problems are finally solved. The undead king waves off thanks and disappears, leaving behind good luck building the house. In the sudden silence, Norio shifts his gaze to the group of monsters and his determination rises. Clenching his fist, he calls everyone to unite their forces to build a truly luxurious house. The montage shows Norio and the app in perfect harmony. They pull giant logs, saw wood, and then, unhurriedly, carefully craft the parts. When the wooden frame of the house quickly rises, Norio looks up and admits that the monster's capabilities far exceed what he initially imagined. Norio admires the unique advantages of this app. The mighty torso of the orc is perfect for handiwork, and the small body of the goblin makes them incredibly agile. He notices, with patient hints, they improve step by step, and this makes his feelings for them grow warmer. Meanwhile, the dragon wraps its arms around him and showers him with tenderness. The dragon warns Norio not to become too attached to the workers, reminding him that they are made from mana and are not real living beings. She explains how such humanoid monsters are usually used as disposable troops in battles against humans. They are easily replaced once destroyed. Norio is shocked by the cold truth, but he still holds on to the belief that everyone deserves a chance to live a peaceful life. Norio reflects on how much he relied on monsters, from cooking to dealing with waste as if it were just the natural order of the world. But his thoughts are interrupted by a sudden stop. One of the assistant workers suddenly loses balance and falls with a loud clatter. Norio flinches. In panic, Norio rushes to the fallen worker and urgently asks if anyone is injured. As he helps the monster up, a wave of frustration hits him. If only he could speak properly and truly communicate with them. The worker barely utters a few hoarse words, assuring Norio that everything is fine. The additional worker finally manages to speak once again, reassuring Norio that he is fine. This news shakes both Norio and the dragon to trembling. They had expected the worker to be unable to speak. Despite the shock, Norio does not let go of his anxiety and asks again if the worker is really okay. The worker briefly confirms. Shock grows as other additional workers join them. Their voices waver, but the words come out clearly. They address him as Mylord and declare that they want to continue working for him. Norio can only watch, stunned to the core by the sudden speech of beings he considered mere tools. Norio is completely stunned. He cannot believe that the monsters suddenly gained self-awareness. The dragon immediately notices this phenomenon and Norio understands. Most likely all this happened because of his skill of absolute superiority. He admits that the power is too great, so it must be handled carefully, but excitement still presses on his chest. He clenches his fist, and he decides no, with this ability, he will finally be able to truly communicate with add-on workers. Overcome with emotion, Norio throws himself into the arms of the Aiden workers, thanking them for their loyalty. The monsters roar with joy and toss him into the air, greeting him as their lord. The dragon watches with a gentle smile, acknowledging that their new self-awareness means they can no longer be considered merely temporary labor. Norio and the workers from Aden burst into enthusiastic applause as they finally unveil the magnificent traditional building just completed. The dragon freezes without a word, confused and not understanding where this building came from when it wasn't there before. Winking amicably, Plotty proudly declares, "This house is her and Norio's love nest," and she also pointedly teases the dragon, gaping in shock. Filled with excitement, the dragoness rushes into the house and enters, looking around and admiring the unfamiliar architecture. Norio instantly stops her, holding her back so she doesn't claw or shake the tatami with her feet. Marveling at the texture, the dragoness spins on the floor and it's pure bliss. Norio and Plotty just watch. Plotty notes, the dragoness holds her paws very thoughtfully and clearly wants to stay here. The dragon wonders, do humanoid monsters also fit into this plan? The worker settlers are confused and insist that they themselves would never have crafted such a marvel. After all, their home is in the dungeon. Seeing this, Norio suddenly catches an idea. He decides to build nearby monster rental housing so they have a place to live. A bit shyly, he admits that he still needs help to build a proper bathroom and kitchen, leaving the worker settlers deeply touched by his care. Norio asks the workers from the superstructure if they can help, and they respond with wild enthusiasm. Plotty feels their intensity pressing against them and wonders where their shared refuge has gone. Then Norio introduces Gabukichi, most skilled sewer among the Gabukiki, and he has already finished the special order. Seeing the result, Norio excitedly declares that it is a futon, and Plotty looks on with curiosity. Norio gives Plotty a special gift. He shows a futon he made himself from cotton he grew by hand. He asks her to try it, and Plotty is instantly overwhelmed with joy. As soon as she feels how comfortable it is, she is left speechless. Norio smiles, pleased that his gift worked. Norio gently apologizes to Plotty for having made her sleep on plywood until now. Joy overflows. Plotty thanks him and also expresses gratitude to Gabukichi for the help. While admiring their wonderful new home, both feel a surge of determination and excitement for the farming life that awaits ahead. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the open sea. A huge ship cuts through the waves with a powerful whoosh and confidently moves forward towards an unknown destination. Having finished work by the water, one of the add-in workers takes a break to catch his breath, but as soon as he lowers his shoulders, his work is interrupted by a sudden break. He notices a large ship emerging from beyond the horizon and freezes in confusion at what he sees. Standing in front of a huge traditional estate, Norio joins the woman with horns, hands him a glass of water. She asks if everything is all right, then admires the architecture enthusiastically. In her opinion, only a god blessed with special power could have built such an amazing home in such a short time, and at these words, Norio becomes shy and silent. Rin awkwardly nudges Norio in place and says she has already talked to her father about the marriage between him and her sister Plotty. She explains, at first her father was confused but eventually agreed after Rin told him about Norio's character and strength. And she adds, the fact that Norio does not belong to any specific race is actually a plus. Norio acknowledged the situation and sighed with relief, but anxiety still lingered. people and magical beings had reacted too warily. Rin explained that Platy had to struggle because of the very political nature of this marriage. That was why so much anger had gathered. Then she revealed, her father, the king of mermaids, had officially declared that Platy would marry the holy saint. Norio froze in shock. How had Rin managed to convince them? Rin said essentially, among those who lost the chance to marry Platy, resentment has long accumulated, and while hostile forces are still trying to reach her, it is best to leave everything as it is. Norio listened slightly embarrassed when suddenly Rin sharply bowed deeply. He was stunned by how she pleaded with desperate sincerity for Norio to take care of Platy, promising that they would do everything not to cause him any problems. Norio asks Rin to stop her pleading, quietly admitting the truth. In fact, he likes being with Platy and he is grateful for her presence because without her, he would most likely still be sitting alone. As soon as he recalls his time in this world, a Gabakichi worker jumps up and shouts loudly that his master is calling. In the commotion, Norio introduces Rin to his neighbor Undead King, also known as Lifeless King. Gabakichi jumps into place, anxiously throws out the news and shouts that a hostile attack has already begun on the coast, and that a large number of magical creatures have landed on the land. Norio freezes in shock and Rin replies, the orcs in Gabakichi are already engaged in battle. She trembles with excitement. Did it happen that her stubborn and best-guarded secret location was reached by magical creatures? Norio rushes headlong to the shore and notices a ship of magical creatures. There he finds Kubun of the workers, wounded amid all this commotion. Their moment is cut short by the sudden appearance of a mysterious and majestic woman from the magical creatures. Orkobo recognizes the authoritative woman as Aster of Lies, but Norio suddenly gets distracted by her appearance and this triggers a fierce outburst from her. Then Aster solemnly introduces herself, revealing that she is actually a demon lord and one of the 4 heavenly kings. Norio is stunned. Aiden workers have already captured Aster and completely destroyed her army 100 skeleton soldiers. When they, boiling with emotion, declare they are ready to die for him, Norio is deeply moved and at the same time wildly worried. He will beg them not to take such a dangerous risk. Meanwhile, Asteris, who is captive, screams and chokes with rage, demanding that they finally stop ignoring her. Asteris recognizes the figure before her, muscular and formidable as Eravana, princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. When Eravana asks how Asteris learned about this place, she snorts disdainfully, implying that during their peaceful times mermaids have grown soft and foolish. With a sharp, powerful movement, she tears her own shackles, easily frees herself, and smiles boldly, warning not to underestimate the scale of her information-gathering network. Breaking free, Asteris announces the true goal, to return the mermaid princess and kill bride thief, holy saint. Turning her gaze to Norio, she coldly concludes, he is exactly the person she was ordered to eliminate. The narration calls Astra Horror on the battlefield a high-ranking official of the Lord of Demons who thirsts for blood. But the mood breaks instantly. The dragon tries with all his might to restrain the overly excited Norio. Disregarding the danger, Norio joyfully greets the king of the undead, calls him sensei, and introduces him to the dragon, and the dragon remains completely stunned by the meeting. Arowana screams in absolute horror and shows that the undead king is one of the 2 classes of world evils. While Norio clumsily observes, the undead king casually contemplates the demon's plan to be killed by the holy saint. Stunned, Aster only flinches with her gaze and cannot believe this absurd situation unfolding right before her. While Asteris trembles at the presence of the undead king, a huge dragon swoops down from the sky demanding to know the cause of all the commotion. Asteris realizes with horror that another world-class disaster has arrived. Meanwhile, Norio casually meets the dragon at home, and the red-haired girl calls her dear person in surprise. She brings up the size of the massive dragon, says that all this time she was searching for eggs on the mountain and desperately wanted tonkatsu. And now, already in human form, the dragon gently asks Norio if he is okay, and he gratefully replies that he is. Then she shifts her gaze to Platyfish and asks where she was. Next, the dragon explains that on the ocean they noticed a demon ship and climbed out of curiosity. Casting a glance at the fallen Asters, the dragon snorts disdainfully, wondering why any worthless demon would dare to go against her master and try to kill him. The dragon's anger bursts out as he declares, anyone who harms his master will answer to his fury. He reduces the Dismons to miserable worms and threatens to annihilate their entire kind. Frightened, the Asters can only watch in shock. Norio quickly steps between them, calls out to the dragon Valendan, apologizing, asks to stop the escalation. When the tension finally subsides, Norio turns to the stunned Asters and offers a solution. Norio offers a deal and tells Asteris she will be released home if she promises not to be hostile to them. Asteris is torn apart, she's gnawed by shame for being frightened, but aloud she reminds herself she is Asteris of Despair, one of the demon lords for the heavenly kings. Yet in the end, utterly stunned by the presence of a world-class catastrophe, she clenches her fist and shouts that she agrees. Yearning to regain dignity even for a moment, Astros suddenly challenges Norio to a duel. She will listen to his proposal only after victory. Norio responds casually, has decided to protect his peaceful life. But the dragon Veil does not hesitate, already gathering flames to burn Astros for her audacity. Norio stops her for a moment and shouts at Veil to wait, and he looks at him with tenderness. Norio accepts the challenge from Astros without hesitation and grabs the sword. Astra senses the threat in advance. She thinks Norio is an ordinary human, so an easy prey for her, no matter who his allies are. But as soon as they face each other, Astra is overwhelmed by an unexpected shock. Panic rises in Astra as soon as she recognizes the legendary evil sword Dry Schwartz in Norio's hand. She trembles so much that she falls a moment later, her own sword clanging against the ground. And while everyone stares in shock, one of the companions suggests burying her to use as fertilizer for the fields, but Norio immediately rejects the idea. Norio notices the demon marine infantry were terrified of Veil to the point of madness, so they abandoned Astra and fled. Despite his own reluctance, Norio still decides to send her home. But while the dragon carries Astra into the skies, a flustered Astra asks why a creature with such incredible power chooses to serve an ordinary person and, instead, receives an embarrassed answer from Veil. The dragon snorts indignantly and demands to know if she really has to write down the reasons. Then it bursts out laughing, proudly declaring that it cannot reveal to anyone the tasty secret of her master. And while Veil takes Astra higher and higher into the sky, she remains stunned, trying to understand who Norio really is. The formal introduction presents Astra as one of the demonic kings, the 4 heavenly kings, known as Asters of Deception. Norio is shocked to see Astra's return with a whole company of companions and asks Astra's if something is wrong with her. Confused, unable to hold back, Norio suddenly lashes out and attacks Astra's, shouting for the demons to go home while Norio desperately tries to calm her down. Astra's companions desperately begged for help and showed that they too were expelled from the Demon King's army. Astra tries to deny it and insists that she is the only one leaving the one who was expelled first and asks them to return, but they refuse. They declare unconditional loyalty to her. Norio looks on in complete confusion and does not understand what exactly happened for this to occur. Suddenly, the commotion is interrupted by the dragon Veil. She roars and threatens to burn everyone for talking too loudly. Norio immediately intervenes, threatening to cut her rations to tame her. When Veil transforms back into human form, Astra's companions freeze. They had stood against a real dragon, and Norio is still stuck in thought processing that Astra's was actually expelled from the Demon King's army. Finally, Astra's tells about her defeat, how she failed to get the princess and how chaos arose because of the dragon. Because of this, she was stripped of her title. She explains the grave sin of using a dragon in war. Norio freezes with irony and finally shifts his gaze to Veil, and Astra's confirms she was completely expelled from the demon country. History: Astra's companions excitedly claim that her trial is suspicious and staged by a cunning person named Sir Ravian to trap her. But Astra's remains are plunged into despair. In the Demon King's army, she believes only strength matters, so her failure is therefore her fault. Her followers shower her with loyalty, while Norio meanwhile wonders if her release is not just a consequence of the recent commotion. Astros clarifies she's not seeking responsibility, she is looking for a way to start life from scratch. Listening to herself, she recalls how she first came across goblins and orcs with incredible strength and intelligence. And most importantly, she does not understand why world-scale disasters like the dragon and the undead king are held by Norio. Driven by a desperate need to understand why such mighty creatures follow him, Astra fell to her knees and begged Norio to allow her some time to work under his guidance. Claudia and Dragon were completely bewildered, choking on screams of shock, while Norio simply threw a lenient "of course," acknowledging it without unnecessary ceremony. He's not entirely sure that working on the farm will bring her the answers she so desperately seeks, but he accepts her request anyway. Norio tells Astra's that he wants to help her find herself again and is ready to accept any consequences that may arise. The dragon warns that trying to help her may bring enemies who seek her death, but Norio is not deterred. When her companions timidly ask if they can stay as well, Norio agrees but sets one firm condition. As long as they are on his lands, any bloodshed is strictly forbidden. Astra solemnly agrees to Norio's terms, solemnly promising complete submission and readiness to endure any humiliation. While Dragon and Platy mock Norio's naivety, her companions Belina and Badamicidinly bustle to outdo her, each mad with desire to be the first to serve him. Amused by their zeal, Norio decides it is time to make a request. Norio throws Astra's and her companions into fieldwork. These stand bewildered, not understanding how they ended up in this sudden manual labor. Astra's confidently claims to specialize in such tasks, but her clumsiness immediately messes everything up. One of the comrades screams in pain. Watching the disaster unfold, Norio begins to doubt whether the decision was right. Norio sees Astra's hits the same spot again and again, and even wastes time explaining that a hoe is needed to dig the ground and make furrows for the seeds. She tries to appear experienced, but it quickly becomes clear Astra's and Belina grew up in the demon country and were born aristocrats. And still, Astris boldly declares that she has decided to serve Norio under any circumstances. This deeply moves Norio, how sincere demons can be. Norio today is detailing everything to the smallest detail. Astris and Belina must plant seeds with exact spacing between rows, and Beatty is to cut beds next to the Gobukiches. As soon as they get to work, Astris covers all the truth of rural labor. Exhausted and grumbling, she complains of terrible back pain. She still digs through the soil until suddenly she catches a moment of unexpected insight. An incredible burden overwhelms Astris, while Belina breaks free with a scream and frantically hisses as soon as she discovers a winding creature in the ground. With a loud crack, Astris' back gives way and Norio hangs in thought, wondering if this task is altogether too much for two former aristocrats. Having confirmed the exhausting farm work, hunting awaited them next. Astris, confident in her abilities as a warrior, considered it the perfect chance to wash away the shame of her clumsiness on the farm. Platy explained, Norio needed to replenish meat supplies with square boars. Just as Astris prepared to prove what she was capable of, the forest shook with a loud rumble. The target was already approaching. A pack of square boars rumbles right at them, shaking the ground. Astor is momentarily confused but quickly pulls himself together and orders Belani and Badami to join the hunt. With a series of strong and precise strikes, Astor breaks through the pack, easily knocking the boars down and regaining his honor as a warrior. Astris and his companion freeze with delight as Borsi effortlessly take down one after another. Examining the weapons, they shudder. The axes and sickles are not ordinary tools but forged from rare manhwarecap. Plot explains that all their tools and weapons are made from metals with high-quality mana, and therefore Astris's companions are impressed by the rarity and purity of the material. But Astris recalls that the first thing she saw in the Master, and the Strong One when she first met them with Alpin, was how they worked, and she was sure, strength is not in the equipment. She begins to be troubled by the thought that the matter might be in her own ability. And here Platt casually adds that even a simple hoe for farming is made from the same precious metal with mana. Resolutely deciding not to remain weak, Astris proclaims her decision to overcome her own limitations and her companions' support and encourage her. But as soon as the hunt ends, exhaustion overwhelms her completely, and she finally realizes how exhausting the task was. Platy thanks everyone and suggests starting to butcher the wild boars, but Astris remains completely bewildered by this word. Platy explains that in such a state she won't be able to carry the prey, so she uses her medicine magic preparing and freezing the meat right on the spot. Astra and her companion are overwhelmed with complete stupor. Meanwhile, at the farm, Norio finishes preparing a hot pot of food and notes. They returned just in time. Norio cheerfully announces that dinner is ready, but is immediately thrown off by the gloomy atmosphere enveloping the hunting party returning. Platy explains that they were shaken because the day did not go according to plan. Aster, once feared as one of the four heavenly kings of the Demon King, finds herself thinking that her prestige has melted away before the unprecedented farm residents and their godlike equipment. While Aster sighs from her own helplessness, Norio gently stops her and corrects her. He says, strength is not only influence or combat power. Strength lies in the connection she has with her companions, and this is true strength. He asks her to believe in herself and open new possibilities. When the tension finally releases, Norio invites everyone to have dinner outside to take advantage of the good weather. Astros and her companions immediately become lively and even shine upon seeing the food. When they gather around the table, the companions ask about the unfamiliar dish, and Norio reveals, it is a ginger-grilled square boar and tangerine soup. After the group sits down, Aster is completely captivated by the taste of the dish, and Norio looks a bit confused at her overly enthusiastic reaction. Dragon and the other companions also greedily taste the food, praising its flavor. When dinner comes to an end, Norio encourages everyone, eat to your fill and don't be sad, and the whole company happily agrees to give their best again tomorrow. Carrying a basket of gathered vegetables, Aster wondered where Platy and Saint had gone. One of her companions explained that they are currently at sea on a mission. Having completed her work, Aster asked if there was anything else she could do. That companion cheerfully suggested help with weeding and cleaning the house. Despite being sent to pull weeds and clean, Astra sprawled out on the porch, relaxed and ironically said, "Those who do not work will die." When her comrades reproach her for her laziness, she instantly comes to her senses and declares that she is doing a vital job taking care of the house so it remains safe until the saint returns. The scene shifts to the shore. Nico joyfully splashes in the water and returns to her Nico form. Fully refreshed, she admits, "I should return to this form more often." Norio, watching with a smile, says that she is much calmer in the sea than on land, and this surprises Nico. Nico happily explains that she feels equally comfortable on land and in the sea thanks to high-quality medicine for land dwellers that she created. Norio listens, smiles, and thinks about how caring his wife is. And as soon as the conversation turns to former peace, Nico immediately shifts the tone to a more serious one. Local places are often visited by sea monsters and Norio immediately pays attention. Nico tells Norio, just like on land, there are dungeons in the ocean from which monsters emerge. Norio concludes, even ordinary sea creatures, herrings, and starfish can turn out to be monsters. Nico warns him about one that lives there and is too dangerous, somewhere deep beneath one of the top 5 lakes where she fears meeting the most. Norio worries about Platy's safety, she must not go alone, but Nico waves it off saying if someone is dear to you, even such a monster is a trifle. To ease Norio's anxiety, Nico prepares medicine for breathing underwater. She orders to chew the medicine to breathe underwater and strictly warns, do not swallow. Norio panics for a moment, almost swallows, then Nico says to chew again, and they both dive into the sea with a loud splash. Norio widely opens his eyes in amazement as soon as he realizes he can really breathe underwater. He is impressed by this sensation, and Nico swims through the water easily and effortlessly, shouting to her dear husband to make sure he is okay. As they glide through the water, Norio suddenly realizes he almost forgot about Nico's true nature because she spent so much time on land. Watching her swim gracefully beside him, he holds his breath at her beauty and thinks, this wonderful Princess Nico is his wife. Norio remains extremely embarrassed, blushes and tries to convince himself and Nico that he is absolutely fine. Nico notices his strange behavior, but her confusion quickly disappears as sharpness appears in her gaze. Sensing a change in minerals in the water, she feels a dense thirst for blood already approaching them and puts both into full combat readiness. But Norio, froze in confusion from the sudden change in atmosphere, does not understand what is approaching. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes flash from the darkness, piercing with their gaze, and a huge spotted monster Rhine eel lunges forward, confirming Nico's fears. Rhine eel rushes forward and lets out a deafening piercing scream, confusing Norio. The monster's jaws snap loudly right at them, but Nico instantly springs into action. She prepares to neutralize the beast and tells Norio she will stop its movements, and he will do the rest himself. Him quickly launches magical capsules into Rhine eel and they burst into fierce fiery flames, even though the monster is deep underwater right now. Norio freezes, stunned and bewildered by the incredible power of Platy's magical herbs. While the monster is bound by fire, Nico shouts to Norio, take your chance, strike now. Now Norio gathers strength and tears out his voice, well, let's go, and delivers a devastating blow to Rhine eel. The echo explodes, the monster is thrown aside, and Nico, watching the spectacle from the edge, shines with pride and joyfully exclaims, hooray, as befits a deer. Here, Rhine defeated floats away. Nico immediately joyfully hugs Norio, says their mission is accomplished, and suggests returning home immediately. But Norio suddenly notices something on the ocean floor, asks Nico to wait a moment, and leaves her watching while he leans down and retrieves a piece of the monster. After this, Nico explains, seaweed is a useless nuisance, even magical herbs cannot be obtained from it. But Norio turns out to be intrigued. He gathers some of the plant, returns to the shore, lights a fire, and sets a cauldron. He identifies the seaweed as wakame and surprises Nico by saying he wants to mix it with that tasty eel catch they just defeated to create a new trial dish. Norio proudly presents his creation, Isekai wakame soup made from eel broth. Just after adding a pinch of salt and pepper, Nico takes a sip, immediately captivated by the exquisite taste and crispness of the seaweed, admitting her previous statement that it was pointless was mistaken. Norio smiles, glad that an awkward moment turned into a delicious dish. Norio decides to leave Rhine eel's carcass behind, understands that removing its slime would require too much salt. Nico continues to shower him with affection and praise, insisting that her respect for him has grown wildly after tasting the incredible flavor of this soup. Nico beams with pride and Norio blushes slightly but remains composed. His abilities are not solely his own merit, they are given by those who support him. Norio looks back at the diverse crowd of neighbors who have already become part of their lives and feels their world come alive. Deeply appreciating the blessing of their support, he still shifts his gaze to Nico and blushes, shyly suggesting they should carve out some time just for the two of them, reminding that they are newlyweds. Norio says that he and Nico must return to the ocean for private swimming, just the two of them. Nico is very touched and gladly agrees. Looking at the shore, Norio realizes it is necessary to immediately develop medicine that will allow breathing underwater so they can talk while diving. Nico enthusiastically takes on this task and leaves it in Norio's hands. A lightning bolt flashes through the moment the camera shifts to the demon-radiating fortress. Inside, an official meeting is underway selecting an immediate successor for the 4 heavenly kings, following the dismissal and exile of the Astros of Deception. The atmosphere in Demon Castle becomes deadly. Demon Lord demands to name who gave the approval for Astra's release. Reverian, trying to blame everything on poverty and a simple mistake, lays the groundwork, but Demon Lord immediately sees through the scheme. Accusing him of betrayal, Demon Lord quickly draws a dagger and presses it to Reverian's throat, calling him a disrespectful person. No, Reverian in fear and sticky sweat will beg the Lord of Demons for forgiveness, but the Lord of Demons Zidane looks at him with cold indifference. And instead of killing, Zidane voices a harsh ultimatum. He orders Reverian to pull himself together and truly be capable of fulfilling his duties until the Lord of Demons returns. Amica bows low to the Lord of Demons, handing over a document with the coordinates of the transferred magic. Zidane takes it with a dry, "all right," but his face sharpens as he remembers Saint Kidden and swears that he simply must wait. Everything ends with a powerful shot of Saint Kidden, implying that even Lords of Demons can be driven by passion. The scene shifts again to the farm. A dark-haired elf girl looks at the quirky doll with swords and does not hide her embarrassment. Norio explains, this creation is Kakatsu Kakashi, made to protect the crops from birds while they are absent. When asked about the swords, he replies that they are just decorations. Platy nods and concludes, there is nothing strange about such additions, guys like that. Norio happily confirms, the sword is really just for decoration, and by this he reveals Kakatsu, who can dance and jump and cannot be scared away by birds. While the companions look on with distrust, the goblin workers simply freeze with delight. They start jumping along with Kakashi and later form a fiery dance group, with Kakatsu leading them in the center. Norio excitedly calls out the name HT11, while Kakatsu makes a powerful leap and lands on the ground, clapping so hard it impresses with the impact. Rin freezes in shock and does not understand why he even wasted time giving it a name. Despite all this chaos, Norio watches with a quiet face. He feels good that today everyone is having a wonderful day. The workers' applause instantly turns into cries of alarm when Kakatsu falls. His movement shatters him on the spot after the impact. Norio despairingly laments that he used leftover material, causing the doll to lose the necessary strength and endurance. Through tears he apologizes to the fallen Kakatsu, and Lena calmly asks why they can't just fix it. The Aiden workers passionately chant for Norio and demand, "Revive Kakatsu." Resolutely, Norio decides to use his Master of Superiority skill while Lena and Rin watch. A thought flashes that it is pointless to waste such power on a doll. But with a jerk, he really restores Kakashi, triumphantly shouting that he fixed him, and Kakatsu stands tall again. Norio wildly rejoices that Kakatsu has returned. Sharing the moment with the Aiden workers who loudly cheer, Nico suggests, if they use metal saturated with mana, Kakashi will no longer break, and this suddenly sparks inspiration in Norio. For a second he imagines Kakatsu in super heavy armor, but almost immediately dismisses the thought and concludes that wood is actually better. Nico looks at him and sighs. She honestly admits she doesn't understand what men can find attractive. A new figure appears, Kasaka Momoko. She introduces herself as an ordinary schoolgirl, but the truth is much harsher. In a barren landscape where monsters roar nearby, she is revealed as a skilled fighter wielding the mighty theological scythe II. With a powerful scream, Kasaka Momoko swings her huge scythe, creating a colossal shockwave that tears the ground in half. Gasping from overexertion, she contemplates her fate. She was summoned from another world and gifted by God with the goddess's scythe so that she would fight demons as a hero of the people. Momoko recalls the chasm between her former life and the harsh reality of this new world. There were not even basic amenities here, and the harsh conditions often meant death for those who were summoned. She remembers coming with 10 companions and wondered how many of them even survived this trial. Momoko wonders if all the others who were summoned with her have already died. She clearly remembers Norio, a man who was told he had no skills, so she believed a person like him would not survive here. But Momoko stops at her own position. Her skills made her indispensable to kings, so she gained a high status. Clenching her weapon tightly, she realizes the chasm between her path and the path of the one who had no skills. In this cruel world, Akasaki Momoko devoted herself to a life of eternal struggle. Thanks to her incredible strength, she fights relentlessly and believes that through this battle she can rise and become the strongest person that exists. The slaughter is utter chaos. Soldiers desperately cling to life, holding back an endless wave of demons. Akasaka Momoko looks at the horizon and realizes the enemy forces are countless, no end in sight. She stands on the front line, tightening her grip and declaring her unbreakable spirit, swearing she will not lose for the sake of the people of this world. The thundering roar shatters the silence, and suddenly a gigantic dragon appears over the field, descending directly onto the battlefield. Akasaki Momoko freezes and lifts her head, unable to believe her own eyes. She is stunned that the beast appeared so unexpectedly. The warriors are paralyzed with fear. They recognize the creature as one of the two great scourges of their world. In trembling whispers, they mutter that seeing such a being almost always means certain death, and they cannot understand why the legendary monster suddenly appeared right in the middle of their battle. Kasaka Momoko is stunned. She realizes that her goddess scythe, capable of killing any target with one strike, is practically powerless here against the giant beast. Nearby warriors simply melt with fear. One more breath of the dragon and it will erase them all without a trace. When the creature stomps, spreading thunder across the battlefield, the thought involuntarily arises that the dragon came for only one thing: to burn everything in its path. A colossal creature cuts the silence. A voice thunders over the battlefield as it addresses the lower races. Warriors freeze in shock. They cannot believe the dragon can speak. Then the monster introduces itself: Grinzel Dragon Veal, daughter of the great King Geyser Dragon. And right beside her appears a mysterious female magical being. She declares she has come to return the insolent one, and boldly demands to know who dared to oppose her. The dragon sharply releases Asters, and she, screaming, flies downright to the very ground. As soon as the warriors recognize her, they immediately order the monsters to seize her. When Asters is pressed to the ground, the dragon admits he wanted to kill her, but his master showed mercy. With a cold gaze, he begins to address the gathered crowd of lower races. The dragon issues an ultimatum to demons, humans, and all other lower race coldly and without hesitation. A loud shout, ignite, and a colossal beam of energy cuts through space. The dragon warns, all the fury of his breath will be directed at their cities if anyone dares to be insolent to his lord. A colossal explosion tears through the battlefield as the dragon's breath hits the target. The shockwave knocks warriors off their feet and flies onward, while Case Sakamoto struggles with all his might to hold on. The creature's power overwhelms him completely, pressing down with no chance of resistance. The dragon hangs high above the battlefield. It proclaims the name of its master, Saint Kitten, and orders everyone to remember it well, then throws out one last, terrifying warning: whoever dares to become an enemy of Saint will also become an enemy of Grinzel Dragon Veal. Warriors freeze in place, and in their minds echoes, Saint Kitten. They watch as the dragon flies away into the distance, overwhelmed by a chilling fear mixed with curiosity. Who has the power to command such a terrible beast? Far from the hustle and shock experienced by the warriors, the scene once again retreats into the silence and tranquility of the farm. While the world puzzles over the identity of the mysterious Saint Kitten, Norio is simply focused on a simple joy: eating a delicious meal. Norio sighs contentedly, finishes his drink, and feels completely restored. Gathering his spirit, he stretches his arms, surveys the endless expanses of his land, and urges himself to give his all for the Todai fieldwork as soon as it turns green. As Norio begins his day in the morning, the stern demon lord Zidane suddenly approaches him. Norio makes a mistake, mistaking him for the legendary Saint Kitten, and asks if it is really him. The man calmly corrects him, saying no, it is actually the demon lord Zidane. Norio is completely confused and freezes, unable to believe what he heard, and tries to understand who really stands before him. Next, the scene shifts to Astras and her companions. Two followers laugh wildly and shout for Saint Kitten, celebrating Astra's achievement. Solemnly, with triumph, she proudly shows the animal she managed to capture, and her comrades praise her for giving her all. A cry of astonishment bursts from Aster when she comes face to face with Norio and the formidable presence of the Demon King Zidane. Taken aback by this encounter, she can only stare in confusion and utter a stunned "A." Zidane, the Demon King, addresses Asters and confirms she really remains there. Asters looks at the Demon King himself in shock and asks why he is here. Zidane replies that he was searching for her and mentions the secret code left by her subordinates. Embarrassed, Asters can only guess why the Demon King needs her specifically. Asters remains silent and shudders as soon as she hears about Demon King. Norio notices a sharp, oppressive change in the atmosphere. Astra's companions feel it too. A gap in their strategy surfaces in her mind: how Demon King easily, single-handedly defeated the four heavenly kings. Because of this, Astras decides she no longer has any value to his majesty. Demon King Zidane speaks passionately. He convinces Asters that she is needed and cuts off all her attempts to retreat. Asters freezes in shock after his words, while Norio, Dragon, and Platy watch from the side, confused and feeling a strange tension in the air. After a fierce confrontation, the tension subsides. Everyone gathers around the table and drinks tea. The Demon King Zidane apologizes for the commotion and officially introduces himself as the ruler of the demon race. Shocked by this news, Norio asks if it is normal for the king to leave his country unattended, but Zidane simply replies, it is not a problem. Demon King Zidane explains, the highest responsibility of the Demon King is to protect his kingdom from humans. This duty is passed down through generations, which is why he always stays in battle. Norio, unlike those who simply hide, does not sit in the rear base. Then he even praises Astras, calling her an extremely effective and indispensable ally. And from those words, Astras was so embarrassed by the praise that she felt unworthy of such high recognition, while her comrades. Norio understands, under such circumstances, Demon King Zidane could not have sent asterisks. Zidane agrees and recalls how he was absent held command at the front line while courts in his country passed a verdict without his permission. Then he adds, a sudden dragon attack caused such an uproar that the front line halted, delaying his return to the country. Norio asks if Zidane really made it here while looking for Asters. Zidane recalls the moment he finally returned to the platform and saw that Asters was already gone. Overwhelmed with emotion, he takes Asters by the hands and says how happy he is that they met here again, because he was afraid there might not be another chance to see each other. Asters remains stunned by his sincerity. Finally, Dragon begins to tease Aster and Eden the Demon King, hinting at romantic feelings between them. Aster tries to humbly deny it, saying they are just childhood friends, but Dragon does not believe her. Suddenly, she loses her temper. She yells for Zen to take Aster away and threatens to burn him, leaving the Demon King completely stunned by her audacity. The dragon recognizes someone from the battlefield in the Demon King, and Astras is equally shocked by this news. And the Demon King Zadin, vainly trying to silence the conversation, fusses while the dragon snorts with irritation. She deliberately pushed Astras away, and she shamelessly appeared right where her master was. The Demon King Zidane suddenly becomes serious and declares that he will get Astras home at any cost. He concludes, if Astras lives in Norio, then she is his property. To prove his valor as the Demon King and reclaim his servant, Zidane sharply rises and challenges Norio to a duel, and the stunned Norio shouts in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Norio panics while the dragon laughs and declares, in fact, he is the strongest saint because he has the support of two of the most terrible evils, she and the King of the Undead, and the Demon King Zadin wonders if this is true. Norio, in despair, tries to explain that he is helpless in battle and Astros is not his possession. Astra speaks quietly to Norio, reminding him of his search for meaning and potential. She reveals, there are people who sincerely admire him and await his return, so she asks him to be honest with his own feelings. Norio looks with a bright, hopeful face, and the dragon and other women burst with joy, shouting for him to return home. Astras herself stumbles and blushes from the sudden, chaotic energy of the whole company. Zidane, Demon King, took Astor by the hand and asked her to return home with him, promising that she would never have to leave him again. Deeply moved, Astor vowed to follow him to the end of her life no matter where they would go. Norio sighed with relief, and the dragon and Astor's companions joyfully greeted the couple, celebrating a happy turn for the former heavenly king. Plotty suddenly breaks forward and shouts that the Demon King Dan is too naive. Norio, confused, asks what happened, and she replies, her understanding is too soft, not like Norio's taste for Zenza. And when the puzzled Zidane asks who she is, Plotty confidently takes a stance and proudly declares that she is the princess of the mermaid country. Plotty drops a bombshell, claiming that she organized the political marriage, and from this, Demon King Zidane falls into complete panic and begins to deny it. Zidane frantically tries to justify that he knew nothing, but Norio meanwhile reflects on the ancient struggle between humans and demons for power over the mermaid country. Plotty confirms, if her country fell into the hands of demons, her partner would be the Demon King himself. Plotty continues to explain, it seems Demon King Zidane is completely unaware of the betrayal happening within his own troops. She suggests that someone of high rank is conspiring behind the scenes to seize power, and they were stopped by us Astra. She had to be removed. Demon King Zidane weighs how serious this is and admits, the real resolution can only come when dealing with the mastermind of the conspiracy. Plotty then throws a sharp warning that in the worst case, Zidane could lose his position as king. Norio reacts with shock, and Zidane himself meanwhile reflects on his own sincerity and desire not to let a deceiver rule the country, after which he shifts attention to the saint. Platyfish smiles slyly and confidently declares that she has the perfect solution and, addressing both Aster and the Demon King, enthusiastically proclaims, let them just get married. Her proposal becomes a complete surprise to everyone. Zidane and Aster both blush and scream wildly in shock. A festive splash screen reflects the very moment. Across the entire screen, it is announced that the strongest couple has formed. Demon King Zidane and Aster. They hold hands with confident faces, and Norio shouts support from behind. The news of the marriage proposal throws Aster's companions into a frenzy of excitement. Meanwhile, Demon King Zidane is stunned by the suddenness of what is happening, and Platyfish remains calm and asks if there is any problem here. She explains, if Aster is made queen, they will deliver the worst blow to the traitor who is plotting against her. Norio, looking at the situation from the side, just nods the plan is wonderfully perfect. Platyfish lays out the political strategy. Whoever wants power among the demons will inevitably try to make their own relative the first lady for the Demon King. So as soon as Aster takes this position, the merchant's plans are effectively neutralized. Norio acknowledges the logic, and Platyfish confidently declares, the matter is closed. Only a stunned Aster can only stammer in response. Aster, still confused by the abrupt proposal, asks what exactly she should do if they do get married. Platyfish slyly smiles and explains, the most important thing is to exchange marriage vows before God. She vividly paints a picture Demon King Zidane and Aster holding hands during the solemn ceremony while their companions watch with excitement. Platyfish continues the passionate story. Marriage is standing before God to exchange vows. Meanwhile, Norio imagines how in his world this all turns into boring paperwork and registration forms. Platyfish insists the process must start immediately. Norio is confused by the difference and asks how exactly these vows are fulfilled, and Platyfish gladly begins to explain further. To properly fulfill the marriage vows, Platyfish summons the undead king and the dragon. The nearby soldiers turn to stone with fear. They have already heard that other worlds exist and that the two greatest disasters live together with the saint, and now this suddenly becomes true. When the undead king arrives, he calmly asks Platyfish why she called Norio to join them. Platyfish enthusiastically announces that Norio will be a witness at the wedding. Demon King Zidane and Aster's gaze react shockingly to this unexpected idea. Platyfish explains, the undead king is the perfect witness because in his former life he was a well-known pastor, so he will work extremely effectively. The undead king acknowledges his former service to humanity, and Platyfish already imagines the grand ceremony and finally turns again to Norio, impatiently asking for approval of the plan. Platyfish suddenly faints. She realizes she made a mistake. Norio is confused. He asks what happened, and the undead king explains that everything hinges on the complexity of their world's religion. Humans worship Zeus, mermaids Poseidon, and the demonic race Hades. This news overwhelms Platyfish with despair. She understands that each people live by their own separate god. Platyfish panics over the religious conflict, but the undead king calmly offers help. His long life has given him knowledge of many traditions. Norio encourages the attempt, and Platyfish joyfully supports it. After Astros and Demon King Zidane confirm their agreement with thanks, the undead king raises his hand and the ceremony is about to begin. The undead king emerges with a glow in his eyes and solemn voice begins the ritual. He begs the blessing of the mother goddess to cleanse the land and turn it into a sanctuary. Norio and Platyfish freeze in amazement as the earth rumbles and a colossal whirlwind of energy rises around the undead king, thus the divine ritual starts. Thunderous rumbling shakes the earth as the undead king raises a mighty cry and releases a massive pillar of light from a giant magical circle in the sky. Even in Lena Wachna, while confused Norio tries to comprehend what happened, Platyfish feels incredible power and understands. This is the undead king's prayer answered, and a heavy burden seems to press down on the earth's surface. When the magical circle reaches its peak, a colossal god appears over the landscape. He rises so high that his very presence is overwhelming. Norio and Platyfish can only tilt their heads back and freeze in shock, unable to believe their eyes at the sudden appearance of a godlike being. Aster and Demon King Zidane freeze in shock, and Aster calls the giant figure Hades, god of the underworld. Norio looks confused while the undead king suddenly realizes his mistake and admits he only wanted to say a prayer and create a holy land for the wedding ceremony. The undead king guiltily confesses that he went a bit too far and accidentally summoned the deity himself, which causes Platyfish to despair and panic. Aster and Demon King Zidane freeze again in shock, and Demon King Zidane is in complete panic turmoil. The colossal Hades speaks and says that too much time has passed since he was materialized on this plane. As Aster and her companions panic at the god's voice, Hades asks if Armageddon has already begun and clarifies why exactly he was called. The undead king kneels in reverence and explains, as long as the conflict with humans continues, this is not something the god should worry about. Intrigued, Hades demands that the figure who bowed identify themselves and say exactly why they called him. World Demon King Zidane steps forward, addresses the deity, apologizes for the commotion, and introduces himself. He explains that they were only trying to conduct a wedding ceremony and ask for a blessing, but accidentally summoned hatred instead. Nearby, Norio freezes with delight as Zidane dares to speak to the god, and the undead king gives a brief and barely trembling apology for the misfortune. Demon King Zidane offers his sincerest apologies for the caused commotion. To the surprise of Norio and others, Hades accepts these apologies, noting that the undead king's prayer could naturally reach the gods. But before blessing, the deity sets a condition. Zidane must swear that his wife will be the only one and that he will love her until the end of his life. Demon King Zidane shouts wildly, full of passion, declaring, Asteris is the only woman I wish to be paired with until the end of my life. Pleased with this vow, Hades acknowledges his words and proclaims, God's blessing will favor both Demon King Zidane and Demon Queen Asteris. A quiet rustle and Hades disappears from the physical plane. While Demon King Zidane and Asteris share tender embraces, others silently watch, understanding the deity has vanished. Norio looks at the empty space and thinks that, it turns out, gods are surprisingly kind beings. After the deity's departure, the group begins discussing the immense power of the blessing. It turns out that receiving it directly from God grants Zidane and Asterisk the highest protection from the heavens, as well as health and fertility, though with a warning. Anyone who tries to break their relationship will bring divine punishment. Demon King Zidane shyly swears that next time he will pray more carefully, and Norio reflects on how wonderful it is to have marriage vows witnessed by a god. Zidane, shining with pride, proclaims that this is the best proof of love to show his demon comrades, and Asterisk's companions are wildly happy. Demon King Zidane embraces Asterisk and sincerely and emotionally trembling in voice, thanks Norio for making the Demon King's dream of marrying her a reality. Asterisk joins in, swearing never to forget his kindness, embarrassed and modest. Norio insists that he did not do much, but still warmly tells Asterisk that he is glad to see her by his side. Dragon watches the scene with a playful, mocking smile. Demon King Zidane says that it is time to return home so that Asterisk can be presented as the Queen of Demons to the entire nation. But to his surprise, Asterisk refuses and declares that she wants to stay a little longer, and Zidane is completely baffled by her unexpected decision. The title page opens the next part of the story, a lively girl named Vale, the strongest girl who loves meat the most. Vale shouts Bet to return home, but Norio interrupts the conversation. Why can't they just go to their country since they are already married? Confused, Demon King Zidane asks Asterisk to explain the real reason why she still wants to stay here. Asterisk frankly tells Zidane her time under the guidance of the saint and others has changed her. Wishing to be a worthy wife, she asks to continue her retraining. Zidane is moved by her sincerity and agrees with her reasons, then turns to Norio and asks him to keep Asterisk a little longer. Later, Norio admits he does not mind helping but feels guilty because he will have to separate the newlyweds and does not understand how exactly he can be useful. But Demon King Zidane catches him off guard and asks if he could live here for some time. Norio, shocked, clarifies whether his absence will cause problems for his people. Zidane calmly says everything will be fine in a short time. The memory unfolds. The sudden appearance of a dragon on the battlefield shook both factions so much that they could not send reinforcements. Norio immediately understands it was the dragon that created that same deafness. When Demon King San politely asks for permission to stay, Norio agrees and begins to consider whether to build a house for the couple. And this thought immediately raises a loud, chaotic reaction from the dragon. The dragon is restless. It asks whether the Demon King Zidania truly feels calm about leaving his camp without any executor for the plans and fears that the enemy will exploit his vulnerability. But Zidania absolutely does not care. He assures that everything has already been accounted for. Norio is sincerely impressed by the strategic thinking of the Demon King, while the dragon is just boiling with annoyance. The dragon loudly asks how Zidane and Asterisk could have gotten here without a ship. Norio silently agrees with the point. Zidane answers calmly. He used teleportation magic. He prepared the exit point in advance, so Norio is deeply impressed. While they talk, Belena, Asterisk's subordinate, notices Zidane is one of the few in the demon race who can teleport at will, and she recalls the memo he left her with the coordinates of the place. Asterisk firmly hugs Belena and praises her with enthusiasm. Belena, though blushing with excitement, admits she was long gnawed by deep frustration over a suspicious conspiracy that prevented the couple from being together. Demon Lord Zidane also thanks Belena for her efforts, but the dragon is still wary. She asks whether other demons who know teleportation magic might follow an attack, but Zidane calmly reassures her she should not worry. Zidane, the Demon King, reveals the coordinates to reach this zone are encrypted. Belena adds that determining the location is practically impossible without the help of the creator himself. The dragon, clenching her teeth in surprise, clarifies this place is blocked from recognition. Then Zidane explains demons usually find distant places through teleportation or clairvoyance, but the powerful restrictive magic enveloping the entire territory nullifies these abilities, so neither Norio nor others can enter without unwanted visitors. Demon King Zidane honestly admits his teleportation attempt was a risky move of all or nothing. Although Belena's help guaranteed arrival, he assures Norio that others cannot sense his presence or reach the land. Norio, frowning, wonders who could have set such a convenient magical barrier and asks if the twins might have done it. But the undead king interrupts. Only the dragon is capable of using such powerful magic. The dragon finally admits the truth and boasts she made the barrier over the entire territory just after dealing with the demon on the way home. Muttering something under her breath about that demon only being a hindrance, Norio looks at her gently. He asks if she thought so much about him, calling her Vale, and this momentarily confuses her. Vale loudly declares that she created the barrier because she wants to take all of Norio's food portions for herself. She complains that with the arrival of new guests her share has become smaller. The other girls quickly understand. Her hostility towards them is actually fueled by her love of food. Norio smiles and gently strokes Vale's head, thanking her for always taking care of him. Vale beams with joy but secretly dreams of a few more strokes until Norio marks the moment with a lively exclamation of joy. Norio enthusiastically announces that today they are throwing a party in honor of the marriage of Astras and the Demon King, and also to pay tribute to Vale's hard work. Vale happily jumps nearby, and even the undead king, noticeably excited, asks if he can join. Norio warmly welcomes him and calls sensei. Meanwhile, Lena and Ivan silently watch. Lena sincerely thanks Ivan, calling him Sir Saint Knight and a triumphant Tata. Norio rolls out a luxurious table with delicacies before everyone and announces, "The banquet is finally ready." The team gathers around, laughing joyfully and warmly congratulating Astras and Demon King Zidane on their marriage. Demon King Zidane is completely exhausted and impressed by the banquet and admits that he has never tasted anything more delicious in his life. Norio is happy to see the guests eating with pleasure. Then he brings a huge tray of meat exclusively for Vale, and she bursts with pure joy, takes a huge bite and freezes from the rich taste without words, with eyes wide as if with bay. Vale is so impressed by the taste of the meat that she instinctively transforms into a huge dragon, lets out a joyful roar and breathes fire. Norio immediately growls at her to stop and return to her normal form. As soon as she does, Vale blushes confusedly and admits that she has never tasted anything like this before. Norio smiles and explains to her and Lena, this is Kisarakidera meat, which Astras caught for the banquet. Norio says that the incredible taste of the dish is not only his merit. He notes that Plotty added magical spices. Vale bursts into laughter, but at the same time is touched and by no means ready to be modest. She declares that all those lower are created to serve her and her master. Despite the haughty pose, Norio only smiles. He understands Vale truly cares about the team, just in her own insatiable style. The Demon King Zidane and Astras are completely enchanted by the dish. Zidane admits that such flavors are unseen even in royal palaces, and then understands why Vale so stubbornly kept this place a secret. Meanwhile, Astras asks Norio where he got such skill. Norio modestly replies that he did nothing special, he just learned to cook for himself while living alone. Norio is happily pleased that everyone is enjoying the meal and serves another portion to the undead king. Inside, he admits that it is his skill in recreating ingredients and cuisine not native to this world that makes the dishes so special. But when Lena curiously asks if his cooking is a state secret, Wei sharply interrupts the conversation and aggressively denies everything, silencing Norio. Lena suddenly turns back to Norio, calls him Saint Keaton, and says she needs to ask him for one thing again. With the most serious face, she asks him to take her under his wing and teach her the wisdom of a newlywed wife. Norio remains completely stunned and blushes, while Wei and everyone else react with shock to such a strange request. A transitional page appears. The girls are making a playful tease. Is it finally time to change their clothes? Vale explodes with jealousy and yells at Lena for asking a stranger man for that. Lena, trembling with fear, apologizes. Norio tries to calm Vale. He says she can do many things, then gently admits his cooking and housekeeping are maintained only thanks to her, and Vale is completely won over. Zidane, Norio tries to hint to Astros that Astros should seek help from someone else and learn the bride's wisdom while reminding her of her queen status. But Astros stubbornly refuses. She considers it a necessary step to become an obedient wife for the demon lord Zidane. Norio is touched by her sincerity, and he suddenly interrupts the conversation. He asks if he can also stay and train on the farm. In the end, Norio confuses Astros. Norio is completely confused when he realizes that even the request to train on the farm actually concerns marriage preparation. Eve is sincerely impressed by everything from the kitchen to the farm's architecture and explains that she wants to thank a store for her dedication to being an obedient wife and to undergo the same preparation herself as her husband. Ivan solemnly shares the opinion that a married couple should support each other and calls Norio his muse. Aster shines with pride at the other kings who simply hid in their castles, and Norio looks on with an expression of amazement. Meanwhile, at the construction site, workers, including Orcubo, declare their unwavering trust and reliance on the Holy Lord. Ivan wipes his forehead and asks Norio what he thinks about the wooden robots he's already making. Norio is sincerely impressed. He says everything is perfect and praises Ivan's dexterity. The moment of silence is broken by Lena's appearance. Sesh enters with a large bowl of food and announces that it is ready. As soon as Lena appears, Ivan enters a state of complete euphoria. He blushes, cannot catch his breath, while Lena just looks on, confused by his strange reaction. Everyone gathers around the table laden with food and begins the meal with a joyful thank you. While Vale and Norio praise how delicious the food is and note that most of it was prepared by Astros herself, Yvonne quietly is overwhelmed by emotions from what she has experienced. Lena looks at the dish and recognizes it, nikujaga, a Japanese stew with beef and potatoes. Norio praises Asteris for her cooking and says that her skill as a swordswoman is a perfect foundation. She holds a kitchen knife as naturally as she once held a weapon. He leads her to the thought that she still needs to master ingredients and seasonality, and then she will become fully proficient. Asteris feels embarrassed. What else is needed for bridals? A training. Norio encourages her to think about clothing. When she notices the clothes even wear 7 discovering their seams made by Norio, Asteris has a sudden realization. She needs to learn to sew. Asteris is stunned when she finds out that Norio made the clothes for even himself. Casually he explains that it is indeed much easier for a man to cut clothes for other men, but at the same time, he honestly admits that he is struggling to find a design for the clothes he promised Platyfish. Then Asteris takes out a bundle of fabric she brought with her. As soon as Norio sees the material, it feels like he is is completely captivated by the flawless quality. Norio shares, during the exploration of a mountain dungeon, he came across a caterpillar that can spin threads and decided to raise it as an experiment, proudly showing a roll of fabric woven from their silk, leaving the villagers amazed and impressing the stars and his companions. Stunned by his ingenuity, they realize Norio's unique ideas far surpass everything they have seen in their world. Norio asks Asteris if she can handle sewing, and she nods enthusiastically, remembering that her parents once ran a craft store. Lena also offers help, saying it's part of her training. Norio, relieved, calls Asteris a real lifesaver. Once the plan is set, Asteris immediately suggests starting by sewing new clothes for Plat. Asteris suddenly turns into a deadly tailor, confidently grabs the measuring tape. Although they agreed to start with Platyfish, she decides it will be faster to take measurements from everyone now to later select outfits for future looks. Norio admits he wouldn't manage such a task alone, and Lena nervously asks if that means everyone will have to undress. Platyfish innocently asks if her outfit looks right, but Lena panics, realizing Platyfish is commando. Lena explains to the whole group that Platyfish is a mermaid, so she simply doesn't understand why clothing is needed on the lower body at all. Platyfish recalls how Norio once reacted the same way when they first met, but Lena sternly warns that showing the lower half in public for humans and demons living on the surface is considered a crime. Platy is shocked that the absence of underwear on the surface is called nudity. Arwana intervenes to explain what panties are, and Platy mistakenly decides that it is formal attire for diplomacy. But despite her confusion, she still trusts the Astros. They will gladly sew her high-quality panties. Arwana starts the measurement process and immediately calls Platyfish out for trying to suck in her stomach, causing Platyfish to get scolded for everything she ate. Then Arwana moves on to Asteris, who grimaces at how bloated her stomach is. Embarrassed and blushing, Asteris yells at her, "Shut up!" From a distance, Lena watches the commotion and doesn't understand what these troublemakers are up to. Asteris solemnly shows the finished outfit and explains, "The lush ruffles are inspired by waves, and the colors by the sea, so the dress will suit the mermaid princess." Platy exclaims in delight how beautiful she looks and thanks Asteris for the wonderful creation. Norio and Arwana watch with pleasure and share Platy's joy. Platy excitedly shows Norio the panties that Aster made for her, and he reacts with complete shock. Platy wonders why the rules of the surface world are so strict, recalling that it didn't bother her brother. Meanwhile, Aster contemplates how to sew clothes for Norio as if for the future brother of her husband, but the calm is instantly shattered when Aster pulls. Ignite and burns Platy with a stream of fire. Asteris launches a fiery attack and Vale screams and flees in panic. But Dragon keeps everything under control. He tells Norio to just watch as the flames die down without leaving a trace. Asteris gets confused and asks if Vale acted out of jealousy, and suddenly it clicks in his mind. The fabric is soaked with anti-magic. Vale lowers her gaze to herself and frees, completely shocked that she wasn't harmed even for a moment. Vale, examining the fabric in amazement, states that its protective capabilities are probably better than real armor. The group begins questioning Gabakichi, but he denies doing anything special with the material. As everyone tries to understand where such strength came from, Norio recalls his process show he handled the caterpillar with extreme care so that Platy would have high-quality clothing. And suddenly it dawns on him. His efforts might have accidentally strengthened the fabric itself. Vale unfolds his own theory. Just as he improved orcs and goblins thanks to Norio, he also made those caterpillars he cared for stronger. That is why a powerful material appeared, and Vale enthusiastically proclaims that this is the birth of legendary armor. Norio flusteredly fusses, tries to stop her, and shouts that this is not armor but fashion. Inside, he still values the durability of clothing, but Vale ignores the objections and demands that he make her some armor too. Norio says, since the original clothes of the Demon King were actually made from futon cot, let Aster pursue their reconstructions. While they discuss this, Lena notices a small hole on the shirt of the Demon King Adina as if something caught it while he was working. Ziden is shocked to realize he damaged the gift given to him by Lord Saint Norio, and Lena stands between them and firmly promises she will patch the hole. Demon King Zidane thanks Lena and leaves, leaving her the repair of his shirt. Lena quietly admits that she has only recently mastered this skill and is not very skilled yet, while Norio watches. He thinks, no problem, let Demon King hold the shirt a little longer. The scene ends kindly. They sit down together side by side. The scene shifts to the human kingdom. The king, in furious rage, scolds the dragon who has driven the war into a dead end. Despite the general's warning that the dragon's motives are unknown and the army has been ordered to hold position, the king contemptuously mocks their cowardice. Then he demands information about the dragon's master, a figure named Saint Kitten, and hears in response, no information found. Genesis the 18th sits in his chambers, sipping a foul cup of squeezed fish juice and grumbling that everyone around is a complete zero. While drinking, his memory rolls back to centuries of bloody clashes between humans and demonic races, and to declare the final victory, he proclaims, "The kingdom has exhausted all its mana to summon heroes from a parallel world. The world, like a servant, brings him more fish juice." Genesis the 18th contemplates the benefit of victory in the enslavement of the demonic race, doubts the existence of the Dragon Master, but admits one thing: the dragon itself must be unleashed before the army moves forward. Smelling the drink, he coldly adds that any mistake could anger the beast, and then annihilation is inevitable. From this grim prospect, his servant noticeably trembles. Striking the glass sharply on the table in a burst of sudden inspiration, Genesis XIII orders his subordinates to find Saint Kitten at all costs. Once he is captured as a subject, their victory is guaranteed. But the court official cannot bear it and warns that a civil war is about to break out in the demonic capital. The king remains unmoved, coldly indifferent, and gives the order to form a search party of capable heroes, and to save time, temporarily disband them, directing all resources to the search. Grinning ominously, Genesis the 18th declares he is determined. He will find Saint Kitten, for he believes this will ensure humanity's ultimate victory. As the scene moves away from the royal castle, a peaceful landscape settles again. Attention is drawn to the traditional building where the drink is quietly poured into a bowl. 2 months have passed since Ivan and Lena arrived at this peaceful retreat. They have had time to learn new things and reflect on what they heard. In a quiet moment on the porch, they realize, soon it will be time to return to the land of demons. Before leaving, Ivan decides it is time to restore the feeling of the sword and resume training. Aster's approach is like Demon King Zedin's, only with tea. He notices how the latter raises his gaze with distant indifference. Zedin, all in the holy sword in his hand, feels the weapon feverishly impatient. He understands, with one swing the sword will respond to something. This guess confuses Aster. Guard, as soon as they felt the resonance, a man appears and claims he is Saint Kitten. Demon King Zedin is completely stunned by his appearance. And when Zedin notices a small tool in Kitten's hand, Kitten simply explains, it is a very useful sword with which he just cut through mana metal. Vale shows the sword she carries is the legendary ominous Drashwarts, obtained in the dungeon of the treacherous king of the undead. She notes that the blade did not want to leave her at all. Then Vale shifts her gaze to Norio and teasingly asks if he left a dent on the king of the undead while protecting her. Norio blushes, stammers, and becomes embarrassed. Meanwhile, he recalls how he almost broke himself trying to understand and control the colossal power the gods gave him, and apologizes guiltily for all the chaos he caused. Next, Demon King Zedin freezes upon hearing about divine gifts. He recalls a legend that the power of a saint can surpass even the power of a hero. Norio chimes in, the undead king already said something similar. Zedin instantly catches the hint and asks Norio if he is one of those heroes whom the human king summoned from a parallel world. Norio looks thoughtfully and admits, he is sure that is exactly how it happened. Norio admits the truth and confirms, he really came from a parallel world. He says that due to the lack of useful combat skills, he was sent away from the army, so he began a wandering life far from human lands. Although Astro sympathizes with his struggle, Norio reveals, it was not really that bad. To prove it, he clenches his fist and instantly a small sprout breaks through the ground. He explains that the gift given to him by the gods was perfect for peaceful existence, and the Demon King Zedin is completely impressed by what he sees. Norio calmly explains the nature of his gift and demonstrates it effectively. He can extract the absolute maximum potential from any object. When he talks about this in the context of the evil sword Dreshwarts, Demon King Zidin and Asteris freeze in shock. Norio himself believes he is not very strong in battle, but Zidin concludes that no one in the world could withstand the colossal power of Norio. Demon King's Eden, recalling the colossal power the gods granted Norio, suggests he use it to prove his superiority over humanity and return to their kingdom. But Norio firmly rejects this idea, calmly explaining that he belongs to no one and is not allied with any side, acknowledging that the Demon King is still at war with humans. Norio softly recalls that he managed to marry Playshan. This makes her blush with tenderness. While others watch, the Demon King Zedin contemplates how serious this moment is and admits, if not for Norio's influence, the quarrels between their races, especially due to the involvement of mermaids, would have only intensified. Here Demon King Zedin looks at Norio with respect and addresses him as Saint Kitten, acknowledging his presence is of great importance to the world. With a smile full of hope, Zedin wishes that everything goes well and Norio agrees. They seal their mutual understanding with a firm handshake. Today the Demon Lord Zidane proclaims, it is time to return to his nation. He's going to exterminate those who held celebrations and behaved recklessly during his absence, so he uses the moment to regain the sympathy and loyalty of his people. His soldiers, anxiously watching what is happening, argue among themselves. Some enthusiastically praise his foresight, while Wei grumbles distrustfully, thinking he was just enjoying his honeymoon. Belina steps forward and declares that she will ensure Demon Zidane can return to them whenever he wishes, as a permanent bridge between their lands. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Vale appears and with incredible enthusiasm offers to drive the Demon King all the way to the Demon Country. Norio warmly adds that they will always gladly visit them to replenish food supplies. Touched by their generosity, Demon King Zidane thanks Belina and the whole company, feeling sincere gratitude as he prepares to depart. Belina enthusiastically asks Norio if she can continue working there on sewing, and he agrees. It will indeed be useful. Turning her gaze to Estrez, Belina shows her a luxurious dress that shines and sparkles, especially for the woman loved by the Demon King. Estrez is completely stunned. Demon King Zidane asks Astros if it's time to leave, and after a sincere "thank you" to bade me, the two prepare to depart. Near the glowing magic circle, Zidane gives the group a final farewell. Norio, along with Platyfish and the others, waves goodbye, just a simple wish of good luck. When they vanish into the teleportation vortex, the Demon King Zidane looks at Aster and recalls the past. He admits that he once thought the war between the demonic and human races could not be resolved peacefully. Aster is left stunned by his sudden confession. Assessing Norio's influence, Demon King Zidane concludes, the abandoned dream of PC-1 is actually achievable. He returns to Astros and asks her to lend him her power to make this dream a reality, and with a joyful "yes, of course," Astros agrees and they teleport away together. The scene flows into a memory before the Demon Lord's return to his country. Norio finds himself in conversation with a blonde man who greedily questions him about his abilities. Norio himself has been through many battles and admits frankly, he wants to feel the true power of St. Keaton. They agree on only one thing, that using swords is too risky and complicated, so they decide to find a simpler way to compete. Norio says that sumo is the perfect option for their duel. He explains the very essence. Two people face each other in a circle. But Riku misunderstands this, imagining a bloody fight until the very end, which completely astonishes Norio. Norio clarifies the rules of sumo. Hitting and kicking are forbidden, and the main goal is one to push the opponent out of the ring. He shows the proper grip, as if laying everything out on the shelves. Riku feels that now everything is clear, but at the same time it weighs heavily on him, yet he agrees to a trial fight. His gaze becomes determined and Riku is ready to start the clash. The match begins instantly. When they clash, Riku presses, but Norio holds on and does not slip out of the ring. In the heat of the fight, Norio's eyes suddenly widen, an epiphany comes. It seems to him as if by the power of sensations he grasps and absorbs many sumo techniques at once. With a burst of skill, Norio throws Riku to the ground and the warrior breaks down in complete confusion, almost to the limit. Norio immediately apologizes for the sharp move, but Riku is not offended at all. He is genuinely impressed by the master's power of advantage. Filled with excitement, Riku demands another fight, holding onto Norio while Norio desperately calls Okubo for help. Prince Arowana appears on the scene and looks around. What's all the fuss? He recognizes Riku immediately, and Norio is just glad that he came on time, but everything escalates instantly. Arowana lunges at Riku and with hurricane force knocks him into a cart, while Norio watches from the side, holding the sumo referee's fan. Norio, fanning the excitement, asks Okubo to call the other guys and their number grows, up to Prince Arowana. The match immediately turns into a chaotic group brawl. Everyone seems to have rushed together into one huge pile and fights each other without pauses. Norio himself, the judge, with wild energy shouts that everyone is still in the ring while they press and shove in this sticky mess. Deep, the chaotic brawl ends with laughter and joy. Everyone agrees. It was incredibly fun. Since then, sumo becomes the favorite pastime among the men on the farm. Norio watches with a smile as Prince Arowana is declared champion number 1, and this only confirms one thing: mermaids on their feet turn out to be surprisingly resilient. Norio and Nico stand side by side and happily look at their fields, which are growing lushly, while Norio rests his paddle on his shoulder. Their farming journey continues steadily. They are together, step by step, building a peaceful life. The scene opens with a wide shot of a quiet farming estate. The announcement that the bread is ready spreads through the air like an echo. Vale and her companions greedily dive into the fresh loaves, and Vale herself simply bathes in delight at the incredible softness. Even Aster's companions notice. In their world there are similar dishes, but the taste and texture of this bread are on a completely different level. Norio explains to Vale, bread is the staple food from his native world, and flour from wheat can be used for many other dishes. The dragon shines and impatiently begs, make more. Norio, by the way, thinks about expanding the range, then shifts the conversation to the next crop he planned to grow. Norio reveals which dish from the staple he plans to make next. Rice, calf, dragon, and others cannot understand the unfamiliar word, so he explains. It is a white, grainy, and slightly sweet crop, similar to wheat but not quite. Hearing the description, the calf and dragon eagerly ask, "Is it tasty?" Their interest ignites at the mere thought of a new delicacy. Norio confirms rice is grown the same way as wheat, but the farm needs certain adjustments. He lays everything out clearly. The Orcubo team is responsible for construction projects and the Goblin for fieldwork. He adds that Bellina manages the checkpoints and introduces Bademe, who joined after a dispute with the demon race. He is the one responsible for handicrafts. While Norio describes the system where everyone backs each other up, the dragon flares up with irritation after being jokingly called a dumb dragon. The dragon proudly recounts her duties. She protects the lands from invaders, lays canals for the fields, and can even move buildings. While they inspect the farm's work, they recall the exhausting process of preparing wheat harvesting, thrashing, and milling, which nearly exhausted all their available manpower. The dragon suddenly flinches and shouts, "Who here is responsible for medicine and food fermentation?" and immediately realizes she does it herself. She rattles off an endless list of her tasks, managing the warehouse, cultivating yeast, brewing miso and soy sauce, and also processing manure and Oreo. The warrior watching all this is in complete shock, how much work she has been doing alone. Norio falls to his knees in desperate doja and repeatedly apologizes, while the dragon continues to unleash his fury through unbearably inhuman labor. Others break out in astonishment and simply freeze in shock, while the dragon smugly waves it off as if to say, "Let her God just grit your teeth for the sake of good food." Norio spirals into a crisis of confidence about his role as a man, and nearby the undead king watches the whole commotion in stunned silence. Norio still feels like a failure and reaches out with apologies to Platushi's muscular, horned brother. The brother is puzzled by his condition, but the mood changes sharply as Platy realizes he was the one making huge orders of pickled radishes. The two brothers and sisters immediately burst into a loud quarrel. The brother explains that he came to pick up the radishes because it is their parents' favorite dish. Platy screams in shock and cannot believe that even a lifeless king is obsessed with fermented food. While others savor treats and bread, Platy boils with anger. She has just realized that the farm is catastrophically short of people. And when she bitterly laments that there is no one to work in her fields, Norio, who feels guilty, can do nothing but apologize endlessly. Platy suddenly changes tone. He tells his brother that he has come at the best moment. He suggests solving the worker shortage problem by inviting merfolk from the Kingdom of Mermaids who specialize in pharmaceutical magic. And to make his brother cooperate, he threatens to reduce the production of pickled radishes, which he loves so much. After the brother consults with Norio, Norio welcomes the idea and Platy looks at him, seeking final confirmation. Platy, in despair, will beg his brother for help, confessing that he wants to feed his dear Norio with rice. The brother understands the situation but hesitates, asking if Norio truly realizes the deep meaning of that chore for the merfolk. Norio asks if the request is really that difficult. Even if the merfolk initially resist, over time they will most likely come to appreciate the experience just like Platy. Platy screams in outrage when her brother casually calls her quirky. He explains to Norio, for any normal mermaid, the shore is a hellish place where they cannot even survive. And he emphasizes once again that Platy's decision to settle on land completely voluntary makes her an incredibly rare case. Norio listens carefully, then comes to a simple conclusion. After all, they are fish. Brother Platy's reveals he can move freely between land and water only thanks to the new medicines created by Platy's. He says the former harsh tinctures were much more dangerous. Users either lost their voice or completely disappeared into bubbles. Because of these risks and a natural aversion to the shore, he adds that Mossbrook will never come ashore voluntarily, so medicines are needed for diplomatic efforts. Platy's, without any emotion, bluntly advises, just let them stay in the water. Platy informs Goryo that the end of her medicine has launched a new system in her kingdom. Uncertain, Goryo listens as she explains. Now exile to the surface is used as an alternative to the death penalty for criminals. She outlines the harsh truth of this punishment. Without a vaccine to counteract the medicine, criminals are forced to spend the rest of their lives as land dwellers in an unknown world. Platy aggressively demands, as the princess of the mermaid kingdom, Erwana must find a way out of the labor shortage. Erwana sternly reminds her that the shore for their kind is a hellish place, and even a team of people from the royal palace is unlikely to endure surface trips for long. When Erwana grumbles about all the logistical difficulties, an idea flashes in Platy's mind and she suddenly exclaims that she has found the perfect solution. Platy suddenly finds a bold solution. By suggesting that Erwana bring the exiled criminals to the farm instead of involving skilled specialists, she seems to put an end to doubts. Norio admits that he almost doesn't care, but Erwana is deeply shocked. She insists it will be a disgrace to consider Norio's land a place of exile, especially given how much the Meridmov kingdom owes him. Norio worries that Platy will be in danger, while Erwana finds his lack of self-awareness funny. Only criminals are truly at risk. Taking advantage of the moment, Plotty manipulates her brother and hints about pickled radishes, insisting that the dragon threatens to burn anyone who dares to come close. Then Plotty realizes, if the criminals go first, they have no choice but to submit. With a confident smile, she says, as long as they are capable, their criminal status does not matter. Just call the helpers. Norio gnaws at the guilt for having driven Plotty into such trouble, but the dragon is already eager to quickly put the newcomers to work harshly and mercilessly. Then suddenly Arowana appears and brings the very assistance that were promised. Norio completely loses control. When he realizes that the exiled criminals were brought to the farm wearing only stockings, he is gripped by horror. Norio is completely confused, catching the gaze of the newcomers while the dragon brushes off his concern, saying, "These are just criminals." Arowana clears his throat to attract attention again and solemnly introduces the exiles: Puffer on the right, Lampai in the center, and Gara Rufa on the left. Norio warmly welcomes the company and introduces himself under the name Kitten. Although he is surprised that all the exiled criminals are women, the dragon sternly reminds him, they are still dangerous prisoners. Unimpressed by his words, Puffer, Lampai, and Gara Rufa whisper their reluctance and ask if this seemingly unreliable man is really the landowner they were told about. When the newcomers settle in, Plotty steps forward with a bright but threatening smile and orders them to prepare for what awaits them. Puffer, Lampai, and Gara Rufa instantly shudder in shock as it dawns on them they are in the presence of Princess Plotty. Arowana identifies the arrivals by their dangerous titles: Witch of the Bitter Cold, Puffer the Hellfire Doctor, Lampai the Plague Witch, Gara Rufa. After this, he sternly announces to the three prisoners that they will serve their punishment by working for his sister, Princess Plotty. The exiled criminals tremble with fear, choking in panic and whispering the name Plotty over and over, unable to compose themselves. In contrast, Princess Plotty laughs with delight, imagining how these exiles will become her servants. Lampai bows low to Princess Plotty, acknowledging that much time has passed since their last meeting, and does not hide her surprise at being useful to the princess again. Norio freezes in complete stupor, not understanding what the hell is going on here. And Princess Plotty, overflowing with joy, orders Lampai to be silent because she wants to fully enjoy her boundless happiness. Arowana explains that the arrivals are known throughout the country as scoundrels, so the dragon freezes in surprise. Meanwhile, the tension among the criminals only escalates. Puffer mocks Lampai's loyalty to the royal family. Then Gara Rufa retorts, accusing Puffer of following them out of love for Prince Arowana. Puffer sharply denies this and screams wildly that she chose this path only to avoid an unjust prison life. Watching from the side, Norio can only sigh. These three clearly do not get along. Gara Rufa asks about their duties, but Lampai immediately interrupts. With hot enthusiasm, she swears eternal loyalty to Princess Plotty. But the mood instantly breaks when Lampai suggests helping Plotty wipe out all humanity, and Princess and Gara Rufa are shocked at the same moment. Plotty vehemently denies this idea, dismissing it, and Norio turns to Arowana and asks what crimes these women committed to end up in such a state. Arowana explains, in his kingdom there are 6 fierce specialists, the great mad witches, and he brought 3 of them to the farm. While the dragon balks at the name lame, Arowana warns them about the true nature of Puffer. He clarifies that Puffer seeks to control the flow of mana under the seas to freeze the entire world, aiming for the complete ruin of both human and demonic races. Norio listens nervously while Arowana lays it out clearly. Extremists are a threat and must be imprisoned. Then Arowana shifts the conversation to Gara Rufa. She once held the highest authority in the Merfolk Medical Association for pharmaceutical magic. Norio is Gen Lice pressed by Consil's. Arowana notes that she still frightens because she espouses a strange theory. Seemingly in despair, Gara Rufa complains that no one understands her work and calls Arowana a rude person for his assessment. Gara Rufa passionately describes how microscopic creatures exist that cause diseases. Plotty is completely lost by these strange ideas, but Norio immediately grasps the essence. She's talking about bacteria and immunity. Gara Rufa reveals the process of using blood from recovered patients to treat others. Norio calls this blood serum therapy, and it is confirmed. Her extremes are based on modern medical science. Plotty is completely horrified by Gara Rufa's medical theory. The very thought of blood injections seems terrifying and dangerous to her. Norio, however, recognized these concepts and felt renewed gratitude for the medical sciences of his world. When Plotty concludes that Gara Rufa is just a handful, her gaze shifts to Lampi. It turns out that Lampi once served as Imperial Guard for the Royal Merfolk, and Norio involuntarily begins to wonder why someone of such rank ended up in prison. Arowana dives into the tangled politics of the Merfolk, and recounts how the pressure to marry humans or demons split public opinion, and caused a riot during Platys's wedding. He recalls how one merman nobleman decisively stepped forward to oppose the marriage on neutral grounds, saying the risks of a union that might fail were too high, and it was better to buy time and win a pause. Norio is impressed by the nobleman's collected and logical perspective. Arowana continues to explain, the merman aristocrat was also too free-tongued. In memories, it is clearly seen how he showers Plotty with insults, calling her a drug-addicted maniac and someone with no sense of decency. Enraged that her princess was attacked, Lampy suddenly bursts out and rains a series of brutal punches on the aristocrat. Norio can only utter a stunned wow, while Plotty stands aside, her face stone cold and emotionless. Lampy stubbornly insists she did nothing wrong, but her Oana lays everything out clearly. She was imprisoned only to cool down after attacking the man who insulted Plotty. She observed the entire exchange of words. Norio cannot help but think how ridiculous this story sounds. When her Oana apologizes for her companion's strange behavior, Norio turns to Plotty and kindly asks if she is all right. At such a simple gesture of care, Plotty lights up with happiness, and Lampy dryly replies that Plotty is more than fine. As soon as Norio shows his concern, our Oana drops a bombshell, revealing that Plotty is one of the great mad witches. She says that Plotty was behind far more dangerous drug inventions and scandals than other witches, but her royal blood spared her from consequences. Plotty shrugs indifferently with a puzzled expression, while Norio remains completely stunned, trying to understand exactly what she has done. Norio freezes in shock. His wife is actually the legendary witch with the crown. He realizes that Plotty is the only one who can give orders to other witches. Norio trusts her and asks her to lead them. Plotty enthusiastically takes responsibility, and the rest of the witches, including Lampy and Gara Rufa, rejoice at returning under her command, each feeling as if they have found paradise on Earth. Earth and the other women watch Norio and try to understand what kind of territory they have entered. At first, they decide it is human land, but nearby is a demon race woman, and also talking monsters or Kubo and Gabanashin diligently helping Norio build a stone for pizza. This confuses them. Could it be that they have actually entered the territory of the demon kingdom? The exiled criminals are told that territorial disputes do not concern them. Pudfar and Lampai immediately snap because of the attitude of the little servant. Lampai asks who this dwarf is, and Pudfar grumbles that she is extremely arrogant. But the dragon only orders them to focus on cooking properly, and soon she releases a dazzling flash of light, demonstrating her colossal essence. The three women are struck as if by thunder. A loud rumble breaks the moment. The dragon tears off her human form and reveals the true monster. Under the pressure and scale of the beast, the maimed exiles panic. Gararafarula instantly falls unconscious from shock, while Lampai and Puffer freeze in horror. They cannot understand why one of the two greatest world catastrophes ended up on the farm. To welcome the three new arrivals, Norio suggests throwing a pizza party. He quickly puts Vela, the dragon, in her place and threatens to take away her food, and she immediately agrees. The exiled criminals are shocked. They hesitate, wondering if Norio is a dragon owner or a cook. But the real shock comes when Plotty proudly declares that Norio is her husband, and the women finally freeze in stupor. As soon as Norio suggests a welcome party, the Lich King suddenly appears and thanks them for the invitation. Pudfar trembles with fear, and he realizes, now the two greatest evils of this world have gathered in one place. Unable to withstand such a blow, the exiled criminals fall unconscious. Seeing this, Norio calmly says that the party will have to be postponed until they wake up. Lampai slowly regains consciousness and wakes up. She is greeted by Puffer and Gararafa. She trembles from surprise, suddenly jumps out of bed, and the three women freeze in silence for a moment as they come to terms with the surreal nightmare they have suddenly found themselves in. While the exiled criminals were still recovering, they were met by Belina, one of the estate's residents. The luxury around them. Gararufa and Puffer, breathed in the fragrant air, enjoyed the softness of the beds, and Lampai recalled why they were brought here. Prince Aravana had pulled them to the surface so they could serve their sentences. While the exiled criminals were still recovering, they were met by Belina, one of the estate's residents. The women shuddered, realizing she was a demon, but Belina responded without emotion. Saint Kitten needed them. And as Norio appeared, Lampai was overwhelmed by a sudden flash of memory, and she finally grasped something important about him. Lampai and Puffer were seized by dramatic despair. They whimpered loudly and sobbed as soon as they understood who Platus really was. They bitterly lamented that the noble princess from the Mermaid Kingdom had ended up here as a wife in such a hellish place, while Plotty just stood and looked equally embarrassed. Plotty calmly dismissed the idea that they were in hell and showed that her husband was actually human. This drove Lampai mad. She tore into a hysterical fit, shouted threats, and called him a fool. Meanwhile, Plotty pondered why she spoke so harshly to someone about her husband. Meanwhile, Gararufa and Puffer hung in complete confusion, unable to understand how a human could have owned land within the sphere of influence of the demon race. Gararufa noted that the territory felt like a completely secluded kingdom, and Plotty admitted it was hard to explain what kind of place this was. With a proud smile, Plotty declared that they were on the reclaimed lands of St. Kittens. At this revelation, Lampai and Puffer froze in utter disbelief. Lampai worried that a conflict between humans and demons might ignite over the land. Dragon indifferently suggested burning the newcomers, and the exiled criminals suddenly realized they were standing before the legendary Grinzel Dragon Vale and the undead king. Overwhelmed by fear to the point of madness, Lampai, Puffer, and Gararufa screamed in desperate panic. They were certain that the end of the world had come just for them. When the fear subsided, the exiled criminals concluded that the undead king and the dragon were actually protectors of this land. And they were filled with doubt. Could this land be better than their own kingdoms? But Dragon immediately cut off their thoughts and declared that from now on they would work as cooks to serve her dishes. The women remained confused, surprised by the work hierarchy, and wondering if even Princess Platy would have to take on such work. Dragon asked Belina to inform her about their arrival and offered to show the guests around before they sat down to eat. As they walked, the exiled criminals trembled with anticipation. Lampai secretly decided to escape from the farm and take Platy with her, while Gararufa mourned the interrupted pharmaceutical research, and Puffer clarified what exactly their new roles meant. Finally, Dragon led them to a room, announcing, from today this would be their workplace. Dragon led the group through the kitchen and explained. Here she processed food and prepared seasonings. The women were confused by the terms and froze because of a strange smell, but the aroma was unexpectedly pleasant. To demonstrate, Dragon let them taste a liquid pitch black like night and introduced them to soy sauce. The exiled criminals tasted the soy sauce. They were immediately pierced by the flavor. Some praised it for its excellence, while others analyzed the deep, salty complexity as if breaking down a truth into components. Dragon praised Platy for the creation, and Platy modestly shrugged. The idea was not hers. Dragon explained that soy sauce was a fermented product worked on by invisible microorganisms, and she had learned this lesson from Norio. At this thought, Gararufa was ignited by incredible curiosity. She suddenly realized that the microorganisms she had speculated about in her own research were actually used in making the sauce. At that moment, overwhelmed by confirmation of her theories, Gararufa was so delighted that she tried to drink the soy sauce in one gulp, but Dragon immediately stopped her and sharply warned that it could be dangerous. Dragon admitted, once she had the same impulsive thought until Norio stopped her. Stunned that someone had already proven her assumptions, Gararufa became desperate and pleaded to work on the farm, and Dragon smiled and said she was counting on her. Enchanted by the mysterious essence of Norio, the women wondered who he really was, and Dragon reveals the truth: he is a summon. She explains that people are forcibly pulled from other worlds to become tools and help win the war against demons, with disdain on her face. After this, Dragon harshly condemns human selfishness and emphasizes, even the summoned have their own lives to live. Live, Dragon exposes the harsh truth. The human king threw Norio out simply because he lacked skills useful for war. From this revelation, the exiled criminals freeze in thought and finally understand why Norio's knowledge is so different from theirs. But the moment of solemnity does not last long. Inflamed by insatiable hunger, Dragon grabs words and rushes forward, shouting at the three women to stop idling and get to work immediately. They tremble from his fury and apologize. Norio proudly shows a selection of freshly baked pizzas and declares that they are finally ready. The exiled criminals, frozen, look on and cannot comprehend whether this food is from a parallel world. While they stand as if stunned, Dragon almost trembles from hunger and calls Norio pleadingly. Don't waste time while he slices the pizzas into pieces. Everyone gathers around the table for a luxurious banquet dinner and thanks Norio for the food. As soon as the exiled criminals take the first slices of pizza, they are overwhelmed by an incredible taste. Their faces immediately bloom with absolute bliss as they realize this food has a quality from another world. Norio asks how the guests like it, and Gararufa is completely stunned by the divine aroma. Even Dragon is impressed by the culinary power of the parallel world. Sighing with relief, Norio serves pickled radishes and Vale immediately recognizes them, his favorite. Bursting with joy, Vale tells the undying king that from now on they can take as much as they want, so he promises weekly visits to the farm. The conversation abruptly changes. The guests react in shock to the news that Prince Arowana, a man rarely seen even in his own kingdom, will come once a week. Amid the surprise, Platy keeps babbling nonsense about Norio's divine taste, calling his dishes inventions. Norio smiles and asks for more with a light tease, recalling her love for tomatoes, while the company shares a warm, joyful moment. But as the day comes to an end, Lampy looks at Platy with curiosity and admits she still doesn't fully understand why Platy is so fascinated by Norio if she herself looks overly happy. Eventually, the company settles in for the night, lying side by side on futons in the silence of the mansion. Late at night, when everyone goes to their beds, the company recalls how incredibly delicious the food was and how much they enjoyed the fermented dishes. They are impressed by the softness of the silk pajamas and how fluffy the futons are. It is warm, cozy here, and they are completely satisfied with the new conditions. Wide shot, a peaceful estate farm under a cloudy night sky. The guests settle in the halls, and the last thought lingers in the mind: maybe this place really is paradise. Norio decided to introduce the guests to a small creature. Putter and Lampai laughed at the tiny Chibulik, calling it strange and cute. But suddenly the same creature inflates into a huge armored monster who declares he is Mino the Great and now mortals must bow before him. Puffer wipes her forehead, exhausted but satisfied. All her tasks in the pantry are already done. Rows of dried sausages hung evenly, and just as she decides that's all, Lamp calls her and Gararufa appears with a bright smile and asks if Puffer can help as soon as she finishes her work. Gararufa explains to Pafter that they will salt dried radish using barley miso. When Gararufa says the process relies on a microbe called mold, Pafter is momentarily disgusted but quickly denies ever saying such a thing. Yet despite everything, she falls into a reverie and imagines Prince Erwana eating those delicious pickles she will prepare. Working, Puffer asks Gararufa where Lampai disappeared to. Gararufa answers, Lampai went hunting with the orcs, she likes a good workout. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lampai is in action, dodging the monster's strike so quickly that it only misses and mocking it, saying it is too slow. With one quick dodge and a powerful sword strike, Lampai instantly shortens the monster. The orcs around burst into joyful shouts, celebrating her victory, and she only looks around disdainfully and arrogantly. As a former Imperial Guard, she trained her body not for beauty. Late that evening, Norio and Nico lie side by side in bed. They replay the progress of work on the farm in their minds and agree on how the 3 new workers became a great help. They not only supported Norio, but also helped Orkubo and Gabukidi. And now the field for future pies is finally finished, the seedlings are ready for planting. Norio trembles at the thought of growing rice, and Nico immediately reminds him that at home this is his main food. Norio reflects on why growing rice is truly special for him. Nico looks with warmth and emotion as if this feeling has caught him too. Now their enthusiasm flares up with new strength and they decide to start planting immediately. Then the shot opens to a wide, calm landscape of the newly prepared field site. It shimmers and is already waiting for the sprouts. The group gathers near the freshly prepared paddy field. It's time to start planting. Gararufa says that today's job is to plant the seedlings, and at this news, Puffer and Lampy panic. They are afraid to sink into the endless swamp and also afraid to ruin the clothes that Badami made for them. But in a moment they are reassured, their outfits are specially made for such work. Gararufa recalls Norio. He said that rice is suitable for fermentation and you can even make wine from it. Imagine how happy Prince Erwana would be. But despite the muddy conditions, Lampai's dedication works instantly. She passionately declares that she will do everything for the princess, swearing to take on the mud herself so that Princess Platy remains clean. Nico asks Norio to show them the basics of planting, and Puffer grumbles that he is being forced to participate. Norio carefully explains how to hold the seedlings and plant them at equal intervals along the guide strings. As soon as the demonstration ends, Nico excitedly announces the start of the rice planting competition and urges the rest of the group on. The rice planting competition starts with the splash of water. Gararufa is horrified by the cold, sticky slime in the mud, but Lampy encourages her. She works silently herself with impressive diligence. Norio and the workers from Aiden just watch with smiles, and everyone, including Platy, gives their all, planting seedlings across the huge field. The harsh truth of hard work appears. Lampy, Gararufa, and Puffer notice that planting rice is much more exhausting than they imagined, and their bodies ache from the work. Against the backdrop of fatigue, Badami admits that she hasn't slept since she sewed their work clothes, and then suddenly falls into the mud with a loud splash. Norio jumps up in surprise. While the others are collapsing from exhaustion, Dragon raises her gaze with a smug expression and calls them pathetic, boasting that her dragon powers have not changed. Nico replies, insisting that her Nico legs make the work as easy as the wind. And these 2 playful rivals quickly turn the task into a competition. Whoever plants the seedlings faster wins. Next, with a shout of go, Dragon and Nico instantly dive into the mud and plant seedlings at such a pace that their fingers burn. Puffer, Gararufa, Lampy, and Norio watch impressed. These 2 finish a whole row in a moment. Their movements are a whirlwind of persistence and precision, and the rest remain in complete admiration of their incredible skill. In the heat of the competition, Dragon suddenly realizes that the seedlings have run out and panics, shouting, "Bring more!" As soon as she calls for help, Lampy bursts in with a new batch, but her momentum is so strong that she involuntarily crashes into Dragon, and Dragon flies across the entire field. Stunned, Gararufa can only watch as Dragon throws back Lampy with unexpected force. As soon as the little dragon suddenly takes off and rages sliding through the mud, it leaves a huge furrow behind. Stopping, it first looks at the seedling sand with relief, sees that they are fine. Lampy, watching this, realizes she underestimated how hard physical work on the farm is, and notes that the little dragon's strength is definitely far from normal. She admits that even in its current form, the little dragon still has the incredible power of its true breed. When Lampy suggests that it is innate strength that allows it to endure such exhausting work, the little dragon brushes it off, saying it is a natural factor, not the result of any specific training. Dragon admits without any hesitation. Her motivation for the exhausting work is nothing other than the desire to eat deliciously. Lampy can only sigh because it becomes clear. They are driven by stubborn appetites, and Nico flies away with dreams of the taste of rice. Having gathered strength, the company manages to complete the landing in one day. And already in a month, thanks to Plato's fish fertilizer and magic, the field for the paddy turns into a lush, cheerful harvest. Norio opens the cauldron and out comes a hot, freshly cooked bowl of rice. He announces that everything is ready. The girls gather around, their eyes darting to the food, freezing in delight and anticipation. Norio explains, the cooked grains are called rice, and the dragon and Vale barely hold back the beg to be given some while they ponder what the taste will be like. Next, Belina insists. Plotty will be the first to taste the rice and praises her for the tremendous efforts during preparation and for making everyone work together. Plotty happily slurps the rice, while Norio watches from the side and feels a wave of gratitude both to Plotty and the whole team. Vale finally loses patience and yells at Norio to stop wasting time and eat the rice already. En trembles with anticipation and he quickly takes a bite while the whole group watches him with eager curiosity. Vale and Nico anxiously ask if the rice tastes good, awaiting his verdict on the fruit of their hard work. When Norio takes a bite, he is immediately moved to tears by the wonderful taste of rice. Nico wonders how something like that can be so striking, while the other girls can no longer hold back the burst out and demand to eat immediately. Norio calmly asks to wait just a little while he prepares the side dish to serve with this meal. The group recalls how much effort went into the harvest and says that Princess Platti worked especially hard so that Norio would be happy. Against the background of Paphra's chatter, she teases, asking if Prince Arowana will visit soon. The atmosphere warms and Nico again turns to Norio, curiously asking why this rice is so special to him and whether it is because it is his daily dish. Norio admits rice is not only a staple food but also a way to express deep gratitude to Hephaestus. It is he who gave him incredible abilities. With a warm smile, he returns to Platti, sincerely thanking her for all the help in the growing process. Gazing over his blooming home and farm, Norio reflects on how lucky he is to live such a fulfilling life as a foreigner. He acknowledges, everything he has is a gift of that blessing. With a heart full of gratitude, he places a plate of onigiri made possible by everyone's joint efforts before the Shinto shrine, the god who gave him strength. While they eat, Nico literally cannot believe it. The rice is incredible. The dragon recalls his first confusion and honestly admits by itself it really seemed bland, but as soon as you combine it with other dishes, it becomes impressive. The whole group finally falls in love with it. Now they can no longer imagine meals without this rice and impatiently chatter, demanding another serving from Norio. Norio smiles and notices how everyone is completely captivated by the taste of rice. Some even find it terribly insidious, something you easily get hooked on. While they eat, he admits, as soon as they learned to produce it, he felt inspired to combine rice with more and more ingredients. This thought impresses Dragon and Vale and they suddenly realize the consequences, even asking aloud if rice can still evolve further. Norio calmly confirms their suspicions. Yeah. Though truly determined to help Norio develop a taste for rice, the dragon enthusiastically declares that he is going back to his dungeon. Vale increases the difficulty level and explains, the higher this level, the greater the chance that new monsters will appear. Norio, completely confused, asks, what does rice have to do with this? The dragon beams and reveals the secret. It is a strategy to provide him with a wider choice of ingredients. Norio stands amazed. He wonders that dungeons can work exactly like that. In the dragon's capture, she emphasizes, only she and the Soulless King have the rare ability to change dungeon settings. Vale explains technically dungeons are space-time distortions caused by concentrated mana. Norio is impressed, and Garufa notes that because of this, Pfeiffer's research on mana manipulation seems futile, while Lampai laments with regret. It is far too audacious, so many powerful beings gathered in one place. Lampai persistently insists that he wants to test his abilities in the new dungeon. Garufa agrees and advises to focus on preparing fermented food for now. The dragon eavesdrops and lets out a sinister laugh. Amused by their enthusiasm, the dragon accepts the challenge, warning, the Lowlanders will have to prepare for various stages that she will create. Looking at the bustle, Norio cannot hold back. It seems to him as if he is witnessing the beginning of some special event. A few days later, the group sets out to explore a new dungeon. As they approach the mountains, a bold voice thunders in the air, go and face the trial. Lampai itches to test his abilities, but Popher considers this display unnecessary for a simple creature's ordinary exploration. Side by side, Norio, Vale, or Kubo and the whole team move forward to begin the reconnaissance. When they enter the forest, Lampai thinks about Norio's situation, the exiled summoner without combat abilities, and worries whether he can handle the dangers of the high-level dungeon created by the dragon. She vows to protect the princess, and at that moment the ground shakes with heavy, dull blows. Out of nowhere, a whole herd of square boars rushes at them. Without wasting time, Lampai steps forward and with a confident look gives the order, leave the fight to her. Just as the group is hit by a strike, Undead King appears sharply and powerfully. With one sweep he destroys the monsters. When the enemies disappear, he explains that he just came to help. It seemed it would be fun. However, a comedic scandal erupts instantly as soon as Undead King notices Vale was tweaking the dungeon settings. He goes mad. She turned his domain into a playground for children. The Undead King completely loses vigilance until the dragon suddenly swoops down, grabs him in its jaws, and shouts that such a foolish, playful target must be destroyed. Norio watches the scene with a stone face and notes his sensei has already been removed. Despite the sudden kidnapping, Norio and Wei feel relief. The herd of square boars has been cleaned out, and dealing with them would have been a hassle. Meanwhile, Lampy is consumed by uncertainty. She feels that her role as Imperial Guard is trivial compared to the colossal power of two disasters. While they continue the investigation, Norio surveys the area and thinks, has the dungeon really changed, or are the monsters literally the same as before? While the investigation team presses on, they head into a new zone. Somewhere on the way, they briefly discuss how convenient it is to keep the monsters they have already eaten, and Norio is reassured the current territory remains untouched. After a moment, Vale's curiosity catches up with Theme, and together they reach a spacious clearing. In a spacious clearing, Lampai suddenly signals the group sensed strong monsters nearby. Platy warns Norio, be careful. But before they could react, something bursts out from the thick grass-black monsters with twisting movements emerge directly from the grass and surround them. Suddenly some creature, turning around, swoops down right onto the group. Norio panics and shouts that it is an unidentified flying object. The monster crashes through the trees and Lampai is already ready to intervene, but Vale intercepts him. With a confident smile, she warns not to underestimate the power of the crowned witch. Seeing Vale's determination, Lampai immediately swears to support her with everything he has. Norio tries to get into the fight, but Lampai quickly shows the sword must be held differently. Seizing the initiative, she slashes the pouch with the blade, releasing a substance meant to immobilize these spinning creatures and leave them vulnerable. A sudden flash and the explosion rises so fiercely that the monsters are instantly reduced to rubble as if they never existed. Norio freezes, staring in shock. Now he finally understands why Lampai is feared like the Witch of Hellfire. Nearby, Vale recalls her destructive power is born from explosive magical elixirs. When the smoke settles, Lampai stands confidently amid the devastation and triumphantly asks everyone how they liked her strike so much that Norio remains completely stunned. Lampai explains, this creature is Lotus, a monster turtle known for its strong top-tier armored shell. Thinking it an ordinary turtle, she tries to flip it over to neutralize it. But as soon as she takes a step forward, the monster suddenly jerks its hidden tentacles, lash out, and instantly grip Lampai in their grasp. While Lotus mocks her for underestimating him, Norio and Wei can only watch in shock as the turtle suddenly sprouts completely unexpected tentacles. Gabukichi rushes to save Lampai, trying to cut through the terrifying tentacles that are squeezing her, but they are too tight to cut. Changing tactics, he strikes the monster's body with a strong blow, but the weapon clashes harshly against the shell. With horror, they see, from the force of the blow, the handle breaks and bounces off completely. Lotus Monster retaliates with a lightning-fast barrage of tentacles, confuses the group, and tightly wraps Gabukichi. Lena watches with concern, and Vale turns to Norio with a radiant smile, nudging him. This is finally his time to shine. Norio calmly accepts the challenge, clenches his weapon, and prepares to fight the monster. Emboldened by Vale, Norio lunges forward sharply, swinging the hammer with all his might and shouting, "Let's go!" But as soon as the attack lands, Norio freezes in disbelief, and both Habakiti and Vale stand stunned, shocked by the result. Norio quickly rushed to Lampai. Now she was safe because the monster had already been defeated. Vale examined the remains and noted the tentacles were the creature's weak spot. That's why Norio's strike was so precise. Just as they exhaled, a sound echoed throughout the space. A mysterious voice praised their victory, but immediately reminded them that Lotus was only the weakest among the new monsters prepared for them. The voice urged them to move on. Even more terrifying trials awaited at the next stage. Orcubo suggests using the shell of the defeated Lotus monster as a shield for Orcubos and goblins. The dragon shouts for them to stop being so indifferent to the threat ahead, but Vale does not lose a drop of calm. She brushes off the dragon's warnings and confidently tells Lena that Norio is the strongest in the world, and that he surpasses even the two greatest disasters. Lena is completely bewildered by the news that the princess's husband is the strongest being in the world, and she suddenly feels as if her own existence has become insignificant. But she quickly shakes off this mood and vows to set a new goal for herself. While the group decides to take a short break, the dragon impatiently urges them on, saying it's time to move on. While the group takes a break, Lena admits she was surprised that Norio's strength seems to surpass even the Soulless King and the dragon. Norio modestly clarifies that he has no real combat skills. Lena asks confusedly why then the human kingdom expelled a person with such power, and Norio reveals the secret. It is a blessing from a god that allows him to draw out the maximum potential from everything he touches. Norio adds Clarity shows the holy sword and demonstrates it as an explanation for why he does not consider himself special. Vale agrees, it's time to move on. But Lena does not accept his modestish, is convinced that his power is truly reliable. Looking at him with determination, she thinks, as long as Norio is nearby, Princess Pleiades and the entire mermaid kingdom are safe even if humans or demons dare to attack. Norio notes, despite everything looking the same around, the air suddenly became suffocatingly hot. Vale laughs and announces that they have reached the next stage, scorching hell, where monsters thrive in inhuman heat. Just as she finishes her warning, a pack of fierce wolf-like monsters bursts from their place and attacks the group. Norio, Vale, and Lena are bewildered when a pack of wolves emerges from the haze. These are Hylicon's most dangerous four-legged monsters in all existence. Thanks to endurance, keen senses, and adaptation to the scorching heat, the three encounter a fierce enemy from which there is no escape without cost. Hylicaons rushed at Norio with fierce intent, and Vale and Lena immediately froze in fear, not understanding what the monsters were after. But instead of a fight, something else happened. The beasts suddenly fell to the ground in a submissive pose, and the whole group fell into complete stupor. The undead king notices that the observant Hylicaons sensed Norio's power, and Norio himself is seriously confused by the sudden change in their behavior. Lena attributes everything to his teacher's temperament, while Norio moment by moment warms up to them, happily petting the creatures and exclaiming that they are fluffy and so cute. Vale watches the scene with a bewildered expression, and the dragon seethes with anger at the absurdity of what is happening. When the group finally breaks free from the suffocating heat of hellish hell, Vale notices, behind them still trails a pack of Hylicaons. The undead king explains that the wolf monsters adhere to a strict hierarchy, and now, it seems, they have designated Norio as their leader. Norio looks embarrassed. The very thought that he has to lead a pack of monsters shocks him. Norio happily pets the Hylicaons, surprised that they treat him so kindly even without the influence of his gift. Lena notices these monsters have intelligence and wonders if the dungeon's level is not too high. They continue to explore Vale's dungeon, leading the wolves behind them until some mysterious voice laughs and warns, even more troublesome monsters await ahead. The team presses on, but someone shouts for them not to lag behind. As the group pushes forward, they suddenly come upon a frozen wasteland. A loud voice explodes. It welcomes them on their achievement and announces that they have entered the freezing hell, the dungeon's final zone. The atmosphere is oppressive and threatening, but Norio seems unaffected. Instead of preparing for the final battle, he simply says it's time to go home. Lena does not hesitate, she agrees immediately. And just as the company turns to leave, the dungeon's angry voice breaks into a scream, saying they are ignoring the challenge. As soon as they decide to head home, a giant bear bursts through the door of reality. Norio flinches from the surprise. Lena and Vale immediately understand. This creature is stronger than any monster they have encountered so far. Vale nods at it as the source of that incredible pressure she felt, and despite the deadly threat, Norio still tries to dodge the merciless killing. The undead king warns Norio, bear monster, a warrior who lives only for battle and is naturally drawn to the strong, so escaping the encounter is impossible. The giant beast suddenly charges forward and lets out a furious roar, and Norio, shocked, sees a Hylican step forward before him, intercepting the attack. Hylicaons rush at the bear monster and fight fiercely, covering Norio. Watching them, he feels his heart tighten with emotion at their unbreakable loyalty, but at the same time understands his own helplessness in this clash. Noticing the fight, Lena bursts into it, shouting Lampai, and vows not to let the bear move. Lena delivers a precise strike, cutting the tendons in the paw and leaving the beast unable to move. Norio, feeling relief, thanks Lampai while the group is already preparing to leave the area. But the dungeon's voice goes mad, saying they are simply turning away from the final trial. Norio brushes off the outrage with a yeah, and they begin the way back. Just as they are almost at the exit, Norio stops the group and, turning to Plotty, asks if she brought the ointment he requested. The rest exchange surprised looks, arguing that the monster will most likely repay kindness with evil, but Norio insists on his point. Plotty immediately guesses his plan and asks in shock if he really intends to use the medicine on the bear. Norio firmly states that he wants to save the bear because he is convinced this creature has its own goals, not just a desire to attack. Meanwhile, the undead king insists on a harsher option, and the dragon instantly intervenes. Plotty and Lena cannot help but admire his kindness, but Lena secretly wonders if this compassion will become a weakness when it comes to protecting their land. After everything, Norio apologizes to Lena. He feels that her efforts to immobilize the beast were in vain because of his decision to be merciful. Norio applies the ointment to the bear monster and gently forces it to take better care of itself so that it can live a long life. The bear remains completely stunned by the very gesture of kindness from its enemy. Meanwhile, Plotty and the others watch, unable to believe their eyes. Some mutter that this looks like some disgusting cheat game, and ask what other ridiculous plan Norio intends to carry out. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a colossal dragon rises, declaring itself the final opponent and literally bathing in the shock of the entire group. calmly explains, this monster is only a clone possessing 1/100th of its true power. But Norio is horrified. Even this is enough to wipe entire cities off the face of the earth. The clone roars, calling them out to fight, and the dragon suggests simply playing by the rules. As soon as the dragon clone proclaims its superiority, the bear monster suddenly bursts forward with incredible strength. In a moment, the beast completely destroys the final boss, and the dragon clone freezes in complete stupor. It has been defeated. Norio stands stunned and does not understand how the bear so easily wiped Veil's clone off the face of the earth. Norio freezes in surprise as the bear monster turns around and walks away and cannot understand why it decided to help them. Orcubo and Gabukidi approach closer, and Orcubo explains that as monsters they understand the feelings of this creature, saying the bear is proud, so its sudden help is a way to repay Norio's kindness. Having paid the debt, the bear monster sets off on a lonely journey, leaving the group behind in the snowy expanse. Norio thinks he will definitely encounter the bear monster again. When Orcubo talks about the beast's dream of becoming a powerful monster worthy of recognition, Lena almost cries from his sincere sympathy. Norio is convinced fighting only to protect others does not create true peace. He understands it differently. True strength lies in the ability to reach anyone, both friend and foe. Smiling broadly, he calls everyone and leads them home. No, after returning, Veil bites herself in a bad mood. Her new dungeon made no lasting impression. While others still do not understand why she got so angry, Norio appears with a tray of food. He slides her a hot bowl of katsudon and beams, explaining that during the descent from the mountain he encountered a bird monster that lays eggs. Just mentioning that tasty new dish instantly sparks Veil's curiosity. Norio thanks Veil, emphasizing that the ingredients from her repurposed dungeon will help him upgrade the kitchen. Veil is touched and happy. She really managed to help. Soon Norio calls everyone to gather. The food is finally ready. Everyone, each infinitely fascinated by the dish, calls it Norio's most delicious culinary creation. Norio himself is delighted. Exploring the new dungeon way finally gave him the eggs he had been searching for so long. Glancing at the landscape, he thinks about how his settlement is becoming livelier even though the monsters living there are still quarreling among themselves. Norio calmly sits on the porch and thinks about how his settlement will develop further. Meanwhile, unseen by him, a mysterious hooded leader and a woman watch the village from the forest, unable to believe that such a settlement exists here at all. Driven by curiosity and suspicion, Aileronth, leader of the gang of thieves, claims he must see the village with his own eyes. Feeling the tension ease, Norio decides to play outdoors to his heart's content. He enthusiastically shouts fetch and calls his 4 wolf companions Stero, Hana, Pes, and Pachai. Norio began living with the wolf monsters he met in the Veil dungeon. While Pachai and others help with pest extermination and repelling random monsters, they often quarrel over loot. Watching them, Norio clearly sees the main problem: there simply isn't enough food for everyone here. Norio carefully chops meat in the kitchen. The dragon asks curiously what he is cooking. Norio simply replies, dog food. But when he clarifies that it is for their wolves, the dragon turns pale and freezes. These imposed wolf monsters now also lure food from them. Dragon shouts in the tale that the situation is not funny and demands to deal with the wolves in her own way. Norio calmly calms down. He says that Pachai and the others are already part of the family. And to Dragon's complete horror, Norio begins to prepare food using her wicked holy sword axe Drashwort as a kitchen knife, boasting about how he cuts everything down to the microscopic level. Norio announces that the food is finally ready. Dragon grumbles, outraged to the core, insisting that this is unforgivable, yet strangely focuses specifically on the dog food. Norio explains, added vegetables for nutritional balance and removed fatty parts for the wolves' health. While he pours the food into bowls, he is gnawed by the thought whether they will like it. The wolves immediately rush to the meal with great enthusiasm, which seems to bring Norio relief. Dragon just watches. Imagining herself as the leader, Dragon demands her share. Norio sighs and orders her to return to human form to receive her portion. Dragon, without much thought, rejoices and immediately transforms and happily crunches dog food, sincerely thanking Norio for dinner. Now it's Dragon's turn to taste. Her face changes instantly when she realizes the dish is completely bland and clearly made for animals. Inside, she feels hurt, but she forces a smile and tells the wolves to eat their fill. A humorous note picks up the scene. Dragon hasn't touched dog food since that very day. Dragon looks around at the mysterious settlement, frozen in amazement. She measures the streets with her gaze, then stumbles upon strange fruits, completely baffled. She suddenly realizes she has never seen anything like this either in the wild or in the homes of wealthy people and demons. While they feel the fields, Dragon's companion greedily tastes a fruit and immediately gets stuck, urging Dragon to try it too. At first, Dragon hesitates, but once she bites, she is completely thrown off track by this addictive tasting delight. Casting a glance at the quality of the harvest, she concludes, someone must be carefully tending these fields. Dragon's companion, having just surveyed the area, reports, "The settlement looks more like a farm than a village." And because of the mysterious architecture of the houses and the incredibly high-quality crops, Dragon assumes the owner here is probably some reclusive aristocrat. So she is convinced, if such a person really exists, then somewhere deep inside there must be a great secret hidden. The companion asks what she will do next. She is driven by greed and the pride of a thief. Dragon declares, together with the team of quarry raiders, they will break into the manor and take everything of value. But as soon as they set off, the heroine's attention is caught by a wolf. He appears from behind the vegetation, and for a moment she freezes, not understanding. The helper girl finishes tending the magical markers with a simple song. She is warmed by the thought that only she can support His Majesty and the Demon Queen Asters, but at the same time she cannot help but feel this work is too easy, so she lacks a real sense of purpose. Helper girl recalls her daily routine. Once she was eager to help everywhere thanks to her experience working in the archives under the Demon King, but lately there has been less work. Now, when 3 exiled criminals, Spuffer, Lampai, and Gara, Rufinauk over the areas lacking people, she honestly admits she has too much free time. Suddenly losing her duties, the teenage helper panics, afraid of becoming a useless freeloader. Fired up with determination to be useful, she rushes through the settlement and calls Lord Saint. Eventually, she notices Norio. He is humming to himself and happily shaping clay pottery. The helper approaches Norio and asks what he is doing. Norio proudly shows her piece after piece and explains that he is making ceramics. And when she asks why he needs clay, Norio replies, their current kitchenware is made of monosteel, but he felt it was time to have real ceramic dishes for food. Norio notes that hand-molding pottery takes a lot of time, especially when he wants to work in batches. And he concludes he needs a way to make the clay spin. Noticing how she can help, the helper girl takes on the task without hesitation. She says she can use psychokinesis and put magic into the pebble to move objects, thus offering a magical solution to the spinning problem. Belina starts simply and precisely. She buries a magical stone in the clay at the edge of the base, sets the position. Focused singing and a sharp command, move. After that she activates psychokinesis and the potter's wheel spins rapidly. Norio exclaims in delight that this is incredible, but the joy lasts a moment. The spinning suddenly stops and both freeze in surprise. The pottery wheel breaks out of control and starts spinning like crazy, then throws a lump of clay right in Norio's face. Belina panics and apologizes incessantly, but Norio calmly brushes it off and praises her strength, only asking her to slow down the spinning. Struck by his kindness, Belina honestly admits her inner struggle. She feels she is worse than Badami and the others, and desperately wants to prove her worth being useful in any way she can. Belina is in despair and loudly pleads that she does not want to be left without a job. Norio is surprised but gently reassures her, saying that she is already a great help. When Belina complains that she has nothing more to do while the wheel is turning, Norio explains that it can only turn thanks to her. Then he suggests trying to make pottery together and says he will teach her the craft. Stunned, Belina looks at Norio with admiration and enthusiastically agrees to join. Belina's first attempt to make a pottery piece did not go as she dreamed. In a fit of disappointment, she calls her own work a worthless lump of clay. Norio immediately jumps up to calm her. No one is perfect on the first try, and a deformed thing can still come in handy. Just as they calm down, a wild barking of wolves suddenly spreads through the air unceasing, echoing so loudly that Norio and Belina involuntarily become alert and curious about this unexpected commotion. Investigating the commotion, Norio comes across Orcubo is holding a group of bound prisoners. While Norio still does not understand what is happening, he demands explanations. Orcubo reveals they captured a squad of elven bandits caught during the invasion of the farm. Norio asks Belina if the captured elves are her allies. She immediately clarifies they are a reclusive subset of demons. She says most elves avoid any contact, but some have become notorious bandits, stealing indiscriminately from both humans and demons. And when Norio hears that these bandits hide in remote thickets to avoid capture, he realizes the isolated mountains around his land are their refuge. Norio addresses the captured elven bandits, surprise sounding in his voice. How strange to find a farm in such a wilderness. The bandits are confused. They ask if this is human territory since Norio looks like a human. But as soon as they shift their gaze to Belina and notice the other terrifying inhabitants of the farm, doubt vanishes. They realize this is not human. The non-human strength of the residents and Belina's demonic nature mean this is demon territory. The bandits are frightened. It turns out they have been captured by a demon race. Norio addresses Orcubo. Did the elven bandits do something that could justify their delay? Orcubo replies sternly. They stole tomatoes from their farm. This news provokes a reaction from Platiche, as outraged in fury, who even dared to touch her tomatoes and eat them. Vale suddenly turns to the colossal dragon, growls with rage and threatens to slaughter the elven bandits for their crime. The bandits freeze in fear and scream wildly as soon as they see the monster. Norio sighs as if to say Vale is up to his tricks again. Returning to his human form, Vale sternly cuts off if the thieves are let go unpunished, it will endanger the safety of their precious field in the future. The clone dragon continues to pressure the elven bandits as if pressing a sentence. They must be executed, and the corpse displayed as a warning to any future aliens. The frightened bandits Saba Thunderstonecutters have finally met their end. As soon as she hears the name, Belina surprisingly comes to life and tells Goryo that she recognizes them from the archives, a group that usually hunts only wealthy nobles and merchants and never takes from the poor. Belina lays everything out clearly. Elven bandits are essentially neat thieves because they only rob corrupt aristocrats who exploit poor Howard. The clone dragon disregards motive as declares that no matter their oath, anyone stealing from the farm deserves the death penalty. Meanwhile, Vale locks the frightened bandits in a circle and does not admit that Plotty is right about the theft but already begins to consider what punishment would be just. Norio paused for a moment to consider the theft case before turning to the elven bandits. He emphasized, stealing and eating tomatoes from the farm is a serious crime that carries a sentence. But instead of the execution they feared, Norio cheerfully announced they would all work for him for a certain time. The bandits were shocked at such an unexpected invitation to join the farm knocked the ground out from under them. In the series of cute chibi panels, Dragon earnestly asks viewers for help and support, confessing how much their reading inspires her. Nearby, Norio simply watches as she invites viewers to take a look at the original light novel. Elven bandits freeze in shock and cannot believe their own ears. Could it be that they really have to work on a farm? Norio only confirms this with a confident smile and says that they will atone for their sins at the settlement. But the companions cannot hold back. They call him naive and remind him that they have not forgotten how he ate their precious tomatoes. While the elven bandits protest against being looked down upon, Belina warns Norio they're still criminals wanted in 2 different kingdoms. Vale intervenes and retorts the farm is already full of criminals and hints to the elves that she is a disaster capable of destroying the world. But until Norio tells her to stop threatening the newcomers, Vale does not ease the pressure, assuring that it would be nothing for her to burn their entire forest. At first, the elven bandits panic. They recall rumors that this settlement is a refuge for the most brutal criminals. They freeze in disbelief when Norio kindly strokes the dragon and immediately realize somehow the man managed to tame the beast. And that meant one thing: they were already deep within the demon's sphere of influence, so the bandits became even angrier. One even suggested handing the others over to the demons before it was too late, and Belina felt how serious everything was and decided they need to find a way out of here. One of the companions wonders what will happen if the elven bandits are handed over to the demons, and Belina explains it will all depend on the court's verdict. She notes that the current demon King Zidane is a man who does not like unnecessary killings, so the death penalty is unlikely, but she emphasizes, since they are wanted criminals, they are still obliged to be handed over, even if they are eventually pardoned. Norio weighs the burden that has fallen on Demon King Zidane and suggests, let the elven bandits work on the farm until everything settles down. Belina agrees and Norio officially declares the matter closed, but despite Vale's outrage saying that a capital punishment was possible, he convinces her. Let her supervise the elves, promising treats. The elven bandits remain in despair because now they understand they will have to obey every command. With a radiant, friendly smile, Norio offers tea to an elven bandit. They still cannot come to terms with the new circumstances, only stare in surprise, not believing their own eyes. They are led inside and they look around confusedly, glancing at the strange traditional layout of Norio's house. They wonder what kind of place this is. While Norio is drinking tea, he asks the elven bandits what skills they have before they start working. When Vale offered farm work, one of the elves confidently stated they should not be underestimated, and Norio found this too promising. But reality quickly put everything in place. Elves are naturally gatherers and have no agricultural culture. The elf's confidence burst with a flash of indignant distrust, so Norio had to admit he expected something completely different. Belina explains to Norio, elves perceive nature as something to coexist with, not as an object for manipulation. Therefore, they are not suitable for farming or construction. But Vale does not accept excuses and cuts in with a demand. Then why did they leave their mountains to snoop around and steal food? The elven bandits are stunned. One of them solemnly states the truth. Their native forest was stolen from them by humans and demons, and Norio remains completely stunned. Norio measures the elves with his gaze, imagines them as driven beasts, and suddenly realizes, when humans cut down trees and build houses for luxury and civilization, they probably just deprive others of homes. He is overwhelmed by crushing guilt. Suddenly he falls to the floor, then, bowing deeply, goes mad with apologies. The elven bandits, who consider him cruel, cannot understand such a reaction. To them it seems that this is just human need and cursed civilization, and he tries to explain the word. When the elven bandits explain that the war between humans and demons sucked mana from the land, causing their forests to wither and leaving them without food and shelter, Norio is filled with guilt. He suddenly realized that he was part of the system that led to this. Vale acknowledges the tragedy but insists it does not justify their actions. One of the elves adds they specifically targeted a human they considered an aristocrat. Norio's sincere apology cuts so deeply into the hearts of the elven bandits that their guilt begins to sound like unheard-of kindness to them. While Vale watches everything in confusion and cannot understand who the real victim is, the group quickly moves to practice. Elves on the farm are not the same. And then a simple thought arises to send them back where they came from. Norio agrees immediately, without hesitation. Norio notices that Belina is acting strangely and calls out to her asking what she is thinking. She confesses through inner surprise. She keeps thinking about the container and does not understand why it is not covered with enamel. Norio awkwardly shrugs and admits that he does not know how that is done. But the dragon looks sharply at him and suddenly suspicion flashes in his gaze. Elven bandits, as if they were just waiting for the question, explain. High-quality enamel can be obtained if you reprocess the ash from the furnace, and this is exactly what makes fired products stronger. Norio is glowing with excitement. Although they do not particularly like farming, the elves clarify. For their race, the skill of making tools from natural materials from leather goods to glassware is basic knowledge. Elven bandits continue sharing their experience. One says that making tableware from clay is not difficult. Another woman talks about her skill in mixing potions but complains that she lacks proper laboratory equipment. And suddenly she cuts off her voice, a loud, dramatic scream that completely confuses Norio and Dragon, who do not understand what happened. Dragon asks Belina what the trouble is. The woman looks as if she has just been struck. Belina, through tears, renounces the truth. She already knew that elves are true masters of pottery and small crafts, and even admits this. She hid the truth because she was afraid. If Norio found out, she would become unnecessary and she would lose her place on the farm. Vale says that Belina took on most of the household chores, both cleaning and laundry. But Belina stubbornly insists that she only does small tasks around the house. Vale insists her efforts are a real salvation and a guarantee that she is worthy of the farm. Unexpected praise fills Belina so much that she simply remains speechless, while Norio is meanwhile unable to let go of the thought of where this unrest in her comes from. Norio brushes off Belina's worries. He says that if she shares the work, her value will supposedly only decrease. He decides otherwise everyone will share the household duties so the elven bandits can teach them new skills. Norio encourages Belina to use this freedom and find a task she is truly passionate about. Then he looks at her warmly and apologizes for not noticing her worries, and thanks her for everything she does for the farm. Moved by Norio's sincerity, Belina cannot hold back. Tears pour down and words tear her chest with gratitude. Norio, confused, asks her to stop immediately. While thoughts are rearranging, Vale enthusiastically asks if Belina can take on some additional tasks, but Dragon doubts her abilities. In this noise and bustle, a blonde elf named Aileron approaches and kindly introduces himself to Belina. Aileron gently offers to teach Belina pottery, and Belina freezes in shock because of her story. Then Aileron reveals a darker side, admits that she was once just as desperate to get her own Pazin kingdom at any cost. Having experienced the bitter pain of losing the place where she belonged, Aileron tells Belina that she understands her despair firsthand. Next to her elven bandits, Aileron asks Belina what she thinks about this, extending a true bond born of shared struggle. Belina likes the lesson, so she steps up to the potter's wheel with a determined look. But before starting, Aileron wonders, the wheel can spin by itself. Shyly laughing, Belina tells everyone she is ready and begins to shape the clay spinning right in front of her. However, Aileron watches this with a slight smile. He is sure teaching Belina is truly worth the effort. At first, Belina is nervous, but quickly finds determination within herself and gets back to work. Shaping the clay, she smooths her movements and Aileron praises her progress, noting that she's doing very well. Now that a new bond has appeared between them, the farm once again opens its heart to welcome another company of friends into its quiet community. The scene sharply shifts away from the peaceful farm and plunges into a dark, vast royal demon palace. There, the demon king Zidane, with a heavy heart, contemplates the situation, admitting everything went not as he expected. No matter how much he does not want to, he concludes that there is no other way. He must turn to the Lord for help. The scene returns to Norio and his companions. They set out hunting and enter a high-level dungeon location for the first time, so Norio involuntarily admits that he is a bit nervous. Vale enthusiastically leads ahead and the group discusses the target square boars. Vale only thinks about how to eat them, while Norio notes that their skins will be very useful for crafting leather goods, belts, and bags. Noticing the prey in the bushes, the elven companion steps forward and declares that he will handle it himself. A movement and he releases an arrow. It hits the square opening perfectly. The beast falls and Aileron and their companion stare frozen, not believing the perfect shot. After a successful hunt, everyone freezes in admiration. How strong and accurate their shooting skill is. He explains that the bow is made from a combination of different types of wood to be both strong and flexible, so long distances yield a true shot. Lena eagerly examines the work, and Norio asks if it is possible to make magical arrows with explosive heads based on potions. The comrade shudders at the very idea and asks again, who Norio intends to fight with, what terrible opponent. The companion apologizes for his excessive eagerness and admits bluntly, it is an instinct from those who were once Imperial guards. Norio orders him to be more restrained with equipment updates, but the companion inadvertently notes that with the dragon as a companion, extra things are less necessary. As soon as Norio falls silent, his face becomes sad. True peace cannot be achieved while the human-demon war continues. As they set off home and Orcabo carries the square beard, Norio involuntarily wonders what state the Demon King is in now. Alurin awkwardly blurts out a question. Is he really acquainted with the Demon King and Lord Saint? Norio, as if casually, reveals, the Demon King did not just visit, he lived with them for some time. Moreover, he even helped build the house. And he goes further, he talks about a wedding ceremony between the Demon King and Aster. The companions freeze in complete shock and the enraged Aster breaks the silence with a scream, ordering him to stop. Only the rage subsides and Astor suddenly lunges at the Demon King Zidane. Her weapon crashes into him with a roar and she shouts, "Do not look away and fear me for real." But despite all the fury of the attack, Zidane keeps a calm smile. His gaze slides sideways to Norio and Astor greets him as Lord Saint. At the same time, he admits now is definitely not the time for politeness. Demon King Zidane screams in pain, curling up in battle against Astor's furious attack. Astor screams wildly, accusing him of trying to abandon her in this strange place and calls him a coward. On the side, Aileron and others watch in panic, not understanding what is happening. Norio steps forward, shouts at Astor to listen, and says that she is wrong. Norio asks Astras to briefly stop the attack. While others rely on him to handle the situation, Orcubo quickly steps forward and ties Astras with ropes, leaving her completely stunned. And Demon King Zidane, sincerely apologizing for all the commotion, stays nearby while Astras is still in furious outrage and humiliation because she was caught by the miserable Orcubo. So the companions joyfully greet the Demon King Zidane and Astras. Zidane warmly addresses Astras and says that since their last meeting she has become even more beautiful. But as soon as these words are spoken, the atmosphere immediately breaks. Everyone curiously sniffs with their eyes why Lady Glacia is in this company, and she herself looks no less confused than they do. Demon King Zidane, respectfully bowing to Norio, apologizes for the uninvited visit and explains, they came to discuss something important. Then he solemnly introduces the female magical being Glacia the Malicious, one of the Honorable Heavenly Four. Norio shudders at the very title, and Dragon suddenly puts the puzzle together. Glacia is the same rebel who arranged her marriage. Zidane denies that Glacia is to blame for the marriage conspiracy, and hints that the matter likely involves another celestial intriguer. He recounts that the time spent on the farm allowed him to identify and eliminate the conspirators who tried to seize his throne, most of whom took the blame and disappeared from the political scene, but Zidane adds that one person is still at large somewhere. While the group hangs in surprised guesses, the demonic King Zidane reveals the identity of the one remaining rebel. He says it is none other than Glacia. Once she held the highest rank among the rebels and boldly declared her intention to defeat him and take the throne. Norio and his companions, stunned by the revelation, involuntarily wonder if her past will become a stumbling block for pardon. Lottie asks if Zidane already intends to deal with Glacia, saying she was suppressed long ago. This offends Ryefgard, but Zidane refuses. He says he actually considers Glacia's bravery a valuable trait. He recalls how other rebels tried to remove him only with politics and cheap tricks, while Glacia stood firm and did not give up, no matter how many times she was defeated. For Zidane, such an outstanding person is too valuable to simply get rid of. Oh, Demon King Zidane suddenly slips up, saying that Glacia might have to be executed, and with this word Norio, Platy, and others are as if knocked off their feet by a wave of shock. They feel awkward interfering in the internal affairs of the Demon Kingdom. But Dragon firmly points out that this has nothing to do with humans. When the tension is already cutting the air, Glacia steps forward and asks Lord Zidane to let her explain everything. Herself fan Zidane, though reluctantly, agrees. Glacia, without blinking, suddenly reveals a stunning truth. She loves Lord Zidane. Norio and the others remain completely stunned and utterly confused by this unexpected confession. Demon King Zidane takes the floor and explains, Glacia's rebellion never had anything to do with the throne. He recalls how he once fled the castle just to find Astruz, but as soon as he says that Astruz has since become the Demon Queen, Glacia's composure breaks. She's struck by jealousy over their childhood bond. She screams in helplessness and demands, let Zidane make her queen or simply execute her if he cannot. Demon King Zidane views the current situation with Glacia as a usual crisis. In his kingdom, he has already diffused most quarrels. But as soon as one of the Spritian subordinates suggests making Glacia a concubine, Norio nods and states that a man should have only one wife. Zidane immediately rejects this idea, recalling the solemn oath he made before Hades that Astras would remain his one and only wife. Demon King Zidane explains, making Glacia his concubine would only bring divine punishment upon her, so he decisively rejects the proposal. The battered Glacia screams for him to simply execute her. Zidane offers a sincere apology. He admits he made a hasty decision and did not realize how much she had been waiting for him. But as soon as these words leave his mouth, the whole matter flares up even more. Glacia frantically demands that he take full responsibility for his mistakes, while Norio watches this chaos in shock. Norio offers Glacia to become a servant just not to end up on the gallows. Demon King Zidane immediately silences this thought, fearing the reaction of his wife Astruz. Although Glacia is sure she is unworthy of this place because of her rebellion, Astruz still intervenes. Even without finding common ground with her, she acknowledges her exceptional military skill and declares that the Demon Kingdom cannot lose such a valuable resource. Glacia explodes with anger and shouts that she hates how everything again and again revolves around Astruz. But Astruz coldly cuts her off, orders her to watch her tongue and calls her a fool. The two women clash while Norio remains bewildered, not understanding what the decision should be at all. At this moment, the undead king notices his confusion and asks if he is alright, just as someone calls him. Since then, the conversation remains unresolved. The tension suddenly breaks. The undead king looms over the group. His posture is commanding and unexpected, and Astros, Glacia, and the others freeze in place, looking and not believing their eyes. Embarrassed, they fearfully demand an explanation of what this sudden arrival means and why the king deprived of life is here. When the undead king makes his majestic entrance, the companions freeze in disbelief. Dragon notices with surprise that the Demon King is present nearby, while Aileron and Gara Rufa are lost, looking confused at this chaos. The concentrated power of the entire group overwhelms them. Someone almost thinks they're conspiring to destroy the world, but in the end, they decide to approach and see what exactly happened. Map. Glacia lets out a strong, bloody scream. Her colossal power bursts forward even as she is still restrained by chains. Norio and Dragonwatch freeze in complete shock, crushed by the incredible cruelty of her might. Nearby, Demon King Zidane watches with a grim face until the tension reaches its limit. Glacia suddenly takes a sharp step forward, filled with iron determination. She shouts to Demon King Zidane to immediately flee to a safe place and declares that she will handle everything. Norio, the Undead King, Riku, and Asteris freeze in complete confusion and anxiety. After this, Glacia shifts her gaze to Asteris and orders her to leave as well. Demon King Zidane catches Glacia unexpectedly for her, but maintaining composure even amid the tension. He confidently says that the Demon Kingdom truly needs someone like her. While calming her, he casually adds, "The dead king is just his good neighbor," so Glacia is once again completely bewildered. The Undead King reacts with a quiet chuckle, while Glacia still cannot come to her senses. She asks if she may pose a few questions, reflecting on the colossal power of oaths made before the eyes of a god. While Norio and Dragon watch from the side, she freezes in a state of complete disbelief, unable to comprehend that the Undead King is simply a friendly neighbor to her in Demon King Zidane. The Undead King apologizes for the mundane summoning of Hades, the god of the underworld. He explains, Hades is infinitely devoted to his only wife, the Earth Mother goddess Demeterphone, and categorically disapproves of marital infidelities. Moreover, he insists that he be called not the god of the underworld, but her husband. Hearing this, Norio is left stunned. He admits he had no idea that gods have wives. The Undead King breaks down how gods hold their domains. Hatred is a deep love for Mother Earth, so betrayal cannot exist. He says his devotion extends into a blessing. Those who receive it are forced to love only one wife, just as he does, and Norio finds this surprisingly understandable. But the tone sharply changes as the Undead King starts talking about the Demon King, ruler of the demon realm, and leader of the fight against the human race. Demon King Zidane recalls the burden of ruling with difficulty and comes to the conclusion, to unite a faction with different ways of thinking, a ruler sometimes has to form more than one bond. He admits to himself that he might have been too short-sighted. His attachment to Asters pushed him to a reckless decision, even though he was responsible for himself as king. Demon King Zidane confesses that he was completely unaware of Glacier's obsession with him. Burning with his words, Glacier shouts that she is unworthy and will not regret dying for her feelings, but Zidane stubbornly cuts her off. "No, you will not die." Meanwhile, Norio shifts his gaze to the Undead King and asks what they should do about this commotion. The Undead King pauses for a moment and decides there is only one course of action. A huge smog bursts from the twisted portal. Thick fog rises and spreads, radiating an overwhelming presence that seems to squeeze and oppress everyone around. The group freezes in shocked silence, unable to believe their eyes. The Undead King really summoned a god. Hades' voice thunders with divine authority. He declares Zidane's actions blasphemy for violating the terms of the blessing received less than a year ago. At that moment, Zidane freezes without a word. Fear has gripped him tightly, while Norio and the Undead King watch silently, realizing the god's wrath. Suddenly, Glacier, choking on emotions, rushes forward and begs Hades to spare Zidane and take her to the underworld, because this whole story happened only because of her own selfishness. Glacier tries to persuade Hades, claiming she is an irreplaceable asset for the demons in their war against humanity. But as soon as Hades hears this, he becomes confused and starts stammering, admitting cohabitation with a concubine might become a necessity for the survival of the demon race. Norio watches this closely from the side, noticing Hades' nervousness, and the Undead King only remarks, "Such a concession is quite reasonable if it can stop the conflict." As the tension around Hades reaches its limit, the undead king beams, excitedly declares that his summoning abilities have improved and immediately calls Hades' wife. As soon as she appears, she immediately starts criticizing Hades, hinting that his overly harsh blessings ruined everything. Demon King Zidane is left speechless and Norio freezes in complete confusion. Who is this new divine figure? Hades' wife expresses gratitude for her husband's love but does not hold back. She calls his persistence and stubbornness his main flaws, and this shames Hades himself. When a romantic vision of the couple appears before their eyes, Norio is completely stunned by this strange spectacle. Shocked, Hades asks if she is trying to establish dominance over other gods like Zeus and Poseidon. Finally, revealing her true identity, the Earth Mother Goddess, she states that she understands his thoughts and shifts her gaze to the Demon King, forcing Hades to nervously obey. Hades' wife speaks softly but authoritatively. She acknowledges her husband's feelings and addresses the whole group. Her words are clear and solemn. The god's blessing is not just a gift, but a sacred vow between deity and mortal. And she warns, if such a bond could be broken so easily, every existing divine contract would immediately become worthless. She acknowledges how much the promise given by Demon King Zidane means. Hades' wife continues her lecture, explaining that to break the contract without losing its value, a special and equal measure is needed. Norio and Demon King Zidane remain amazed. They ask what kind of measure that could be. The tension hangs in the air and someone refers to her as Demeter's phone, and Hades watches the scene with a thoughtful expression. After the conversation about the divine contract, Hades' wife suddenly turns to Norio. He shudders and freezes in a stupor. At first, she asks if he is one of Zeus' children, but immediately realizes before her is a guest from beyond their world. Her interest flares even more, and she asks Norio if he received something special from Hephaestus. Norio stumbles halfway and immediately understands what the hated wife was talking about. The Hand of Supremacy, a gift he received from Hephaestus. He becomes curious. Mother Earth, the goddess, silently and mysteriously smiles and contemplates whether to grant him an exception. Norio begins to explain the nature of the gift he received from Hephaestus, the Hand of Supremacy. Attentive spectators, including Demon King Zidane, freeze in confusion. They cannot understand why he needs it. Mother Earth says, in this gift lies the right to possess all 7 holy swords, legendary blades forged by her husband Hades. A deep sigh sounds as the scene abruptly changes. Next to Norio stands a formidable warrior with pointed ears and magnificent armor. In his hand is a sword, and he is about to introduce himself. Norio freezes as soon as he hears. The sword of the Demon King, like the blade held by the King of the Undead, was forged by God. The Undead clarifies that his sword is indeed one of the 7 holy swords, and Norio suddenly sees the truth about his own weapon, Dry Mubal. Nearby, the mighty warrior stares, confirms. He brought the other swords, and adds Norio's sword was hidden from everyone for a long time because it existed as a phantom until it was recently confirmed. The warriors show the weapons, and to everyone's surprise, only broken hilts and fragments await them. Vale and Norio freeze in disbelief. They do not understand how legendary items could be in such a state and in that strange mist. Waif examines the fragments. These are pieces of broken holy swords. Nothing stops his stares. He passionately declares that these broken blades are a symbol of their unconditional loyalty to the Demon King, and swears they will never let them go. Norio and Vale are completely confused. When Norio demands a proper explanation, the warrior apologizes embarrassedly and tells a story that is already 100 years old. 5 of the 7 holy swords, created by the god of the underworld, once belonged to 5 noble demon families. The warrior tells of a bloody war that once broke out between these 5 families for the throne of the Demon King. His ancestor emerged victorious, captured and destroyed the holy swords of the families that lost. This massacre gave rise to the 4 heavenly kings, and Norio, listening, understands why the broken fragments are considered symbols of loyalty, but cannot help thinking, could the appearance of so many powerful swords have been the spark that ignited the war? Hades' wife looks at Norio and says that there is a reason in this story, one that directly and deeply concerns him. Norio freezes from the revelation. Then she begins to reveal the ancient history of the world, how the gods Zeus, Poseidon, and her husband Hades divided the heavens, oceans, and earth among themselves, and later scattered their descendants across all the realms under their control. Then Hades' wife continues. Zeus was inflamed with greed and wanted to expand his power beyond the heavens themselves. He sent descendants to Earth. These are called humans here. This step triggered an endless war between demons and humans, who are considered invaders from the sky, and Norio is again stunned by the revelation. Norio doubts why the 7 swords were created at all and wonders if it was intended only to drive the demons into conflict. Hades replies, he brought the holy swords into this world so they could be forged into a true holy sword, and that these weapons have their own souls. Noticing Norio's reaction, the burly warrior nods. It is clear that the saint cares deeply about this revelation. Norio understood the true nature of the holy swords. They They were not created for harmony, but so that they would destroy each other, absorbing the souls and memories of fallen rivals. The swords eventually evolve. Excited, Norio declares that he loves his own sword and even breaks down that this process gives birth to the most powerful weapon to destroy humans. Looking around, he comes to an unexpected conclusion. A true holy sword does not yet exist. Norio is stunned. For a true sacred sword to exist, other sacred swords must be destroyed, but does not even want to fight Norio for this. Norio then concludes that the true versus circumsensus Vale loses patience and shouts at God for spinning such a whirlpool in darkness. Alongside this, the presence of Hephaestus, the god of arts, only emphasizes incredible power stands behind the creation of these weapons. Norio and Vale freeze in awe at Hephaestus' unparalleled abilities. Remembering that he once gave Norio his special gift, they recalend, not believing their own ears. See Hades suddenly ask if Hephaestus' power can be used to repair the broken sacred swords. Norio and his companions freeze in disbelief as soon as Hades voices his idea. Hades is convinced that thanks to the special gift Norio possesses, it is possible not only to mend the cleaved holy swords but also to enhance them, elevating them to the level of sacred holy swords. Norio and Vale freeze without a word at the scale of the plan. Hades explains, if the path that already existed required destroying 6 swords to forge one true holy sword, then 2 such weapons will be more than enough to erase humanity. His wife adds, driving the Sioux forces out of the territory will be a colossal achievement. Even others look at all this in shock, unbelieving and stunned, locking eyes before Norio's incredible power. Iluron and Astaires ponder. Norio's power seems finally capable of ending the endless war between demons and humans and making their lives much easier. Hades and his wife talk about the rarity of land restoration under his rule and the rewards that are to come. Seizing the moment, Hades makes the demon king Zadin a tempting offer. If he achieves this glorious feat, Hades will allow a special condition to be added to his contract. Zadin eagerly agrees, while Norio just stands and stares in complete stupor. Hades asks Norio if he agrees to repair the sacred swords. Vale enthusiastically picks up on this and supports it joyfully, but Norio hesitated. He is troubled by the thought that these swords were made to destroy people. After a brief internal struggle, he still dares to speak in Hades' notes. Even as a visitor from another world, Norio still carries doubts about humanity within him. Hades laughed out loud, imagining how tempting it would be to use this gift. He reminded, Hephaestus gave Norio to shatter Zeus's ambitions. Hades mocked Hephaestus, saying that although he is a master, he was distanced from Zeus because of his appearance. But Norio cannot tolerate the distortion of the god who helped him. He stands up and full of confidence shouts that Hephaestus is not the god Hades describes, while Wei remains embarrassed by his sudden outburst. Hades laughs and asks if Norio is even on the human side. Norio instantly denies it. He says that Hephaestus is a god who flawlessly loves the very process of creation. Looking at the gift shining in his hand, Norio firmly states, such a well-thought-out thing was never intended to be used for the destruction that Hades proposes. Hades and his wife watch closely as the group freezes in anticipation. Norio assesses the situation. If he is the one forging the swords, he can control how they are used. With a focused gaze, he announces his decision. He will repair the holy swords. Iluron looks at Norio confused and stern as if asking why he suddenly took up repairing holy swords. Norio firmly says that he will remake the legendary sword with his own hands, capable of destroying humanity. He believes that this is how he will finally put an end to the war between demons and humans. But despite this decision, his heart is torn. Admits that he does not want to use the gift received from Hephaestus for destruction. While he struggles with himself, a mighty warrior with a stern expression watches him. Norio freezes at how Ivan calls him a saint. Ivan insists, don't worry. A true holy sword made by the hands of a saint will never become a tool to exterminate the human race, and he swears he will not allow it. The team falls silent, stunned by Norio's sudden determination. Platy and the others, excitedly catching on, begin to ask how exactly he plans to use the sword. Norio confirms his intention and explains, the true holy sword, forged by a saint, can become the key to breaking the sacred barrier guarding the human castle, a formidable defense created by Zeus. Norio's companions freeze once again, this time from strategic insight. They understand, it was the sacred barrier that was the main reason the demonic forces retreated, and now it holds this current hopeless standoff. And if they have the power of a true holy sword, they will finally be able to break the barrier and suddenly take the human castle. Demon King Zedin raises his sword high and, uttering the name of the god of the underworld Hades, solemnly swears to destroy the human political system. Norio and his companions silently watch. Norio thinks about the steadfastness of the Demon King as the team gathers behind him. Demon King Zidane unfolds his goal. It is the royal family and the church that maintain the sense of superiority by worshipping Zeus. He insists that by overthrowing these leaders, the human people will collapse and only those who are no different from demons will remain. Even despite the power of Zeus's sons, Zidane focuses on the plan to break the current order. While the team considers the Demon King's decision, the Earth Mother Goddess intervenes and grants Zidane the blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess. She explains that this blessing will make her husband recognize him, so the opportunity to marry will arise. Astaire remains completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Demon King Jai thanks for the blessing. In return, Helia gently explains, the holy sword was to be used only once, and then mysteriously adds with 2 strikes the flowers will bloom. Shifting her gaze to Norio Itanami, she recognizes in him a guest from another world and decides to thank him with a small gift for his contribution. Helia tells Norio that she expects no compensation for his kindness. Instead, she gives a blessing from his land so that his harvest will grow even better. When the divine glow fades, Norio and Demon King Zidane stand side by side and silently look at the endless mountain horizon. Norio notices that the divine beings have disappeared and wonders to himself if everything has settled at least for some time. When the group gathers, they decide to join forces to prepare for the departure of the Demon Lord. Demon King Zidane places a friendly hand on Norio's shoulder and he simply agrees. Norio radiates joy. Before him, 2 sabers shine so brightly that he celebrates the recent achievement. Demon King Zidane and the whole team watch, and Zidane notes that the situation is simply wonderful. When Norio asks about the progress of their strategy, he shares important information gathered by the elves. They have found a way to infiltrate the castle through the mountain. Demon King Zidane laughs and, reflecting on the fact that the storm stonemasons are serving their punishment, remarks, so let them work according to the sentence. He sincerely thanks Glacia and her companions for the information. It will help minimize human casualties during their mission. Meanwhile, Glacia tells Norio not to be so tense and invites him to come anytime, confessing how happy she feels to have met a saint. While they prepare for the journey, Glacia and her companions give Norio a special fabric soaked with countermagic. A bug thread will protect him from enemy attacks. While others express their concern, Astaire loudly declares that she is strong and vows to protect both the Demon King and herself, causing her companions to remain with slight annoyance and anxiety. Vale cheerfully announces that the food is ready while the women carry out several trays. Astaire serves a huge portion of tonkatsu and proudly says that a saint brought her the recipe. Glacia is amazed to see the dishes, and just after eating she is overwhelmed by the taste and she concludes, this is truly a must-have dish. The dish is a real explosion. Everyone chokes with praise for the combination of rice and pickled radish. Glacia is stunned by the flavor and exclaims about the incredible power of the meat. When the tension finally subsides, Norio and Dragon look to the future, both hoping that the war for the Demon King, which is already approaching, will end in victory. A few days pass. In the castle, King Genesis goes mad. He throws a glass and twists a court official. He demands to know why Saint Caden has not been found yet and doubts that the search parties are capable of handling it at all. Their apologies do not help. Another official brings new trouble, and the king only sighs with disappointment due to the complete incompetence of his own people. The court official bursts in with urgent news from the border and announces, the Demon King is leading a great army to invade the country and it has already begun. Genesis was stunned. He shouted in disbelief and demanded an explanation of why the demons would attack if they themselves provoked them. Sweat poured down the official's face. He was confused and finally could only squeeze out, he does not know, as he just heard this news. King Genesis urgently gives the order to deploy the troops. The court officials babble confusedly. They say that earlier he ordered the soldiers to disperse and return to their territories to search for Saint Kitten. But Genesis does not lose his temper. He calmly shows that the last trump card, the Sacred Barrier, remains to buy time and orders them to immediately contact the armies. Glacia praises the stairs. She says they successfully bypass the mountain and deliver her to the position. While the Demon King's army distracts the human forces, 2 warriors launch an attack. They rush forward and deliver a powerful wide strike, sweeping away everything in their path. A dazzling light flashes on the horizon, tearing the land out of darkness. In the whirl of chaos, Glacia and Astaire push forward and their gazes stick firmly to the huge human royal castle ahead. Panic covers the royal court. A destroyed official reports that the sacred barrier has been broken through. King Genesis freezes in shock, but even when the officials acknowledge the barrier as a great magical wonder of millennia and a divine blessing from Zeus, they are overwhelmed by frantic rage. They simply do not know how to reinstall it because so much was done carelessly. King Genesis rages furiously and curses the church for failing to preserve the divine knowledge of the sacred barrier. When the tension reaches its limit, the throne hall is breached. Demon King Zidane appears sharply and authoritatively, surrounded by subordinates, declares his arrival and his intention to end the war. With the appearance of Demon King Zidane, the human kingdom quickly falls apart. While the Demon King promises safety to the entire population, the royal family and the corrupt clergy who ruled the land remain unprotected. Glacia watches as the era of the human kingdom comes to an end. Akasaka Momoko enters quietly and looks sorrowful when asked what happened. Meanwhile, the search for Saint Kedin continues, even involving those summoned from other worlds. While the Demon King begins to lead the world to peace, the narrative contrasts this with old beliefs, that the human kingdom is unshakable, important, and impenetrable, and its people are righteous. But when the truth is revealed, the question arises, were the demons really the ones who create evil? Akasaka Momoko looks intently and irritably, and declares that righteousness can never lose to evil. Momoko Akasaka looks at him sternly with contempt and demands an explanation of what this other person is doing, and on a tense note, the leader seems to cut off the scene. Norio, a little exhausted, addresses Sane-sama. Nearby, a friendly assistant with glasses runs up and happily announces, the beer he once ordered is finally ready. Norio gets confused, apologizes, and calls him vile. Just then the real Veil hears this and immediately demands an explanation of whether he just called her. And Norio explains, the beer was brewed with the skill of Gararufa and the bottles for it were made by elves. After a brief conversation about how much it resembles sake, Norio is encouraged to taste it. First enchanted by the amber color, he and Veil take a generous sip. Norio takes a sip and the taste immediately hits him. He exclaims that it is the best, sincerely thanks Gararufa, and calls the brew a great success. Gararufa, deeply moved, bursts into tears of joy and starts shouting with happiness, while Norio remains puzzled, not understanding why she suddenly became so cheerful. Gararufa is overwhelmed with emotions. She calls Norio a god and her savior for the chance to conduct research, which she would never have had the courage to do in the deep prison pit. But the gratitude immediately disappears. She's overcome with anxiety. She realizes that the beer has finally run out and in panic wonders, will she now have no purpose and be released? Norio remains confused and tries to calm her down as the breakdown intensifies. The dragon suddenly bursts out with jealousy and explodes with furious rage, screaming, "You little thief, sly impudent one." Seeing Norio holding Gararufa, she demands an explanation of what is happening with her husband. Norio stumbles and cannot properly explain the situation. On the screen, Veil looks confused and Norio points out the obvious. Gararufa is already rushing into sleep, asleep and completely unconscious. Norio notices, Gararufa has fallen asleep. She was exhausted from the beer research. He excitedly suggests celebrating the project's success that very evening with everyone. The dragon worries that others might get as drunk as Gararufa, but Norio, on the contrary, eagerly awaits the evening and even thinks that in the future this beer could be served to the Demon King. The scene shifts to a loud party. Everyone joyfully drinks and celebrates the victory. Gararufa looks happily. She feels good that everyone is having fun with the beer. The dragon, finishing her drink, makes a remark to her, says that she likes beer without foam and asks to make it that way next time. This remark ignites Gararufa and she passionately declares that from now on she will work even harder. While the company festively rumbles, the dragon simply states, everyone is already quite drunk. The celebration continues and Norio and Veil are already quite drunk. In his intoxication, Norio cannot stop praising Plotty, saying she's kind and reliable. But later the alcohol catches up with Veil. She suddenly switches off and falls asleep right there. Norio looks at her confused, not understanding why she fell asleep like that, and around a happy company. Norio thinks, beer of course is a pleasant thing, but it is better to drink it only occasionally. In a moment of quiet gratitude, Norio stands before the shrine, hands folded in prayer. He addresses Hephaestus and thanks the god of furnaces for the gift of supreme endurance. He understands it is thanks to this power that he can live here without unnecessary hardships. The prayer ends with a request, may Hephaestus continue to watch over them. Norio glances back at his path and pauses for a moment with a quiet smile. He recalls how he first came to this world. He was summoned by the king of the human kingdom. There he met Plotty and then other incredible creatures. From how he built his own home and cultivated his field, to how he strengthened deep bonds with a diverse company of friends, he suddenly clearly realizes, without noticing it himself, he has already become part of this world. The world, Norio, quietly thoughtful, feels, even small but important changes he brought have left a mark. From Western-style toilets, which everyone liked, to luxuries with spices and crafts created with the help of mermaids and elves. Barely smiling, he recalls the Demon King, do his strategies work, and he believes a new era is about to begin. Norio starts the morning with routine steps. He calls his wolf brethren while laying out rice for them. The animals howl excitedly and crowd around him, and Veil watches everything attentively with curiosity and a hungry gleam in her eyes. When she asks if it is rice, Norio teases her for her gluttony, and she just as simply and innocently agrees. Veil says that her mountain dungeon is acting strangely. Unknown trees and fruits have started to grow there. Norio hears this and suddenly a click sounds in his head like a key in a lock. He excitedly explains, unlike other locations, the environment in Veil's dungeon changes from stage to stage, so it is the perfect place to quickly grow and test various new crops. Norio is glowing with excitement as he voices the plan to remodel Vale Mountain Dungeon Orchard, but Vale is simultaneously on edge, and one thing gnaws at him. What does dungeon even mean to him? Norio's imagination is already painting this place, and deep within the dungeon, the air suddenly bursts with a variety of juicy fruits from grapes and peaches to cherries and chestnuts. Norio freezes when he sees the dungeon is overflowing with fruits. Vale wonders if they can even be eaten at all and waits mesmerized, but Norio already sees a bigger opportunity. He decides to gather the fruits and preserve them so everyone can enjoy, imagining how this will expand his menu. But hungry Vale can't wait and begs to taste immediately and receives from the host in response, "Not yet." Here Norio catches Vale when she is secretly nibbling on something and sharply orders her to stop. He explains they need to keep an equal share for everyone, and it is also important for him to know the total yield. Vale, despite the warning that permission must be obtained first, slyly smiles and honestly says she cannot make such a promise. Norio can only sigh in hopeless submission. Vale confidently declares that she is many times smarter than the dogs on the farm, and Norio squints skeptically. But the arrogance quickly fades. Rumors from Pacha and his friends reveal that later Vale was found in complete agony after eating a tart persimmon. Looking at her calm state, Norio only lets out a nervously empty sigh. Norio looks at the astringent persimmons and recalls Vale's gluttony and the fact that these fruits are too bitter to eat raw. Working in the kitchen, he admits some ingredients are not easy to prepare. Yet he still smiles in anticipation. He wants to share new dishes with everyone, even with the Demon King. And along with this, he feels gratitude. Vale's dungeon has expanded his culinary possibilities, so there is more variety on the table. Demon King Zidane arrives and immediately apologizes for any inconvenience his visit may cause. Norio raises his eyes in surprise but still warmly welcomes the guest. So much time has passed since their last meeting. While they greet each other, Norio curiously asks how Zidane managed to reach the human kingdom. And just then another guest enters through the door. 4. Demon King Zidane appears at the estate accompanied by one of his subordinates. Norio watches them from the side, and the woman looks around with a confused expression and asks who is here. Stunned by the princess's bold statement, Norio calls everyone together to finally get answers. He addresses Demon King Zidane and demands an explanation of what is really going on. Zidane, with a stern and worried face, begins to tell about the threatening situation. Since the death of the human king, political quarrels have torn the country apart, and now it lies in ruins. Stunned by the princess's bold statement, Norio calls everyone together to finally get answers. He addresses Demon King Zidane and demands an explanation of what is really going on. Zidane, with a stern and worried face, begins to tell about the threatening situation. Since the death of the human king, political quarrels have torn the country apart, and now it lies in ruins. When Demon King Zidane explains the situation, Norio freezes in shock just watching, but Princess Ledaklet immediately takes offense at the whispering about what is happening right before her. She calls it rude behavior and raises a dramatic, pompous gesture. She orders everyone to bow before her royal majesty. Princess Ledaklet does not abandon her arrogant performance. She declares that, as the highest representative of royal blood, she will forgive their rudeness, proclaims herself the first princess of the human kingdom and the noblest being of all, and orders everyone to enjoy how they completely obey her, howling with laughter at the top of their lungs. Just as Princess Ledaklet bathes in her own feigned nobility, she is fiercely silenced by a blow. A sudden, powerful slap throws her back, and Norio momentarily freezes completely from the shocking turn of events. A gaze full of threats hovers over the fallen princess. Vale rushes into attack and shouts aggressively, publicly biting Princess Ledaklet, claiming that since the human kingdom was destroyed, her royal title is worthless, so now she is just ordinary. Horrified and in tears, she trembles and reluctantly admits her powerlessness. Zidane sighs, looks away, and asks Demon King Zidane if he will continue to keep the princess on the farm. Zidane admits she quickly understood everything, and Norio remains in stunned silence from this conversation. While Vale tries to find the right words, the harsh truth emerges. Princess Ledaklet has nowhere left to return to, so she looks completely broken. Demon King Zidane explains the fragile position of the human kingdom. The king is dead, but the country is not yet fully conquered. He warns Norio and Vale that remnants of the old regime still hold on, and Princess Ledaklet is a dangerous burden because anyone who takes her as a wife can claim rights to the throne. Norio listens carefully, and as soon as the full danger of this situation becomes clear, he is overwhelmed with shock. Vi straightforwardly, without any embellishments, summarizes everything that is happening. He tells Princess Ledaklet that she was supposed to be executed and that she is still alive only because the Demon King is kind. But he warns, if the princess continues to allow such audacity, she will get nothing. So she is left with a choice: either stay on the farm or plunge into the underground world. Shocked and completely frightened, Princess Ledaklet can only stand and look at everything in shock. Princess Ledaklet finally breaks down. Sobbing, she admits that she no longer has power or subjects to command obedience. but in the next moment she switches, shouting for them to just kill her, and immediately after declares that she will brilliantly crush them because she is a daughter of royal blood. Vale quickly stops her with another slap, telling her not to be naive. Norio, silently watching everything, awkwardly asks Vale to be a little gentler, but Vale sharply replies, blaming it all on Norio's constant pampering, because of which the princess grew up so spoiled. She asks Demon King Zidane and wonders why he prefers the life of a human child over the safety of his own kind. Zidane admits that it may seem shameful, but explains he made a promise to the former king of the human state. Princess Lethalet notices. He is talking about her father. Zidane recalls the last words of that king. He offered his life in exchange for the safety of his people. Zidane's father admits he also made a promise to the former king of the human state. Zidane's father admits he also made a promise to the former king of the human state. Demon King Zidane explains. His promise given to the former human king extended to the royal family, so he intends to fulfill this wish. Vale turns to Norio and asks if he's okay with the situation. He immediately, without hesitation, agrees. As Princess Lethalet, she bitterly sobs, remembering her father, and Norio acknowledges Zidane's character. The finale, the Demon King bows low and sincerely apologizes to the princess for everything that happened. A moment of silence breaks when Norio kindly welcomes Princess Lethalet to his farmyard, and she modestly accepts his hospitality. But suddenly Vale sharply intervenes, loudly slapping her. A sinister tone in his aura, he warns the princess that from now on she must work as much as she eats. The princess trembles in fear, terrified to the edge. Here Norio begins to explain the princess's new duties and immediately throws out, probably she never knew hard work. He assigns her weeding and crop care, introducing Gobukiti as her guide. But as soon as the princess sees Gobukiti, panic overwhelms her completely. She screams in horror, is disgusted, and demands to be given another task. Vale quickly cuts off the Princess Lethalet's tantrums with several sharp blows, sternly reminding her, on this farm the goblin is a friend. She explained that the farm is a gathering place for the most diverse, unusual guests, former thieves, prisoners, dragons, the king of the undead, and even God himself. Princess Lethalet trembled with fear, stunned by the absurdity and scale of everything around her, till she finally realized how she herself fits into this big picture. Norio tries to prove that Princess Lethace's situation is similar to his own, but Vale immediately interrupts him, pushing for a softer transition. The princess's pride must be physically broken by hard work, otherwise she will not move forward. Watching the princess pulling her tasks in the fields, Norio understands. Vale's harshness is actually a thoughtful form of tough care. Norio encourages Princess Lethalet and asks her to do everything in her power. But as soon as she starts manual labor, reality immediately hits her. She pulls weeds and is overwhelmed by the smell of earth, disgusting insects, and back pain. And yet the princess forces herself to hold on to this in order to survive. Norio calls Princess Lethalet to wash her hands, brings out a tray with tea and buns, and carefully reminds her that rest is just as important as hard work. The princess, intrigued by the snack, bites a piece of bread and is overwhelmed by a wave of flavor, declaring it the best she has ever tasted in the royal palace, while Norio just smiles, happy that the taste hit her exactly. Princess Lethalet suddenly had an idea during the meal. After a hard day, any dish seems much tastier, and commoners, they say, have something to teach her. Norio was beaming with her progress, but she immediately remembered her duty to the Demon King. Then she shuddered. Out of fear she screamed, looked around, and saw a strange Japanese-style building. Depressed by the architecture, the princess wondered if she had ended up in demon lands or somewhere in a penal colony, so Norio could not utter a word. Norio decides that for her own safety, Princess Lethalet should not know the details of their current location. The princess accepts his answer and declares she is ready to work and stay on the farm. She does not intend to run away. Norio chuckles amusedly, both surprised and genuinely impressed by her unexpected diligence. Gathered together amid the boundless landscape, Princess Lethalet thinks about her tragic fate and quietly admits she was kidnapped and deprived of freedom. She speaks of the temptation to fall into despair, but surprising Norio confesses that she still holds on to hope. Her gaze is firm, and then she names the true goal, to reclaim everything that was taken from her. Princess Lethalet passionately reveals the source of her hope, Kedin the Saint, the legendary savior of humanity. She says her father spent his life searching for him and is convinced the dragon is actually a servant of Kedin. Norio is completely stunned by the revelation, while the princess thinks differently. After all, as a simple peasant, he cannot know anything about that legendary figure. Princess Lethalet speaks confidently. Kedin the Saint will later save her and destroy the demons. Meanwhile, Norio, drenched in sweat and panicking, fears she will reveal his true identity, the legendary saint. But just as the princess moves on about her hope, a dark-haired assistant arrives and asks to bring her new clothes, as Platyfish requested. When Helper asks about Saintsima, Norio panics and feverishly tries to divert the princess from the topic. But the Princess Lethalet suddenly brightens up. She decides that Saint is just Norio's name. Overjoyed, she declares that from now on she will rely on him. Norio awkwardly agrees, quietly sighing inside. Good thing the princess is airy. Suddenly, Princess Lettucelet loses self-control and screams a loud insult. Her face twists with rage. This outburst is seen by divine beings. They ask if she is really a princess of the human country. Norio freezes in complete stupor while the observers discuss her situation, and it becomes clear she has been told the secret about Zeus. Burning with despair and fury, she chases after demons. Princess Lettucelet fervently prays to the heavenly Zeus, pleading in a beseeching tone for guidance from Saint Keton, savior of humankind. Just as she pours out her soul, a dazzling light suddenly flashes before her, and she is completely bewildered. A thunderous rumble spreads, and out of nowhere appears the majestic Hades, looming over Princess Lettucelet. Stunned by the unexpected sight, the princess only freezes in shock, not understanding who this mighty being is. A joyful illustration of Norio Itanami appears. He is happily cooking and serving a hot bowl of food in his element, reflecting the calm, truly fulfilling life he has created for himself. Hades apologizes for the trouble and says he had planned to inform Hades himself right away. When the tension eases a bit, Norio wonders if it is normal to call the gods so often. But the impenetrable king assures, this time the god himself wanted to be addressed. Then he praises Norio, calling him the immortal king for summoning him in response to the oracling. Norio remains completely stunned. God addresses the demon king Zidin, and announces that he has finally destroyed Zeus and all his relatives. Zidin clarifies, yes, the human nation is destroyed, but he wants to rule the land together with humans and no longer shed unnecessary blood. Impressed by his victory over Zeus's tribes and complete control over the land, the deity proclaims Zidin the greatest demon king in history, and Zidin remains completely stunned. While Demon King Zidin meets Eravana, prince of the mermaid kingdom, Norio stays aside. Zidin tells Eravana that it is a great honor for him to meet them. Eravana admits she heard rumors about the Demon King from their sister. They recognize each other. This is the first time they have come face to face. Eravana tells Demon King Zidin that she heard from her father about the end of the war on Earth and also marvels at the new ruler. How Zidin, though almost his peer, managed to unite the land and stop the war against the human kingdom. Hedin responds by stroking Eravana's head, praising his character and leadership qualities, adding that this makes him feel calmer, while Eravana, remembering that he himself rules the mermaid kingdom, restrains himself even more and insists that he cannot compare to Zidin's colossal talent and ambition. Demon King Zedin and Prince Eravana shared mutual respect for a moment, and Zedin proposed a celebration for everyone. Norio gladly agreed and set about preparing a feast for Demon King, Prince Eravana, and his mentor. While they were arranging the festivities, God suddenly appeared and announced that he would bring a divine sacrifice for the occasion. While the celebration is just gaining momentum, Prince Eravana, the king of the undead, and the god eagerly await the feast. Vale is frozen in complete stupor and does not understand what is happening here. And Norio proudly presents his creation, a bowl of rice with bamboo shoots, and explains he wanted to serve a dish that feels like spring. Norio feels anxious. What if this is not enough for such esteemed guests? He nervously asks if the food is okay, and Bog curiously tries eating rice with chopsticks. After a few bites, Bog seems satisfied and Norio's anxiety gradually eases. God is delighted to announce that rice with bamboo shoots is henceforth officially the food of the gods. Norio and Vale are completely bewildered by his sudden majestic declaration. With passion, God commands, all creatures on earth must share the joy of this dish, then expresses deep gratitude to the earth for providing the ingredients. Norio nods subtly with satisfaction, so much praise for his cooking, while Vale impatiently demands his share of bamboo rice. As they approach the meal, Norio cracks a joke. To savor it properly, it wouldn't hurt to drink a few beers. Boga takes offense, so he asks where Norio got the supplies from his homemade preserves. While Boga swallows the alcohol with unexpected ease, Norio thinks, since they are in another world, maybe it's worth preparing some Japanese sake as well. God enthusiastically proclaims that beer should be a drink for God, and Norio is completely stunned. It turns out that everything God praises grants incredible benefits, restoring physical and magical strength or providing detoxification. Satisfied with the taste, God says he wants to share the drink with Demetron. Norio immediately offers to call her. God addresses Undead King and asks for help to bring Demeter to the party. Norio freezes in amazement. He wonders if such a summons ever existed until Undead King solemnly proclaims a great achievement. Suddenly, a light flashes and in the sky appears a divine being who looks at them condescendingly, with curiosity. The summoned deities appear confused and shocked by the sudden displacement. Among them are Poseidon, god of the sea, and his wife Amphitrite. But Demeter is beaming. She says she has heard stories about Norio and has long dreamed of meeting an inhabitant of the afterlife. so Norio is completely bewildered and cannot figure out what is happening. Norio is deeply stunned. The gods reveal that he is renowned for knowledge that no one else in the world possesses. His companions, especially the king of the undead and the dragon, glow with pride for his achievements. Norio turns to Plotty and asks her to help prepare a decent dinner for the guests who have arrived. The festival of the gods begins on a high note. Norio arrives also with beer, and Plotty lays out Japanese omelets, leaving the deities in full triumph of delight. While the gods wildly praise the incredible taste of the food and fish cutlets, Keisaka Momoko peeks from around the corner, completely stunned. She cannot believe her own eyes, whether it is a dream or if the gods are truly feasting so joyfully and effortlessly. Akasaki Momoko has reached her limit and, choking on a scream, cannot believe what she sees before her. Such surrealism. While some guests are discussing Princess Ledaklet, the former princess of the human kingdom, and that she is kept here for safety, Momoko is torn into different thoughts. She is completely confused. How the god of the earth and the god of the sea are feasting, the guardian of the human race, heavenly Zeus, is nowhere to be seen. Crowned Princess Ledaklet panics and shouts for Zeus to appear, the most important god for earth and sea. She believes, if you speak to him directly, he will bring salvation to the suffering humanity. But as soon as she earnestly utters the request, the other gods respond only with an indefinite hem, and the princess instantly becomes disoriented, as if utterly collapsing from their cold silence. The deities finally reveal the truth. Zeus is arrogant, selfish, and most likely will try to declare these lands his private sanctuary as soon as he finds out. Therefore, he must categorically not be called. Princess Ledaklet is completely bewildered by this revelation. All her life she believed that Tenjin Zeus was a great and respected god, and now she freezes in utter shock and gloomy despair, unable to digest that in reality he is disliked by everyone. Having learned the truth about Zeus, Princess Ledaklet bursts with anger and disappointment. She suddenly declares that the only true savior of humanity is Saint Kedon, and in a fit of despair begins to wildly shout his name. Norio and the burly warrior awkwardly freeze in place while she loses self-control. Realizing that they can do nothing now, they decide to leave her alone, let her calm down. Princess Ledaklet lets out a loud, confused, desperate scream. Emotions take over uncontrollably. The gods watch her, and in their eyes is the same wonder. Why is the princess of the human kingdom even here? And as soon as they realize that all the talks about Zeus's secrets were pure babble without any common sense, panic rises among the deities. Norio, noticing the sharp change in atmosphere, can only respond with complete confusion. When Princess Ledaklet leaves in a state of emotional storm, the divine being throws a remark about her naivety. She understands. Her entire world was locked only inside the castle, so the princess has neither an idea about the outside world nor an understanding of the reality of those she once so revered. The divine beings are saddened by the unfortunate situation of the people and their king under Zeus's rule. Princess Ledaklet, because of her arrogance, will have to suffer and endure fate's blows more than once. But despite everything, they acknowledge she tries as best she can fully. While Norio delivers food, Demeter says that the princess's hope is on Saint Kitten. Hearing this, Norio freezes in thought. He understands that he must do something. Norio concludes that he wants Princess Ledaklet to become a person who can choose her own life. The muscular warrior and his companions, addressing Norio as Saint Dono, swear to support this cause. The divine beings watch everything from above. They see this as a good step toward peace, but at the same time warn each other not to provoke and not to anger Zeus. Thus the divine beings reach an agreement. They are certain that Zeus must never learn about the existence of their paradise, otherwise complete chaos. The god declares if they are ever found, they will fight with all their might. Norio thanks and feels uplifted, knowing the gods are on their side. After this, he addresses the undead king and warns him not to accidentally summon Zeus. The dragon raises a troubling question. Would Zeus know where Norio is now if the other gods already know all this? Everyone freezes in stunned silence. They finally realize what threat this could pose. But the seriousness does not last long. The friends immediately start chatting again about Menteco and beer, and Norio just watches, completely stunned at how chaos suddenly returned. The grandeur and pleasure of Poseidon reach their limit. He feels completely satisfied. While the group leans toward the end, Amphitrite teases those who have had too much, and Norio leans back, utterly exhausted by the chaotic energy of the gods. But even despite the fatigue, he smiles. He's glad they're having such a good time. The divine beings are so captivated that Demeter suggests blessing Dashimaki Tamego as god's food, and the god himself admits he has never received such a wonderful offering. Before finishing the visit, the gods agree. Leaving after such a magnificent banquet is indecent, especially without any response for the hospitality. They decide to reward everyone. Norio, frozen in surprise, can only guess what kind of reward they have in mind. The divine beings fulfill their promise of rewards and grant this land mighty blessings. Poseidon provides a generous catch from the sea, and Demeter blesses the land for a year of great harvests, as if together forging the prosperity of everyone until divine light pours over the landscape. Norio looked at the endless expanses and noticed the divine beings have finally left. Suddenly, mountain goats with dragon features, frozen in complete shock, come into her field of vision. She shuddered from the surprise, and the recipe for a magical potion, which she did not know until now, suddenly poured into her head, leaving Norio completely bewildered. When the divine blessings begin to take effect, a wave of inspiration and vitality covers the whole group. Someone seems to be struck by ideas for new tools and clothing, while someone else, on the contrary, loses fatigue. Their overwhelming power and sense of physical strength replace it. Norio watches his companions with amazement. He sees how everyone's abilities noticeably increase, but as soon as he manages to think about it, they immediately start teasing him for not feeling the same surge. Perhaps the reason is simple: his strength is already too great and his skills are at the limit. Meanwhile, Norio smiles warmly and says, as long as everyone who lives here is happy, he is happy too. He adds that Princess Ledaklet should also be happy, but Dragon quickly intervenes, objecting, some people should not be spoiled too much. While they argue, Norio suddenly realizes their dish has not arrived yet, and the company gladly starts demanding food. A comedic quarrel breaks out between Dragon and Princess Ledaklet. Dragon bites the princess for laziness and insatiable appetite. They throw barbs and call each other fools, and Norio only watches until he comes to a passionate and firm conclusion: the most important thing in life is to eat. Living, Princess Ledaklet sits alone, leaning against the mountain landscapes, and sighs irritably. She recalls how even other gods despised one particular person, calling him arrogant and selfish. This makes her look at herself. She also allowed herself harsh words about others, although she believes in Zeus and justice. Clenching her fist, she feels an internal conflict between her thoughts and conscience. Princess Ledaklet suddenly bursts out in anger and shouts that Zeus is an idiot who deserves to be hit with a paper fan. Disappointed and depressed, she decides she can only rely on Norio. As soon as her thoughts sink, Norio calls Harem. She returns with surprise and curiosity, asking what he wants. Once Norio smiles brightly and looks at Princess Ledaklet, asking if she wants to have her own field. Quite embarrassed, she asks again, a field? When Norio enthusiastically leads her to the allocated piece of land, he proudly declares, this is her field, so she can plant whatever she wishes there. Norio tells Princess Ledaklet that she can eat everything she grows on her own field. When she asks if she can plant anything, he answers, yes, she can. He explains, the general harvest is for everyone, but her plot belongs only to her. Norio calls this a form of food education and believes that caring for plants will help Princess Ledaklet both in mind and body. Allowing her to feel love and gratitude, he adds, she is dust, she has precious miters, and because of her isolation, this process may be difficult for her. Filled with delight, Princess Ledaklet solemnly declares that she wants to plant broad beans and admits that she loves them. Inspired by the thought of her own harvest, she asks Norio if she will really be able to keep everything she grows. Norio assures her she will, but immediately reminds her she will have to manage the garden plot herself. To prove her capability, the princess confidently promises to take everything upon herself. Kindle, overflowing with excitement, proclaims that her new conspiracy will be under her direct leadership, and that she will use it to rebuild the human country on her territory. Norio is completely confused. He realizes that this is far beyond the simple gardening science he had planned. But seeing her iron determination, he only sighs heavily and accepts her enthusiasm, while she swears to do everything in her power to achieve this. Working with the tools, Norio feels Gabakidi approaching him and he looks embarrassed. Gabakidi admits he finds it strange that the fieldwork is going so smoothly and evenly. Norio, not understanding anything, asks why that should be bad, and Gabakidi only hints his anxiety is not just about the speed of the work. The scene shifts to the title page, chapter 35. Norio, Princess Ledaklet, and a mighty warrior stand ready alert, as cautiously as several mysterious shadow creatures with glowing eyes looming over them, revealing the mystery of the suspicious beings that appeared on the farm. One day, while Aiden workers were in the fields doing morning tasks, they were going to weed a certain area but quickly noticed that weeds where hyperfish fertilizer was applied grew extremely fast, and just as they tried to start work, something unexpected happened. The workers tell with trembling voices about a miracle. Not only were the crops well cared for, the entire field was cleaned, and piles of weeds were neatly stacked on the roadside. Norio tries to explain everything, saying that someone else simply had to do the work, but the anxiety does not go away. The mystery confuses him. He asks everyone in turn, but no one knows who's responsible for this, and one thought spins in his head. Who is that mysterious helper? Princess Ledaklet is momentarily confused. Could it be that she was the one who weeded? But she quickly realizes she had only been taking care of her own plot all along. Norio agrees, and the two come to an astonishing conclusion. Even before Gabakidis and the other workers started at all, someone not one of the known farmers had already been secretly working the fields. Norio wonders if that kind-hearted thief is stealing while weeding the beds, but Gabakidis immediately stops him. Nothing has disappeared. Then he reveals that the diseased leaves have already been thinned out and the pests exterminated. And when Norio realizes how invisible and effective this help is, he tells himself, as the farm owner, he must solve this mystery. To catch the secret assistant red-handed, Norio, Princess Ledaklet and the companion hide in the bushes and prepare an ambush. Norio notices, such secret weeding probably happens at night, so he orders everyone to stay silent. He praises Princess Ledaklet for her courage, and she herself becomes fired up with determination. After all, she owns the field and cannot allow a suspicious person to snoop on her land. Suddenly the ground begins to hum. Norio notices something emerging from the depths, and terror takes his breath away. Several dark figures with glowing eyes tear through the soil and leap out. Norio, Princess Ledaklet, and their companion freeze completely stunned and torn by fear at this unexpected appearance. Panic explodes in Norio as he breaks into a scream of horror and fearfully wonders, could these creatures be zombies, especially when he realizes they can fly? As more and more seedlings surround them, he desperately calls on the saint for help, and his companion tries to hold him back and prepares the device. When the light pierces the field, the frightened see and appear as very small, cute girls with floral decorations. The Seian giggle when caught, and Norio is completely stunned by how beautiful they are. Mysterious creatures reveal their true nature. They are spirits of the earth and familiars of Hades. Norio is shocked that these are spiritual beings dedicated to supporting the health of nature. His companion explains, spirits are usually invisible and intangible, but thanks to a blessing from the god of the underworld, the Saiyan can now materialize and physically interact with the world. The Saiyan world expresses sincere gratitude to Norio. His efforts that revealed the barren land allowed many lives to flourish. They say that, having received power from the god of the underworld Hades and from Mother Earth, they became mightier and learned to materialize. Now visible and tangible, the spirits inform Norio and his companions. They want to repay and offer their help. Norio acknowledges Saiyan's explanation but wonders why they worked so late at night. The ghosts respond, avoiding exposure is a common thing for their kind. And since they have already been caught anyway, Saiyan excitedly declares that from now on he will help Norio openly and eagerly begs to be given tasks, while the stunned Norio vainly tries to make them understand. There's no need to worry like that. The excitement about science quickly turns into chaotic pushing. They shout and argue about who has the right to serve. Norio looks at the fuss with a confused face, and Platzi asks if he wants to give the spirits field work. The Saiyans practically beg for any work. Their enthusiasm is pushed to the limit. Gabukichi notes, small side jobs have already been distributed, so Norio should find other roles for the spirits. Meanwhile, Norio thinks about how best to use this gift, and Platzi feels competition. She's troubled by the question of how exactly her work differs from the spirits' work. For now, one of the spirits thinks to herself, since they're so eager, maybe it's better for them to just serve her. Platzi asks Norio if there is any specific area where he needs help. Norio hesitates to ask the earth spirits for such a favor, but the scene enthusiastically picks up on it, insisting that they are ready for any work. After a few moments of thought, Norio declares, from today the scene will work as household servants. The earth spirits go wild with joy, and Platzi remains stunned by the choice. Norio suggests that the assistant take care of the Saiyan spirits, calling them kids. She is quite confused. She fears that she will be deprived of part of her duties again. Norio explains, actually he wants to build a new establishment and first wishes to ease her current workload. The Saiyans are delighted and persistently beg to be given tasks, while the assistant remains in complete shock. The assistant is overwhelmed with joy. She asks Norio if she can sew clothes for the Saiyan spirits. The spirits are delighted and more precisely ask for ready-made sets. Norio agrees but at the same time says, making clothes is a great idea, but for their duties, practical workwear is also needed. Badami doubts his intentions, and Norio just sighs and recalls, when everyone has settled into their new roles, she will finally be able to move on to her next plan. Norio reveals the next project he intends to build with incredible enthusiasm: a bathhouse. Platzi and the assistant blink in confusion. What bathhouse? Especially when Norio theatrically describes it as a place where one can wash away their life. Platzi bursts out in shock and misunderstanding, and Norio clarifies, it's just a metaphor. The bathhouse will become a refuge for those tired from work, that they can feel complete renewal and rebirth. Platzi wholeheartedly embraces the idea, admitting that it sounds incredible. Norio beams a wide smile and thanks everyone for giving the project a chance. Then he turns to Princess Ledaklet and urges her to wait for the bathhouse. Touched by his sincerity, Princess Ledaklet silently reflects. It turns out she has never truly thanked anyone until this moment. Norio looks at Princess Ledaklet with a gentle gaze and says, even if the new life brings only surprises, he believes it will bring a smile to her face. Touched by his words, the princess thinks, maybe here she can really change herself. The chapter ends with a cheerful scene of Norio and his diverse company of friends, and the thought that the farm is a place where everyone can start life anew. The scene shifts from the farm to the divine realm. Hermes, the god of heavenly wisdom, sighs discouraged. He feels there is no choice and he will have to reveal the truth that will inevitably surface later. Before speaking, he shifts his gaze to a bearded man sprawled in deep relaxation on a luxurious sofa and scratches himself. Hermes politely interrupts the drowsy god to get his attention. Hermes calls Zeus, the god of the sky, and informs him he has important news. Just as he was nudged and woke up, sleepy Zeus stirs and asks Hermes what happened. Hermes casually says, "The human land has already fallen," and dismissively waves it off as a trifle. Zeus yawns, pretends to be busy, demands the news, and immediately warns Hermes, if it gets boring, he will be punished with a game. What kind of absurd punishment? To imitate a chicken suffering from constipation for 3 days, and Hermes suddenly is left completely speechless. Zeus exploded with shock and, overly distrustful, shouted in confusion, not believing what he heard. Hermes, however, remained calm. Humans are simply invaders on Hades' territory, and whoever wins takes everything. He added that the victorious demons were merciful enough not to kill everyone, and those who survived would now be joined to the demon kingdom. Zeus fiercely burst out in anger and called humans worthless degenerates for not fighting until the very end. But when Hermes asks if they should send help, Zeus dismissively waves him off, and Hermes involuntarily thinks to himself, Zeus is truly a bad god. Zeus begins to speculate whether the sudden defeat of humans was planned by Hades, and eventually concludes, Hades definitely rigged it. But Hermes has already annoyed Zeus with his antics. With a piercing gaze, he warns, if Zeus dares to ignite a war among the gods on such awkward, baseless accusations, all the other deities will turn against him. Terrified to the bone, Zeus quickly surrenders and still cannot understand where such a sudden threat came from. Stormy Hermes directly tells Zeus to his face, he has no popularity, so no one will go into a deadly battle for him. Zeus is stunned, chokes on tears, and screams about the cruelty of his own son. While Zeus slides into a childish tantrum, muttering about all this injustice, Hermes remains indifferent and switches to a serious tone. Hermes reflects on the fall of the human kingdom and reveals the real reason why humans lost to the demons. The fault lies with a guest from another world. Hermes contemplates the holy man to whom his brother Hephaestus once gave a special gift, the very one that played a decisive role in stopping the conflict. Fearing the thunderous outburst of his father Zeus, he is stubbornly convinced the presence of the saint must remain a secret. He is drawn to silence, so Hermes hopes that the sky gods will finally put an end to the war for the land and protect the saint's peace. Zeus boils with anger and wonders if Hermes will really continue to behave so boldly. He tries to calm his own ego, reminding himself that he is the strongest being in all existence. He rules everything and possesses every virtue, so in this world no one can go against his will. But despite divine power, the situation is incredibly irritating, and suddenly a clear and ringing thought pierces him, forcing him to remember something. Nothing. Fueled by pride and rage, the god declares, if he cannot rule the earth, he will simply destroy it. He reveals that he still has a trump card, another follower unknown to the others. With an arrogant sense of superiority, he mocks the foolishness of Hermes and the other gods. Blinding light tears the horizon, and the landscape disappears without a trace as they carry out God's command to destroy everything on earth. In the muffled groans of destruction in the darkness, 2 mysterious glowing eyes flare up, a sign that his hidden trump card has finally arrived. The scene sharply shifts from the divine realm to the silence of Norio's home. Vale panics and shouts for Norio to hurry immediately and teach her how to grow Saramam. Norio, the same man the gods call the saint, simply shows her the stairs and seems to enjoy her wild passion. Norio patiently leads Vale, repeatedly reminding her, the success of the harvest depends on her work. Vale freezes at the cute sprouts and enthusiastically vows to do everything as best as possible, saying that from now on the life of the plant is in her hands. Norio smiles warmly, as if hinting, together they will do their best so they can enjoy the delicious saramim they grew. He already imagines how especially tasty it will be because it is their joint work. Vale is momentarily breathless, her cheeks flush with excitement when Norio calls her. She shyly looks away and quietly whispers a sincere thank you to the saint. Norio says it's time to get to work and suggests first making ridges. Vale puzzles over, what are these ridges? But Norio, glowing with enthusiasm, shows her how everything is done. He takes a hoe and demonstrates step by step how to dig a trench in the ground, conducting the process evenly. But suddenly the ground begins to shake wildly, and Norio and Wily freeze in shock. Norio realizes, earthquakes are not a fairy tale but the truth of this world, despite all his previous assumptions. Frightened, Wily clings to him, gasping with fear, while Norio tries to calm her and prays for the trembling to finally stop. A sudden loud explosion echoes over the farm, the ground splits open, and Norio and Vale freeze in complete shock. Dust settles. A huge hole has appeared in the center of the field, causing panic among everyone. Vale shouts, wondering if the spirits have returned again to sow chaos. Norio is equally bewildered, staring at the crater and wondering if the multi-beast is to blame. Norio urgently shouts to Vale to step back. A giant mole monster might be hiding inside the breach. Vale trembles wildly in panic and asks if he is also in danger, and Norio looks at her firmly and promises that no matter what happens, he will protect her. Suddenly, a giant eruption bursts from the depths of the earth, debris flying everywhere. Vale screams in fear, trying to understand what could have come out of there, while Norio stands frozen in complete confusion until the chaos subsides. A bright light flashes, signaling the appearance of something unexpected. When the dust settles, a stunning woman with animal ears emerges from the ground in a dramatic pose. Her aura is pure beauty. Norio and Wei are frozen in complete shock, and Norio also doubts whether this is really the mole monster he was waiting for. The scene switches to a special story before the arrival of Princess Let Oslet. Norio and a diverse group of friends gathered around a table laden with delicious food, and all together in a cheerful and synchronized itadakimasu, prepared to sit down for the meal. The celebration continues, and no one can get enough of the delicious dishes. Wei enthusiastically declares that he loves meat dishes, and Norio nods. Platy probably prefers tomato ones. With interest, Wei turns to Norio and asks what his favorite dish is, and Norio is momentarily taken aback. Norio cannot answer Vale's question about his favorite food, tries to brush it off, but in vain. The girls' curiosity only grows as they crowd around demanding an answer. And finally, Norio reveals the real reason for his hesitation: simply cannot cook his favorite dish in this world. The girls ask Norio why he cannot recreate his favorite dish. He explains, the necessary ingredients soybeans and rice can be obtained, but the strong bacteria used in the process would force him to avoid his brewery for some time. Yet the girls are not worried at all. They beg him to make the dish and promise that their mermaid team will take care of the brewery. Norio hesitates in surprise. He did not expect such willingness. Norio is moved to tears by her willingness to help and asks if they really don't mind. Aileron and the elves offer their support, and Norio explains that he needs a heat-retaining container for fermenting soybeans. Gara Rufa immediately chimes in, that's elementary, and with a desperate desire to help, most likely because she is already researching how beer is made. Here the girls are warmed up and fully united in the mission to support Norio. They impatiently await the taste of his favorite dish and already imagine, what if it is so delicious that they feel sick of it to the point of fainting? 3 days pass. Finally, everything is finished and the natto is ready. Norio proudly shows the prepared natto, but the girls' reaction is immediate and trembling. They are overwhelmed by the sharp smell and strange sticky texture. They scream in horror, convinced the dish is completely rotten or even poisonous. They recoil from the disgust and try to escape the stench, while Norio desperately tries to explain that this is exactly how the food is supposed to look and be. Norio desperately tries to sell all the benefits of natto, insisting that it is a superfood that stops aging and prolongs life, although some of his words clearly sound like exaggeration. He insists that it is a salt food from his own world, even honestly adding that not everyone there likes it. But while he struggles to convince the girls, the Orkobo and another worker, those on stage perform with excessive devotion and, even when ordered to consume it as poison, merely fulfilling their duty, Norio bursts into a furious scream. Food is definitely not poison. Norio sighs, exactly that, he just wants others to feel the charm of the food from his hometown. And he tells the girls it's okay if they can't eat it. Vale even recoils and screams in horror about the sticky, stretchy, thread-like texture of natto. But Gabukiti and Orkubo step forward, firmly determined to fulfill their duty. With a loud crunch and one bite, they eat the natto, while Norio, frightened, shouts Gabukiti's name in a storm and without stopping, pleadingly. Gabukichi and Okubo are suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of energy. They explode with surprise. And it is already visible. Chronic back pain and bruises disappear instantly as soon as natto is in the mouth. They praise Norio for the miracle, and Norio himself blinks embarrassedly and doubts. Maybe the effect is too strong. Gara Rufa finally tries natto and is immediately stunned. It seems her body glows with health, and the taste, surprisingly, turns out to be very good. Her scientific curiosity ignites instantly, and she decides to uncover the secret of the bacterial power. Meanwhile, Orkubo and Gababukichi joyfully shout Banzai together. Norio beams with pride, but Vale still cannot believe that such a pungent dish can be tasty. Vale and her companions still cannot cope with the very sharp smell of natto, despite the fact that they are all credited with health benefits. But Garufa is completely lost in her own passion for bacteria. She's almost drawn all the way to the brewery. And later Norio finds a quiet moment to indulge his favorite dish, enjoying the exceptional taste of farm-grown natto, while the confused Vale quietly peeks inside. A promo page for Volume 6 appears. Norio Itanami holds a basket of fresh vegetables, surrounded by his companions Vale, Dragon, Garurufa, and Lena. Norio and all the companions shudder as a mysterious winged woman appears in the sky. She hovers lightly and gracefully. Yuri, confused, asks the saint, "Isn't that a mole?" Norio immediately brushes it off. Actually, she looks much more human. Looking at the wings, the saint begins to wonder, what if it's a dragon? While they watch, Ari begins to speak, and her voice sounds as if the system is rebooting. She calls herself Angel Number 6 and reports various system flaws during a sleep period lasting 3D 827 years. Yuri, confused, tries to understand if she said anything at all, while Norio notes she is constantly mumbling something. Spot, Ari further sharply burns robotic phrases and her system confirms a malfunction. It is difficult to maintain launch status and ensure minimal manhwa activity. And suddenly the function of her Ikaro's wings stops working and she falls from the sky, crashing to the ground with a loud boom right in front of the stunned Norio. Norio, and Yuri rush to the fallen Arya, wondering if she survived the crash. But when they checked her, it became clear. Her body temperature was dangerously low and her breathing was barely audible. Norio felt maybe she was a spy, too sensitive to sunlight. And just then Orcubo arrived, so Norio decided it was best to take the mysterious woman to his house and care for her. After Norio brought the unconscious Ari home, he sought help from Garorufa to determine her condition. While they examined her, Garorufa honestly admitted that she did not fully know the symptoms Ari was showing. She explained that Ari's physical traits did not match any known species or their subspecies, and this was confusing because they did not even know which race she belonged to. Definitely not human, demon, or mermaid. Garorufa admits, not knowing the species Eris, it is difficult to provide specific medical assistance, so he advises focusing on nutrition to help Ari regain strength. Orcubo, without wasting time, suggests an idea. Natto, supposedly, it is the most filling and effective food for illness. Norio agrees and tells Gabukichi to open Eris's mouth so they can pour the natto inside. As the plan begins to take shape in reality, Yuri grimaces at the sharp, piercing smell of the dish. Ari manages to eat the natto and Norio hopes it will help her recover. The effect is immediate and striking. Ari suddenly gets up, surrounded by a bright glow of energy. Norio and his companion can do nothingly freeze in shock as she sharply regains consciousness. While Ari stands, system messages appear one after another. Self-diagnostics start. Germania's self-recovery functions work, sensors return to normal, and her combat mode accelerates to 70 output. But the attempt to restore memory fails, so the system begins searching for new data as a replacement. Norio and others can only silently freeze in disbelief, watching a strange mechanical phenomenon unfold before them. Having completed self-diagnosis, Ari rises slightly above the ground and addresses Norio. She reveals her true nature, the angel Hulka phone, a blade forged by the will of heaven, and reports that due to a malfunction she lost a huge amount of information. Then she declares, since Norio was the one who pulled her out of the malfunction, he is now recorded as her new master. Norio remains completely bewildered. At first, Ari officially asks Norio about orders, leaving him completely bewildered. Realizing she is not a spy as he previously assumed, Norio is even more shocked when Ari declares she is his blade and offers to destroy all his enemies. Her relentless thirst for destruction frightens him so much that Norio panics and shouts, "Stop!" while Orcubo and Rin freeze in complete stupor. Norio asks Ari to stop making scary threats and encourages her to get up. But as soon as he begins to ask who she is by race and what an angel really is, Ari replies that her memory lacks too much information. She assumes the reason is aging, and because of this Norio remains confused by her manner of speaking as if from a device. Plotty suggests if stuck, ask Sensi for help. Suddenly Undead King appears. Norio shudders and screams in fear, thinking it's a ghost. When calmed, Norio asks Undead King if he has heard anything about Ari, and then Undentiax appears like an angel and admits, in all his 1,000 years of existence, he never knew anything about any. Plotty falls into despair. If even Undead King has no answer, then there is no way out. But Undead King calmly insists that there is still one way. A few simple gestures and he summons a huge, formidable god. Norio screams in panic from shock, accusing Undead King of calling the gods too easily. God appears, but instead of immediately giving answers, first asks Norio if there is something tasty to eat. When Norio says he has a question, God warns that if it is boring, he will face divine punishment. Norio panics and keeps apologizing, then quickly grabs Ari and asks if this deity knows anything about the angel. God froze in absolute horror at that very moment, having just seen Arya. He burst into a cry of disbelief that the angel still exists. He frantically questioned why she was here, certain their kind had been completely destroyed. And the Undead King silently watched the commotion amidst it all and noted. Norio's question turned out to be far more important than anyone could have imagined. God thanked Norio for the information, stating that he had essentially saved the world. But when Norio, confused, asked for an explanation, God revealed the dark truth. The entities called angels were actually sent by Zis to take control of Earth. They were feared as destroyers of Earth itself. Norio and his friends were stunned by the terrible nature of Eris's origin. God looked further and explained. Zeus meticulously created angels so that they would become the most powerful beings in all existence. He recalls how once 10 such angels turned the world into a sea of flame, splitting the earth and almost completely destroying all life. Norio, Pla, and Undead King were drowning in shock from the revelation, while Ari only sighed heavily. and said that Zeus was a fool to destroy the very world he intended to conquer. A little later, Yuri asked what happened next. God answered, to save the world from complete destruction, the gods united with the first dragon and erased the angels. He recalls how in the heavens they, along with Poseidon, confronted Zeus, but he was not going to give up power. Instead, he began to rule the earth through humanity, and it was this period that God called truly terrible. Ari is directly annoyed by the very mention of Zeus. She calls him annoying and incredible. Norio still cannot recover from the divine story he just learned, and Ari is lost in thought. She is tormented by the thought, could it be that her return just when humanity suffered defeat from the demon race was carefully planned by someone? Norio desperately tries to join the conversation and explains, supposedly Aya just appeared in his field without any warning, but the atmosphere thickens when God announces, an angel cannot be left untamed after all, even one such being has the power to erase the entire world. God solemnly proclaims, as the deity of this land, his duty is to destroy the last angel to ensure the world's safety. As soon as he utters, destroy, Norio is overwhelmed by fear, understands that Eris's existence is about to be erased. In despair, Norio asks if there is any other way besides destroying Ari because he believes she is good. God acknowledges Norio's goodness but coldly replies that Ars is just a weapon without will or emotions, and its existence cannot be called real life at all. Yet despite this, Ari calls Norio master. Ari solemnly admits, although she has forgotten her original purpose, she remembers her essence as a weapon and a destroyer. Her existence threatens the world. She tells Norio that the best solution would be to erase her, then asks a question and commands she can destroy herself without harming anyone. Norio freezes in shock, unable to comprehend her request. Suddenly, Ari shouts no and rushes forward, clutching her own manifestation, destroyer, in a desperate attempt to reject it. Norio stands and watches, completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Princess Leteclit suddenly throws herself at Ari in a hopeless embrace. Her voice trembles, as if in the distant past Ari had been like Haruchan, that does not define her now. Norio freezes in shock while Leteclit pleads. It is here that forgiveness can be found and any race can change its way of life. Norio momentarily holds his breath and looks again at Princess Leteclit. Their passionate argument about forgiveness pierces the heart deeply. And Yuri stands nearby, watching her with an unwavering expression until his mind pieces together the puzzle. Leteclit was once asked to die for the sake of the world, and in the same way reflects Eris's own existence as a weapon created for destruction. Norio decides not to retreat and turns to Hades with a fervent request without hesitation in his voice. He asks if he can entrust him with the angel Ari. Hades remains stunned and cannot immediately find words for such an unexpected request. Hades hesitates for a moment, broken by Norio's determination and the promise of a new kitchen, but finally nods. He looks at Ari, acknowledges her lonely existence as a weapon of destruction, hands her over to Norio, and hopes that the saint will show her the true beauty of life in this vast world. Norio lets out a passionate exclamation and declares that his decision is firm. He will take care of Ari and take responsibility upon himself. When the questions are exhausted, Hades pulls out his phone and prepares to contact Hermes, asking if Zeus is available. While Hades says he intends to visit Poseidon and Pakali next, Norio watches from the side, sweating, and feels the magnitude of this conversation wash over him. Hades departs, saying goodbye while Norio impatiently awaits the new dish promised. As soon as the god disappears, Norio returns to Ari with a gentle smile and says, now she will live there together with the others. Ari looks on, torn between uncertainty and curiosity. What will this new life bring her? Ari thinks about living side by side with others and anxiously dismisses her thoughts. Princess Leteclit shines, embraces Ari, and eagerly invites her to work together. Norio even apologizes for making a decision on her behalf. Nico notes that their company continues to grow, and Ari, looking at the shining princess, suddenly realizes that since this girl arrived at the farm, she has changed a lot. Princess Leteclit takes her approach to a whole new level. Suddenly, she declares that Ari is her little sister. Stunned, Ari just stares in shock while the princess proudly introduces herself and offers to be her mentor, also boasting that she is older. Nari watches and smiles. The princess's sudden protective nature seems truly precious to him. The woman turned to Norio and asked him to confirm the elixir that brought her back to life from the junk, warning that if it was not brought to her, she would stop working. Norio was taken aback upon hearing the word elixir, until his companion brought a bowl of food, and looking inside, Norio suddenly shouted, the mysterious elixir is just natto. Noya talks about the miraculous effects of natto. In her opinion, it is a powerful elixir. She says it not only activated cells that were declining and restored mana, but also cleansed impurities from her fuselage and erased corrupted memories from the memory field. When Noya lists improvements in skin and overall combat effectiveness, Norio can only freeze in disbelief how an ordinary bowl of natto can have such incredible versatility. One Princess Lettuce Elliot is also shocked by the extreme detox results. Convinced of the divine properties of natto, Noah suddenly felt an icy duty. She asked Norio if he could entrust her with the role of his guardian because this precious elixir must be protected at any cost. Norio was left only to look in complete confusion and wondered if it was because of his extraordinary tolerance that Noah had become so fiery, and with a dramatic gesture she declared she would protect natto itself. Norio laughed and brushed off Noah's tension. He said making natto was actually quite easy, so let her try cooking it herself. But Noah's face suddenly turned deadly serious, warned Norio not to joke about the elixir. Inside, Noah trembled with excitement. His nature was a weapon, and he was creating food that saved lives. Norio wondered if Noah had any emotions at all and decided that cooking natto together was the perfect chance to help her develop her feelings. But he was suddenly cut off. The dragon suddenly interrupted and announced that Noah had a more urgent matter. She pointed to a huge hole in the ground and demanded to restore her field. Obeying the dragon's order, Noah prepared to help, saying he was trying to scan the soil to see if something unnecessary was hidden beneath the surface. Noah completed the geological scan and announced, "There's a water vein beneath the surface." Norio was beaming now they could build a well. He explained that when the water is near Princess Lettuce's field, it would be much more pleasant for her to work, so the princess agreed to shift the field a bit to accommodate. Then Norio ordered Noah to start digging the pit. He was eager to make natto as soon as possible. Noah activated her mana cannon and carved out the space for the well. With a dazzling flash, Noah charges her high mana plasma cannon. Cold-bloodedly warning everyone to take cover, she starts the countdown and Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettuce are left completely stunned by the excess with which she digs. Following the deafening roar, Noah charges his tall man with a plasma cannon and sends a destructive beam of energy straight into the earth. Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettuce can only stand stunned in rough amazement. The ground erupts in an explosion, and they cannot believe it actually dared to take that shot. A wild explosion shakes the farm. Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettuce freeze in complete shock. As the dust settles, water begins to flow from the crater. Noah calmly explains, she found an aquifer and fired plasma to connect it and managed to create a well with one destructive strike. Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettuce freeze as they see water bursting from the ground. Dragon quickly realizes it's not just water, it's steaming, so he exclaims it's hot water. While they watch the giant geyser, their hearts tighten in surprise. Noah's extreme way of digging the well accidentally caused a hot spring leak. A huge geyser of hot water bursts from the ground. It erupts wildly and the spray flies high up. Vale has just arrived and immediately freezes. What she sees confuses her and she screams in bewilderment. Vale calls for help and demands an explanation of what is happening here. Norio meets her and notes that Vale came just in time. Puzzled, she looks around the chaos and asks who this mysterious woman Noah is. Vale immediately attacks the dragon, furiously pouring out her anger. While Noah calmly considers how to bring him to his senses with a Glock because of this, Norio panics and rushes to protect his friend. When everyone is calmed down, Norio asks Noah to use her skills to connect the hot spring to the mansion. But when the dragon, in a grumbling state, refuses to help, Norio instantly offers Katsu Don dessert and he gives in. Norio takes the helm and immediately assigns roles. Vale and the Orcubo team prepare the pipes and he, together with the Goblin team, takes on the bath itself. With the dragon's reluctant consent, the workers enthusiastically get to work. The pipes are noisily adjusted and put in place as the project starts, to bring the hot spring to the estate. Orcubo announces that the pipes are finally connected. Norio asks about the result and water breaks through the system in a steady stream, pouring into the wooden tub. When the rising hot steam is visible and the bath fills perfectly, Norio shouts joyfully with happiness and declares, the bath is ready. Suddenly, a natural hot bath opens on the ground. Norio can only watch, saying, what a perfect time. Orcubo notes that they were lucky, the drainage system was already prepared. Looking at the steaming Hinoki bath, Norio feels something like a dream and joyfully proclaims, now we can cleanse our lives. But these words sound too strange. Vale and others hang in confusion. Norio calls for volunteers to try the new bath and the whole company eagerly raises their hands. Some even repeat his wish, to cleanse their lives. Norio insists that others go first and feel the greatness of this bath, but several girls think more about food or simply cannot understand what he meant. To decide who will be next in line, the first Princess Lettuce enthusiastically suggests playing rock, paper, scissors. The rock, paper, scissors game continues, but Vale remains sullen and stubbornly declares, first her food and no one has the right to use it. Princess Lettuce brushes off Vale's shouts and reminds her, it all started because she personally gave up her land. After that, she turns to Noah and loudly thanks him for making the hot spring possible. Noah introduces the newly arrived Hulkosphere and immediately declares that she is an angel. Vale instantly loses her temper, her back tenses, nostrils catch an internal sense of inevitable threat. Norio immediately hits the cause an ancient conflict he remembers. Vale's ancestors were almost exterminated by angels. Guided by instinct, Vale challenges Hulkosphere without warning to a fight. She feels something dangerous in her muscles cramp. But Hulkosphere remains calm and refuses, shockingly simply. She was not created as an ordinary Hulkosphere, she appeared as a living weapon. While Norio and Vale freeze in surprise, she adds, "The time of weapons is over, since then she has been reborn." As soon as Gokusphere is born, she solemnly declares herself the very Gokusphere that creates and protects Nato. This phrase instantly shuts down Vale. Now she looks at Gokusphere as a suspicious creature and distances herself. Noticing something is wrong, Norio calls Vale and immediately reminds her she came to eat Katsudan. Norio is worried. The appearance of both a disaster-class dragon and an angel may bring trouble. He again recalls how dangerous and hard to breathe the air was just now. He hopes the new bath will bring everyone closer, but as soon as he begins to think, an angry Princess Lettucelet suddenly appears before him. She screams madly that his wife refuses to leave the bath after winning at rock, paper, scissors. Princess Lettucelet warns Norio and Vale. Platy is in a strange state inside the bath. Norio looks in with curiosity and is overwhelmed by the sounds of Platy's extreme pleasure. He freezes in shock when he sees Platy has completely melted in the delight of the hot spring. Platyfish completely dissolved in pleasure. She insists that she does not want to leave the water, saying that it is too good here. Norio, confused, asks if she is okay, but she only responds by calling husband in a dreamy voice. The rest of the group admiringly examines the stunning beauty and the effect of relaxation, mixing incomprehension with trembling amazement. Eventually, everyone agrees. This bath truly provides complete cleansing of life. The tempting lure of the hot spring quickly spreads. Other women cannot find their place and demand that those inside come out quickly and give up their spots. But this short-lived curtain that appeared has already claimed the bath for itself and stubbornly refuses to move for anyone. There is not enough space for everyone. No one follows the rules, and the quiet resting place of the ant instantly turns into chaos. Princess Lettucelet loudly demands to expand the bath. The chaos has already reached its limit. Following this, a wave of complaints arises from other women. They consider both the bath and the changing room too cramped, so there can be no talk of any pleasure. Seeing everyone breaking down from irritation, Norio feels broken. His attempt to provide relaxation has turned into a new problem. Trying to fix everything, he decides to expand the bath so that it finally becomes a place of peace for everyone. To escape overcrowding, Norio turns to Hulkosphere and Vale, asking them for help. Hulkosphere immediately accepts the order as unconditional, while Vale grumbles that he will have to work with Hulkosphere again. But as soon as the relaxing bath is mentioned, Vale agrees to the task. Vale agrees to lend her power, but only on the condition that Norio increases her food portions. Norio gladly agrees, and soon Riku and Lena join them to also help expand the bath and share its wonderful culture with everyone. Meanwhile, Hulkosphere decides not to let Vale get too carried away with her deal, and Vale herself is already eagerly awaiting how she will enjoy the reward from her Danasamba. Norio delivers an inspiring speech about the power of joint work for a single goal, and about how their relationships intertwine into one whole. According to his clear plan, the farm residents are divided into teams. Goblins take the field, demons handle clothes and towels, Nikos craft baskets and props, and elves are responsible for the lining. Everyone nods enthusiastically and agrees with their roles, already ready to help expand the bathhouse. As soon as everyone agrees to cooperate, Norio announces the start of the second bath plan with a jump in his voice. Together with the orc team and the rest of his companions, the construction of the super public bath officially moves from words to action. When the second plan is announced, Norio and his team immediately begin searching for the perfect place for the super public bath. He insists on two conditions: a spacious plot that will not interfere with the fields and a stable geological foundation. Hulkosphere joins the search, finds a strong territory with a rich water vein deep underground, exactly the spot where construction can start. Norio is ecstatic because Hulkosphere found exactly that. He, as if enchanted, looks at the stunning ocean view and the flat land and declares that this is the perfect place. His imagination is already running wild, how the project will grow from a simple bath pavilion into a huge super spa restaurant. But Hulkosphere, it seems, does not share his sudden enthusiasm at all. Norio and his companions notice they are already very close to the Undead King's dungeon, and it immediately becomes clear how huge it is. Just as they manage to worry about its safety like thunder in the silence, without any warning, the Undead King himself appears. Calmly explains that the dungeon does not have a usual attachment to the ground. It is metaphysical, spatio-temporal distortions caused by the stagnation of convective mana, and they exist in a distorted subspace, not really somewhere underground. The Undead King assures Norio, no matter how much they dig, they will never accidentally break into his dungeon. Vale clarifies that this is not a breakthrough, but a request for permission to build Norio's estate on that land. He, with warm approval and an invitation to visit once everything is ready, sincerely thanks them, then orders Veil to go and bring back the building they constructed at home. Transforming into her dragon form, Veil agrees though without much enthusiasm, and the two begin preparing to start work. When Veil went to get equipment for restoration, Norio decides to take on the initial land preparation himself. Confidently shouting, he raises the hoe with incredible strength and cuts into the ground, clearing the place for the future super public bath. Satisfied with the cleared area, Norio begins assigning tasks to his team. Orcs to the foundation and pipe laying, elves to plastering work as soon as Veil returns, and goblins to the smallest construction details. The teams respond enthusiastically ready to bring the super public bath to life. Norio triumphantly stands with outstretched arms before the ready super public bathhouse, shouting at the top of his lungs from victory and excitement, declaring that this is the bathhouse of all bathhouses and prepares for the final touch. While he celebrates with comrades, the undead king watches and comments that this is yet another quirky building. Norio asks Hulkosphere for a favor regarding the site. After confirming the designated area, Hulkosphere immediately starts the excavation, releases a devastating explosion into the ground. Watching the giant flame, Norio cannot help but worry. Did she use too much force again? Hulkosphere does not hold back, unleashes the devastating power of God Eater and Dragon Killer. When two elements merge together, it creates one invincible blade to carve the earth with a single massive destructive strike. Hulkosphere unleashes the full power of its combined tick, shouting that it will pierce the very earth as the massive energy drill cuts into the ground. Nearby, Norio is amazed. The attack takes the form of a drill, but Veil is much more frightened by the grim essence of Hulkosphere's words. Norio and Veil freeze, looking at the spot where the drill hit. After a moment of silence, the earth suddenly explodes with a burst of energy and soil, and this immediately bursts out of them a joyful scream. This is it. The dust settles and an astonishing view opens up. On the farm now stands a luxurious open bathhouse. Here waters boil, traditional wooden tubs stand, and a natural waterfall flows all overlooking a calm, endless horizon. Norio and the king of the undead immerse themselves in the hot, boiling water of the new bathhouse scene. Both feel complete relaxation. The king of the undead praises Norio for crafting yet another luxurious establishment. Even Pachai and the other companions join in enjoying the life-giving warmth that penetrates every corner of the body, giving everyone a sense of total relief. Veil is simply stunned by the scale of super bathhouse. Norio exclaims with delight and watches as others begin to enjoy the water. Dragon seizes the moment and teaches Holly the proper bathing etiquette, but the calm instruction does not last long. The group plunges with a crash into chaotic splashes, and Veil angrily yells at the foolish dragon. In fury, the dragon gives Veil a sharp scolding for ignoring the bathing rules and diving straight into the water like a springboard. Veil just laughs and involuntarily catches the fun. Norio is a bit embarrassed by all this fuss, and the Lich King, as always, calmly notes that everyone is enjoying it now. Nico and the other women soak in hot baths. Nico admits, in the relaxing water she couldn't hold back and involuntarily slipped back into her Nico persona. Norio thanks the atmosphere, but Veil quickly cuts in with sober truth. Despite the luxury, the women are still formally condemned under the guise of punishment by forced labor. Veil tells the exiled criminals that he sees nothing wrong with it. Sometimes it is worth returning to one's original forms and even doubts whether they will want to live their former lives again at all. The women beam with joy and declare their ancient Lelilia dreams to perform their duties again. Throwing a brief remark about someone's outfit, Veil returns to the elves soaking in the bath and wonders whether this rustic coziness hurts their elven pretty, especially this supergiant bathing house. Isekai admits, yes, they are criminals, but life on the farm is wonderful and they still hold on to their elvish pride. She explains that this is only possible because Norio values their pride just as much as they do themselves. Recalling how they built the bathhouse, Isekai notes that Norio primarily chose the trees for the materials. She also talks about Norio. Agnes becomes an example of how cooperation and coexistence between different species and environments turn into a chance for survival. Veil agrees with her companion, acknowledging that she still has much to learn in this present life, especially in the role of Sister Holly. Meanwhile, Veil revels in the moment, splashing around and exclaiming how incredible it is to bathe together with everyone, which causes Lena to scold her for swimming in the bathtub, while Norio overhears from afar and feels a wave of awkwardness. Norio savors this pleasure and at the same time feels a shadow of shame when he thinks about the bathhouse. He is about to speak, but it feels as if he is frozen in place. A strange man appears in the bathhouse and Norio is confused and does not understand who he is. Norio even shudders when he sees an attractive man in the bathhouse. and everything immediately falls into place. This is the Lich King. Those hot springs on the farm, which grant liberation for the mind and spirit and rejuvenation, restored the Lich King to the human form he had in life. While the Lich King admires his restored appearance, Norio just freezes in shock, unable to believe what the man, once seen only as bones, has become. Norio comes out of the bath feeling completely refreshed, remembering how luxurious it is to finally have a bathhouse on his farm. Meanwhile, Vale and Nico are glowing with their new yukatas. They really love the traditional clothing. Vale and Nico are happy with their new yukata, and Norio explains that it was a joint effort of the goblin and demon teams. While they walk along the luxurious new path built by elves and orcs, Vale exclaims that the farm now lacks nothing. But Norio suddenly becomes thoughtful. He honestly admits that he only remembered after finishing the bath that something was missing. Milk. Norio admits that from the beginning he felt something was missing on the farm. Can't imagine how a sip of cold milk would be incredibly refreshing right after bathing. He beams, listing culinary options from butter and cheese to yogurt, and Sweetsin wants to expand his cooking repertoire. Then suddenly it dawns on him. He doesn't even know if milk exists in this world at all. Vale and Nico are completely stunned by his sudden enthusiasm. Vale recalls that in this world there really are organisms that produce milk, and this immediately excites Norio. She suggests if they are going to get milk, they should take the best, bursting with enthusiasm. Norio and Vale shout their demand for milk, sharply frightening Nico. Vale explains that dragon milk is the best delicacy in the world, wildly sought after by gourmets everywhere. Meanwhile, Norio reflects on the typical absurdity of another world, and Nico begins to feel depressed and shy because he has a flat chest. Nico sharply jerks the thought as if it could bring milk and shouts that she can't do anything like that. But she instantly restructures, declares that she has a plan to get the best milk. With a dramatic gesture and the image of a dragon clone, she swears to bring back the most wonderful milk of all, and Vale is delighted, while Norio worries if it's really a good idea. 6 days pass and Norio returns to daily work in the fields, calling out about his arrival. Suddenly, a dragon swoops down from the sky and lands right in front of him. Norio is happy to meet, but immediately fires. What the hell has he been doing all these 6 days? The dragon returns with a surprise, introduces Norio to a horned girl with goat legs. Norio asks confusedly who she is, and the dragon proudly explains this is a creature capable of giving milk. Norio and Vale freeze in shock. The dragon boasts of his cleverness, demands praise and a tasty dinner as a reward for solving the milk problem. Norio finally cuts the brakes and sends a blow straight at the dragon, shouting at the top of his lungs, fiercely scolding him, feverishly repeating that he has no right to just kidnap an innocent passerby because Norio expressed a desire to drink milk. The dragon stands stunned, and frightened Lumi tries to intervene, telling Norio that he misunderstood everything. Lumi quickly clarifies the misunderstanding and explains that she went alongside Lady Vale of her own free will. The dragon adds, Vale saved the satyr race from trouble, so it was a way to repay a debt. Norio, confused, learns that Lumi is a satyr, a type of Therian. Meanwhile, Elle specifies, the satyr communities live in isolated alpine locations, surrounded by steep cliffs, so they exist peacefully far from the interference of ordinary people and demons. Lumi explains, the dragon suddenly attacked her community. He immediately gets indignant and swears it wasn't her. She clarifies that another dragon arrived first, one of the trials arranged by their father, Geyser Dragon. When Norio, confused, asks why, the dragon replies, the attacker was hunting nothing else but the village's treasure, golden goat fur. Norio freezes as soon as he realizes the dragon that attacked Lumi's community is actually a relative of that same dragon. Realizing that dragons are among the most terrible evils in the world, he panics and asks if the village still even stands. The dragon answers evasively, and Lumi says, although the dragon himself did not burn the village to the ground, the area, probably because he was hunting the golden goat fur, methodically destroyed the sealed passages get biggest, driving them further into a corner, step by step. Lumi recalls that desperate moment when her village was almost forced to surrender, then Lady Vale arrived and saved them. Proudly, the dragon explains, she took the chance to negotiate with the villagers in exchange for beating the attacker. They share their milk with Norio. And Norio remains puzzled, wondering what logic is behind that. Norio asks if it was really okay to beat that other dragon. The dragon laughs and waves it off, explaining, the opponent was an inferior person with a terrible character, so he did not deserve to bear the title of Dragon Emperor, and that removing such candidates only makes everything easier going forward. Lumi meanwhile looks with deep gratitude. She acknowledges that the dragon saved her village from the brink of death in exchange for a simple task. Norio admits he has mixed feelings about this story, but the dragon proudly leads him to Lumi. Lumi introduces herself to Pan and says that Norio is the farm owner. When Norio cautiously asks if she will really give milk, Lumi enthusiastically nods. She will do everything to make sure there is plenty of it. The dragon wildly celebrates, calls Norio Lord Saint, and excitedly babbles about how incredibly tasty and amazing even life itself is in another world. Norio remains embarrassed and overwhelmed with excitement, trembling from overload, but the dragon explains, "Satyr milk is of the highest quality, incredibly delicious." After that, she sharply and bluntly demands that Norio immediately start preparing something tasty from this milk for her. Norio apologizes to Vale for his doubts and his mood lightens a bit. Then he instantly assembles a team, orders Elrina to make glass bottles and Plata to take care of the refrigeration part to receive a new batch of satyr milk. Later, after a refreshing bath, Laomi brings the milk and the girls happily try it together. The girls in a good mood savor the delicious ice-cold milk after a warm bath. Norio sincerely thanks Lumi. Her contribution noticeably improved the farm's diet, but curiosity is not satisfied. He asks if many like her can produce milk. The dragon proudly answers about the stupidity of the satyr race. And as soon as Norio looks at the group, he starts feeling butterflies in his stomach. He knows how much Vale eats and fears that the burden of all milk production tasks will fall only on Lumi, and that will be too hard. Lumi says that their village does not just sell raw milk. They have already mastered various processing methods, so they can trade with other races as well. Norio marvels at their system, and then Lumi adds, Vale's favorite dishes, bread and pizza, will become even tastier thanks to these products. Vale is already catching herself excited by the mere thought of food, and Lumi turns to Norio and says she has a request for him. Lumi explains that they are currently in a crisis, and the village is struggling to manage food supplies. She asks Norio to deliver products from the farms to the village of Satyr, hinting that Vale could also be their bodyguard in exchange for trade. Vale is so overwhelmed by this idea that she stumbles, but Norio understands how useful the milk is and replies. He hopes that when the village stabilizes, they can maintain this cooperation. Lumi, choked with excitement, sincerely thanks Norio. While Vale thinks about her own appetite, Lumi says she can't wait to cooperate with her. Norio is delighted Imagine's pizza with crispy edges full of cheese and declares that it's time to set off and restore Lumi's village. Lumi is a bit lost because of the words about cheese, but excited by the idea of something insanely tasty. Norio waved goodbye as the dragon soared into the sky, carrying supplies to Lumi's village. He called out to Lumi, let her use their bathhouse whenever she wants. Meanwhile, the girls on the farm were already in seventh heaven after a warm bath. They savored the icy satyr milk and couldn't believe how incredible its taste was. But the benefit of building the bathhouse was not limited to just providing the farm with daily products, and it was then that a mysterious woman appeared, leaving an unclear question hanging in the air. What is Horkosvan doing? Norio briefly fixed his gaze on the completed public bathhouse and felt his farm had truly become a paradise. His peace of mind was interrupted by Horkosvan, who approached and said she needed to talk to him. Surprised, Norio bitterly thought whether she simply couldn't get the taste of her natto right. Horkosvan asked Norio to look at the things she had brought, but as soon as Norio saw it, he let out a terrible scream, and Horkosvan and Holly remained watching his dramatic reaction. In panic, Norio screamed in horror upon seeing what looked like a severed head. Horkosvan calmly ordered him to calm down and explained, it was actually a fragment of the head of her Kindin angel from a model destroyed by the gods 4,000 years ago. Norio, puzzled, asked where it came from. Horkosvan said she found it buried underground during excavations for hot springs. Horkosvan claimed that the cognitive subsystems in the artificial head were not damaged and believed it could be revived if repaired. She hoped Norio could bring it back to life and recalled how he had previously perfected her own half-destroyed state. Norio barely had time to process what was said when Horkosvan added. She had also unearthed other body parts. When Norio saw the scattered artificial limbs, he panicked as if witnessing a bloody dismemberment. Horkosvan insisted there was no need to worry. Norio noticed that the artificial parts seemed mismatched. Horkosvan explained, she carefully selected suitable fragments for reuse from different angels to assemble one body, and now she herself was thrown into confusion. Norio thought maybe this is soft anime, and worried that they could not proceed without Hades' permission. Meanwhile, Horkosvan imagined an emotional reunion with an old ally after 4,000 years. Norio fell silent, feeling a sudden familiar itch in his hands, a drive to create. He decided to set aside his worries and agreed to help Horkosvan. When he began working on the artificial parts, he realized, even angels have their own conscience and have the right to life, not just to be kept as bioweapons. Norio recalled the incredible power of the Hand of Supremacy, a divine gift from the gods that allowed him to effortlessly assemble random parts. As a new angel fully restored appeared before them, Horkosvan deeply thanked Norio for bringing her friend back to life. Horkosvan observed the revived body, noting that the power components worked and mana flowed evenly. When the reboot countdown reached 0, the newly awakened Kyankin suddenly stood up and greeted the whole morning cheerfully, completely throwing Norio and Horkosvan off balance. Kyan woke in a daze but immediately recognized Horkosvan and greeted her at full speed. Horcusvan calmly welcomed her back to life, and this made Kayan freeze. While trying to remember how she died, Kayan aloud considered several brutal scenarios where the dragon destroyed everything, and then she was dissected by underworld deities Trident, and eventually found the situation quite funny. Norio watched from the side and was simply bewildered by her frankness and eccentricity. Gorkov explained the complex nature of Kayan's rebirth. Her hands, hips, pelvis, and legs came from different angel Spanisfun Hismanofun, but the head was Nakaspa Norio. After this, Norio asked her name, but Kayan was more interested in how insanely cool it was to be a composite. Noticing her loud laughter, Gorkov informed Norio that Kayan's current personality did not match any of the original parts. The fusion process had distorted her mind. Norio recalls the repair worked, but now Kayan's identity is a tangled mix of several angels. Kayan, however, is not too concerned about this and passionately throws himself into embraces, exclaiming how happy he is to meet Horcusvan again. Looking at her friend, Horcusvan's face softens and she quietly admits that she feels the same. A sudden voice commands them to hold on tight. Norio and Princess Lediclet flinch as a winged woman appears above them without any words beforehand, just her. Seeing the newly revived Kayan, Noah addresses Norio, calling him saint, and says that he has resurrected quite a large bunch. Completely confused, Norio nervously asks who she is. Usually, Norio is stunned when the winged woman reveals her true identity: Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge from the heavenly realm. Hermes explains, as a messenger she can descend into the mortal world without any summons. Norio nervously wonders if her appearance is connected to the angel's rebirth, and Hermes mysteriously hints he already knows why she has come. Hermes warns Norio, a single angel embodies a threat capable of destroying the entire earth, and it is a horror, as she says, that Hades has already mentioned. Hermes adds, usually such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the gods of the earth, but responsibility is shared by the heavenly sphere. It is the one that created the angels. And when Norio, frightened, asks about the angel they just brought back, Hermes coldly advises, it would be wisest to destroy her immediately so she never returns. Horcusvan just watches as Hermes emphasizes the scale of the threat emerging from beyond the angel. Norio acknowledges the danger Hermes spoke of, but Horcusvan interrupts him with a sincere, devoted confession. She says that then she is an ally he hasn't seen for 4,000 years, and that she would rather die than lose her again. Overwhelmed with emotion, Horcusvan bows low to Norio, apologizing for abandoning her dreams to make NATO. Stunned, Norio can only stare in shock and begs her to wait, understanding how much Kian means to her. Confused by the situation, Norio desperately pleads with Hermes, begging to find any way to save Kayan from destruction. To his surprise, Hermes honestly admits she hesitates to kill the angel as well. She says her previous warnings were based on pure logic, but the appearance of Horcusvan creates a precedent, so insisting on eliminating Kayan is now pointless. Hermes ends the dispute with another decision. She hands the patchwork angel over to the heavenly realm. She explains that Norio's abilities are impressive, but the divine nature of Kayan requires a full-scale reworking. Only heavenly deities can remove all dangers. Norio is shocked by the mere mention of Uncle Hadid. He finds no peace and doubts whether he can truly trust the words of the divine messenger. Norio is embarrassed by how Hermes chooses her words and asks if Zeus, the creator of the angels, is the one who will do this reboot. Hermes instantly rejects the idea of her father's involvement and replies, on the surface, everything is attributed to Zeus, but the angels were brought to life by her brother Hephaestus, the god of crafts. Hermes reveals 10 angels with 10 hands were created 4,000 years ago by her brother Hephaestus under the strict, often harsh supervision of Zeus and Eris. The reason is that Hephaestus put his heart and tears into his masterpieces. When he learned they were destroyed, it tore him apart. Hermes assures Norio that this deep attachment is the reason why Hephaestus will gladly take on adjusting Kayan so that he becomes an ally of peace. Norio reflects on the name and places hope in the god of crafting. Norio asks Horcusvan if she agrees with the arrangement, and Horcusvan solemnly nods. With their consent, Hermes prepares to take Kayan. Kayan is confused, not understanding the conversation until Norio explains. She will go to the heavenly realm. Then Hermes tells the angel that she will be reborn there as a friend of this world and invites her to follow him. Kayan reacts to everything with full energy, cheerfully greets Hermes, constantly has a mash in her head and cannot comprehend what is going on. Norio cannot help but laugh at the scene, and Hermes, puzzled, decides, let her brother Hephaestus talk to Kayan about her eccentric character during the reworking. Finally, Hermes says goodbye to Norio, calls him saint, and flies away, leaving Norio and Horcusvan behind. Just as Hermes is about to take off, she suddenly remembers something and asks Norio if Hephaestus likes rice balls because those are his favorite offerings. Norio is caught off guard by this request, and just before finally flying away with Kayan, Hermes throws Norio a sly smile and says she will visit him alone, soon asking him to prepare some special dish for her as well. As soon as Hermes takes flight, fleeing with joyful Kayan in his arms straight to the celestial sphere, when they disappear far away, Norio returns to Horcusvan and meets her with a supportive smile. She says everything will be fine and that Norio will definitely see Kaien again, and he himself secretly hopes that Kaien will return even more determined than now. Horkosven looks intently ahead and says that she also believes in such a future. Norio quietly agrees, raises his gaze to the sky, and wonders if he will ever have a chance to meet Hephaestus in person. Norio finishes repairing Kakashi's mechanical arms and breathes a sigh of relief. It's good that he noticed the breakdown before everything completely broke down. He apologizes to Kakashi and explains that now they have many more friends helping with the workload, but the farm has noticeably expanded overall. Looking at the blooming fields, Norio freezes for a moment and suddenly realizes how far he has come. Norio looks back at his estate and suddenly realizes how many different people and creatures have joined his community. A feeling of blessing envelops him. So many races can coexist peacefully without major quarrels. But soon a doubt stirs in his soul. What if he simply does not notice the hidden problems they have long carried within themselves? To be sure, Norio decides to spend this day as a careful observer of everyone to check if everything is really alright with all. Norio begins to observe, watching Belina and Gabukidi care for the silkworms, and notes with satisfaction how well they work together. Then Badami comes into view. She excitedly boasts about the new outfits sewn for the spirits, and just then the moment of calm breaks as Belina scolds Badami for making too many clothes, and forgetting that today everyone was in silkworm outfits. Watching their quarrel, Norio cannot help but wonder if Belina has become a kind of guardian for the group. The group joyfully welcomes the new things. The air is almost boiling with excitement. Belina suggests a short break for everyone, and Badami, though reluctantly, still agrees to so moderately. It becomes even more festive when Rin arrives. She brings a tray of homemade ice cream and the whole group bursts into a loud, joyful cheer. Everyone without exception is completely captivated by the extraordinary taste of the ice cream and feels how after a hard day the body relaxes as if finally exhaling. Rin thanks Norio for teaching her the recipe and even says that Vale is making good progress in restoring the village. While they enjoy the treats, some butter enthusiasts insist nothing compares to the taste of butter. The spirits cling to Rin, call her mom, and beseechingly ask for oil. She gently agrees and gives it. Norio stands nearby and thinks about how everyone has opened their hearts to each other and become like a family. But the peace does not last long. Suddenly a commotion snatches him from his place. Noah Holly tried natto with ice cream and, claiming that her analysis confirms it, declared, it turns out to be a tasty dessert. And in the same tone added that if something is wrong, then everything has gone awry. Norio is left to wonder if perhaps something really did happen. After the fuss with the ice cream, Norio decides to leave the girls to themselves, and soon comes across the sight of a newly finished shield. Orcubo enthusiastically praises the elven sisters for their impressive work, and Norio recalls, the material is wrought white armor brought from the Veil dungeon. Orcubo explains that they were wondering how to use this armor, and eventually find the answer. The varnish application turned out to be the perfect solution, which works after the Rotwai passes further. Norio looks and smiles. On the farm everything looks calm, as if the hustle and bustle stayed somewhere behind. Nearby, Orcubo and the elf sisters celebrate the completion of their shield and call it the best protector they have ever made. Just as they start talking about creating a new weapon, Prince Arowana suddenly appears and greets the company. Norio is surprised by his appearance, and Orcubo jokingly asks the prince if he came for a sumo match. One of the elven sisters perceives the arrival of Prince Arowana as the perfect opportunity and asks him to become the test subject for her latest creation. Pucker grumbles that the prince appeared without warning and might bring trouble for Lord Sainoltho. Apparently, Norio himself does not mind. The elf beams and boasts she made Nukadzuk pickles using Gara Rufa. Arowana, confident in his skill to enjoy novelties, immediately agrees and confidently declares that whatever she has done, it will be tasty. Norio watches the elf sisters from afar and looks a bit confused at what is happening, as if he cannot keep up with the course of events. His thoughts are interrupted by Platiche cheerfully waltzes with tea, sits down next to him and calls him over. Norio mumbles that the world seems to grow and change without them, and Platy immediately doubts. Maybe he is just tired. Platyfish notices. Pache is no longer the same as always. He breathes differently, struggles less to move forward, and from this slowly grows the fear that something is wrong with him. Norio anxiously agrees to go check on the wolf, but as soon as they find him, it becomes clear why Pache is exhausted. The undead king showers him with such intense, suffocating love that Pache collapses from overload, while Norio stands nearby with a stone-faced expression. The undead king tries to compose himself, proclaiming that he is a being who has risen above life and death, but neither Norio nor Platyfish is impressed. Pache seizes the moment and breaks away, but the undead king desperately chases after him, unwilling to stop caressing him. When it becomes clear that Pache is frightened by the undead king's excessive touches, Platyfish takes decisive action. She ties him up and forbids him from touching the animals for some time. The undead king apologizes and Norio smiles, thinking about how his farm still maintains peace, albeit in its own way, amidst all this chaos. Norio tries to say something but is immediately interrupted by Platyfish's stern gaze. She asks him about the formal announcement, then suddenly calls him her brother-in-law. This unexpected address confuses Norio. A wave of strange tension washes over him as he tries to understand what is happening. The quiet atmosphere is shattered by an unexpected statement from a woman with blonde horns. She informs Norio that she and Puffer have decided to get married. Norio weakly catches himself in place, blushing and panicking inside like a schoolboy. Platyfish innocently asks what is wrong with him. When Puffer appears to serve tea, the woman with white horns insists that Puffer also join the conversation, and it turns out the initiative for the marriage was actually Puffer's request. Norio freezes, completely confused, not understanding what exactly they are talking about. The tone of the conversation changes and Ria suddenly takes out a turtle shell shield and places it on the table. Norio asks again if it is really a shield. Ria proudly replies she won it as a prize in a combat swimming competition that took place recently. Touched by the thought, Norio asks if this combat swimming fight is like a sports festival. Puffer explains it is an ancient tradition among mermaids, a fight for their pride. Ria adds that they have different ways of fighting. Male mermaids fight with their bodies and harpoons, while mermaids resort to pharmaceutical magic. Ria explains to Norio, for a merman to master the spear and run fast in the water is a great honor. While speaking, she turns to her brother and teasingly asks if his first victory was just luck with the draw. The brother indignantly denies and boasts his success was achieved by skill, especially since his first opponent was the formidable General Shark. Ria freezes in shock when she realizes her brother not only won, he defeated the reigning champion who was defending the title, and also all the living legends of the mermaid world. Suspecting trickery in such sudden luck, she asks what trick he used. The brother smugly admits, yes, there were tricks, but everything remained within the rules, and he solemnly reveals the secret of victory, borrowed from the turtle shell. Ria's brother explains, the turtle shell became the key to victory. Its strength and roundness reflected and neutralized deadly attacks, allowing for a counterattack. He modestly attributes the success to the support of everyone on the farm and Norio. But Norio rejects these words, warmly telling his brother-in-law that it was his own unbreakable work that really worked, and Ria looks embarrassed in the background. Norio smiles and says that everyone involved in creating the shield will be delighted to hear about its success. Ria remains very quiet and admits the achievement is impressive, but she has questions. Her brother excitedly tells that he secretly came to the arena to watch the fight and support the prince, but Ria quickly changes the subject and asks why he went back to the sea alone while still a prisoner. Iazis, he looks just as curious. Ria's brother admits that Puffer helped him stay in shape and heal wounds during the tournament with potions, and Puffer says that his simple disguises prevented them from being discovered. Norio remains confused and recalls how Puffer worked behind the scenes, as if love gives strength. But Ria does not laugh at all. She yells at them for romanticizing their crime, emphasizing if a prisoner like Puffer is seen with the prince, a huge scandal will erupt in the mermaid kingdom. Ria is stunned. The scandal has already become public knowledge. But for Ria's brother, victory is not only fame but also a heavy burden. Standing one step closer to the throne, he feels an anxiety that does not let go. Is he really capable of becoming the mermaid king? King's brother still doubts and says he's not yet worthy to become the next king. Norio intervenes, trying to calm. People will feel safe and awkward before his reign thanks to the power and good relations with the demon king. Deeply impressed by these caring thoughts, the prince understands he cannot stop at the stage, so he decides to nurture the dignity and charisma of the neighboring demon king, and firmly promises himself to grow to the level of a leader worthy of the throne. Trembling with the desire to become king, Rai's brother suddenly announces that he will go on a pilgrimage to reshape himself from scratch. Norio and Rai are completely stunned, and some spirits even shine and want to join, but Rai bursts out with a loud, desperate protest. He cannot believe that his brother is leaving them so abruptly. Finally, Ria panics over the loss of the palace supplies that the farm depends on, and this confuses Norio even more. To solve the problem, she says she found a replacement, asks Pahur to look after the farm until she returns, and Pahur is torn apart by grief. He fiercely resists and declares that he will go on the prince's pilgrimage instead of her. Brother Rai gazes intently at Puffer and makes a sincere vow. He will hone his skills on land to become a king worthy of both her and his kingdom. Puffer is moved to tears by his words and asks him to wait for her on the road as he walks toward his goal. Rai and Norio secretly watch this intimate moment from a distance, embarrassed and shocked. Rai suddenly concludes that Puffer will likely soon become her daughter-in-law. Norio warns Rai's brother about the dangers of his journey and gives him a specially made talisman for luck. Rai's brother beams at the gift, while Ri herself remains stunned by its strange appearance. Norio confesses guiltily that he based it on a strange image of a prince who loves sumo and pickled cucumbers. Understanding that traveling alone is too dangerous, Norio introduces one of his Urkobo workers to Rai's brother so that he can accompany him on the pilgrimage. The prince hesitated not to bring unnecessary people, but the Urkobo admits he himself is eager to explore the outside world. With Rai's permission, Norio enthusiastically chooses a name for the companion, let it be Hake. The prince is completely thrown off because the name was given on the spot. Before leaving, Puffer gives Prince Arwana a pendant and asks him to keep it closely as a symbol of her presence. Ria and Gararufa watch this romantic gesture with cheerful curiosity, noting what an unexpectedly cute side Puffer has. The prince solemnly vows to always wear the pendant. When the equipment is ready and Hakai is nearby, Prince Arowana finally sets off on the pilgrimage. Ria playfully teases Puffer, calls her the sister of her husband, and asks if she will miss the prince. Puffer calmly replies that long-distance relationships are possible, then reveals an unexpected secret. The pendant is her own handmade creation. It is a portable crystal beacon which she worked hard on, pushing herself to the limit to master the skill. Ria remains completely stunned by Puffer's hidden devotion and skill. In a moment, a flash of joy, Puffer reveals the true power of the pendant, the magic of teleportation. She explains that she can reach anywhere the prince is now as long as she has the crystal. After a brief farewell, Puffer disappears in a flash of light, promising to return for pickles later. Ria, Gararufa, and Norio remain standing, staring into the void, stunned by her impulsive departure. Here, having lost the trail from the sudden disappearance of Puffer, Ria and Gararufa are completely confused. They are struck by the technical impossibility of her stop, adding alchemy to mermaid races, using pharmaceutical magic, an unprecedented event capable of overturning the Magic Research Association. Ria held her breath at the power of the locked genius witch, and Norio only smiles, hinting that such a miracle became possible thanks to the power of love. Yubov the assistant is completely stunned. Puffer the mermaid mastered the teleportation spell so easily, although Lyubov herself suffered through it to earn elite status. From the shock, Belina begins a sudden convulsive seizure without work. While they are still recovering, Puffer appears again instantly, greets the demon duo, and happily tells how surprised Prince Arowana was to see them. Puffer explains, Prince Arowana holds the path to Demon Castle, so she briefly returned to change into more suitable travel clothes. Her casual and quick teleportation leaves Belen and the assistant stunned until she disappears again, cheerfully waving goodbye. Later, Norio calls Badami and other workers to the wardrobe. He wants to show them something while casually talking about the impressive power of psychokinesis. With a solemn resolution, Norio presents his latest creation. He explains the mechanics of the Devicia Mana metal pedal sewing machine and demonstrates. Pressing the pedal starts the needle, which causes the fabric to be sewn together. Norio tells the astonished workers that he created the machine to ease their toil with sewing clothes and help them work much more efficiently. To show the workers the true potential of the machine, Norio declares, "Hand of superiority," and quickly and accurately threads the needle, adjusting the position of the fabric. As soon as he presses the pedal, the machine starts working with unexpected speed, and Badami and the other workers are completely stunned by what they see. Norio shows the finished fabric and the workers freeze at how precisely and quickly it was sewn. Norio smiles, hoping his hard work on the machine will finally be noticed, but suddenly they are hit by a crisis. They realize this machine can effortlessly surpass years of manual training, and in response they burst into desperate cries, calling the invention the devil's tool that will make hand sewing unnecessary, and Norio is left completely bewildered. Gabakichi freezes at what the machine produces. The lines come out incredibly precise and the sewing flies as if it itself crawls in the right direction. But he feels that perfection lacks human warmth. Norio is happy because the invention is appreciated, but Gabakichi understands. The tool is perfect for mass-producing uniforms, but it cannot replace his true dream. Flashing with passion, he declares, he wants not uniforms, but to create unique, creative clothing. Badami thinks soberly. The machine can do tasks that were previously impossible with hand sewing. A spark of inspiration ignites her even more. She happily asks Norio if she can hide in the sewing room and try something. Norio readily agrees, noticing the same burning fire in her eyes. After a few days, Badami's persistence bears fruit, creates exquisitely crafted clothes and armor. Finally, the results of Badami's persistent work are revealed. Ailoran praises the leather armor made from tan monster hides. Elves usually avoid heavy armor to maintain speed, but this design is light. It provides excellent protection and mobility. Rakubo and the team also openly express their admiration, delighted with the new equipment. Impressed by the quality, Norio asks Badami where she gets all these unique ideas just as Lampai calls to present the final part of this discovery. Badami shows her latest work, a massive combat bracer. With a determined shout, "Well, hold on," she releases a burst of explosive flame magic, and Norio is completely stunned. Badami excitedly explains that the bracer contains a mechanism that ejects flame magic, and Norio, bewildered, thinks, have they already gone beyond the limits of ordinary fashion designs? Badami shines with joy and tells Norio that creating things she loves is incredibly pleasant. Norio rejoices with her and recalls the stress she probably had to endure while sewing uniforms, but suddenly Badami turns around and they are caught up by Aster, who greets Norio and announces that she has brought big news. Aster approaches the company and notes that they, as always, feel great. Badami excitedly exclaims that she has just presented her newest creations. When Aster says she came specifically to have clothes made for her, Badami proudly lifts her head. She says that Lord Saint gave her a wonderful device and now she is a truly talented seamstress. Norio wonders if these big news from Aster are related to her request for clothes. With a smile, Aster pulls out a bomb waiting for a revelation that will shock Norio and Badami completely. Aster explains, as her belly grows it becomes harder for her to move, so she needs clothes that fit properly. Despite the surprise, they congratulate her, and Aster reassures Norio her condition is stable now. Aster asks Badami if she can sew her maternity dresses. Enchanted by joy, Badami immediately agrees and adds that she can also take on children's clothes and diapers. She confesses, she really wants to thank Aster for taking her as an assistant. At first, she joined the army only for the money, after her family's tailoring shop went bankrupt. Aster falls silent and recalls Badami's sacrifice. Admits that she has long valued her, how she gave up the dream of opening a tailor's shop in the demonic capital to serve her. The conversation moves Norio and he makes a plan. He suggests they sell the clothes Badami sews in the demonic capital, finally giving her a chance to fulfill the dream she has carried all her life. Astros talks about Badim's talent with such enthusiasm, as if already seeing her designs at the top of the social circles of the demonic capital. To make all this happen without Badim traveling anywhere and without revealing the secret location, Astros offers to pick up the outfits herself, and through connections in her castle find buyers. Even despite such generosity, Badim is stunned and still not sure if her work is truly good enough to be appreciated by others. Belina takes Batmi by the hand and asks her to promise. This time she will not give up on her dream. She apologizes for not appreciating her kindness before and admits, Batmi always lifted her spirits. Warm words dispel doubts and Batmi passionately declares that she will put her whole heart and soul into the work. Belina and Yuri excitedly jump into the conversation. They need new clothes. T reminds them not to forget about armor. Norio admits the desire to dress up and feel sophisticated is completely normal. For the future needs related to Aster's, Lena suggests that they all learn to use a sewing machine and thus share Batmi's work. Although Lena calls herself clumsy, she will stubbornly learn despite advice that she doesn't need to push herself. And Norio understands, if everyone craves new garments, a shortage of labor will soon occur. He considers how to expand the cotton fields and silkworm farms and also implement new systems to keep up. Turning to Belina, he asks if she would take charge of the spinning machines, explaining that her psychokinesis would be invaluable for this work. Delighted by the request, Belina eagerly agrees to help. Badami thought deeply, feeling the weight of expectations while trying to create a fashion sensation in the demon capital. But she fails to finalize the dress sketches for Mrs. Dora, and this does not go unnoticed. Belina only smiles. Then the focus shifts to the farm and chaos erupts again when Puffer gets into trouble, so an urgent call for help flies to Belina. With a note that this story is for another day, the chapter ends. Norio wipes sweat from his forehead and breathes contentedly after hard work. Standing in the now impeccably clean wooden corridor with a broom in hand, he declares that everything is clean here, while at the same time puzzling over how Kitten always manages to keep such order. Lady brings Norio rice balls and he immediately understands. Inside are sharp, crackling fits. Norio explains that Hephaestus seems to have a taste for them. The balls are served as a prayer for wisdom, and moreover, miraculously from the altar received the blueprints for a sewing machine. Plady remains standing and staring, unable to believe what absurdly close friendship Norio has devoted himself to with the gods. Norio prays to Hephaestus and offers rice balls as a sign of his gratitude. Plady watches from the side with a smile, glad that this ritual brings Norio closer to the deity. When Hephaestus bites into the spicy rice balls with caviar, he is overwhelmed with pure delight and declares that he is truly the one who is grateful. Hermes approaches Hephaestus and asks which banquet dish satisfies his hunger. Hephaestus joyfully explains that the mortal to whom he gave a gift treats him to tasty rice balls, especially the last, spicy ones. After eating, Hephaestus inquires of Hermes about the progress of a certain matter, and Hermes shyly hushes his breath and secretly worries that Hephaestus might have forgotten their promise regarding the same. Hermes fearfully thinks that haste in construction might cause their foolish father Zeus to break free from imprisonment, and to his surprise, Hephaestus has already finished the work unveiling the binding adamantine labyrinth of eternal black hawthorn. The structure is so incredibly complex that Hermes cannot help but wonder, could Hephaestus have some secret grudge against Zeus? Hephaestus shows that he has also completed the task regarding the angel whom Hermes left in his care. Struck by the fact that both Prisman Zeus and the angel are ready, Hermes sincerely marvels at Hephaestus' skill. Hephaestus does not rush to brush it off. He only admits that he got too carried away with his own joy while carving another angel and calls Hermes to look at the result. He demonstrates a calm angel and Hermes freezes, stunned by the colossal power of his brother, the god of creation. Hephaestus explains, during the outfitting of the new angel and her armament, he prioritized convenience over destruction. While Hermes admires the neat appearance and functional equipment, he wonders, has the destructive power diminished, or is this a design born from Hephaestus's fondness for angels? With the final press of a button, Hephaestus releases high-dimensional mana. The angel activates successfully. After the release of high-dimensional mana, a new angel comes to life with a joyful exclamation. But as soon as she settles in and looks around, she immediately freezes, staring at Hephaestus and Hermes, and jokingly claims that these two gods look way too gloomy. Hephaestus informs the group that he made no changes to the angel's cognitive contours, and she bursts out shocked, insisting that her personality should have been the first to be changed. Hephaestus calmly replies, "Fate lives in a person's character and no one has the right to distort its course." He concludes, for her blurred personalities to converge, harmonize, and merge into a single identity, her own experiences and reflections are needed. Hermes steps forward with ostentatious confidence and announces that he, the god of wisdom, will be the angel's guide. But the angel is not concerned at all. She sharply rejects his offer and orders him to stay away because he is disgusting. Watching Hermes noticeably get irritated and flustered, Hephaestus calmly sums up, Hermes desperately needs special training. Hermes concludes that the angel's lack of manners is unacceptable and decides to take her under his wing to straighten out her character before she is sent to Earth to the saint. Hephaestus approves and Hermes immediately grabs the angel. Despite protests and a complete lack of mood, he drags her away, using one of his 48 divine techniques as the god of wisdom. Hermes wastes no time. With one of his divine techniques, he snatches the angel and with furious force slams her into the ground, brain buster, vertical heaven drop, so she faints while he takes her for further improvement. God says goodbye to them for good as the group sets off on a journey through endless spaces. Arowana looks back at the path traveled and declares that they will finally truly step into the boundless world and cannot help but notice how Vale's sleepy face kills the entire tense atmosphere. While on the road, Arowana recalls the kindness of the Demon King and rumors about the Demon Queen's pregnancy. She shares a tender moment with Vale, praising her beauty and intelligence, and Vale responds with playful ringing laughter. When Haki asks why Arowana chooses to travel the surface instead of settling down like his father, he admits he seeks evolution and growth to immerse himself in the diverse experiences the world offers. Arowana reflects the surface is a dangerous and alien place for merfolk. But Haki worries less about this. He doubts that unimaginable difficulties will just fall on them. Barely finishing his sentence, a huge object falls from the sky, a harsh explosion of debris thunders, and the whole company is thrown into confusion. Next to Arowana and Haki, a harsh crash suddenly rises and both convulsively shudder from the surprise. From the dust emerges Hermes, god of wisdom and knowledge, greeting them with such urgency that it tightens the chest. Wasting no time, Hermes turns to Arowana, calls him Child of Poseidon, and informs him he has a request. Hermes offers the newly created angel to join Arowana on his journey. Arowana freezes and instantly recognizes the angels, a terrifying weapon of destruction. Spring cuts through the silence. She is of the same kind as Horkosfin, abilities honed during reboot, but the mental state still wavers, as if on the verge of breakdown. Arowana asks what the angel is really capable of. Hermes explains, accompanying them on the road, she will grow and strengthen in thoughts. Tempering words with a joke, Hermes warns she can destroy the world, and Arowana finally panics. Then Hermes leads her back, and Arowana takes a moment to digest everything. He sums up, being able to raise and lead someone is an integral part of his pilgrimage, a necessary experience to later become a great king in the merfolk kingdom. Arowana asks the angel's name. Hermes, pleased with her decision, notes the journey will be fruitful, and yet he decides that this unique angel should be renamed to align with the saint's intentions. Bursting with enthusiasm, Hermes solemnly proclaims her new name Sangokufin, and the angel can only respond with a confused humming completely without words. Sangokufin greets everyone with crazy energy, although the situation itself confuses her a bit. Arowana warmly welcomes her, introduces her to comrades Puffer and Haki. When the introduction ends, Hermes says goodbye and leaves. While the whole company stands together, one thing becomes obvious. Their adventure has just become much more complicated with the appearance of this unexpected new participant. And the same perspective shifts again to the Mermaid Kingdom. The leadership has gathered during a serious meeting. In the luxurious underwater city, a bearded official asks how things are with the peace. The human kingdom is destroyed and Prince Arowana has departed, so the leaders worry. Will their country still truly be safe and maintain calm? Tension in the room rises. The only waiter Eska shouts that the kingdom faces sudden destruction. Like the human kingdom, he insists they must stick to the plan and marry Plata off to the Demon King. And his anger bursts out at Gendor, a nobleman who not only opposed the plan but also went straight to King Branus to disrupt it. Gendor remains calm, questions the logic of such succession, and says that a marriage alliance with her human kingdom would only create more complications. Thank you for watching. Gendor insists that without choosing any extremes, they avoided the worst scenario, so the country needs a balanced political decision to move forward into the future. But another official does not believe this. He thunders that they cannot just wait until the Demon Kingdom attacks. He demands to immediately return Princess Plata and strike against King Nakus to make contact with the demon ruler, saying it is not too late to act. The discussion becomes increasingly desperate. One official suggests that if Princess Plati cannot be used, then the second Princess Angel should be given as a concubine to the Demon King to strengthen ties. But he is immediately cut off. marriage with the enemy will be seen as a sign of submission, and they will be broken before even entering battle. While the council frantically searches for a way out, a heavy anxiety settles over the mermaid kingdom, fear that the state may fall from within before the demons even launch an attack. A dark-haired mermaid woman thoughtfully looks back on her path, swimming to where Princess Platai lives in seclusion. She recalls Prince Arowana's order to deliver something to her and finally approaches the outskirts of the saint's farm, hesitating whether she has come to the right place. Making her way through the forest, she cannot suppress doubts about the story of the saint. It seems to her, did Princess Pletty invent an imaginary husband, simply covering up her disappearance and forcing herself to escape the noise of the ordinary world? But shaking off these suspicions, she decides she must find the princess at any cost. Sai continues her path, determined to convince Princess Platai to return to the mermaid country and negotiate with the demon ruler, even if it costs her own life. When she reaches the place, a view of a peaceful farming estate appears before her. Looking closer, Sai notices a man working in the field and immediately understands this is the farmer she is looking for. Kalja, she politely approaches the burly man, asks if this is the same farm belonging to the saint, and requests to be introduced to the owner. The man agrees, calls the saint, and he immediately appears. She is suddenly gripped by anxiety. What if the land has already been taken over by demons? Especially since Norio Idodmi casually greets the man as Demon Kingson. She freezes in complete shock. Did she hear correctly when Norio called Hakai Demon King? Hakai is equally confused, wonders why such a figure ended up in a place like this. But when the confusion settles, she realizes the man before her is truly the legendary saint she was looking for. After that, Hakai introduces himself, smiles friendly, and acknowledges her as the proxy of Prince Arowana, thanking her for coming all the way to the road right to the farm. Norio and Hakai share a light, warm moment. Hakai thanks Norio for help with the farm work. Then Norio leads Je to Plotty's home, and Je quietly admires his composed, refined manner. When they arrive, Princess Plotty appears with a radiant smile and kindly greets Je on behalf of her brother. Je reveals the ice-breaking truth about the mermaid country. The central government is on the verge of collapse because anxiety does not subside for a moment. She warns once the human country is destroyed, demons may strike them next. In despair, Je begs Princess Platty to return home and help save their country, insisting, now or never. Here Platty shockingly learns, her people tremble in fear of a demonic invasion. Hakai sharply cuts off this is fear that makes stupid questions normal, and demons have no reason to target the mermaid country. He explains that the war with humans was purely defensive and demons only repeat others' actions, responding to hostility with hostility and friendship with friendship. Je is struck into complete shock when she realizes the demon lord Zidane is actually here on the farm. Platty calmly sets everything straight. The farm is the place where exactly those incredible guests appear. Je tries to grasp everything happening, and meanwhile she is introduced to another amazing resident Princess Lediclet, the princess of a destroyed human kingdom, who diligently works the land with a hoe. Asa is completely stunned upon hearing that the Demon King and Prince Arowana are actually friends. Norio explained. During his travels, he visited the demon capital and managed to establish a connection between these two rulers. Asa tries to digest the thought that her prince is friends with the most powerful man on earth, and Norio adds, both states agreed to officially announce their friendship one day. Makai only smiled and noted that this is already history left behind. She trembles when she learns Prince Arowana strategically planned a century of peace between their states. While she marvels at his unexpected diplomatic skill, Demon King Zidane thoughtfully considers the situation and apologizes for the anxiety caused by keeping their friendship secret. Silence often truly breeds misunderstanding. Je freezes as she gathers the full depth of Prince Iruan's foresight. The official explanation sounds dry and flawless. The prince deliberately waits for the right moment to announce the alliance with the demon country. By keeping this quiet, he lets political opponents, those loudly demanding the prince be married off to demons, as soon as possible renounce the current power and thereby expose their ignorance themselves. When the truth becomes public, these critics will be humiliated, and his corrupt system will crack, leaving the prince only to easily clear out the old corrupt orders. In Je's mind, the absence of Prince Uranus stops her. She quickly realizes it was a calculated move to expose and destroy the rebels. Demon King Zidane notes that Je finally understood the situation and adds also about the quality of people in the mermaid country. Meanwhile, Vale expresses gratitude to Norio and asks to keep the land's location secret. When doubts fade, Je decides to keep the alliance details secret and prepares to act as a debater to help the prince overthrow the old system. While Je is about to head home, Platyfish offers to share with other mermaids living on the farm the freshest news from their hometown. Je is surprised. It turns out she's not the only mermaid there. Then Norio invites her to stay for a meal before departure. Platyfish calls Puffer, Garufa, and Rampwhite to join them while some mermaids are busy. In an instant the silence dissolves. One of the mermaids quickly appears and respectfully bows to Platyfish. Platyfish cheerfully introduces you to other mermaid residents, but the mood breaks instantly. Ja and one of the women exchange glances and freeze in shock. Norio watches confused and asks if they know each other. The woman sharply shouts as it dawns on her. She calls Ja guard, who during an audience with the king caused her a real massacre. Another resident immediately joins the quarrel. She yells at Ja and accuses her of disrespect, claiming Ja dared to curse Platyfish right before his majesty. The muscular mermaid Rampoi furiously lunges at Ja, demanding she bow before Platyfish, and threatens to burn out her eye, but Ja does not even look away, brushes her off, and reduces her to one thing: a wild soldier. Meanwhile, Norio and Platyfish stand and watch, baffled by the sudden hostility between them. Rampoi bursts with rage and demands Platyfish's permission to burn the insolent boarder in front of her. Ja sharply responds, calls Rampoi a runaway who belongs in a trench prison, and the tension flies to the limit. Norio panics and tries to break up the fight, and Platyfish only looks guilty, admitting she really forgot about their old enmity. Confused and irritated, she turns to Platyfish and demands an explanation of what is happening. Platy asks Norio if he remembers the circumstances of Rampoi's arrival. She caused a bloody incident, punched a nobleman before the king of mermaids. Norio suddenly realizes that nobleman was Hendra. Ja looks bewildered, and Norio, squeezing thoughts in his head, tries to understand why the prince deliberately sent Hendra as a replacement, knowing it would lead to a clash with Rampoi. Platy suddenly realizes something, and Norio remains confused. She says, despite her harsh character, Rampoi was once a former elite of the royal guard and generally more reasonable than other prisoners. And when Kia recalls that it was Hendra who became the victim of Rampoi's outburst, Norio puts the pieces together. His conclusion is simple and cold. Rampoi is kept in prison only because of that one incident. And it seems Prince Arowana arranged everything so that Hendra ended up there so that Rampoi's guilt could finally be erased. Norio suddenly gains clarity. If Rampo apologizes and Hendra forgives, her old sins might be lifted and then she could return to the royal guard. Seizing the chance, Platyfish suggests, let Rampo apologize to Hendra right here and now. But the response is immediate. Rampo sharply refuses, declaring that for Platyfish she is ready to do doja, but will never bow her head before such a brazen man. Rampui passionately recounts the insults that Hendra hurled at her before the king. He called her a drug-addicted botanist without any honor and added that she would never marry. And Hendra, trying to defend his logic about her approach to his father, eventually falters as Platus begins to interrogate and admits that these cruel words simply slipped from his lips. Both, Rampoi raises a finger, points at Hondura, and shouts that he is the one who must sincerely apologize. She demands, admit your mistakes and fall prostrate before Platyfish for all the insults you threw. At first, Hondura is shocked, but he quickly pulls himself together, the look of a debater ready to stand his ground and the thought that his words must be indisputable. Even if they were just slips of the tongue, he firmly refuses to back down. If he takes them back, his words will lose their power, even if he pays with his life. Rampoi loses patience and declares that she will forever shut the brazen mouth of Honduras as long as he never dares again. Hondura mockingly asks if she resorts to violence again, to which Rampoi proudly proclaims, the hammer of justice. When she swears to punish those who despise the royal lineage, the panicked Norio tries to intervene, and Platyfish only sighs how annoying these debaters are. Platyfish calmly brushes off Norio's worries and decides, the best way to handle the conflict is through an orderly fight. Rampoi and Hondura meet in the garden, both with spears, while Norio and Hakai freeze in desperate fear. Platyfish becomes the judge and sternly orders, this is only a martial arts competition, no real stabs on Norio's territory. Cheerfully shouting go, she starts the match. As soon as the signal sounds, Rampoi rushes forward with a powerful strike. Hondura instantly reacts and intercepts the attack, and their weapons clash explodes with force, tearing the air. The fight bursts into a blurred stream of movements. Rampoi and Hondura exchange heavy blows. Their weapons collide with explosive power, and neither intends to yield an inch. With a determined shout, Hondura pushes Rampoi away, repelling the relentless assault in a brutal display of skill and strength. As the duel intensifies, Rampoi and Hondura exchange blows sharply yet with unexpected precision. Both honestly admit the opponent is truly formidable. Norio watches from the side, openly impressed because Hondura can match Rampoi's power evenly. Platyfish, along with her family, watches the clash. She explains, although Hondura is a debater, he was born into a noble military family and mastered martial arts. Hakai is impressed that Hondura keeps up at the level, and Norio hopes the fight ends without serious injuries. Suddenly, Platyfish reveals a hidden intention, thinking about Lampai, Gararufa, and Puffer. She wants the children who once worked for her to live happily and freely, as if using this chance to make it a reality. Platyfish pauses for a moment and admits, she hoped Rampoi could resolve the tension with Hondura and guarantee Puffer her happiness. While she explains that Hondura simply misunderstood her, Norio looks with the smile of someone who has understood everything and unmistakably sees, Platyfish has thought everything through in detail. Platyfish glances at the fight with a barely noticeable anxiety, wondering if her plan will work, but Norio brushes off the concern. In the heat of the clash, Rampai lets out a fierce scream and presses Hanjura. Despite his own torment, he is shocked that Hanjura moves so deftly even in his state. She calls his endurance disgusting. As the clash unfolds, Rampai suddenly notices. Excitement rises in him, not just anger. Meanwhile, Hanjura cannot keep up with the pace, feels the pressure and as if cornered, although once he was on par with his teacher, Sanmi, in martial arts. When they clash, Honduras suddenly feels the presence of Rampai pulling him in. He understands, the way she carries herself is good and noble, and this truth is revealed in every strike they exchange. In the heat of battle, he sees in Rampai sincere, strong, and straightforward thoughts, a sharpness that goes beyond mere strength. An extremely fierce clash suddenly breaks off. Pandora lowers her guard and kneels on the grass, a gesture of submission or respect. While Rampai stands before her, her weapon is cast aside. At the edge, Platyfish, Norio, and Hake freeze silently at the unexpected turn. Rampai looks confused and does not understand if she really won the fight. Honduras looks at Rampai and begins to speak hesitantly. Then suddenly his face lights up with a wild emotion. He lets out a cry with a passionate confession and asks Rampai to marry him. Rampai remains completely stunned and embarrassed by the unexpected confession. Everyone freezes in shocked stupor after Honduras's passionate proposal. Rampai steps back and Norio, still stunned, frantically grabs Platyfish and shouts for him to explain what exactly just happened and how it could have happened. Honduras speaks with fiery passion, claiming that Rampai's burning eyes captivated him. Rampai, already completely enchanted, replies that every word of his burns her heart. They hold hands in a romantic haze while Norio and Platyfish watch, unable to believe their eyes. How such a fierce Rampai became madly in love in an instant. Norio thanks Rampo for the hard work while she, without distraction, lists her tasks, from checking the refrigerator to preparing marinades. It turns out that she and Hondura registered a computer marriage, so Hondura visits her from time to time. Rampo insists she will not abandon her duties, while Norio catches himself thinking about the workers. Garurufa is already in the medical staff, and Plotty is constantly busy. And suddenly he is overwhelmed by the painful realization. Nara will be able to handle all the work on the farm. They want to be able to handle all the work on the farm. Norio hesitates from a sudden guess. If Pafra and Rampoy are busy with love, the agricultural fermentation department will lose critically important human hands. Panic overwhelms him and in despair he shouts, asking himself where to find new workers. Just as he's about to ask Platy for help, a mysterious blonde woman appears before him. She's called Saint Sama. She looks at him with a confident smile and says that he is exactly where she expected to see him. A blonde girl with long braids makes a loud entrance and introduces herself, Enzel, the Witch of Holy Light. She is immediately called the daughter of the current Mermaid King and the younger sister of Princess Platyfish. Norio is completely lost from the sudden appearance and Platyfish is shocked. She recognizes her and shouts her name. Norio freezes in shock when he realizes the alien is Platy's little sister's Enzel. Platy demands to know why she is here and Enzel calmly replies that finding the secret place was easy, she just followed Hendra. Under Enzel's stern gaze, Hendra breaks out in a cold sweat and awkwardly apologizes for being distracted. The same one remains stunned. She just realized the alien is Platy's little sister's Enzel. Platy immediately starts to scold Enzel, asking about school and accusing her of skipping classes. When Platy warns what will happen if she doesn't earn enough credits, Enzel sharply jerks in response. She stages a theatrical hysteric shouting Platy wan sama and challenges her sister. Norio and the other girls can only stare bewildered at this chaos between the sisters. Enzel dramatically announces, when the Witch of the Sacred Light replaces the elder sister, warning Platy everything must be ready. Norio looks confused, not understanding if she also has medical magic. Without any warning, Enzel releases a powerful burst of energy and knocks Platy away. She screams, flying through the air, and Norio freezes in complete shock. Platy reacts instantly. She blocks with a strike and shouts that Enzel is just a greenhorn, so it's too early for her to challenge her. With one quick move, she knocks Enzel to the ground with her pressed nose and indifferently tells the stunned Norio that she only hit her lightly. Enzel groans and then bursts into loud tears, but Platy, shouting at her sister, calls her a fool. Enzel cannot stop. She sobs and tells Platyfish how scared she was. She grumbles that since Platyfish left without a word, all the political burdens fell on her. The stress was such that she already thought she was starting to go bald. And finally she shouts, it's all because Platyfish refuses to marry demons, and Platyfish and Norio stand nearby and just look embarrassed. Platy asks Hondura about any conspiracies in the mermaid country and he confirms, someone was going to use a hostage to appease the demons. Enzel explodes with anger, shouts that she will not become the concubine of the Demon King and demands that Platy be in her place. When the truth comes out, Plotty realizes it was the terrible pressure and stress of all this political intrigue that pushed Enzel to try to replace her. Enzel cries out in despair, demanding to know why she is still treated like a child. At first, Plotty tries to brush it off and only smiles playfully, but in a moment her gaze becomes serious. Putting her hand on Enzel, Plotty gently calms her and promises to tell everything what happened and how the world has changed. Plotty looks at her sister with a gentle smile. She says she did not abandon her and asks her to believe it. But Enzel cannot hold back. She throws herself into Plotty's arms, sobbing and calling her one chin. Plotty jokingly asks her to stop crying, saying it annoys her, so she holds her even closer. Nearby, Norio and the others just watch and feel great relief. Finally, all this mess has quieted down. While others argue that Enzel's title as Witch of the Bright Holiday is just self-proclamation, and also that she clearly adores Plotty, Enzel is caught off guard. Without any warning, a huge tentacle bursts out and wraps around her, and the girl, breaking into a scream, in fear and complete confusion, suddenly finds herself in someone's hands. Meanwhile, as the tentacles just appear, Ria is struck by the suspicion of a catastrophic failure in the Earthling transformation potion. Plotty and Norio stand confused, and Enzel arrogantly boasts she herself created this formula and nothing is impossible not for the Witch of the Holy Glow. At these words, anger flares up in Ria. She shouts that such a complex potion is beyond a student, and warns any failed attempt inevitably leads to dangerous side effects. Plotty looks confused. She followed the recipe that Enzel left, but it turned out catastrophic. Enzel, even while holding the tentacled creature, stubbornly insists simply following the recipe does not make a person a witch. Norio stands and cannot believe his eyes as chaos unfolds right before him. Norio panics and asks if Enzel is okay, and Plotty just sighs at these troubles. With relief because there is medicine, Norio hopes for a quick recovery, but Plottyfish says that the return of her mermaid form will not be instant. After a short conversation with Hanjura, Plotty decides to leave Enzel as she is for now, leaving the young witch in complete despair. Plotty asks Mika to arrange a physical examination for Enzel at her school. At first Mika hesitates, but Enzel is glowing. She likes that she will be able to be near her sister for some time. While this lasts, Rampoy and her colleagues passionately discuss that their workplace lacks people. Rampoy smiles predatory and hints that she already has a smart solution to their staffing problem. Rampoy reveals the plan. Let Enzel become her assistant to create extracurricular activities. She explains to Norio that under the guidance of top-level medicine magicians, this will be the perfect place for learning. Plotite thinks about how such a system will come in handy when her brother becomes king. Meanwhile, Rampoy and her colleagues see in all this a valuable opportunity to hone their own teaching skills. Plotty suggests selecting recruits for schools in Mermaid Country, and when it comes to Enzel, she cannot hold back. Remembering how once Enzel sneaked into her forbidden laboratory and caused explosions, Plotty declares, because of Enzel's criminal past, a strict approach is needed. Surrounded by other medicine magicians, frightened Enzel hears that she will study pharmacology along with the harshness of the world and the importance of risk management. Norio and Lena look with surprise and a little pity as Enzel trembles under Platys's strict discipline, marking the official start of the young girl's time on the farm. When the whole company agrees to support her development, the action shifts to Princess Letticlet. She energetically boasts before her closest Taro about her noble blood and charisma, Hana, Pes, and Pachai. Princess Letticlet stands in complete astonishment as the village animals scatter away from her, not understanding why her natural noble charm suddenly does not work. Her complaints are cut off by a sharp knockout of silence. Letticlet is immediately silenced and scolded for being too loud. Now driving herself into work, Letticlet grumbles about the cruelty of the demon mermaid, and Plottyfish firmly reminds her, it's time to stop fooling around and get to her bath duty. Beauty, while she cleans the radish and asks herself why she even does this. Princess Letticlet notices a new Fastenzel just as exhausted Anne wonders if this is really a lesson in the hospital. Off-screen, Platty's voice rumbles. He orders them to wash until dinner. After a silent, confused exchange of glances, the two girls suddenly move into a tense confrontation. Bound by a shared misfortune, Princess Letticlet and Enzel throw themselves into each other's passionate embrace, calling themselves comrades and friends. They feel a deep, instant kinship and ask if they have similar noble origins or some tragic past. The friends quickly grow close. They sing together in a moment of shared emotional relief. Princess Letticlet and Enzel cling tightly to each other, a demonstrative, dramatic scene of their friendship. And at that moment the furious Plotty cuts through the air. When Plotty screams wildly at the two troublemakers for playing around, they immediately stop the game and freeze in fear and submission. Nearby, Norio smiles to himself. The farm is becoming livelier with these newcomers. Through a series of scenes it is clear, transfer magic on the farm has become the latest trend and it is incredibly useful. Plotty's brother uses it to return from the forest, the Orcubo team to enter the dungeon, and the workers to head back after milking. Even the spirits on the farm's werewolf favorites fly into the sky, taking off thanks to this spell. Noya watches and cannot understand how everyone on the farm suddenly became so skilled in transfer magic. Magic? Norio is shocked that most children on the farm already know how to use transfers magic. Rin explains, it used to be a demon spell, but Puffer created a potion to make it accessible. Sensei's instructions helped with this. Even as a mermaid, Rin uses it effortlessly. When she offers to teach Norio, he immediately refuses, convinced that such magic is simply beyond his ability. They showed Norio 4 clear teleportation points: the Sensius Cave in the dungeon, the Dangnu Vila mining location, a large public bathhouse, and the original farm. As soon as they started calculating logistics, Vale burst into the conversation high energy, declaring that security was perfect. Proudly, she explained that together with Earth spirits and corpse models, she had built advanced traps to ensure these points had reliable protection, and Norio was a bit taken aback by her assertiveness. Norio thanks Rin, and she immediately replies, as the land expands and more people learn about the farm, security needs to be tightened. Suddenly, Wei bursts into the conversation with loud laughter and confidently says that she will be automatically notified if something goes wrong at the transfer points. Wei's excessive energy makes Rin sharply withdraw. She is clearly irritated by what is happening. Sitting and watching, Norio sighs heavily. He recognizes one of Wei's unemployment attacks and this end remains confused, as everyone around effortlessly uses the extremely complex transfer magic. Rin trembled, imagining the future where Petty moves to the demon capital, and dreaming that everyone could master transfer magic. Norio tries to calm her, admitting that even he is incapable in her eyes, but Rin quickly shifts to another concern: the risks of the transfer system itself. She fears that villains might use it against everything. When Norio reacts uncertainly, Rin misinterprets his expression and asks if he is looking down on her. Rin warns Norio they need to be careful with magic lockbreakers, illegal sorcerers capable of analyzing and neutralizing magical codes. Norio is reminded once again how dangerous the outside world can be. And suddenly Rin catches an idea. She announces that this is the perfect chance to strengthen the farm's security, leaving Norio and Wei completely baffled. While several magic circles appear one after another in the sky, Rin excitedly explains her plan to stop the magical lockbreakers. She says she raised the coordinate codes from 176 to 437 digits, so the system is almost unbreakable, and Norio is completely bewildered by the sharp jump in technical complexity. Ren does not lose the pace of her technical lecture and explains, the more digits in the code, the almost impossible it is to decipher it, and adds that she deliberately set traps so that illegal invaders get stuck in an endless loop. When Norio asks what will happen next, Ren calmly reveals the technique her teacher taught her. She will burn the chest of the illegal intruder and Norio will be completely amazed. Rin calmly finishes the explanation, and her words knock Norio and Vale off their feet. Both are shaken. While they try to comprehend the terrifying nature of these traps, Vale already doubts. Could Rin actually be much more competent than she appears? Maybe she assembled the magical scheme in a moment. And Norio swallows sweat in disbelief. He shivers at the thought that such a complex, syphilitic hacker battle took place right under his nose. Norio bursts out, yelling at Rin for calling herself incompetent and spineless, even though her abilities are obvious. He insists that the reason is her restraint and quiet demeanor and declares, from now on her name is the self-proclaimed incompetent Baruna. Vale finds this apt, but Rin remains embarrassed and confused. Is she being praised or criticized? Noticing this, Norio enthusiastically adds, from now on Rin can count on him. Addressing her by her new title, the self-proclaimed Baruna, Rin openly blushes and is shy from the attention. Later, Rin mentions the strange nickname to a comrade who advises. When Norio calls her Saint Sans, he acknowledges her strength. This panics Rin. She brushes it off, saying she doesn't deserve such praise because so many supported her on the farm. The companion asks Rin if she has a vision of what she wants to do. Blushing, Rin shares her dream. She imagines herself as Baruna, a faithful servant of Saintsum, bravely repelling the forces of evil to preserve peace on the farm. Norio warmly encourages her to follow her heart, but the companion is completely baffled and asks if she suffers from chunibyo. Pladis' brother lets out a cry of pure delight as soon as he looks at the farm and cannot get enough of its possibilities. He is completely enamored with everything: the living quarters and fields, the water channel, the huge bath, and even the perfectly placed toilet. And when he realizes that transport magic makes even distant dungeons accessible, he decisively concludes, there is only one thing left in his life: to get to work. Norio and Rin are bewildered by the sudden visit of Okubo and several other Okubos. Okubo bluntly states that he hates having too much free time and explains. When Norio asks about the request, the Okubos were thinking about their future employment. And here Okubo reveals an unexpected ambition: they want to build a ship. Norio and Rin, stunned, doubt why they need such a plan, but Okubo immediately confirms they intend to use it for fishing. Okubo explains, once they build the ship, they will be able to catch more fish and ease the burden on Platy. Norio nods but immediately asks if they even know how to construct it. However, the more residents there are, the sharper the need for food, and the Okubos themselves admit they don't understand shipbuilding at all. The only thing they rely on is the ship on which the Lord of Stairs arrived. They believe it simply works on magical power. Orcubo and his companions collapse to the ground in desperate supplication and beg Norio to grant them the wisdom of shipbuilding. Their zeal is baffling. Norio quickly orders them to lift their heads, and as they watch this interaction, Rin is deeply impressed by his nature. Norio admits, Orcubos are truly tireless workers and decides to give them more options and help Platches with work alongside them. From this, the happy workhorn Cubos rise and shout their gratitude to their lord. The giant sailboat is finally completed, and this marks the success of Norio's advice. Orcubo is deeply impressed. He admits that he had completely given up, thinking that only magic could move a ship. Norio explained to him the principles of sails and rudder. While Rin checks if everything is safe and ready for the journey, Norio confirms all necessary tools have been loaded on board. Norio takes care of every detail, preparing the Orcubos for the journey, reminds them to take a compass and eat lemons to prevent scurvy, and Rin adds her own shows that she has already marked the ship with a magical potion for recognition, and advises that if they get lost, they should seek help from mermaids. Finally, she warns, in case of emergencies, transport magic is always available. After expressing thanks, Orcubo and his companions set sail. The Orcubos raise anchor high and loud, giving loud shouts of hooray and promising an incredible catch. But as soon as the course is set, Norio suddenly is overcome by panic. Shouldn't they have made a big flag of luck with the catch, leaving Rin completely puzzled by his sudden anxiety. It rains for 3 days and the initial enthusiasm fades. The Orcubos conclude that they're completely lost, and on the horizon looms distant land that does not resemble the farm. Lost and confused, the Orcubos recall the compass that Norio gave them for just such a case and very quickly realize another thing. The tool is in their hands, but no one knows how to read it. Tension hangs in the air. Part of the crew continues to fish anyway, but the mood remains gloomy. They fear they will not be able to find their way home. Irritated that he was left without a catch, Orcubo shouts at the top of his lungs about his determination, but his own crew insists he is too loud. He bets everything on one last throw and joyfully feels the fishing line jerk strongly, but as soon as he starts pulling, he realizes that something much bigger than an ordinary fish is hooked. Either Cubo twitches every muscle, a mask of determination frozen on his face as he pulls against the mighty force of the fishing line. A big catch, and what a catch, he shouts, praying desperately that the chance won't slip away. At the end, a sudden, explosive jerk and he throws the tackle back. A colossal creature bursts from the ocean, finally revealing the scale of his catch. Orcubo triumphantly shouts that he has finally caught the prey, but as soon as the creature emerges from the water, it turns out to be Nico. The Orcubos freeze in complete confusion, and Nico looks back at them just as bewildered. She was caught by those she was not expecting. The whole team bursts into applause and cheers, praising Orcubo for catching Nico and comparing this triumph to the deeds of their lord. Orcubo is pleased, but Nico does not stop reproaching. She does not believe she was caught and, panting wildly, hurls curses at the damned earthlings for disgracing her. Orcubos in response only become completely lost. Then Nico sharply changes tone. She declares that she is Zithzilla Sorcuber of the Abyss and swears to take revenge for being caught. Both Orcubos and the exiled criminal group are shocked, but when she looks closer, Nico pauses and asks if they are Orcubos. They nod guiltily, yes. Firm, Nico contemplates a marvel, encountering someone who speaks on the Orcubos, which commands the ship, and even wondering if it is not a demon. When the Orcubos begs for forgiveness in a pleading tone, she agrees, but with a sinister trick. Nico announces that she will use them as test subjects for her latest magical batch, part of the research how to transform mana into life. The Orcubos are stunned. Nico pours the potion onto the deck and explains that her research on artificially creating monsters in the Sea Kingdom is considered heresy. Forcaboin, having forced her to live as a fugitive, coldly cuts in. If they are pseudo-living forms, then she will not feel guilty experimenting on them. Nico smiles sinisterly and the Orcubos tremble, already sensing that the slaughter is about to begin. Nico puts the plan into action, calls his children, Deep Ones, to wash the deck. He coldly warns the creatures if they cannot defeat a few Orcubos, then they are worthless. Orcubos tremble with fear when the attack falls upon them. Nico raised her gaze to Orcubos, and her bloody, confident smile cut through the air. She was telling how unfortunate it was that they caught her in the middle of the ocean. She warned, even if a shark could only tear off their limbs, their current fate was much more terrifying. Frightened and crushed by fear, Orcubos could only curse their luck as they faced the horror she unleashed. Nico cold-bloodedly gives the order, and the giant monsters begin the assault to kill Orcubos. When the quiet Diglett gather on the deck, the frightened Orcubos desperately search for courage, shouting for everyone to stand and fight back to reclaim what they believe belongs to them. The Akubo close ranks, shouting in defiance as the hideous depths approach. A general roar, and they launch a desperate counterattack to reclaim their ship. Orcubosi repel with pure force, striking the summoned monsters. With the final surge of power, they drive the Deep Ones back into the sea and successfully cleanse the deck. Orcubosi explode with joy and the rumble of applause, celebrating a victory won at the cost of incredible effort. Nico remains in complete stupor. She cannot comprehend how her most advanced, highest-performing models could lose to them. While she doubts their strength, the Orcubosi proudly declare, they are not just Orcubosi, they are a mutant warrior race that evolved from Saint-Sama. Nika, the Orc Soroboesi continue to boast, showing that their leader has outgrown the stage of an orc warrior and has twice evolved into Legatus Orc. Nika freezes in utter shock and disbelief. She cannot understand that not only was she captured, but also defeated by the Orcabos. Sitting humiliated on the deck, she begins to worry about the safety of her creations and feels too ashamed ever to return to her place. As soon as the Orcubosi decide they have gained the advantage, Nico unleashes a devastating new summon. With a confident, self-satisfied smile, she calls a giant octopus and it wraps the ship with powerful tentacles, threatening to sink the entire vessel along with the crew. Nico commands it the colossal summon, the forbidden abyss, to destroy everything and leave no one alive, to turn the orcs into sea carrion. As the creature looms with its immense grandeur, the Legatus Orc and his warriors realize in horror, if the attack is not stopped, the ship will definitely go down. Orcs? Nico laughs madly, mocking the orcs for their mistake, becoming enemies of the Sorkabori of darkness. And when the Forbidden Deep curses unleash giant tentacles and crush everything in their path, the Legatus Orc remains in complete shock and fear. Just as Nico celebrates her power, the Forbidden Depth suddenly turns against its master. Nico panics and demands the creature release her, but the summon does not listen. The grip only tightens. In pure terror, she comes to a terrible truth. Her most powerful creation is an uncontrollable disaster with monstrous strength. In shock, Nico tries to tear off the tentacles of the failed spell, but the orcs see their chance. With a loud command, they order Orkuma to attack. Eager to finish the fight quickly, Orkuma rushes forward with a fierce battle cry and leaps onto the powerless Nico. Orkuma's fierce attack ends with a devastating blow. Nico flies across the deck. Exhausted by the force of the collision, she only stares in stunned disbelief. She cannot believe that an orc is capable of such incredible power. Orkuma does not stop at the first strike. He grabs Nico and throws her high above the deck with a lightness that makes her shudder and resist in shock. Nico demands to know what he intends nearby. Other orcs roar wildly, shouting excitedly about the all-conquering power of their leader. Orkuma looks at Nico with a cold gaze and remarks that falling with such a Forcubo was surely painful. Then the scene abruptly shifts to the calm facade of Norio's house. Inside, Mina suddenly bursts in, exclaiming with excitement that Orkuma and the rest of the group have finally returned. Norio, who is quietly eating, is surprised by the commotion. Mina rushes to him and frantically asks if everyone is okay and how they are managing. Orcubo and his group finally reach Norio's home. Orcubo carries the defeated Nico in his arms. Norio freezes in place. He recognizes her from that strange sight, the very famous, Six Orcubo or Abyssequan. Nico does not get a chance to explain a word. Norio bombards with questions non-stop until Orcubo calmly, without extra words, replies, they simply got lost and asked her for help. Nico asks Norio not to call her by her title. She is ashamed and admits she recognized in him the Sorkabor Koroni. Norio acknowledges yes, he identified her with magic on the ship. Despite her arrogance, Nico sincerely thanks Norio for bringing Orcabos home. But as soon as she glances at Norio's dwelling, she is overwhelmed with complete shock. How can such a magical place even exist? And Nico is truly enchanted by the surroundings. She notices mutated tall Lycaons and hardworking goblins. She is overwhelmed by the abundance of research materials, so she insists on staying and studying these quirky deviations to her heart's content. Norio does not object, but immediately clarifies that her current physical condition makes moving around too difficult. Dragon offers Nico a valuable land transformation elixir for people, and by the way, says you can get materials here easier than easy. Nico is deeply impressed, and her curiosity about Norio's home only grows. But as soon as Oriko lifts her up, Nico suddenly realizes, on the ground she is showing her lower half. Norio panics and quickly covers her eyes, but Mina cuts in directly. Hez is already late. After the humiliating incident, Nico breaks free with a powerful salto strike, throwing Oriko back and forcing Kobo to stagger as well. She declares that her research will have to be postponed until she gets some decent things for herself. Norio, still embarrassed, cautiously asks if she has anywhere to return to. The dragon whispers to Norio about Nico's secret laboratory at the bottom of the ocean, a huge complex full of experimental test creatures that only sorcerers can control. Nico just admits that she must return immediately so that none of them escape outside. Before leaving, Norio and the dragon give her potions for transforming into land humans and an antidote, order her to gather quickly, and promise that she will be able to visit again. Nico warmly hugs Norio and Dragon and promises to bring them back some of the drugs she grew as souvenirs for the next visit. Diving back into the water, she looks back one last time, tells them not to forget her, and separately calls out to the confused Orcubo. Neku gives Orcubo the final, full hint so that he does not forget about Harem. The muscular Orcubo is completely overwhelmed, confused, bewildered. From the side, Norio and Dragon see this and cannot help but notice the romantic tension, wondering if a relationship is developing between the dangerous Onesin and the brutal macho Orcubo. A new chapter begins. On stage are the enchanting Mina and Enzel, two beauties who are the face of the farm. Mina freezes in shock. Zotsira has already visited. When Norio asks if they know each other, Mina clarifies she is more like a teacher, and reveals that it was Zotsira who taught Puffer the basic foundations of medical magic. This leaves Norio completely bewildered. Enzel, in an elevated mood, declares a new responsibility to lead Peepling, sincerely hopes that later she can get leadership advice from Zotsira. As soon as someone leaves, they jokingly call Enzel the stupid sister and ask Norio to take care of her. But in a moment, the atmosphere becomes intensely dramatic. It turns out that 4 of the 6 Mad Witches have already gathered, and now the most talented and knowledgeable, the Abyss Witch, joins them. Enzel is completely bewildered. Enzel remains in complete stupor and cannot comprehend how coexistence between Demon King, great calamities, and various races could ever become normal, and the mention of Sorcerer of Darkness twists the mystery even tighter. The scene shifts to Witch of Abyss. She admires the incredibly powerful lands of Norio and his otherworldly culinary skills, then finally utters the shocking truth about family ties. The man is the husband of her sister. At first, Enzel is overwhelmed by envy. She shouts that it is unfair because only her sister gets attention. But in a moment, she sharply comes to her senses. It's useless to pity herself. With a focused gaze and clenched fists, Enzel vows to fight and prove that she is better than her sister, to strive for absolute victory. Heated by her determination, Enzel aggressively demands, who dared to call her an idiot? When she realizes that Kakashi is in front of her, the very same Kakashi, she no longer lets this stop her. Smirking slyly, she declares that the time is perfect and rushes forward, intending to use Kakashi as a punching bag to release her fighting spirit. Enzo lunged forward and launched an attack at Kakashi, but to her shock she saw he managed to dodge her strikes. Enraged by his evasion, she even ran after him, screaming madly in frustration. But this clash only fuels her even more. She declares that she will fight such an irritating Kakashi again and again because she is confident if she faces an equal opponent, over time she will win and become stronger. Enzel ignites a fierce desire to defeat her sister and squeezes every last bit of strength from her body. But the clash with Kakashi leaves her powerless, and Enzel, exhausted, falls to the ground, barely beginning to gasp for air when Princess Leteclit appears, mocking her as a cute little bird that so easily breaks and surrenders, causing Enzel to flare up with furious indignation and boil with rage. Princess Leteclit laughs at Enzel, calling her fragile for crying over defeat, and warns Kakashi is a formidable opponent. Enzel realizes with surprise that Leteclit probably fought him too. With pride, Leteclit admits she's one of those who challenged Kakashi, but her record consists of 3 fights and 3 losses, so Enzel simply points out that she lost every single time. Princess Leteclit asks Enzel why she is also fighting against Mr. Scarecrow and honestly admits, on a farm full of powerful monsters, she thought he would be the only one she could actually defeat. She says, since they have a common enemy, working together is logical. And as soon as this thought touches Enzel, she involuntarily puts the puzzle together. Now they are comrades with one goal. Decided to win, Princess Leteclit and Enzel agree to become allies in a duel against Mr. Scarecrow. Leteclit behaves like a comrade on the outside, but secretly weaves a plan to gather an army and capture the human kingdom. But just as they prepare to attack, they are shocked. Kakashi have already disappeared. Their numbers have increased, and along with that, the lands for farms have expanded. Enzel and Princess Leteclit launched an attack on Kakashi's, but they turned out to be incredibly slippery. No matter how much the girls tried to corner them, Kakashi's dodged the blows and jumped away. Outraged by what seemed to them cowardice, both rushed after the fleeing Kakashi, shouting for them to stop running and fight. 10 minutes later, the chase ends. Everyone is completely exhausted. Even Kakashi looks worn out, and Enzel and Princess Leteclit are just gasping for air on the ground. Irritated and stunned that ordinary Kakashis played them so easily, the 2 girls finally admit defeat and decide to end it there. Suddenly, the silence of the farm is broken. Workers from Aiden panic, shouting that monsters are appearing. Puffer and others are confused by the alarm. Enzel, Princess Leteclit, and Kakashi watch the noise in amazement until a flying monster flies overhead. The workers recognize it as a dangerous stray. It escaped from the nearest dungeon. Orcubo orders the extra worker to leave everything to him, and he himself runs away to borrow weapons from the elves. But when the flying creature hovers over the frightened Enzel and Princess Leteclit, Orcubo is overwhelmed by panic. He realizes that he cannot strike blind. Lithe girls are right in its corridor. Enzel and Princess Leteclit scream in horror as the giant claw of the monster descends on them. leaving a feeling of complete doom. But just as the blow is about to strike, Kakashi suddenly bursts into the fight, shielding the two girls and taking the full force of the monster's strike. The sharp claw of the monster slashes with a bloody strike, and Kakashi wildly flies back across the field. His hat is torn into the air as he flies through space. After this brutal attack, Enzel and Princess Lettucelet tremble in panic. Enzel and Princess Lettucelet collapse in tears, sobbing for Mr. Scarecrow and berating their foolishness. They just saw how he sacrificed himself to protect them. They continuously whisper apologies and insist that he is the best Kakashi. When this emotional scene finally quiets down, Kakashi quickly gets to his feet, and Orkubo asks if they should now take Kakashi back to the master's place. Norio proudly shows the repaired Kakashi and declares that it is his handiwork. He fixed them. Enzel and Princess Lettucelet freeze in surprise when they see Kakashi is moving again. A wave of relief washes over them, so the girls rush to Kakashi and sob with joy and gratitude. Norio sternly scolds Enzel and Princess Lettucelet for wandering to the edge of the farm and acting the way they did during the attack. Because of this, his road Scarecrow was destroyed. He warns, with such recklessness they will not get away with it. Then the two girls are forced to work exhausted and soaked with sweat. They thresh rice and learn the hard labor needed to make the delicious food they eat. Fate, Vale sternly reminds Enzel and Princess Lettucelet to work diligently, explaining that the straw they're sorting is part of Mr. Scarecrow. While they labor exhaustingly, the two girls ponder their hidden motives. Princess Lettucelet dreams of someday reclaiming her human kingdom, and Enzel stubbornly decides to keep moving forward to eventually defeat her sister. No matter how much her body aches from fatigue, this struggle is fueled by a new sense of ambition. Norio Itanami stands in the middle of his vast open space with a gentle smile and holds a basket full of the fruits of his labor. Behind him, giant mountains stretch to the horizon, framing the peaceful atmosphere of his new life, and on the screen glows the title Isekai Datachi, a moment of quiet reflection on the world he has created. The scene shifts to the devastated ruins of the ancient demon capital. Among the collapsed architecture rises a menacing presence: the undead king, the emperor, former ruler of this land and master of the ruined dungeon. The undead king plunges into memories from 500 years ago, the moment he crossed death and became a perfect immortal. He explains, his attempts to remodel the capital so that mana could circulate freely inadvertently turned the city into a dungeon. His own subjects did not understand him and blamed him. When they left to found a new magical capital elsewhere, he remained alone, the lonely king of undeath. The undead king imagines a world where earth, sea, and sky are under his absolute control, yet he recalls a formidable barrier that even the king of undeath could not overcome: the divine barrier. He sees, the barrier has somehow disappeared so the land can be seized by demons. The demon king suspects that the current demon king is behind everything happening and decides to take matters into his own hands. Esol, he swears to pierce the demon king with a spear and turn all the inhabitants of the world into his mindless undead servants. With a furious stride, he leads a huge army of skeletons and proclaims a total war of conquest to subject demons, humans, and every living creature under absolute rule. With an authoritative voice, the undead king orders the gate to be opened and all forces to be thrown into the attack. He solemnly proclaims, from this moment begins the eternal reign of the no-life king emperor, and just as he strikes a dramatic pose of superiority, a strange and confusing day echoes back. Everything freezes and he remains completely bewildered and surprised. The gates open, fierce light flares as if announcing the start of the great conquest. But the moment immediately dims. The bone army does not move and the soldiers simply crumble into piles of bones clattering against the stone. When the scene changes, a new group arrives to figure out all the noise. One of them, a woman named Sun Goku-chan, excitedly launches a projectile into the sky and shouts that it was a hit. But her enthusiasm is immediately interrupted by Rin's loud reproach. She's clearly irritated. Meanwhile, Puffer watches and notes that the people they're dealing with look dangerous. Rin scolds Sun Goku-chan, reminding her that they were only allowed to observe the situation. Puffer explains, the Bone Army was on the verge of a full-scale invasion of the outside world. Sun Goku-chan, proud of her impulsive attack, excitedly begs Puffer for praise, calling her sister. Puffer worries about the catastrophic destruction that could have been avoided if they had not intervened, but then exhales and comforts the girl, watches the scene and admits, this battle was inevitable. And she also notes how strongly Sun Goku-chan has become attached to Puffer. And Kobo notes, although they managed to defeat the general, the cold returned again, and like leaf fleas, it can spill outside if not stopped. He adds that the soldiers in this mighty dungeon are much stronger than usual. Rin, worried, asks Puffer if there is an exit. Puffer confidently nods and orders to prepare the mana cannon, and at this Sun Goku-chan bursts with impatience and joyful excitement. With a decisive cry, Sun Goku-chan fires the mana cannon and shoots so that an explosion of colossal-sized tears through the ruins. When the dust clears, Puffer explains the strategic purpose of the attack. By shooting through the surrounding walls, they ventilate the dungeon of the ruins and destroy the mana concentrated inside. Rin listens attentively, acknowledging the effectiveness of this plan. Although the mana cannon dealt a devastating blow, some enemies still remained. Puffer and Hakai rushed forward to sweep away the rest of the skeletal army crawling out of the gates, supported by their comrades' shouts. Far away in the silence of the dwelling, the undead king sips his drink and suddenly realizes problems are already brewing at his fortress. The undead king unemotionally notes that the old demonic capital underground prison has disappeared, so Prince Aravana and his companion freeze in shock. But just as they try to figure out what happened, Piffer returns energetically, announcing her arrival and explaining that she received news from Sensi about suspicious activity and managed to stop the undead army literally at the moment it was on the verge of invading the demonic capital. Alarmed, Aravana asks Piffer to give a full report on the situation. Puffer, by the way, says that in old demon capital she destroyed a military commander, undead, and Dungeon-san Norio remains stunned by her indifference. At the same time, Puffer assures everyone that they are all right, so Norio asks who that general was. The king of the undead replies the army commander was a non-human king who called himself emperor. Norio involuntarily wonders if he resembles Sensei. Classic, Prince Aravana explains. The emperor of the old demon town is probably one of his ancestors, the former demon king. He notes that originally the kings of the undead were neither humans nor demons who could use great magic. Norio, who is interested, asks if C is familiar with the emperor, and the king of the undead replies that he has never met him. Kings of the undead do not remain when the dungeons they rule disappear, so everything here would be logical. But he adds something else: they can exchange information with other distant kings of the undead by sending thoughts through the world's mana currents. Undead king sighs and explains, even immortal kings have to get along somehow, but either ignore each other's thoughts or demand answers. Norio understands. This means that Undead King is capable of maintaining communication even in the dungeon. When Norio asks if he knew about the recent incident, Undead King admits it interested him because someone read his thoughts and simply ignored them. Nearby, Princess Aruana, on Nor's good luck, wonders how he could have even chirped at him, and Norio weakly waves it off. Hi-oh. Norio and others share a warm moment, wishing peace to the Undead Queen and all her companions. Esther's confession about pregnancy adds even more tenderness, and Puffer reminds the Undead Queen to note down Preator's apt cry for his rescue and the restoration of his country. As they say goodbye, Norio feels the heavy responsibility settling on the Undead King's shoulders, and Prince Aruana, deeply moved, thanks them all one last time. The echo of a sincere farewell still lingers in the air as the action slips into the quiet night under the full moon, but the silence does not last long. From the shadows emerges a mysterious figure, a whirlwind swirling around them, followed by a flock of bats flying out. Darkly chuckling, they proclaim, the time has finally come. A mysterious figure is revealed. It is Lord Mosquito. After 38 years, he gathered the members of the Vampire Alliance. Smiling confidently, he announces, the divine barrier has disappeared and the no-life King Emperor is gone, and this means their turn has finally come. Lord Mosquito and Vampire Alliance perceive the Emperor's disappearance as a victory to eliminate the main competitor for supremacy. Grinning ominously, Mosquito declares that having absorbed the Demon King's army, they will effortlessly crush the beastmen, elves, and dwarves. He proclaims that now nothing will stop the vampires from seizing control over the entire world. Lord Mosquito laughs maniacally, shouting that he himself will conquer it and become king. But suddenly a blinding light flashes behind and the members of the Vampire Alliance are stunned. They can barely look at this glow. Colossal power explodes in a climax, a massive detonation that instantly destroys the surrounding architecture, tearing out a burst of destructive energy. A deadly explosion rises and completely erases the vampire general from existence. Someone is horrified by the immense force of the blow, while someone rejoices Sengoku-chin hit. Prince Aruana does not look away. Vampires are a threat to the demonic country, they must not be allowed to remain. When he learns that some subordinates are trying to escape from the castle, Aruana and his squad rush forward with fierce determination. No enemy must be left behind. The action shifts to a quiet workshop where the young elf tailor is finishing a ready-made item. After completing the machine work, he is about to sew the ribbon by hand and hesitates whether it will turn out right. Suddenly, Escody enters the room. She is noticeably pregnant and Taylor startles in surprise, but at the same time bursts with joy. Badami excitedly shows Esther's children's clothes and is happy that she finished everything on time. Esther is impressed by the practical design, and at Badami's compliment she blushes deeply, modestly hiding her gaze. When asked if she needs any adjustments for maternity wear or any other items, Esther politely declines. Esther informs Badami that a few days ago she put the received items up for auction, carefully hiding where they came from. While Badami freezes in shock for a moment, Esther recalls the plan to use the merchant as an intermediary to find a buyer. Meanwhile, Merchant Jax is completely bewildered by the quality of the dress. He praises the exquisite design, excellent fabric, and sturdy tailoring, insisting that it will shake the fashion world in the Demon Kingdom. The stairs proposes to split the profit from the sale between Merchant Jax and the designer. Impressed by the quality of the outfit, Merchant Jax honorably agrees to act as an intermediary and notes that if sales are limited to certain clients, complaints will arise, so he suggests holding an auction. The stairs agrees with this idea. Merchant Jack passionately explains that by gathering clients in one place for an auction, it will be possible to avoid any feeling of injustice and prevent losses due to offending clients in advance. Stair listens attentively, then confidently promises, "This matter will definitely be successful." Later, Stair retells the story to the dark-haired demon, and admits that the clothes were indeed sold for the highest price in history thanks to the professional management by the company Pandemonium. Madami is in shock. She cannot believe that the auction passed with such a wildly massive success and that the trader was delighted. She turns to Stair, feeling a wave of emotions wash over her. Stair calmly soothes her and explains, she's happy at least because Bateme's talent is finally recognized by the whole world. Overwhelmed with emotions, Badami cries with gratitude. Her heart is filled with the feeling that her hard work has finally received deserved recognition. The servant reports to the Stairs, "The sales were conducted incognito as you requested so that the route could not be tracked at all." The Stairs then turn back to the young companion and teasing say that those expensive clothes he wanted so much will probably now go to his dearest person, and she, it seems, was knocked off her feet. The young man blushes with shame and babbles nonsensically with denials, trying to divert the hint. A sudden piercing scream tears through the air and the companion along with it, and yet another night find themselves suddenly before a fierce beast. It is a lesser dragon. Panic overwhelms completely. He bursts into a false intelligence system that called it a simple investigation of a monster, and out of fear thinks his life is already over. Desperately trying to survive after the dragon ambush, Ulba pressures Balam to split up and run. He makes it clear he will be the bait himself. Ulba insists that Balam, as a promising aristocrat, must survive at all costs to avoid causing trouble and having to apologize for his death. But Balam refuses, firmly rejecting sacrifice and declaring that his true dream is to prove himself on the battlefield. Ola constantly prevents Balam from concentrating. She shouts at him with the stubbornness that the war is already over, and the Demon King army has simply requalified into a monster extermination squad. She pushes the young aristocrat to settle in the army, then retire and take control of the family business, insisting that Balam's role is much more important than that of some commoner. But as soon as they flee, the smaller dragon suddenly attacks and forcefully tears Balam off the ground. Both wounded in dust and on the edge, beg Balam to ignore them and flee, saving his own life. But before Balam can decide anything, the smaller dragon, accelerating with terrible speed, lunges forward and grabs him with its huge jaws. Both can only scream in frenzy as they see their comrade seized by this creature. Balam cries through the groan, painfully realizing the end. He mourns the lost chance to rise through the army ranks and be recognized as Demon King Zadin, and now sees that his ambitions will no longer have a place in history. Consciousness fades, and he remembers Ulba, the time when she was the deputy of the 4 heavenly kings, and thinks about how she is now, having become the empress. Everything in Balam's head flows with memories of Astair's and her dream to retire and manage the clothing business in the family. For a moment he grasps the thought, could her dream have already come true? But pieces cut by horror, the jaws of the younger dragon snap shut on him and squeeze with devastating force. Both look in horror, screaming wildly in rage and despair, demanding the monster release their comrade. In the last moments of consciousness, Balam's thoughts turn to his mother, pure regret that he will never be able to continue the family legacy. Ulba lets out a heart-wrenching scream. He thinks his comrade has already been crushed to death. But just as death seems inevitable, a strange sound echoes and the younger dragon's fangs crumble at home, shattered to pieces. Balam stands completely stunned, looking down at the broken shards of the monster's fangs scattered on the ground. The dragon's teeth explode into fragments and Balam is thrown back, yet he is still saved. When the shockwave subsides, a majestic figure appears before them. Recovering from the sudden rescue, Balam hoarsely exclaims, not believing his own eyes. He recognizes the man Demon King Zedin. Demon King Zedin praises Lieutenant Ulba and Balam for their excellent work reporting on the younger dragon. He asks Balam if he is alright, and Balam explains haltingly and timidly how he managed to survive. Balam shows a piece of fabric and says, the dragon's fangs pierced his armor, but the fabric stopped everything and prevented any wounds. Ulba is amazed. A strong attack, so how could a simple piece of fabric tame such power? Balam recalls where he might have bought it once and wonders where to get such a powerful item now. Demon King Zedin understands. The fabric Balam's mother provided is made from Vajrabast fabric, that's why it repels both magic and dragon fangs. But as soon as Balam notices that Zedin seems to know something, the Demon King panics and waves it off, though his clumsy reaction reveals everything. To distract, Zedin declares, love is the best of all, and Balam is left with the conclusion, the Demon King is truly terrible at lying. Both not hiding their envy, look at the incredible under armor that protected Balam, and he lingers in thought. Where did it come from? Meanwhile, Demon King Zadin contemplates the possible danger of mass-producing clothing with the power of the Holy Sword, recalling reports from the Saint and the Stairs where the ambitions of former lieutenants in the fashion industry are already taking shape. As the group prepares to head home, relief still lingers in the air. Balaam was saved. The secret of the protective fabric is revealed. Balaam's mother, affectionately called Batty, tells the father that the armored clothing she sewed fits their son perfectly. She knows, if Balaam feels her deep love, he will cherish this protection. Looking toward the horizon, they silently pray for Balaam and Ulba, hoping they remain safe until their future meeting. Balaam is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions as a memory surfaces. In it, Lyra holds her newborn son and gently smiles, while nearby stands a proud, festive reverence, a gaze honoring the healthy birth of the child. The room is filled with excitement. Friends joyfully react to the appearance of the newborn. The steadfast Stiaka calmly rests and thanks everyone who congratulates her on the successful delivery. Grishara explains, Demon King Zidane is currently busy with official matters but promises to visit as soon as possible, so he sent her instead to pay respects. Grishara says she arrived earlier than the king so that Sei and others could meet the newborn as soon as possible. Sei sincerely thanks her, happy that both mother and child are well. It turns out that Gosha is a boy. His name is Gosha, and the Demon King himself chose this name. Looking at the baby, they realize someday this boy will grow up to become a demon prince and then the next demon king. Rhea says that the appearance of Godi should resolve the succession issues for Demon King Zidane. But while Grashara holds the baby, she suddenly reflects on the weight of the child's lineage. To become the son of the greatest demon king in history, is it a blessing or a burden? And in the midst of these heavy thoughts, her gaze suddenly lights up with excitement. She declares that she will follow the same steps and give birth to her own child, and Balaam is completely bewildered. Rhea reflects on how important it is for a monarchy to have a true heir. Esther adds, such bonds, whether as teammates or rivals, are necessary for the development and growth of a child, thus emphasizing the value of people who support each other. And Norio, caught between their fierce dispute, can only stammer in confusion. Norio thinks about the friends he has gained and the support he has received. It has always been this way, he just looked at things from this perspective. Rhea catches his gaze and calls Danasama while Astras quietly observes. But Norio, with warm smiles, tells his own thoughts. She doesn't have to carry everything alone. Esther suddenly gets into a loud, funny quarrel. The dark-haired partner teases her about motherhood and the warrior stumbles, blushes, and gets indignant. From the side, Norio and Lena can only watch and comment on how close they really are despite all the quarrels. Then the mood warms up. Lena shows a set of homemade baecloth, crafted by her and Helena, as a thoughtful gift for the newborn Godia. Lena thanks her companions for the overly large baby clothes prepared for Goshi. While Norio excitedly rejoices at how quickly the baby is growing, he is teased as if he is rushing ahead again. Meanwhile, Platy realizes she forgot the gift and panics, but Norio quickly picks up to feed the baby nutritious vegetables from the farm. But Platy invents something more magical, promises a set of potions that will protect the baby from all diseases, and Norio beams with pride. Even more guests arrive, eager to see the newborn Godia and offer congratulations. Norio barely restrains his anger. They brought not only words but also gifts for Godia. Meanwhile, Lena presents a traditional protective amulet passed down in the elven tribe. But as Norio examines the strange horned pattern on it, a thought flashes by itself. What if this is a cursed item? Lena tries to remain polite toward the strange-looking statue, but her elven companion enthusiastically praises both the design and the supposed protective powers. Then Jelly joins the conversation, offering nutritionally perfect natto, and the undead king solemnly recites a prayer for the baby's well-being. Amid the bustle, Norio tries to stay calm while the orc team and goblins prepare to show their own gifts, and the spirits remain completely exhausted from this chaos. Esther sincerely thanks everyone for the gifts for baby Gozi. Grishara enthusiastically takes everything into her hands and promises the huge pile of gifts will be safely delivered to the castle. While others encourage her, Norio looks aside and notices nearby Angel and Princess Letaclet. Princess Letaclet shyly approaches the company. Stares freezes, recognizing her as the former princess of the human kingdom. When Letaclet extends her gift, Lena looks at it in surprise. With a proud smile, the princess says it is a tray with broad beans grown by her own hand. Herself, the companion of Princess Letaclet, confidently boasts that she was the one who boiled the water for the beans, but she is immediately teased for her meager contribution. When she accepts the gift and takes a bean to her mouth, her haughty face changes to restrained, thoughtful silence. She remembers that the human kingdom and its demon king were destroyed, so the kind gesture of the former princess now hurts especially. Esther tastes the beans and barely smiles, while Princess Letaclet nervously watches her, feeling the pressure of the moment. She really likes the taste. Esther shares her pleasure and gently suggests eating together. Choked with praise, Princess Letaclet proudly declares that her beans are so delicious that one could cry. After all, she carefully grew them. The stewardess of the stairs looks at this with a skeptical expression, and Norio wonders if the guests have confused the baby's celebration with a boasting contest. Despite all the noise, Norio still looks at the former princess and thinks, Letaclet is sometimes a bit slow. Esther tasted the beans and admitted, they are tasty. A wave of happiness washed over her as she watched this joyful scene, firmly holding Godia. Princess let beams and Astairs glowed with pride, impatiently awaiting confirmation. Nearby Norio and Plotty watch calmly with those satisfied expressions on their faces. Plotty agrees that it is touching, yet still wonders, why exactly does her chest feel so warm? Silence and a soft feeling of calm mixed with wonder spread in the air as soon as they realize how Norio has overturned their worldview. In this pause, Plotty suddenly reaches out and grabs Norio's hand. He is confused by her sharp gesture. Norio looks at her with a bewildered face and asks, "Plotty?" Norio looks confused at her action. He asks Plotty the same question that is spinning in his head, but his tone is broken and he blushes to tears. Plotty admits that she also wants a child. This confession overwhelms Norio completely. The shock takes his breath away. A special episode begins and the focus shifts to a group of small creatures, adamantine silkworms. They tell they were gathered in the dungeon by their master's instructors and now they have been traveling through the forest all day. Although they are monsters, they are peaceful, safe. They just bitterly complain that their threads are good for nothing, and that the whole world does not love them. Adamantine silkworms tell how Norio picked them up and gave them a cozy place to live. They realize that Norio is extremely interested in their threads. He used them to spin, knit, and sew clothes. Filled with happiness at finally feeling needed, the adamantine silkworms swear to make the best silk to repay the master for his kindness. During the silkworm gathering, the stubborn silkworms tremble as soon as they learn about cotton and hemp. Realizing that they have competitors, they panic. What if their master no longer needs them? But the fear quickly flies away and instead determination breaks through. They swear to continuously improve the quality of their silk and unite to create a completely new kind of threat. Norio freezes in place as soon as he hears that under armor which he created actually stopped a dragon's fangs. His companions are also shocked. One says that even Lady Astros was impressed by this feat. Looking at the fabric on the table, Norio notes, he knew the silk was strong, but now its strength is unprecedented. Running his fingers over it, he dismisses the idea that the silk's quality has recently changed. Norio explains, the adamantine silkworms recently learned to make silk with new colors and even elasticity which his companion does not hide her surprise at. Lady Astros has already ordered these materials for the demonic kingdom, but Norio and Lena, who hold good Godia, worry about the consequences. They agree on one thing, although they want to let people feel the advantages of clothing. Releasing such advanced items freely is too dangerous because they could fall into the hands of evil people. Lena says that they need to be careful about whom they sell silk clothes to so they do not get into the wrong hands, not those hands. And Biddy gets fired up. He insists that the value of clothing lies in the tailor's skill, not just in the materials. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lena pushes further. Let him go with the plan and consult the saint. Norio thinks about switching to pure cotton and linen for clothing. He understands, yes, it's a useful idea, but the unique smoothness and texture of silkworm silk cannot be matched by anything. But as soon as he realizes that the current quality is already almost too high, Norio directly addresses the adamantine silkworms with a strange request. He asks them to deliberately lower the quality of their silk threads. Norio admits, no matter how good the silk is, having different grades would be wiser. Going through these difficult negotiations, Biddy doubts whether the silkworms will even understand what they are being told, and Norio, hiding suspicion deep inside, has the same doubt. To convince them, he appeals to their welfare. He asks to allow Biddy to fulfill his request so they won't have to work beyond their strength. And to his surprise, the silkworms shine with bright eyes. They look even more inspired than ever to take on the task. Norio and Biddy set out to check the silkworms and discover the whole room is filled with threads. It turns out that it was enough to lower the quality by just one level, and the silkworms increased production by more than 100 times. They are immediately overwhelmed by a wave of sudden surplus, so they promptly call Team Goblin and Team Elf to launch a large-scale weaving project. The scene quietly transitions to a traditional room. Norio and Rin sit opposite each other on tatami mats. A heavy silence hangs between them until Rin, a little embarrassed and thoughtful, speaks hesitantly. Norio cautiously suggests that it is probably quite natural for them to have children since they are married. Rin asks in surprise if he does not want that, and Norio quickly clarifies that it is not about Thaith is scared of the hardships of pregnancy and childbirth, although he is ready to take on all the responsibilities of fatherhood. Norio repeatedly goes over in his mind all the hardships of pregnancy, morning sickness, breathing problems, cramps that Rin will have to endure. He is overwhelmed just by the thought of the burden falling on his wife. He exclaims that he could never endure what she is going through, and then a deep anxiety remains on his face. Rin gently hugs Norio and thanks him for his kindness. As they hold each other tightly, she quietly confesses, from the very beginning, she only wanted one thing: to simply live with him on the farm in a peaceful and happy life. With a flushed and determined expression, Rin looks at Norio and directly says that she really wants to have a child by him. Norio is taken aback. Heat spreads across his face from her unexpected statement. He He smiles warmly, thanks her, gently squeezes her hand, and tenderly agrees with her wish. Norio gently says to Rin that a child is a gift from God and asks not to rush. Let's think about it together, slowly. Touched by his kindness, Rin suddenly throws herself into his arms passionately and shouts how much she loves him. While they recover from the outburst, the lantern nearby flickers faintly and Norio wonders, was it nothing more than the wind? A moment while Norio and Rin share a tender moment, they are suddenly jerked by an unexpected presence outside. Norio screams in fright but immediately realizes. It is the undead king. The undead king greets them politely, apologizes for the late hour, and Norio and Rin remain completely bewildered by this unexpected interruption. The king of the undead explains, although it is not his business, there is someone who is extremely eager to meet Norio. Puzzled and wary, Norio and Rin follow him as he leads them to the mysterious Mika waiting by the door. The undead king solemnly introduces the guest as Lady Amphitrite, wife of the sea god, Poseidon. Amphitrite greets them with a gentle smile and Norio and Rin hang in complete shock. Rin barely finds her voice. She does not understand why the goddess came to visit them and adds that she has somehow become smaller in size. Amphitrite immediately explains. She asked the king of the undead to summon Norio because she had something urgent to discuss. Norio and Rinsa are struck by absolute shock. Amphitrite directly asks if they are hoping for a child. Norio, embarrassed, cannot understand how the sea goddess could possibly know such a thing. Amphitrite says that the farm once received the blessing of the sea goddess, and it was through this connection that she learned of their secret desire, leaving Norio completely bewildered. Norio suspects that Amphitrite's visit hides something more and she confirms his suspicion. The goddess reveals the truth about Norio's origin. He came from another world. From this, the conclusion arises painfully quickly. By her nature, Amphitrite explains that Norio and Platy cannot conceive a child in the usual way and Norio remains completely stunned. Amphitrite continues, relentlessly laying everything out clearly. Although Norio may seem similar to others on the outside, in reality he is a completely different form of life. She states simply and clearly, creating life with someone from another world is impossible. Pleiades is struck by this news, and Norio can only name the goddess's name when both reach painful realization. Norio and Platy had not yet recovered from the shock, but Amphitrite quickly intervenes to calm them down. She explains that by her words she meant only one thing: it is impossible to achieve this by ordinary means. A barely sly spark plays in her eyes, and she theatrically reveals the most delicious part. Amphitrite bestowed upon Platy the blessing of the sea goddess, a mighty divine gift from one of the goddesses of the three realms, who once empowered Mother Gaia, the creator of all living things. Amphitrite explains, it is impossible for such a favorite of the gods as Platyfish not to be able to get pregnant. She insists that Platyfish simply has not yet mastered the full potential of the blessing, and Platyfish and Norio simultaneously ask in amazement how this could even be. Amphitrite replies, all this requires training in a secret technique that ocean priests have been passing down for over 1,000 years. With confident flair, Amphitrite reveals the name of the secret training. Chrome's technique, along with Norio, Platy, and Undead King, can only freeze and watch in complete bewilderment. Amphitrite says the essence is in coordinating the ones, in how she prays and practices breathing exercises, doing it 10,000 times every day each time. Norio, Platyfish, and the King of the Undead are utterly stunned by the demand to repeat 10,000 times. Amphitrite quickly calms them and explains, at first it will take time, but later it will be only 5 minutes a day. When Amphitrite asks if they want to try training under her guidance, Platyfish's eyes flash with determination. She declares that she will never let slip the chance given by the god and accepts the offer without hesitation. Platyfish got all fired up to the limit and will beg Lady Amphitrite to train her so she can surround 140 with blessings. Amphitrite responds with the same enthusiasm, encouraging her with equal passion. The two women celebrate their new alliance with a loud yippee, while Norio looks at them in shock and can't believe the story suddenly turned into a hot sports manga. The technique of the lame one, a divine breathing method granted by the sea goddess, Amphitrite gives a faint ray of hope. By taming thoughts and praying 10,000 times a day, the once impossible dream of Norio and Platyfish about a child may finally become reality. But mastering this technique is not easy, and Platyfish begins the exhausting path to becoming a master. Training turns out to be much harder than she expected. On the very first day, Platy undergoes a frantic 18 hours of 10,000 inhales and exhales, and by the end, exhausted to the limit, she collapses. Powerless Norio only watches worriedly. 2 weeks later, her life turns into an exhausting repetition, frantic gasping for air and a long, deep restorative sleep. Platy pushes herself through the final rounds of breathing exercises, gathering all her strength. A sudden surge of joy, and she declares that she has finally managed to complete all 10,000 breaths of the Lemus technique in just 5 minutes. Beaming with pride, she celebrates the achievement, while Norio watches with admiration and admits, she is truly incredible. Incredible, Norio tells Platy to focus on herself and not worry about the farm. But Platy is already full of determination. She declares that thanks to training, she can finally try to have a child and it won't interfere with her work. Suddenly, she calls Angela. As soon as Angela responds, Platy grabs him and pulls away a completely confused Norio. Platy suddenly jumped on Norio, shouting about the Royal Mermaid's secret technique called Spark, and Norio screamed in panic. She did not stop. She was even more aggressively attacking the other Royal Mermaid, challenging her to use her secret techniques and even dared to suggest stealing her. Meanwhile, the confused Norio could only complain that he was once again under her power dominance and had such a turbulent outburst. Platy does not stop, immediately pressing Enzel to the ground with another secret technique. Norio can only watch, confusedly noting, "This looks more like bear wrestling than a divine technique." And stranger each time they try to get closer like sisters. Platy mocks Enzel, provoking her to fight back, and Enzel flares up with rage and feverishly vows revenge. When the chaos subsides, Norio checks the condition of the fallen Enzel, and Platy carefully decides, it's time to return to work on the farm. Enzel admits she knew the training would be tough, yet she is still amazed at how quickly Platy mastered it. While Norio notes that both sisters are so positive and hardworking, Enzel is left alone with the thought. Her sister is driven forward by a fierce passion for competition and a habit of pushing herself beyond all limits. Enzel says that Platy has always treated their mother with great respect for a very long time, but this time it feels different. It seems to have touched her. Norio listens as Enzel turns to Angel and asks if she can tell more about the Platy she knows, but Angel admits she knows almost nothing about Platy's past or her family. Later, Norio voices the idea that they might be accepted as a family, and Enzel names her parents, King Nagus and Queen Shayla Caney. When Enzel excitedly tells how deeply her parents were in love and how many children they had, Norio blushes. The conversation suddenly dives into a delicate and very personal topic. Norio is stunned to learn Enzel and Platy have 9 brothers and sisters. Could such large families really be the norm for the royal family? As the conversation deepens, Enzel recalls a fatal flaw connected to her mother, Queen Shayla Caney, and no matter how high she rose on the throne, her past is a complete mystery. Enzel honestly admits she has absolutely no idea how her mother ended up with that man at all. Norio remains embarrassed. Enzel reveals the secret of his mother's past and explains. Queen Shayla Caney was persecuted by accusations as if she were from the underclass or even a criminal. Many tried to snatch the throne from her. Despite continuous slanderous lies and pressure, she raised her children with strength. It is this resilience that makes Platy sincerely admire their mother and strive to follow her path. Enzel recalls, since childhood, Platy had a natural talent for brewing potions, one that amazed even adults. Despite her innate skill, Platy decided to enroll in Mermaid Witch Academy, a prestigious school where nobility in the upper echelon of the Mermaid Kingdom gathered. Enzel is convinced. Her desire to earn recognition in this elite circle was driven by the wish to protect their dear mother from the harsh criticism she endured. Then Enzel recalls how Platy became the target of arrogant seniors at the academy. They gossiped about the mysterious past of Queen Shayla. But Platy could not endure the insult right here. In the present, she thoroughly dealt with her offenders. The flash of her power knocks down both Norio and Enzel, leaving them stunned. Enzel explains all the arrogant elders were expelled after the fight. Since then, a terrible reputation of a witch has followed Platy. Norio, barely regretting the elders, asks if this punishment is not too harsh, but Enzel decisively rejects his concern. Both sides were guilty. Enzel clarifies, insulting the royal family is considered treason. It doesn't matter who you are by origin, so it affected both the elders and even their parents. Norio asks if Enzel has to endure similar pressure as a student. At that moment, Platy cuts off the conversation with her usual expansive confidence, shouting that she is the best. Watching them, Norio involuntarily thinks, Platy's stubborn nature and Enzel's sincerity both command respect, just each in their own way. Norio and Enzel exchange warm words of gratitude, rejoicing in the bond they shared. But the mood changes instantly. Enzel declares that despite being family, her sister is still her main rival. A sudden surge of energy and she abruptly rushes back to studying, leaving Norio stunned alone. He wonders if he said something that made her run away so sharply. In a dream, Norio recalls the lineage of the earthly sea kingdom. It was there that he and Platina first intertwined. He sees her desperate struggle to escape a forced marriage to the demon king. The choice that made her leave her mother, the one she deeply revered. Standing alone on the porch, Norio contemplates Platina's heart and understands. She simply wants to follow in her mother's footsteps and marry the one she truly loves. Norio contemplates the weight of fatherhood and admits to himself, he still hasn't fully understood what it really means. The next morning, Platy is full of energy and ready to start the day. When Norio tries to call her, he suddenly frees, unable to find the right words. Norio cautiously starts a conversation about training and wonders if there is something he can help with. Platy is instantly overwhelmed with excitement. She blushes deeply from his interest. Then she throws herself into his arms, squeezing his hands and passionately declaring that both partners must work together for a child to appear. Platy sets a high pace and Norio agrees. They both decide to give their all in training. Platy does not waste time, immediately starts training and orders Norio to imagine breathing fire. After that, when she introduces power yoga, she also prescribes a strict diet high protein, low carbs and warm baths and moisturizing to calm the nerves. Although Platy is incredibly passionate about her method, Norio still cannot help but think, could it really be that the whole point is that he just eats as usual? The title page for Chapter 57 appears, a calm moment where Norio Itanami sits cross-legged and his loyal friend Yashimo is perched on his head, and behind them rests a large wolf-like creature. The scene shifts to an ancient human village. A man introducing himself as Bishop Frodricus shows his assembly warriors of justice. He declares, although the holy order of the human kingdom has fallen and they had to hide underground, they have not abandoned their sense of justice. And he swears, they will strike the demonic forces that deprived them of their land to restore freedom and prosperity. Bishop Friedrichus announces that he needs help and orders the villagers to surrender all their weapons and food. He tells them to be grateful to the noble Lord Zeus for this opportunity, but in reality, this is far from nobility. Hooded warriors aggressively loot the village, and the frightened inhabitants are left wondering if this is truly an order serving the king of humans. A desperate villager shouts that the warriors of justice are far worse than demons and that their very nature explains why the human kingdom fell. Without denying the slander, the hooded soldier nods and raises his sword, coldly condemning the villager to death for insult, until others raise cries for help. A sharp shift in movement tears the scene. Before the hooded soldier can strike, a huge bear bursts out of the bushes like a whirlwind, striking him with full force. The cold composure disappears moment by moment. The soldier freezes in pure shock as the beast suddenly knocks him down. The struck soldier throws the blow back with such force that he flies away. Yuna in complete disbelief, their faces are full of confusion and shock because they do not understand what is happening. And above the entire village, in the very center, towers a huge bear releasing a terrifying roar that echoes all around. Panic erupts as the armored soldiers realize, before them is a bear monster. Yuna freezes in shock, and Bishop Frodricus reveals his true cruelty, ordering his men to use Yuna as bait to cover their retreat. Carrying out the order, one soldier mercilessly pushes the villager directly onto the beast and mockingly calls him food for the monster. Yuna screams in fear as the giant bear monster tears the silence with a deafening roar. While the hooded warriors of justice try to quietly disappear, they are sure the beast is distracted by Yuna. But suddenly the bear wildly lunges forward and pins one of the soldiers to the ground. The warriors freeze in shock, and the girl looks confused as the monster ignores her and glares at its tormentors. The bear monster ignores the villagers and directs its fury at the warriors of justice. They scream in confusion and terror as they are torn apart. The scene then shifts to the Demon King's castle. Demon King Zidane and Hawkeye calmly discuss the events. It turns out the bear escaped the castle again, an old problem that the two are now dealing with. The conversation continues until news reveals evidence. The bear monster actually saved Yuna from the remnants of the human kingdom, and this has happened before. One official explains, according to the Demon King, the bear is a special monster born under the protection of a saint. The soldiers immediately understood why this creature is allowed to roam freely. Demon King, Zidane, and Hawkeye sit down to drink and talk about rumors. Supposedly, the bear monster went on a training journey to gain the saint's recognition. To them, this story sounds like a fairy tale, but they acknowledge the obvious. The world has become one where the impossible happens. They recall the sudden disappearance of the Holy Barrier, the death of the soulless King Emperor, and the collapse of the Vampire Alliance, and agree that in this strange new era, it is now the bear monster who dispenses justice. As rumors about the bear monster spread, other rumors immediately circulate across the land, about the divine saint in the legendary paradise Saint's Farm. In a tavern, a short-haired man contemplates whether the creature really exists somewhere, while others whisper and shrug, saying it is a utopia where a mountain of treasures cannot be matched by anything in the world. Meanwhile, a man with spiky hair catches himself frowning and realizes the world is already beginning to notice their secret. Ishma, the new member of Heavenly Four, confirmed rumors about the Saint's Farm. She does not yet know its exact location, but plans to use the full power of the Demon King's army to find the farm and launch a full-scale invasion. As soon as Isha voices her ambitions, Leviosa sharply interrupts her, directly questioning the plan to send troops in search of the Saint's Farm, and without blinking, confirms that the secret of paradise is already known to her. Leviosa admits that all this time she was thinking about the same thing, secretly sneaking onto the Saint's Farm. Ashma freezes from the sudden clarity. How could she have been caught by thoughts? Calmly, Leviosa adds, they both strive for achievements to secure their future positions in the Demon King's army. Finally, Vale excitedly runs up to Norio and calls him boss to get his attention. Noticing her mood, Norio asks what's going on and Vale impatiently shows him the tiny creature she found, and when Norio looks closely at the bug in her hand, he realizes it's just a woodlouse. Vale excitedly shows Norio a pill bug and admires how it curls up as soon as it is touched. That moment immediately breaks the aesthetic. Yashimo accidentally steps on the insect and Vale bursts out in funny rage. Norio calmly explains, it is Yashimo's job to deal with such pests. The conversation continues, and Vale is already thinking about expanding the farm and how many more chicken monsters they should get. While they talk, Norio catches himself thinking, isn't it time for them to visit Vale again soon? Norio suddenly lingers on the thought of the bear. He set off on a training journey, but there is no imagining how he is there. But the reflections are interrupted by a sudden flash in the sky, a giant magical circle. Coordinates are fixed, and Lyra lands on the farm, clutching Godia to her chest. Norio looks up in surprise at the sudden arrival of Astras is holding Godia in her hands. Norio jokingly asks if she is not breaking under the many difficulties of parenthood, but Astras waves it off. She is burdened by completely different worries, is concerned about the demonic kingdom. Norio and Vale remain puzzled by her unexpected visit. Astras begins the report with a real bombshell. Glacia is pregnant. Norio is completely thrown off track and Vale reacts with shock and rivalry, complaining that Glacia beat her to it. Although the news is pleasing, Astras's thoughtful look hints that this change may be connected to the anxieties gnawing at her because of the demonic kingdom. And Astras explains, because she and Glacia are going on maternity leave, so new celestial ones are being selected for their places. The news throws everyone off track. Norio wonders how someone can be chosen if they already have their own duties. Astras confirms this decision and says that those two were excellent assistants. The scene takes us to Demon Kingdom. Akai excitedly approaches Aster and shares rumors about Saint's Farm, supposedly a true utopia full of treasures. Eager to help his kingdom, he declares that he intends to find and capture Far's Asters, but Aster just watches him intently and involuntarily twitches at how absurdly passionately he fabricates it. Kai insists, Lady Astras must remember the dragon who once appeared on the battlefield and proclaimed that he serves a figure named Saint Kidon. He claims that this mysterious message along with other strange events proves that the legendary Saint's Farm exists in their world. Yet despite his enthusiasm and categorical assurances that this is not an urban legend, Astras still does not believe. Though despite Astra's skepticism, Kai does not give up. He declares that he will still search for the Holy Farm even without her permission. Astra stares at him wide-eyed, holding Gosha tightly. Meanwhile, it turns out that Levias is also intrigued by the rumors. Driven by the desire to succeed for Astra and also by the madness of the Celestial Four and for the benefit of the Demon Kingdom, Kai passionately begs, allow him to carry out the plan. Kai and Leviasa decide to see the legendary place with their own eyes. Arriving at the Saint's Farm, Kai stands before Norio and his allies and solemnly asks the Saint and his team for some cooperation. Leviasa introduces Norio as Saint Kidon and acquaints the newcomers with the farm. Kai is completely confused. He cannot recover from the sudden arrival and the flood of information, but Leviasa does not give him a single moment. She coldly reminds him that this is exactly the place he was going to invade and orders Aishmi to immediately test her strength against Orcabo. There Norio and his companions stand in complete stupor at the absurdity of the situation, and Kai still has no idea what Lady Asters was thinking. Despite Norio's pleas for mercy, the companion coldly orders Orcabo to destroy Aishmi's spirit as punishment for her attempt to infiltrate the farm. Aishma, flaring with rage, attacks Orcabo, but she is thrown back by a blow, one that pierces to the bone. Orcabo stands victorious after easily defeating Aishmi. Despite her stubborn demands for a rematch, Aishmi is quickly restrained again and broken by force. Meanwhile, Norio and Leviasa have a serious conversation that turns into an explanation. Norio is worried. This place is becoming too well known. He says that keeping everything secret may arouse suspicion, but if it is revealed it will cause panacea due to strange questions about Kai, which Leviasa asks about the strange people they encounter. Kai is full of disbelief. How could the demon commander be defeated so easily? Norio brushes it off simply, saying let him drop his raid, while Leviasa notes the unexpected power of the farm and Kai's pride flares up. Not accepting defeat, he gathers strength and releases a hidden advanced magical technique, shouting Infernal Soulbreaker as he unleashes a massive destructive attack. In despair, Kai activates a hidden magical move, summoning opponents as fired beasts, and a huge energy blast completely extinguishes the undead king who is calmly standing right in the way. Stunned, Kai freezes in disbelief. The strongest move did not work, and Norio, stirred by luck, even shouts to the undead king and recognizes him as his teacher. Kai completely freezes, unable to believe that his finishing move was neutralized so easily. Norio cheerfully thanks the undead king, calling him sensei for the rescue, while Kai spins into a crisis of complete misunderstanding. He recognizes the figure as the legendary Soulless King, but cannot bring himself to believe that this is one of Lady Aster's elite cosplayers. His delirious fragments of conversation are sharply cut off by Aishma, who dryly says that he is disturbing. A little aside from the main chaos, he comes across a little girl in gothic clothing who is intently rummaging in search of pillbugs. Her cuteness touches him, and he speaks to her in a toy-like manner for little ones, immediately warning that it is dangerous here. After that, he carefully picks her up and offers to take her somewhere safe. Suddenly, the air seems filled with a thunderous presence. A shadow falls like a veil over everything. A grinsel dragon appears, roaring with indignation. The focus again shifts to the farm. Kai is quickly and skillfully silenced, and his protests are instantly cut off by a sharp snap of fabric. Asterisk explains that it is precisely the miraculous land of the saint, and the power of Senketten. Thanks to them, peace has come to the demon kingdom. She reflects on all the efforts invested in mastering techniques for the protection of the state and honestly admits, this makes her incredibly happy. Kai remains completely subdued by her sincerity and blushes confusedly, while Norio and Platy silently observe, noting, the new member of the Heavenly Four looks truly hardworking and honest. Astros continues the speech, emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace and fostering understanding throughout the world. After that, she officially asks Kai to join the Heavenly Four. Stunned by the honor and nobility of this cause, Kai bows deeply and gives his word. It feels as if the call to work for peace is born anew within him. Asterisk tells Kai that attacking the Saints' lands is foolish and not supported by the entire Demon Brotherhood. But Kai suddenly remembers, Leviasa also planned an attack. At that moment, Leviasa appears at the farm holding little Hannah in her arms. Kai is shocked by her appearance and shouts frantically, saying she is just as guilty as he is, and demands that Hannah apologize to the Saint. Leviasa reveals her true intentions without the slightest shadow of doubt. She proposed sending troops only to provoke Aishma, and she, ultimately uncovering the secrets of the farm, will open the way for Leviasa to receive real help from Lady Glacia. Bound and wildly offended, Aishma curses her through a scream, and Leviasa turns to Norio and officially introduces herself, Wrath of the Heavenly Four and the successor of Lady Glacia. Isha asks Leviasa to name herself because they know almost nothing about her. But Leviasa fervently declares, Lady Glacia is her Oshi. Isha immediately waves it off. That is not the information they want. When Isha asks if she has any special skill, Leviasa agrees without losing enthusiasm. Norio already begins to wonder if her skill is just a cat teaser, and Isha decides to check for herself while Leviasa pulls out a toy. Leviasa unleashes her special skill at full speed, waving a cat lure in front of Vale while Kai panics, trying to stop everyone by shouting that Vale is a dragon responsible for the greatest disasters in the world. The owl-like beast freezes as if enchanted. Vale emits a playful meow and dashes forward, lunging at it so much so that Norio and the others are stunned. And it is Leviasa, effortlessly, who controls the mighty dragon like a puppet on strings. Norio replays the day's events in his head and realizes his new acquaintances hit right to the core and showed their character. He feels he has gained another reliable friend. Aishma, a bit embarrassed, asks if the same chaos will happen again and clarifies who the other two of the Heavenly Four are. But the silence is suddenly broken by Vale's thunderous roar. Everyone is covered with annoyance. As the chapter ends, it seems the farm will soon become a regular meeting place for all the other Heavenly Four. Orcubo approaches Norio with a solemn face and says he has a matter he wants to discuss. Norio, recalling his habit of building all sorts of random constructions, immediately feels sticky fear. When Norio asks what Orcubo intended to do this time, he enthusiastically confirms the guess and asks seriously, he wants to build a castle. Norio completely freezes as soon as Orcubo confirms the intention to erect something like the Matesev Castle. Panic washes over him in waves. Where can such a structure be placed? The elven sister stands nearby and gently presses the fear down, explaining that the elves have already identified several suitable lands outside the immediate territory. After that, Orcubo tries to justify the plan. Even in the current peace, a large warehouse hangar, which will also serve as a shelter, is a necessary precaution. Norio doubts, but logic stubbornly pulls him almost to its side. Alejandra only thinks that a castle is a great idea. The small curtain rumbles with laughter and proclaims that as a grinsel dragon she will become the lady of that magnificent castle which Orcubo is to build. Norio considers Orcubo the handyman and marvels. The transportation of materials is already arranged. Eventually, Norio gives in and agrees with the plan, and soon a joyful celebration breaks out until Vale shouts that they must make it truly magnificent. Several months pass and the ambitious project stands in full force. A huge, majestic castle towers over the landscape, and the sounds of final construction still hum in the air. Norio arrives to check the progress and is warmly greeted by Cubo. Norio, looking up at the mass of the structure, is truly impressed. The building looks almost finished. As they tour the area, Orcubo proudly shares details about the castle's iron defenses from massive walls to strategic watchtowers. He even shows plans for catapults and arrow slits. Norio remains completely stunned. Due to the excessive level of fortifications, he does not understand why Orcubo is so zealously preparing this place for battle, and what its true purpose will be when everything is completed. Orcubo rushes to Norio with panic in his eyes and declares they have a problem. He explains, until now they had not noticed a nearby human village. Norio freezes in surprise, then is even more amazed when Orcubo adds that due to the castle's scale, the villagers have most likely already noticed this formidable fortress. In the nearest human village, the men have gathered in despair. One told about his discovery monsters on the hill and a frightening castle that the orcs are building. The others were stunned and could not believe that orcs were capable of such a structure. They lamented the end of their peaceful days and feared that if the orcs noticed them, the village would be completely destroyed. A villager decides to inform the feudal lord, hoping that soldiers will be sent to drive away the monsters. But even with this plan, the village is not free from anxiety. People are already considering that they will have to abandon their homes. And the thought of leaving sick relatives behind and rebuilding life from scratch plunges the settlement into complete despair. While Yuna hesitates about what to do next, suddenly there is a knock on the door. Confused, the man opens it and before him stands a huge Orcubo. Panic erupts instantly and Yuna screams in genuine terror, deciding that the monsters have finally come for them. Frightened Yuna freezes when she sees a person next to Orcubo. Norio quickly steps forward to calm her. Orcubo did not come to attack. Taking responsibility, Orcubo explains that he is building a castle in the mountains and admits he did not know about the village's proximity. Norio and Orcubo bow deeply, offering their sincerest apologies to the frightened residents. Orcubo tries to integrate into the community, offers Yuna vegetables and gifts, gets acquainted and introduces himself as their new neighbor. But despite his friendliness, Yuna cannot understand and are afraid we would someone who seeks peace build a fortress meant for war. Orcubo solemnly assures that they value peace above all and Yuna frees stunned. When asked again about the purpose of the castle, he simply admits building it is his hobby. Norio is left speechless. Yuna continues to meet Orcubo with hostility, cannot trust even someone who speaks confidently. One man immediately reveals his despair. He says he bears the entire burden of caring for his sick daughter. Orcubo seizes the chance to help, says he was trained under a skilled merfolk doctor and offers to examine her. But just as another villager complains that there are no doctors in their village, the daughter suddenly wakes up loudly yawning. Norio and everyone else freeze in confusion. Orcubo carefully examines the young girl and concludes, an ordinary cold which seemed mild has developed into pneumonia. To treat her, he gives her medicine and advises the father to prepare a nutritious soup from the vegetables he had once gifted. The father hesitates, but Orcubo gently reassures the girl. She will recover quickly. Meanwhile, he tenderly cares for her, applying a wet compress. Several days pass. Norio thinks about the surprise of having neighbors and has no idea whether Orcubo and Yuna get along. He remembers how Ilorin kept apologizing for her past action. She accepts it, but another thought presses within him. This chance must not be wasted. Norio reflects on the lessons learned from the four heavenly ones and realizes that to maintain peace in this world, he and his farm must gradually become known to others. While his companion supports this decision, the silence is suddenly broken by Orcubo. He rushes to them and shouts that he urgently calls the master. Norio and his companion look at Orcubo in confusion in such a state. Orcubo explains, while the sick girl was recovering, other villagers who harbored anger towards them managed to inform the feudal lord about their presence. And he delivers a terrifying message. In 5 days, the feudal lord will mobilize soldiers to attack their castle. Norio and his companion remain in complete panic. Orcubo suggests it is only necessary to explain their peaceful intentions and then maybe it will work. But Dragon objects, saying no one will believe that a huge castle is just a hobby. Castles by nature are military structures. And suddenly Dragon decides to solve everything forcibly, says that one fiery explosion will be enough to finish off the soldiers and this provokes a panic cry, stop her. Choked by pangs of conscience, Orcubo apologizes to Norio and impulsively suggests demolishing the castle, but immediately stops herself as she gets carried away. She declares that as the lady of the castle, she has the final word. Norio tries to stop Orcubo from rash actions, but she cuts him off. A mere fence will only increase the peasants' distrust. Seeing no way out, Dragon chooses another path and sets up a barrier around the castle for protection. When Dragon asks for a plan, Norio falls into deep thought. He understands holding the castle's defense is necessary, but he also needs to find a way for the approaching army to understand their situation. With a focused gaze, Norio makes a decisive decision. He will go and meet directly with the feudal lord and his people, leaving Dragon and Orcubo completely stunned by his choice. The scene shifts to an impending threat. A huge army of tally marches makes its way through the forest at a steady pace. It is led by a stern commander with light hair and his focused subordinate. Tension rises as they approach, setting the stage for the inevitable clash over Orcubo Castle. The feudal lord and his army reach the outskirts of the planned territory. Glancing at the horizon, the feudal lord and his subordinate stop. With surprise, they see a castle, but its architecture turns out to be too strange. As soon as the feudal lord approaches with his people, Orcubo emerges from the trees. The soldiers involuntarily freeze. The lord cannot come to his senses, or Kubo speaks before him, declaring that he himself is the builder of the strange castle. And although they have already understood their hostile intent, Kubo calmly diffuses the aggression with words and accepts the challenge. Kubo proclaims defiance and throws down a challenge to the army. Let them attack and he will defend the castle from within. The feudal lord and his subordinate are stunned. They realize that Kubo used teleportation magica technique, which an ordinary Kubo could not master. The subordinate urges caution, warning, this is not some ordinary Kubo, but the lord remains steadfast and orders his entire army to besiege the castle. Despite advice to retreat and bring reinforcements from the Demon King's army, feudal Dalkish firmly refuses. He says, as the lord of these lands, it is his duty to handle the situation and protect his people. Lady Varlina insists on staying nearby as she is loyal to the demon's army, but Dalkish asks her to stay behind to keep her safe from danger. Encouraged by the fierce determination of the soldiers to achieve victory, Dalkish prepares to lead the assault on the castle. Feudal Lord Dalkish tries to remain noble, stating that battle is too harsh for women. But his subordinate quickly knocks the pride out of him, revealing that she was once a soldier in the Demon King's army and warns she must not be underestimated. Dalkish senses that her tone is not to his liking, but they postpone disputes, and together they raise the army, rushing forward to overcome the crisis and restore peace to the land. When the army prepares to storm the castle, they come across an incredibly narrow bridge. The feudal lord and his subordinate are confused. They do not understand what kind of structure it is. Fearing a trap, one soldier known as an acrobat and boasting of his balance loudly suggests trying it. Intrigued and motivated, the feudal lord orders him to give it a go. Confident in his own balance, the soldier steps onto the narrow bridge, saying that any fall would still throw him into the water. But as soon as he moves further, a hidden catapult in the wall fires on the signal of an elf-like guardian. A projectile flies right at him, and the feudal lord and his subordinate freeze in shock as they realize they have walked straight into a trap themselves. The soldier is hit by the projectile and is thrown off the bridge. He disappears instantly, and the troops panic, deciding that it is teleportation magic. The feudal lord calmly explains. The soldier has already been safely transferred to another zone, but despite the strangeness, he orders the units to move forward. Then Kubo's voice thunders. He announces the start of Trial 1, the annoying balancing beam, and challenges the army to see how many can get through it. The soldiers struggle to stay on the narrow beam, and Kubo makes it impossible. He hurls projectiles at them. "Take this," he shouts, and several soldiers topple and fall off the bridge. The feudal lord is consumed with rage and screams wildly, "What insolence!" because his people are already being swept away by the very first trial. The trap on the bridge takes half the army. Despite terrible losses, the feudal lord orders to move on to save their comrades. But as soon as they reach the castle gates, a hopeless fear hangs in the air, and they begin to be gnawed by the thought, what new trial or Kubo has prepared for them. While the army prepares to advance, a steep slope catches up with them. At the top appears a pupper, greeting the performers and immediately presenting the next trial. To the soldiers' horror, it summons a giant boulder and sends it rolling down the hill, forcing the feudal lord and his people to deal with a classic ruin trap. Boldly and arrogantly, the feudal lord brushes off the boulder as a minor annoyance and orders his men to move forward. But as soon as they collide with it, the massive boulder strikes and the entire army is thrown away. Kubo mocks their recklessness. He can teleport as many boulders as he wants. And from this, the feudal lord only freezes. Another stone appears right behind him. His feudal lord watches in horror as his soldiers are crushed. He realizes that teleportation magic triggers an endless cycle of boulders. His subordinate, trying to explain, peppers him with questions. Are all people fools? But while the lord mourns the losses, she is suddenly knocked off her feet and sprawls on the ground with a mysterious oi still echoing in the air. There, the feudal lord instantly stops his subordinate just as she is about to fall. He sharply pulls her into unexpectedly tight embraces. He asks if she is all right. She tries to apologize, embarrassed that she made him do it, and he gently assures her it is no trouble at all. The feudal lord looks at the confused subordinate and apologizes for putting her in danger, admitting he needs her. The subordinate, still trembling, agrees. Without hesitation, the feudal lord lifts her into his arms and shouts forward, and leaping high into the air, barely avoids a massive boulder rolling down the hill, leaving the soldiers stunned by his sudden jump. Jumping over boulders, the feudal lord successfully lands on the hilltop. His subordinate, still confused, quietly thanks him, and this makes the lord realize she has a more honest side than he previously thought. But the rest is short. The army is forced to go through a series of bizarre trials. First, they fight creatures multiplying from the nightmare deep ones, then they navigate through a knockdown collect 3D labyrinth, and finally face the horror of the sensual NATO challenge. Finally, the feudal lord and Lady Varlina reach the castle donjon, though after trials they remain alone. All their troops have fallen. While the feudal lord prepares to face the final boss, whom he suspects to be a powerful eagle lady, Lady Varlina recalls his kindness. Her anger fades, touched by his words. The feudal lord thanks her for the help and solemnly vows to protect her as they move forward. Lady Varlina expresses faith that the feudal lord will achieve victory and protect the territory. To this, the lord declares, "From now on they stand together through everything and seal the pact with a firm handshake." With shared determination, they proceed onward to the fortress of the castle for the final battle. When the feudal lord and Lady Varlina reach the donjon, they are met by a girl dressed as a maid laughing loudly and declaring herself their final trial. Impressed that the child stands like the main boss, both freeze in confusion. Their fighting spirit vanishes without a trace. The girl continues to shout and demands to fight her, but Norio simply restrains her, cutting dryly, "It's all over now." Norio bursts in with an evening pop and loudly greets the feudal lord and Lady Varlina for reaching the castle dungeon. The two freeze completely puzzled. Where does this sudden joy come from, and where does this rain of confetti come from? Norio then calmly explains the truth. The castle was not built for war or territorial defense, it was built purely for entertainment. The feudal lord silently remains standing and only now finally realizes the absurdity of the exhausting trials they have just undergone. Norio sincerely apologizes for the inconvenience caused and says he just wanted the visitors to feel comfortable. He reassures the feudal lord and Lady Varlin. The soldiers who did not pass the trial are now calmly downstairs enjoying miso soup with pork. The lord marvels at how the castle is designed with security in mind, and he himself recalls the path. The trials were extremely exciting, and most importantly, Lady Varlina helped him establish a genuine connection. The feudal lord's subordinate sharply and unequivocally states, "Building such a huge structure without permission is a serious military oversight that cannot be ignored." Norio shudders in surprise and immediately suggests demolishing the castle. But the feudal lord stops him. He decides not to destroy but to occupy the castle. With great enthusiasm, the subordinate Skets announces, "The castle will become the main attraction in Lord Dalkish's holdings, so he invites rivals from all over the land to test their strength." The subordinate enthusiastically explains that it is worth turning the castle into an attraction and its dangerous reputation will be erased, which will bring a fiscal surplus. The feudal lord immediately approves the idea, or, choking with gratitude, vows to take on the maintenance of Taxel. In his occas, he imagines how this new venture could attract the doctor. Then the feudal lord says back to the peasants, "If you are going to give tenderness, then immediately," because she panics and loudly denies any comparisons. The feudal lord happily shares his satisfaction from working with Norio, and they both shake hands amicably, sealing the agreement. When the bustle dies down, the feudal lord solemnly names the new attraction Storm Cloud or Kubo Castle, but Shira is not pleased. She loudly reminds everyone that she is the true lady of the castle. Plotty is suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, and she does not understand why she feels so bad right now. But when the feeling does not go away, a flash of insight lights up in her eyes. Maybe this is the moment she has been waiting for. And then the scene switches to a special episode. Plotty starts a heated argument, yells at a dark-haired woman to give her what she has, and calls her a liar. The woman defensively retorts that she is not lying, just that things are not going well. Norio stands between them, completely confused by what is happening and by the strange connection between the two women who are fighting. Norio looks at all this and cannot understand how the quarrel is escalating even more. He explains to Senta that Glacier was supposed to report on her Cartesian visit to Enel, so Plotty entrusted her with so much, and now Plotty is furiously outraged nothing has appeared on the market. In response, Glacier shouts that she simply has not launched them for sale yet because she lacks the proper resources, and Plotty, exploding with anger, demands her things back immediately while Norio awkwardly freezes in the middle of this chaos. Sveta adds that Aileron entrusted her products to her and they to Glacier, and Norio doubts. Does Glacier really intend to sell? But Glacier sharply denies it just hasn't yet found a way to the market. Norio advises seeking help from Astras, but Glacier bursts with indignation and admits, although they are both advisors to the Demon King, only Astras has the power to distribute goods, and it is this right that greatly boosted Astras' fame. Norio highly values the quality of Aileron's leather and glass products. He says they will be well received once the right distribution channel is found, and Glacier instantly sees this as a chance for a loud comeback and to challenge Astras' status. However, Aileron holds on to her own pride as a craftswoman and wants more people to feel her creations, so she solemnly shows a huge statue of the Dark Lord Aides and the best work of her companion Meryl. Norio notes that Aloran prefers to sell a detailed statue of Meryl rather than simple products, and that is why Glacia cannot find a buyer. Norio admits that Meryl has first-rate talent but fears this creation might be too much even for Astras, and when Aloran suggests contacting Astras directly, Glacia panics. Suddenly Leviasa appears, teases Glacia, saying she's still hopeless, and leaves her in complete despair. Leviasa confidently offers to help Aileron find the way to the market, praising the highest quality of elven craftsmanship. And as soon as Aileron asks about the wooden statue, Leviasa, smiling mysteriously, says she already has someone in mind, and Norio, Aileron, and Glacia freeze completely before the demonic castle. The scene shifts to Demon Castle. Demon King Zedin stands before his father, the former great Demon King Balal. Balal drily asked what his recent grand purchases mean. Does he really think people won't think he's lost his mind? Zedin sighs heavily. Angry Zedin tries to defend himself with arguments, saying how can his father who stopped the war be so indifferent to this? Balal just snorts angrily and waves him off, asking if Zedin is about to lecture him again. Zidane, the former great Demon King Baal, passionately declares that now that the war is over, money should be spent on art. It gives a sense of peace and calls to a bright future. He orders Zidane to look and, dramatically opening, shows a series of high-quality wooden statues that, according to him, surpass any previous paintings or books. The former great Demon King Baal reveals to Zidane details. Elves, besides statues, produce stunning household goods, and he has already distributed them through his network of merchants. Zidane only notes that this will really make life much easier for the elves. Elven products instantly become a sensation in the demon capital. Levias's reputation in Aileron soars, so he makes unheard-of profits. And against the backdrop of the Glacia celebration, Zidane feels completely neglected and irritated. Plotty bursts into the room and calls Norio with wild joy. After feeling around, Norio suddenly hugs her tightly. Blushing and happy, Plotty announces the long-awaited news. She believes she is going to have a baby. Nari freezes in shock and screams, not believing that Plotty is pregnant. But when it hits him, excitement washes over him like a wave, and he enthusiastically praises her. Plotty explains she received an approving thumbs up and the highest blessing from the sea goddess Amphitrite. Joy is joined by Nico and Gara Rufa. Nico cries out for Plotty and says she practiced the limping techniques under the guidance of the goddess. Overwhelmed with emotions, Plottis's comrades declare their unwavering determination to protect her and her future child. While Plotty tries to professionally explain how pregnancy will affect her work, the group is too excited and insists supporting her is their duty. As a special gesture, they give her a wonderful new dress, created specifically for this joyful occasion. Plotty is delighted with the new dress. She thanks Betty for the thoughtful cut that delicately fits her belly. Her companions warmly offer to take care of matters and prepare care clothes for her future needs. Puffer is entrusted to deliver the news of the pregnancy to Prince Erwani. Plotty only asks to send her greetings. Plotty asks Puffer to send her greetings to Prince Erwani and says that he should visit as soon as everything calms down. Expressing deep gratitude to everyone, she steps back and the mood suddenly changes. Norio suddenly realizes something important. He tells Plotty that since he cannot use teleportation magic, he will have to find another way to travel. Norio explains, since his work goes beyond the farm, he needs a fast way to get around. Vale immediately eagerly offers to give him a ride with her majestic wings, but Norio shuts down this idea at the very beginning. Now Vale is the lady of the castle, so she has her own affairs and duties to take care of. Vale Plotty tease. He hints that he simply does not trust her because of her capricious nature. Vale quickly agrees. While Vale was still enjoying the very idea of flying, Norio had already concluded. For his travels, the most reliable option is a horse. Belina intervened and reminded that horses in both worlds, human and demon, are needed for transportation, and also that the Demon King is a known connoisseur. Norio agreed and handed all arrangements into Belina's skillful hands. A month passes and Demon King Zedin arrives at Norio's home with wild energy, loudly celebrating his invasion and calling the saint. Norio lets him in and says that Belina informed him about the horse. Zedin proudly confirms. He personally oversaw the quality, so he gave Norio his horse Black Flame as a stallion, and Norio is left amazed by this scale. Demon King Zedin launches into a passionate tirade about the lineage of his horse, Black Flame, boasting about the endurance and feistiness inherited from its parents. Norio is completely confused. Why is breeding even necessary if a horse can simply be given? But just as Zedin, excited, declares that the new mount is finally ready, their conversation is cut short by the arrival of Zoth Sierra, who greets both the Demon King and the saint. Zoth Sierra dramatically shows the result of her work, a magnificent dragon horse, created by combining magic and genetic modifications. Norio is speechless, and even Demon King Zedin is impressed by the sight of this flying steed. Zoth Sierra explains, to create a steed worthy of Norio, she crossed the Demon King's horse with a dragon and added a pinch of her uniqueness. Vale excitedly chimes in and admits that she also participated in this process. Norio, completely stunned, asks if everyone is really okay with allowing such a miracle. Belina and Demon King Zidane agree. A special mount is exactly what suits the saint. Demon King Zidane announces the news. Platyfish is pregnant and explains that the mighty dragon horse is actually a festive gift from the entire group. Norio accepts this gesture with surprise and emotion, and then is even more impressed when he goes into battle to meet it already with his incredible new steed. Demon King Zedin tells Norio that the dragon horse is calling him to mount. Norio, overwhelmed with emotion, nervously agrees to try, and as soon as he steps onto it, the dragon horse bursts into the sky. Norio, shouting sharply from shock and delight, flies high above the ground. Now Norio is deeply impressed. The gift seems almost too incredible to him. Below, Zaden, Zitsira, and Vei shout, eager to know how he feels about the flight. Gliding through the air, Norio realizes how attentive and gentle the creature is, as if the blessing of his friends is already in the very pattern of this ride. Sliding over the mountains, Norio suddenly catches himself thinking that his life is too surreal. In this Isekai world and riding such a magnificent creature, his mind races to the future. He and Plady are waiting. He is worried about what the baby will become, a merfolk from the mermaid side or a human from the human side. Nurturing quiet, bright hopes, he shares them with his gentle new companion. Norio contemplates the child's future. As long as the baby is healthy, it does not matter whom it will resemble. He is filled with gratitude towards the people he has met in this world. He returns to the ground to introduce the dragon horse to Plady. Plady beams, enthusiastically greeting the magnificent creature and gladly accepting it as a new friend in their field. Demon King Zidane feels panic rising. He says that the abilities of his sister's husband are too high. Vale firmly reminds him, the dragon horse is Norio's personal mount and belongs to no one else. Even when Zidane humbly asks if he can just pet the creature, Zothsira offers to create a separate horse for the Demon King. Meanwhile, Plady curiously asks Norio how he plans to name the new flying companion. After long reflections on the creature, Norio excitedly declares that he will name the dragon horse Sakamoto. Vale does not fully understand what this name means but agrees. It sounds powerful. In her thoughts, she notes how her master repeatedly manages to obtain such wonderful things. Changing the subject, Vale turns to Angel and asks if the side effects of the potion for transforming the land have already passed. Angel reflects on her condition and admits, after detoxing, she took longer to recover than she initially thought. But Plady interrupts her thoughts, saying that now it is time for Angel to return to the Mermaid Kingdom. Angel bursts out in loud protest, shouting that she will not go home. She passionately declares that she will not return to the Mermaid Kingdom until she achieves her goal to surpass her sister. And all determination disappears as quickly as it appeared when she honestly admits the real reason. The food on the farm is too delicious to leave. Plady watches with disbelief, dryly remarking that she appreciates Angel's honesty. Angel completely breaks down, sobbing about miso soup and pork shagyaki, begging to be left here forever while the others just watch this chaos. Norio intervenes to restore order. He suggests everyone sit down and calmly discuss everything. When everyone settles at the table, Norio decides to give Angel the floor first, and she eagerly begins immediately. Angel continues her passionate speech, insisting that she has a duty to stay and help Lady Puffer and Lady Gararufa. She emphasizes, the mermaid team will lack people, especially since Plady suddenly, like Plady Raimai, holds a firm position and tells her that her field trip is over and she must return to the Academy of Magical Potions to study. Unyielding Angel says, she has learned much more on the farm than at school and will not move from her place. Plady does not give up and continues to argue, reminding Angel, despite how Hondora explained her situation, she has still been living without permission for too long. She raises the concern about Angel's parents' worries and admits her own pregnancy gave her a new understanding of what a father feels. Norio quietly agrees, but it is clear, Angel is not convinced at all. Plady moves from emotional pleas to a firm ultimatum. She orders Angel to go home and get permission from her parents and school to live there. Angel is shocked. She realizes that the school is also involved in this, but Plady remains unyielding and warns, everyone who ignores these rules will be expelled from the farm. Choking on the demand, Angel begins to yield with difficulty. Norio notices a sharp change in Angel's mood and asks what happened. Depressed, she wonders if the school is really that strict. Plady confirms, yes, strict. She tries to reassure that they will see each other again, but Angel admits the circumstances are difficult and everything will depend on how well she can negotiate. But Plady immediately reveals a problem that is worse and more urgent. Angel does not even know that. Plady emphasizes someone must be found who can safely escort Angel home. At that moment, Zothsira appears and says she was looking for Angel. But as soon as she notices Hakai, her attention instantly shifts. She slyly offers tea or to stay together until his work finally finishes. But Hakai awkwardly refuses, saying he still needs to finish his tasks. Zothsira finds Angel's sincerity funny, but eventually takes responsibility for accompanying her. She sighs as if to say she will have to take Angel home instead of Platyfish and begins dragging the stubborn girl across the ground. Zothsira, grinding her teeth, escorts Angel home while Platyfish notices. Angel is trying to get permission to stay on the farm. As soon as they step into the luxurious, sprawling kingdom of mermaids, Zothsira decides to quickly finish the matter so she can finally go meet Orcabo, but as soon as they arrive, Angel casually orders her to wait outside while she talks to her parents, and Zothsira freezes in complete shock and confusion. Zothsira bursts into despair and doesn't understand why she has to wait so long for the family conversation, but immediately reminds herself, if she doesn't properly look after Angel, she might be kicked off the farm. Just as she manages to complain, Angel returns and thanks her for waiting. And when Angel says that her parents simply told her to be a real witch, Zothsira freezes again in shock how quickly everything was settled. Angel explains, Hendra helped convey her situation to her parents, but the main challenge is still ahead, getting permission from her school. Standing in front of the Mermaid Witch Academy, Angel puts on a whole show, disguising the task as a final boss battle. She tightly grips Zothsira, begs for support, and praises her as the smartest and most reliable senior among the 6 Witches of Chaos. But Zothsira is clearly irritated that Angel also managed to complain about her age. Zothsira and Angel arrive at the Mermaid Witch Academy. Zothsira admires the school's elegance and admits her dangerous and heretical research has made her an outlaw, so she will never cross its threshold again. Looking at the atmosphere of the elite institution, Angel only reflects and decides that it is much better for her to study with the best witches on the farm. Zothsira tells Angel that there is no right or wrong answer and that she just needs to do what she wants. Encouraged, Angel dares to look the academy's teachers straight in the eyes. When Angel enters the room with nervous stammering, Zothsira stays outside. She feels uncomfortable seeing how tense everything is, but stubbornly reminds herself this is for Orcabo. So Angel nervously enters the office and is immediately met by Professor Carp. Without ceremony, he reminds her, if she really attended his classes, she would see him every day. And when King Negus advised Carp to consider her absence temporary, he emphasizes something else. Angel disappeared for months without permission and fell far behind other students. Professor Carp states that there are super intensive extra classes so Angel can catch up with her peers, and says this so nervously and chokingly, as if the words are stuck in his chest. Angel can't come up with anything smart until she sharply blurts out, she came to ask for permission to continue her temporary absence. Carp does not laugh. Instead, he immediately yells at her not to play the fool. Desperate, Angel looks for a loophole to get her request, but Professor Carp blocks her path with a lecture about royal responsibility. He stresses every word. As a member of the royal family, Angel must behave with dignity, devote herself to study to become a skilled magical pharmacist and a true royal person. Professor Carp continues sternly and demands an answer. Is it acceptable for a royal family member to run away from duties and do as she pleases? Angel is completely intimidated. She only stammers in response and cannot find words to justify what she has done. Zothsira suddenly appears and cuts off Professor Carp's stern lecture. She mocks him, daring to ask what exactly Angel can learn from someone like him. Professor Carp is stunned to recognize her Zothsira and demands an explanation of why she is here. Zothsira barely smiles, teasing the Witch of Arts for picking on a child. Angel is completely confused by the sudden turn of events, while Professor Carp is noticeably alarmed as soon as the witch appears. The two women stand against each other and the air crackles with tension. Angel can only freeze in shock and wonder how they are even connected. Zothsira releases a bold, mocking laugh and humiliates Professor Carp, calling her a failure. Supposedly, she just bent under authority to become a conceited teacher at a prestigious school. Professor Carp snaps back just as sharply and declares that Zothsira clearly did not understand her position, especially considering that her reckless research has led her to now be one of the most wanted. Zothsira's expression becomes threatening as she states, she can turn the whole school into a hellish landscape. Smiling maliciously and mockingly looking at Professor Carp, she asks if she is going to call security. When the tension reaches its limit, suddenly their fierce opponent catches the angelic crossfire and the angel lands right in the epicenter of the conflict. Professor Carp cries out in despair that Zothsira is a famous abyss witch and that she is a criminal. Zothsira does not react at all. She boldly brushes it off, saying she's still only a lower-rank witch. But when it becomes known that Zothsira has mastered the arts of various witches through the crown, bitter cold, hellfire, and plague taste, her gaze stops on Angel. And it becomes clear, the young princess has not wasted her time. Shaking in shock, Professor Carp shouts that half of the 6 Witches of Chaos should be put behind bars. Zothsira calmly objects. Although it sounds like nonsense, Angel has a sister, Princess Blatty, the crown witch who rules over all 6 of them. She reveals Angel has not been idle. She worked tirelessly every day, gathered herself, and decided to oppose her place to eventually surpass her sister. Angel is deeply moved. She sees that her attempts to surpass her sister have been noticed and confirmed. She is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. She rushes into Zothsira's arms and thanks her endlessly. Uplifted, Zothsira tries to push her away, assuring that she only said it because she was simply tired of Professor Carp's attitude. Professor Carp chokes with anger and shouts about the Academy's ancient guilt. Supposedly, it failed to teach the brilliant Princess Blatty. Her sharp gaze does not waver, declaring witchcraft is heresy, and she insists the only true way to benefit merfolk is to study magical potions. She swears, no matter what, she will lead Angel on this right path. Zothsira rejects Professor Carp's argument as false and states that there is no single correct method for studying magical potions. To resolve the dispute, she arranges a competition. Professor Karp, stunned, asks for details and Zotsira explains. She is leading a special seminar for the gifted and offers Angel to face off against one of her best students. Zotsira mocks Professor Karp's narrow-mindedness and states that the competition will be held as a practical fight in the school arena. Professor Karp feels offended and reluctantly accepts the challenge due to such selfish reasoning, while Angel remains concerned about the strength of the future opponent. Even feeling at a disadvantage, Angel stubbornly decides, now there is no turning back. Angel declares her determination to show everything she has learned during her time on the farm. Zotsira curls her lips and suddenly offers to become Angel's partner in the future match. This immediately causes an outburst of outrage. Professor Karp reminds her that interfering is forbidden by the rules. Despite this, Zot brushes off the concern and boldly teases, maybe it doesn't have to be a real fight. An hour later, everyone gathers in the school arena. Zotsira introduces the opponent Calva, a talented young woman from a respectable family, equally brilliant in studies and sports, destined to join the Imperial Guard. When Angel learns that Calva is the first-year senior student, he is simply thrown off balance. He is completely stunned. Alone, having gathered herself to prove everything, Angel commands herself. She must give her all. Zotsira announces the start of the match with aquatic martial arts, and as soon as the signal sounds, Angel and Calva take their positions, ready to fight. Just as the match is about to begin, Angel sharply and without hesitation makes a decisive move. Zotsira has not yet finished the signal and Calva is instantly frozen by ice, a solid block of ice. Confused, Zotsira explodes with anger, accusing Angel of trickery. Supposedly, he premixed potions in the water. But Angel remains calm and confident. In a real fight, there are no start signals, and this is exactly the true witch's strategy in battle. Angel mocks the frozen Calva, reminding her, relaxing and losing vigilance near the enemy is a critical mistake. Calva protests, insisting that this is supposed to be a friendly match. Seeing what is happening, Zotsira decides to restart the competition. As soon as Zotsira shouts, "Start!" Calva shouts, "You coward!" and with furious rage lunges at Angel, forcing her to prepare for a strike. Calva rushes forward and lands a powerful blow, but Angel calmly watches every move, attracting every step. To Calva's shock, Angel easily dodges the attack, and the speed of the best student suddenly seems sluggish. Stunned to the core, Calva freezes. Her moves turned out to be so predictable. While Calva continues the fierce attack, Angel responds with fire potions. Calva's shield heats up to hot, and she instantly drops it with a scream. Zotsira explains that according to the rules of water martial arts, whoever drops the shield or harpoon loses the fight. Calva gasps. Angel turns out to be cunning, so Zotsira declares her the winner. Calva trembles with shock. She cannot believe she is already on the verge of defeat and repeats to herself that she will not lose. The pride of her school drives her forward. But Angel calls out to her and asks if all her hard work was really just for the school's reputation. Angel's gaze becomes firm, and Calva prepares to put everything into the final strike. Decisive strike. Mermaid spark. Angel throws Calva into flight and the match ends instantly. Stunned, Zotsira involuntarily realizes Angel has mastered one of the 3 great secret techniques of the Royal Mermaid family. When Calva accepts defeat and sinks into despair, Angel is covered by a wave of joy. She realizes that she has actually won the battle. After the match, the instructor suggests extending the student's vacation, but Zoth notes this will prevent her from graduating. The instructor becomes increasingly irritated, lamenting that 2 members of the royal family have already failed to complete the most prestigious academy of the mermaid country. When Zoth coldly shrugged off with "So what?" the instructor reaches her limit. She must restore her student's honor, so she boldly challenges Zoth to a duel. Zotsira calmly accepts the challenge but immediately snaps back with mockery, reminds her that she has never won when pretending to be cool, and mockingly calls her Witch of Arts. This drives Kira into a furious rage. She rejects the nickname, proudly declares herself professor of the Honorable Mermaid Witch Academy, and swears that in this match the mentor's power will become crystal clear. The students froze in horror and stared at each other. They feared that the clash of 2 powerful witches would reduce the school to ruins. Zotsira, on the contrary, was waiting for the professor's growth check, but the suddenness interrupted the course of events. The mermaid queen Sheila appeared majestically, and Angela was completely stunned to see her mother. Kira and Zoth reacted with pure shock and panic as soon as the air suddenly changed. The appearance of the mermaid queen Sheila seemed to erase their clash. The queen calmly stepped onto the stage and even the most stubborn lost their speech. Mermaid Queen Sheila intervened, asked why Kira and Zotsira were fighting, and recalled that they used to get along. The tension moment by moment turned into pure shock. King Nagus appeared beside her and the professors froze at his very presence. Platy laughed with happiness, shouted, called both Dad and Mom, while Nagus asked why Sheila left the castle. Sheila replied that she did it out of worry for their daughter. Mermaid Queen Sheila declared her authority and reminded Zotsira, as a fugitive, she must not cause a commotion in the kingdom. Her stern gaze immediately slid to Professor Kira, who received a reprimand for carelessness. The queen sharply asked if she believed violence was the only way to solve problems. Both women shuddered and bowed guiltily under the queen's gaze. Despite the queen's reprimand, Professor Kira does not stop and continues to argue, insisting that the dignity of the academy is at stake. She explains, they have already failed with Platt, so they cannot afford the same result with Angel, otherwise it will call into question the very existence of the school. But her despair only fuels the mermaid queen Shayla. With a cold smile, she asks if Kira dares to argue with her. Mermaid Queen Shayla suddenly releases a crushing, deadly pressuring Professor Kira instantly immobilizes her. Shayla's body trembles with fear. Under the onslaught of the bloodthirsty intent, Queen Kira cannot move a single muscle. But as soon as the aura disappears, Shayla casually apologizes for the scary, and Kira, gasping for air, cannot recover for a long time. Meanwhile, Plotty returns to Zothsira and inquisitively asks if she knows her mother. Plotty expresses her surprise. Zitsiri is really familiar with her mother, the one of the 6 Chaos Witches. Zitsiri awkwardly tries to downplay the significance of their history and says they just sometimes talked a little. But inside she is panicking. She remembers how once with Sheila they caused so much trouble that the Mermaid Kingdom almost fell. Sheila throws a look at her and a sinister aura presses down. In despair, Zitsiri prays that Plotty does not start asking about the true nature of the Witch of Darkness. Sheila calls Zotan. He responds immediately, nervously and sharply. Inside, he admits, both Sheila and Kira are lucky to have survived, given what they know about the Queen's history. Sheila notes, she is not in the mood for arguments and some memories are better left unspoken. Zoda agrees instantly. While Sheila contemplates Kira's motivation, she is a teacher who cares about the school and the well-being of Platian Angel. Kira interrupts, insisting that it is much more serious and could ruin the reputation of both the school and the kingdom. Maid Queen Sheila looks at everyone inquisitively, and Professor Kira is gasping for words, unable to find the right ones. Zothsira stands aside and watches, as if to say, despite being a teacher. And just as the tension reaches its peak, King Nagus clears his throat, thereby cutting through the suffocating atmosphere. Then Sheila softens her tone, acknowledging Kira's strong sense of responsibility. Although the truth is different, Nagus's intervention likely saved Kira from a much worse fate. Professor Kira remains stunned when Zothsira scolds her for pride. The Mermaid Queen Shayla softens her tone. She admits that they might have gone too far with Kira and should reflect on their own actions. She says she desires a free life for her children, while also acknowledging that being a monarch and the founder of a school means bearing heavy responsibility. Returning to the students, Shayla notes that many, including Calva, work tirelessly to fulfill their dream of becoming teachers or imperial guards. Changing her mood, the Mermaid Queen Shayla claps her hands and cheerfully suggests everyone work together. But the others, especially Calva, remain confused, perceiving her friendliness as a possible threat precisely because of her incredible presence. The view then shifts from the academy to a quiet, sprawling, traditional estate. Professor Kira, introducing herself as Carp, formally bows to the saint and openly shows respect for the acquaintance. She talks about her role at the prestigious Mermaid Witch Academy, then voices an unexpected demand: a new campus on the territory of the farm managed by the saint himself. While she speaks, Norio casts a confused look at her and recalls in his thoughts, this is the same Mermaid Witch Academy he once ran away from and dropped out of. Professor Kira confirms the demand for a new campus and Norio is completely lost. She explains, Princess Angel wants to stay on the farm but must continue her studies and not spoil the academy's reputation, so the king and queen of the Sea Kingdom decided to establish a local campus. Trying to break free from the deadlock, Kira bows deeply and earnestly asks Norio to postpone her permission. Norio stops at the thought of founding a new campus on his farm and thinks that Orcabot will definitely be thrilled by this news. He tries to calm the crying angel while Professor Kira desperately keeps asking for permission. But then Platy breaks everything. She screams at the top of her lungs, completely denies it, and sharply declares that she will never allow the academy to move to the farm. Platy explodes with rage, yells at Professor Kira and calls her a ghost from the past who must not set foot on their paradise place. While Norio and Angel watch as she is pushed away, frozen in awkward silence, Kira does not flinch, meets Platy with a calm smile. Norio worries that due to the tension construction will become impossible, but Kira only advises, let Platy go back to studying and finish the new campus. In response, Platy screams at her to get out. Professor Kira calls Platy and hands her a mysterious letter. Platy takes the paper, not yet knowing what is happening, and begins to read a letter from Mermaid Queen Sheila. Warmly congratulates her on her pregnancy and asks if Platy is taking proper care of herself. Every word makes Platy freeze, staring at the lines in amazement. Norio asks Platy what happened while she, stunned, froze over the letter. In the message from her mother, Mermaid Queen Shayla, it says that Platy must approve the opening of a new branch of the school. Platy at first sharply objects but very quickly realizes she simply cannot say no to her mother, and, sharply changing her tone, joyfully praises her mother's cleverness and decides to allow the creation of Mermaid Witch Academy on the farm. Professor Kira immediately begins to explain. The program covers both magical potions and noble etiquette. Princess Angelia obediently settles in her seat, while Plotty remains boiling with anger, but Norio is already thinking about the future of his and Plotty's children, so he decides that a school on the farm is really necessary, which greatly excites Professor Kira. Professor Kira notices that the farm is already full of angel children, and expects that more will arrive from outside the Mermaid Kingdom, but Norio sharply interrupts. The new campus must not separate the three races. Grimly, without ceremony, he tells Professor Kira that her current curriculum is unacceptable, and warns if she does not accept the inclusive model of coexistence on the farm, the whole campus plan will fall apart. Professor Kira is angrily confused, but the words cannot be taken back. Norio asks Professor Kira for her final answer, and she gives in, saying that since she's renting the premises, she must compromise. Plotty immediately falls for Norio's authoritative tone, happily encouraging him while Professor Kira outwardly looks broken. But in private, she confidently holds her own plan. Her abilities will turn the school into her own playground, and this hidden excitement is immediately revealed by a companion, teasing Professor Kira about her true intentions. The tension abruptly breaks when Vale kicks the door with a bang and pushes it wide open with one tear, greeting Norio as Milord and immediately announcing that she is hungry. Plotty is happy to see the guest. Norio instantly recognizes her, but Professor Kira is choking with indignation. The child simply kicked the door down. Vale ignores the shock, rummages around the room looking for tasty snacks, and finding nothing, lets out a disappointed sigh. Choking on Vale's impudence, Professor Kira yells at her, threatening to correct her disgusting manners herself, but the lecture does not last long. Vale's gaze changes. Smiling predatory and noticeably pressing with authority, she retorts, "Kira still dares to lecture me?" and adds, throwing the question bluntly, "Do you even know who I am?" Vale knocks Professor Kira off her feet. She turns into a huge dragon and roars while dragging the professor outside to settle their dispute. Angel is nervous about the fate of the new campus, while Norio, Dragon, and Vale just watch amused that the professor is finally getting a lesson in decency. The news about the new school quickly spreads across the farm, and the kind workers who took on extra jobs laugh uncontrollably. They shout their admiration for Norio together, and he can only smile shyly looking at this chaotic turn of events. And Orcubo is wildly happy about the prospect of building the school. Finally, his skills will be put to use. Norio guiltily rolls his tongue. There are no official construction plans yet. Everything starts as the Hansen Learning Center. But Orcubo quickly realizes the visiting mermaid students will definitely need dormitories, so he and the other workers desperately beg Norio to allow them to build housing, and Norio just amuses himself with their unexpected passion for architecture. The mermaid waitress acknowledges Norio's generosity, saying he gave both a place for the school and housing, but she categorically refuses the latter. The pride of the mermaid will not allow it. When Norio asks if they plan to hire a carpenter from the Mermaid Kingdom, she cuts off the idea and shows a small object. Norio and Orcubo remain amazed because she explains they have a better option, a genius Plata's invention that can grow coral. Norio is ethically impressed by Plata's genius. The official mermaid calls her a brilliant witch and explains the mechanics clearly. Coral grows because it transforms in any imagined shape as soon as a special potion is added, so mermaids can establish their culture in any body of water. She immediately honestly adds, pre-prepared homes are not eternal, so mermaids stick to the ocean, but they are indispensable so that mermaid pride can grow. And also, they plan to arrange their own food. The mermaid waitress asks permission to start construction immediately. Norio immediately agrees and leaves all logistics to her. Orcubo also agrees, but Norio himself is already gnawed by anxiety. He thinks that land for mermaids is essentially a prison, and he cannot imagine how they will live among others, even with a dragon. Norio cannot stop thinking about whether anyone will come to the school at all. His doubts are washed away by a flock of disgusting creatures. They arrive and announce themselves, relying on the growing coral. Full of energy, they introduce themselves: Hekali, Witch of the Wind, Batrakas, Veiltil, Witch of the Earth, Witch of Fire and Discus, and also Witch of Ice. Angel steps forward, takes the place of the whole group, and introduces herself as the leader and Witch of Light. The 5 angels together strike a pose and declare that they are the 5 holy witches, successors of the 6 witches of chaos and the honorable first students of the new campus. After their energetic representative speech, Norio can only stare at them in complete stupor and tries to understand what has happened. Norio stands completely stunned. The dramatic exit of the mermaid angels throws him off track. As soon as they greet him, he asks where they got the ideas for such a theatrical performance. The angels reply, they came for practice because they heard that many witches live on the farm. One of them proudly declares that she was the one who gave the team 6 chaotic witch vibes and asks for Norio's approval. He feels this is exactly the kind of beginning from which misunderstandings grow, but he quietly worries Plati will explode as soon as she finds out. Norio decides the best way to meet new students is to introduce them to everyone on the farm. The mermaid students immediately blaze with excitement. They feel as if they are next to legendary witches and the great Plati. But the farm residents, who are actually former criminals, get lost and embarrassed by this sudden, inappropriate respect. Mermaid students express deep respect for the 6 witches of chaos. Although they are famous as the greatest scourge for the mermaid world, they are equally honored as the best potion instructors. Inspired by this admiration, the pupils proclaim their mission, to learn as much as possible and eventually surpass the 6 witches. Focused gazes, firm-faced, these swear to become strong, dreaming of reaching the level of their leader angel. The mermaid students bow low and humbly beg the inhabitants for guidance. Gargaruva is so moved by their sincerity that she feels soft and warm inside. Seeing their enthusiasm, Norio thinks he worried for nothing. Smiling, he invites the new students to tour the farm and they eagerly agree. The farm tour starts with an overview of various roles from crop care to spice production in the distillery and creating art pieces. The 5 holy witches initially get confused by the terms but are quickly explained a simple thing. The best way to understand is through experience. In work overalls, the students are immediately thrown into exhausting fieldwork. Their hands constantly busy, they are overwhelmed by fatigue. After a year of fieldwork, 5 holy witches were completely exhausted. They were gasping from the grueling labor. But they were impressed by Angela's endurance. It was clear she had truly trained for this. Under her influence, the girls decided to give their all. Seeing their diligence, Norio happily ordered the work to stop and invited everyone to lunch, and the students thanked him with surprise and sincerity. Norio throws a banquet and jokingly says that every school needs a lunch service. 5 holy witches instantly get hooked on the event. They declare that they have never tasted anything so amazing and almost faint from the taste. While they eat in complete happiness, Platibos rejoices. The farm feeds not only with delicious food, but also with a real piece de resistance. And Norio is simply happy to see them enjoying the food. After exhausting fieldwork, 5 holy witches soak in a healing hot bath and all fatigue dissolves without a trace. Sober and full of energy, they quickly move on to a cheerful pajama party, admiring their comfortable outfits and each other's cuteness. While the 5 holy witches admired the cozy pajamas provided by the tailor from the farm, they understood that after some time they would have to return to their ocean dormitory. They wanted to be careful what if pajamas were inappropriate there, but Angel remained optimistic, confidently stating that they would figure it out somehow. Norio asks Kira if she likes the food and says he thought introducing a lunch service would be a nice touch. Kira is so impressed by the quality of the dish that she is momentarily speechless, then concludes that such a service will really help lessons go more smoothly. Nearby, her mermaid friend teases Kira for being tired of building dormitories and suggests that the farm has just the right place for their plans. Kira was completely immersed in the luxury of the hot spring on the farmer, body melted into pure relaxation. As soon as she stepped into the incredibly soft robe, she was struck by the quality of all the amenities. Nico immediately seized the moment and showed that they even had fluffy futons for sleeping on the floor, and he asked Kira if it was turning out that the ground was actually a pretty good place. Kira could only respond with a thoughtful sip. She was clearly shaken by the comfort. Kyra admits underwater life is very important, but Nico immediately reminds her that the ability to respect and understand each other is a vital part of learning. Convinced by this, Kyra agrees with the decision for both the dormitories above water and the underwater ones. The team celebrates the decision, and Nico and Plotty give a high five while Oana rushes off to work. Norio watches with a smile and feels strong optimism about the new campus. Korkoffin approaches Norio with a solemn expression and says she needs to discuss a matter. Norio freezes in confusion. Could it be she really wants to talk about something other than natto? Even once, he asks if there are problems with natto. Korkoffin firmly denies and insists her request is about something completely different, something more important. Korkoffin clarifies she wants to talk about the restored angel. Kian reminds Norio that Hermes took her to Hephaestus to make some adjustments, but they have received no updates since. And as soon as Norio understands who exactly is meant, he agrees. The silence is indeed strange. The solution is simple: not to wait any longer. Norio says they just have to go and ask themselves. Hermes runs up with a loud, energetic greeting and calls Sainishmu, saying that a lot of time has passed. Norio apologizes for constantly calling him, but Hermes is more interested in whether he will be offered something. Then Horkosfin intervenes and offers him a bowl of natto, insisting that he needs it to cleanse the darkness in his heart. But the sharp smell turns out to be unbearable for Hermes. He reacts with complete disgust and walks away, and Horkosfin still does not understand why he got so angry. Horkosfin meets Hermes with a cold, piercing gaze and asks if he usually breaks promises. She reminds him he took her sister's model for revisions and has been silent for months. Hermes is all sweaty and nervously insists that the revisions are finished and he did send it back. But Horkosfin doesn't believe him. Why does the god pile up so many lies? Suddenly she cuts in anger and rushes at him. Hermes screams in horror that he is telling the truth. Hermes says that Song Kyufun joined Prince Oana on a training journey and that he heard this information from Puffer. Norio is surprised, and Horkosfin remains skeptical until she activates her internal scanning system module. When the sensors confirm the target is within reach, her mood instantly changed, decides to quickly end the conversation to teleport to her own romantic meeting with the prince. Horkosfin suddenly appears before Sangokyufin with a threatening aura and completely throws her off balance. A flash of light and Horkosfin instantly teleports Sangokyufin back to the farm with teleportation magic. Sangokyufin happily greets Norio and Horkosfin beams with satisfaction. The mission is accomplished. Norio sees with relief that Horkosfin feels well. Then Horkosfin urges Sangokyufin to introduce Herselfan to Norio's surprise. Sangokyufin does so with considerable energy and politeness. When Horkosfin recalls how much effort went into her training, Norio is confused. He says Puffer was supposed to teach her manners. Sangokyufin adds thoughtfully that training and the ability to pass on skills to others helped her grow. Sangokyufin shares that her development was not the work of strength alone. Prince Irvana and Hack also grew stronger as they journeyed together and overcame difficulties. Norio is impressed and agrees learning and growing as a team is truly an important part of training. Then Horkosfin reveals that this was her goal when she entrusted Sangokyufin with their care, leaving only a playful O for keeping Norio in the dark about her plan. Without warning, Horkosfin fires a powerful blast right in Sangokyufin's face and Angel screams in pain. Nearby, Hermes freezes in horror and Horkosfin coldly cuts off that it's just a lesson. Sangokyufin plays dumb. The tension vanishes instantly as soon as Hesh softens their gaze and Sangokyufin catches a warm look and Respinsesh admits. Despite all their ups and downs, she is truly happy because Sangokyufin has returned to this world. Horkosfin sharply pulls Sangokyufin into a tight, aching embrace and whispers through tears that now she's no longer a lonely angel. Norio and Hermes silently watch, moved by this meeting, until suddenly Horkosfin freezes. Hearing footsteps nearby, she wonders where they came from. But she quickly recovers, presses Sangokyufin to herself. Aganan looks embarrassed and clearly irritated by such a sudden outburst of feelings. The emotional reunion quickly changes tone. Sangokyufin begins gently nudging Horkosfin's chest with her nose and happily murmurs that it is soft and comfortable there. While Sangokyufin continues rubbing, Horkosfin's face swiftly turns from warm feelings to pure annoyance. Having reached his limit, Horkosfin threatens to hit her, and Norio stands behind, completely bewildered. The atmosphere has sharply shifted as if the lights were turned off. Horkosfin reflects, true understanding comes only in a fight. Sangokyufin seizes the moment to boast and declares that since Gaddafi gave her the latest updates, Horkosfin is just an outdated model, so she is provoked and irritated. Horkosfin announces that she will now show her strength. Norio, sensing the threat, shouts, "Stop!" Meanwhile, the undead king watches from the side because if two angels clash, the world could be destroyed. Horkosfin explains the danger of leaving the unstable Sanghafin with too much power. It was she who made Hephaestus seal her abilities. Norio supposedly reacts without any surprise, but Sanghafin is stunned. She suddenly realizes that her powers were reduced and then equalized back. Horkosfin calmly tells her, these abilities will unlock only when she matures and learns to control them, and this will eventually lead to a new form. Realizing that a new form may appear, Norio is instantly filled with excitement. He is overwhelmed by wild imagination. What will this transformation mean? Will it add strength, speed up movements, or even adapt to the environment? Transformations through items, cards, or medallions are imagined, and joyful excitement builds to the limit until Sangokyufin looks at him with the same drive. Horkosfin tells Puffer to continue taking care of Sangokyufin while Norio apologizes his enthusiasm got out of control. Horkosfin explains, Sangokyufin's growth will proceed alongside her tree dining together with Prince Ruana. Then the conversation suddenly takes a quirky turn. Horkosfin laments that she cannot reproduce the same Natto, soaked with love from her past, and finally admits to Norio she is also still inexperienced. Horkosfin passionately declares, as soon as she perfects the Natto, Sangokyufin will reach a new form. Norio immediately objects, no fighting is needed, but when he looks at her, he understands how much she truly loves teaching. Norio recalls how he learned teleportation magic from her and admits she is truly a wonderful sensei. Nearby, the end finds both the situation is beautiful, and the undead king sees how everything grows and strengthens together. Immerse yourself in the joy of shared growth, and this realization suddenly gives Norio an excited guess. Following the conversation about teaching, Norio sharply turns to the undead king and throws out an unexpected idea. Let him become a teacher at the future Mermaid Witch Academy. The undead king is overwhelmed with feelings. The thought that in old age he can again feel the joys of life brings him to tears. Horkosfin picks up. This is a wonderful proposal, and another piece of the puzzle falls into place for opening the school. Norio looked at friends and mentors with a smile and felt relief. He is not alone on his path of growth. He decided to evolve not only as a person but also as a father, to learn and become better alongside them. But the calm did not last. The undead king and the winged creature suddenly froze. They felt a strange, incredibly powerful presence approaching. Feeling the dragon heading toward Prince Eravana, Horkosfin immediately decides to return to Sangokyufin and, shocking everyone, calls him her husband. Norio panics. He fears for the safety of his brother-in-law and others. While her statement tears his thoughts apart, Norio frantically considers whether to send help and thinks that Vale would be the best choice for such a situation. Norio remains anxious, repeatedly asking himself what is happening, while Porkovin reflects on the bonds that strengthen with growth. Hermes tries to calm everyone, but their conversation is abruptly cut off by a sudden rustle and immediately a loud boom. a dragon clone descends to the spot, falls to the ground, and upon appearing releases a malicious chuckle. When the dragon clone suddenly appears, the blonde warrior with horns and her muscular companion do not retreat, they stand their ground with determined faces. The dragon clone looks at them with a bristling, threatening gaze and declares that it wants to test what they are really made of. The tension becomes unbearable and the fate of Prince Aroana's squad remains unknown. A mountain of gold coins leaves the group in complete stupor. Norio, Aileron, and Kai freeze in disbelief, looking at the incredible amount of money gathered in several large bags. Leviasev calmly explains, the dishes made by Aileron and her team became a sensation overnight in the demon capital. Kai, meanwhile, is completely exhausted, gasping from panting because he was assigned to carry the heavy trophy. The exquisite dish is a creation that fused ancient elven techniques and Norio's wisdom into a single whole, completely changed the meal in the demon capital, adding both spectacle and warmth to every meal. Leviasa says these things became a new crazy trend, everything flies off the shelves. She is overwhelmed with joy from this news, while Norio, delighted, sincerely congratulates her on the incredible success. Aileron is deeply moved. She's overwhelmed with joy that so many people have finally noticed and appreciated her efforts. She sincerely shakes Leviasa's hand, thanking him for the update. While the team is still figuring out that they will have to produce a colossal volume of goods to keep up with demand, Leviasa adds, the trend will affect both leather goods and wooden statuettes. Norio just watches, feeling how everything is about to become insanely busy. Surprised by the mountain of gold, Aileron and her companion cannot understand how they managed to spend it all to the last coin. They recall their own days as thieves. But no matter how many ideas they throw out, from exquisite banquets to luxurious clothing and expensive homes, they quickly conclude, nothing compares to the standard of living that Norio has already provided on the farm. And then they are overwhelmed with complete confusion. Aileron freezes in amazement. Her wealth is almost worthless. Norio brings up the past and explains that Aileron and her companion did not steal out of greed. They were driven by a desperate need to save the dying forest, from which human magic had extracted all the mana. The companion confirms the environmental devastation, and Norio wonders, does the end of the battles mean that their homeland will finally begin to recover? Aileron concludes, the natural mana that was once irreversibly cut off is finally returning to the surface. And that means her devastated homeland can come back to life. Taking advantage of the moment, her companion enthusiastically suggests investing their huge earnings into restoration. Let nature heal itself, which will take centuries, but their money can sharply accelerate the process. Norio and the other companions listen further and understand. The gold will be spent on hiring people for a large-scale afforestation program. Norio thinks about where to find so many people for the forest restoration project. Orcs are busy with school and elves with their crafts. Leviasa stops him and suggests using idle people from the reserve left in the Demon King's army. Ailey Rain warns that the physical work promises to be exhausting, but Leviasa confidently lays out the plan. The project management will be given to Eshmond. He looks quite confused by such a sudden assignment. Leviasa addresses the 4 heavenly kings and asks them to stop competing and start cooperating. Asuma immediately catches on and immediately accuses. Supposedly, Leviasa is just shifting the hard work onto someone else. Leviasa calmly nods without unnecessary quarrels. She has already received enough praise in her business deal, so now it's Asuma's turn. After that, she turns to another heavenly king, praises his endurance, and adds that she will trust no one else with the intensive and exhausting forest restoration project. Eshma is deeply impressed by Leviasa's visible trust as if her words touch directly. But she immediately cuts the tone, accuses Leviasa of manipulating her character to force her to take on the work. Leviasa snorts indulgently. Eshma, full of determination and exclaiming, declares that she will definitely cope with the mission. Leviasa walks away satisfied with the plan. Norio and the others can only watch, unbelieving. Alarin and her companion joyfully embrace the idea. They like the thought that money will help the elven forest recover much faster. While Norio watches them, he is suddenly overwhelmed by a strange realization. Their farm actually does not know what buying means. They produce everything they need. And this thought pushes him to think about Biddy. Earlier, he had already gone to the market to start earning money. Finally, Norio is completely confused by the appearance of Varen. She leaves with her things and he learns that all her money is directed to the wedding fund. Norio blushes and becomes embarrassed, unable to figure out what is what. Now he can only guess whether the reliability of this woman is somehow connected with the scale of her wedding plans. Puffer finishes treating the wound on the prince's back and confirms, now he is completely healthy. While the prince thanks her, Puffer admits she was shocked when she found out that he, in a short time while they were absent, got into a hopeless fight with a dragon. Aroana sincerely apologizes for the worry he caused. Overflowing with emotions, Puffer tries to say something but stumbles and gets confused, blurting out again, he is too valuable and important, and she supposedly meant something else is needed by the country. While they silently continue to examine each other and check injuries, Orcubo watches from the side and thinks that they are already behaving like a married couple. A young girl suddenly interrupts the conversation and bluntly asks Puffer and Arowana if they plan to have a child soon. Puffer is completely confused and shouts at her to think before speaking. But inside, everything bursts with vivid fantasies, engagement, wedding, and how she starts a family with the prince. Arowana seriously considers the idea that Puffer will ascend the throne as queen, and believes the merfolk kingdom will be in reliable hands under her leadership. But then she immediately stops. The most important thing in marriage is the feelings of those involved, so the conversation cannot continue until it is known what exactly she thinks. When he is offered to simply ask her, Arowana freezes for a moment, and Puffer turns into a confused, blushing ball. Words do not come out. She gets confused and desperately tries to change the subject. Puffer interrupts the conversation and states that they are making the newcomer Mr. Artyog feel uncomfortable. But Artyog suddenly takes a strange course. He pulls out a sign and to the sound of a stormy drumroll gives Prince Ivan 2 king points. Artyog explains that he will now rate the prince's actions, or Kubo can only watch. Completely puzzled, he does not understand what is going on at all. Kubo brings up an old matter and Artyog reveals who he is, Lord Artyog of the Grinzel Dragons. Artyog explains the trial arranged by his father, Geyser Dragon, to find a king who does not belong in the role of hero, or a hero who does not belong on the throne, the same thing that equally reflects their ancient clash. Artyog admits, during the deadly battle where he fought alongside Puffer, he saw glimpses of this rare potential in Prince Arowana. Artyog announces that he will accompany Arowana on his journey until he finishes the evaluation. Arowana perceives this as part of training and once again firmly confirms his intention to harden himself for the next king of the merfolk. Narrowing his gaze, he declares that all personal desires from meeting a saint to confessing to Puffer will wait until his training is over. Arowana asks Puffer to convey his congratulations to Platy on the pregnancy and to coordinate the celebration with Hendra. Noticing how Puffer is flushed, he apologizes and admits that he mistakenly decided to carry all burdens alone. Puffer is enveloped in anxiety, while Arowana solemnly vows to carve a lesson on his heart, not to relax in order to become a better leader. Norio says the group needs to get some sleep and reminds them tomorrow they face a long road. As soon as they approach a large building in traditional style, the dragon laughs loudly and heartily. The evil lord boasts about his system of oppressive taxes and lies that he takes tribute from everything up to birth and inheritance. While feasting in luxury at the expense of a suffering peasant, he smugly asserts all their wealth belongs only to him alone. But his greedy mood is immediately cut off by a message about arriving visitors, and he irritably threatens his subordinate to attack those who interrupt. Arowana steps forward and boldly exposes the lord for excessive tax rates, demanding to ease the burden for the people. The greedy lord is informed that they are only travelers and this only fuels his offense. He laughs and holds himself arrogantly, not intending to listen to their pleas. Instead, he offers a game. He points to a huge boulder and declares that he will consider their request only when they can break it. Arowana sends a signal to Hakia, who, without delay, slams his huge hammer. Thunder cuts through the space, and the boulder shatters into pieces with a furious roar. The greedy lord, confused by this overwhelming force, panics while Arowana calmly asks if he is now ready to hear their demand. At first, the greedy lord desperately shouts that the destruction of the boulder is pure fraud and demands everything be put back together. Arowana waves it off and reminds him that as a local lord he must deal with the monster on the edge of his domain for over a year now. The lord complains about mercenary expenses and with a bloody smile adds, if their pity for peasants is genuine, let them exterminate the monster. Meanwhile, only a few villagers will be eaten. The greedy lord screams, trembles with disbelief, and frantically insists that such a trick or magic is simply impossible. Arowana, irritated by the noise, declares, the condition is fulfilled, so let him finally hear their request. Recalling the journey, Arowana speaks about the shocking poverty in the land and numerous pawnshops, and at the same time about the selfless hospitality of the peasants who shared their meager food with them. And, moved but stern, sums up, they came to negotiate directly to ease the people's lives. Arowana firmly reminds the greedy lord, those in power have a duty to their people, and asks to set a reasonable tax rate. But the lord disdainfully snorts at their morality, calls them canardists, and insists that the previous trick was just a setup. He puts forward a new absurd condition. If they bring him a dragon, he will listen to their requests. Norio accepts the challenge without unnecessary words as a way to test the lord's character once again, and Arowana looks at him, seeking support. In a flash of creamy power emerges a dragon clone. Roar spreads through the air. The greedy lord, who brazenly demanded the dragon as proof of his might, is now completely paralyzed by fear. The dragon looks at him disdainfully and contemptuously declares that this disgusting heap of junk is neither king nor hero and must be reduced to ashes. The lord only screams desperately, realizing he is in the hands of the beast he himself desired. Arowana addresses the dragon clone, Lord Ardheg, and asks him to restrain himself. The ugly lord must at least have a moment to come to his senses and think about his actions. Turning to Hakai, she admits she did not want to resort to this method, but the lord's behavior left her no choice. She shows a travel permit issued by the Demon Kingdom and personally signed by Demon King Zedin. The ugly lord is completely stunned. He suddenly asks who they really are as soon as he realizes the level of power and influence they hold. The revelation that Rwanda is the true first prince of the kingdom of Merfolk knocks the greedy lord off his feet. Overwhelmed by Rwanda's unyielding authority and the travel permit, he falls to the ground and begs for mercy. While they are on the road, the team breathes a sigh of relief. The greedy lord was handed over to the military police without any further incidents. Yet they cannot shake the thought, what punishment has the Demon King prepared for him? Ravana notices a sharp contrast in governance. Her local lords hold the kingdom, which they consider inept, but when it comes to order, local lords hold the king himself. This is a direct opposite approach. And adds, King Zidane is just and wise, but his excessive power can cause those around him to lose their own zeal and sharpness. One of the companions teases Aravan. Supposedly, he will have to be extremely careful as soon as he finally takes power over his own country. The prince is quite bewildered by this. The mood lightens and the scene shifts to Norio and Haki. They suddenly start racking up king points. Haki seems not to care at all, but Norio remains confused and does not understand why these points are needed at all. Suddenly, Ria bursts with energy and announces, their great opportunity has finally come. She corners the bewildered Norio, calls him Seiya-sama, and insists that the time is perfect. Norio submits, wondering why this is happening again. Ria takes out a small bobbin and confidently declares, they will use its power to conquer the world. Princess Ledoslet quickly silences Reeve's delirium with a sharp slap on the head. Norio throws into the air the absurd idea to conquer the world with just a bullet pistol, but secretly trembles himself. What if Ria really starts making cannons that shoot beans? Princess Ledoslet cuts her off. As the princess of a kingdom wiped off the face of the earth by a demon lord, she must not speak of such things. And turning to Norio, she asks if he has already noticed the merfolk exchange students who have been snooping around lately. Ria enthusiastically lays out the grand plan step by step. If she makes the merfolk students exchange and eat her beans, rumors will spread, and soon the whole world will be engulfed in their obsession. Norio sits next to the stone, a motionless face, while Princess Ledoslet clearly irritably questions Ria why she called their home an isolated backwater village. Ria pulls herself together and decides to test the beans with actions. She challenges Norio, let him see the result, but as soon as the merfolk students start eating them, the conversation immediately veers away from the beans. They admit the beans are tasty, but at the same time are way too happy about pork chops, ice cream, and pancakes with maple syrup. Ria, who expected a full loop, is completely stunned by their reaction. Ria is falling apart completely. She whines in helplessness and clings to Princess Ledoslet. Norio sighs and looks at the stage as if he really expected nothing else. Despite the tears, Ria insists that her beans are still tasty and asks Ledoslet for confirmation, and the princess agrees. The fact that the student is not unconditionally devoted to beans is an insult to both of them. However, Ledoslet immediately sharply changes the subject. The beans are incredible, but the truly magnificent choice is natto. Ria and Princess Ledoslet desperately begged Norio to help them make the students understand. Beans are the most important ingredient. Norio agreed and confidently stated that beans have a hidden side that even the two of them do not suspect. With a mysterious smile, he decided to start with simple soybean sand. Ria froze in thought. Could it be the very same one from which miso and soy sauce are made? Norio enthusiastically unfolds a whole list of ways to use soybeans, from hamburgers and donuts to stews and salads, and even spoksai from Yashimo are happy that they can be easily added to dishes. Then he explains that tofu is made from soybeans, the perfect first food for infants. But Norio immediately adds a caveat. Most soy products feel like substitutes, and Ria remains steadfast. Natto is absolutely the best option for her. Here Ria recalls how Norio already mentioned vitamins and minerals in natto, and he explains, the main appeal of dishes made from beans is their nutritional value. But Norio quickly catches himself thinking that in this world being healthy is not the most convincing argument, so to catch their interest, he launches into a story about the specific benefits of isoflavones, anti-aging, radiant skin, forming a more feminine figure. And when the list goes on, weight loss, stress reduction, strengthening bones at a distance, Ria is completely lost in this avalanche of information. Ria remembers that she was so stunned by natto then that she didn't really manage to latch onto Norio's explanation, and now she is simply overwhelmed. The crazy potential of beans impresses to the bone. While Norio is still trying to spin the conversation, Ria shyly asks for clarification. What exactly did he mean by a more feminine figure? Blushing, she stammers. Norio awkwardly admits, it seems beans supposedly increase bust size. The news that the bust size in bean is increasing raises the merfolk students into a complete frenzy. Ria jumps up and immediately shouts for everyone to look at the incredible possibilities of beans. Now they are full of hope that they themselves can get glamorous forms, and nearby one student dreams of growing breasts that would definitely please Sango Kyufin, but Norio can't help but doubt a little. Ria triumphantly exclaims that the power of beans is invincible and promises the students they can join the ranks of busty beauties. Norio watches everything with a drop of sweat on his temple and realizes that the idea is already rolling on the internet. Kira, their teacher, tries to bring order and insists on checking the safety of this suspicious feudal thing. While Ria leads the students in a hot chorus for salvation by beans, Norio tries to advise them to stick to reasonable portions, but he is completely and hopelessly ignored. The world listens to Ria. With enthusiasm, she thanks Norio and declares that from now on she will rule him by the power of beans. Together with Princess Leteclit, they turn on an unprecedented bean mania. A tornado will wash away all farming, a continuous wave. Cut to a group of travelers. They crunch roasted broad beans and praise them convenient to carry and also good for the skin. Along the way, they bite again and again until the witch asks the prince where they are headed. The prince replies, Demon King Zidane advised them of one specific place to visit on the way. Arriving at the coordinates given by Demon King Zidane, the travelers freeze. Here is only a desolate, uninhabited wasteland. Lord Ardbeg immediately twitches at the thought that they were lured into a trap by the Demon King's army. But his companion immediately quells the panic by shouting that Lord Zidane would never do that. The sharp surge of emotions suppresses Ardbeg and they notice he is too sensitive for a dragon. In the endless wasteland, a peasant approaches them. He says he was sent by Demon King Zidane to give them guides and names himself. The merfolk prince, hearing about the Demon King, confusedly clarifies, saying, "Isn't this just a train trip?" After that, he points with his hand into the distance. There is a view in the form of a structure resembling a farm. Although the land is too exhausted to harvest, there will not grow at all. They stop and look around the deserted surroundings. One of the travelers wonders if this wasteland is a scar from the past war, and suddenly catches himself thinking that sowing and growing here is not just difficult, but impossible. He asks, why would anyone even try such an attempt? The merfolk prince answers calmly, to create a homestead, you first need to bring life back to dead soil, and adds that this is a way to repay karma to those among them who were spared and given another chance at life. Life, the blonde traveler says confusedly. People cannot live within the bounds of the Demon King, and this remark leads her to an unexpected conclusion. Her guide in the hood is a former king of men. The amazed travelers wait for an answer. The man only confirms her guess. Officially, he is already dead, but the Demon King gave him a second chance and ordered him to work on restoring the barren land. There is a deaf emptiness around, and the former king of men, looking over the deserted spaces, recalls his own life. He never had the character worthy of leading others. But the blonde traveler and the merfolk prince do not look at him with contempt. On the contrary, the traveler firmly assures that she will not consider him a failure, and seeks to understand the true essence of royal dignity from the humble fate he now leads. Humiliated by their words, the former king hopes that falling from grace will at least serve as a warning to the young prince. The traveler reveals to the former king an astonishing truth. His daughter, Leteclit, is alive and well. Overwhelmed with emotion, the former king finally understands Demon King Zidane kept his promise and protected her from cruelty. To prove it once again, the traveler hands him a bag with seeds grown by Leteclit herself, and the former king is impressed by her success. Deeply moved, the former king stubbornly insists that he has no right to give up and swears to continue cultivating the barren land, hoping to one day bring his own harvest to his daughter. The traveler easily recalls. Princess Leteclit dreams of ruling the world with her crops, and the merman prince confirms this as well. When the traveler gives the former king a sample of the harvest to taste, she wonders where the princess gets such ambitions, but still says, it seems she just wants to make everyone happy. The former king bites into the harvest and immediately chokes with delight. They are incredibly tasty. He realizes that the taste of such power can bring true happiness to the whole world. Standing amid the wasteland, the travelers discuss what danger this discovery might bring and conclude, everything must remain a secret to prevent discord in the world and from Princess Leteclit. One way or another, the merman prince reflects on the humble path of the former king. Realizing that solitude to revive the land is also a kind of kingdom, they have already passed the beans and decide to return to the farm. The prince wonders if a storm would shock the former king. Suddenly, the scene sharply shifts back to the farm. There, silence rings loudly, absurdly, but about large breasts. Thus, the chapter ends on a playful but dubious note.